Synopsis. The Supreme One tells the story of Meng Qi, who unexpectedly traverses to an alternate world or realm where martial prowess reigns supreme. Meng Qi becomes a disciple of Shaolin Temple and is accepted by Master Xuan Bei, receiving the Dharma name Zhen Ding. However, he is later expelled from the sect and adopts the alias Meng as he journeys through the martial world, earning the nicknames Mad Blade and Primordial Sovereign. Without concern for his past, and with no desire for future reincarnations, he aspires only for a life of thrilling intensity, seeking to become the Supreme One. Chapter 1. The Machine Heart. Under the boundless azure sky, pristine and clear without a single cloud in sight, Meng Qi awoke to such a splendid scene that it felt akin to emerging from a long, deep slumber, the softness of the bed making it hard to leave. As he marveled at his newfound dawn, he was abruptly jolted by violent shaking, accompanied by a hurried, tense male voice. "Second young master. You're awake? Second young master?" Instinctively, Meng Qi turned his head to see a middle-aged man, his face etched with concern, possessing an exceptionally striking horse-like visage and a beard reminiscent of 5 wisps of goat's hair. Yet, it was not his peculiar appearance that captured Meng Qi's attention. It was the turban atop his head and the broad sleeves of his robe. "What in the world is happening here? Second young master, are you all right?" The middle-aged man began to pat Meng Qi's body up and down, causing him to recoil in alarm, thinking he had encountered a pervert. He hastily sat up, retreating backwards, but the man's hands clamped down like iron pincers, rendering his struggles futile. A warm sensation surged within him, dispelling his discomfort, enveloping him in a soothing embrace akin to basking in a hot spring. Seeing Meng Qi rise, the middle-aged man nodded with a gentle expression. "You seem fine now." After formulating this conclusion, he anxiously inquired, "Second young master, do you feel any discomfort?" His concern was palpable. Meng Qi remained bewildered by his circumstances, his mind muddled as if lost in a thick fog, and he muttered no. The man's expression immediately relaxed, and he forced a smile that resembled a grimace more than any joy. "Second young master, the Marquis had no other choice. Being in the temple is far better than at home. Just think about it, Hoff. This place is secluded, surrounded by the serenity of ancient Buddhism. Shaolin is a prestigious school of martial arts. Perhaps you will have the opportunity to cultivate a Buddhist golden body in the future, mastering skills that will allow you to transcend the sufferings of the mortal realm. Besides, you possess a natural affinity with Buddha. An unnamed old monk gifted you a jade Buddha pendant." As he spoke, a sense of shame washed over him, realizing such possibilities might be too far-fetched. His voice gradually dwindled to a whisper as he shifted his tone. "Even if the golden body is difficult to achieve, the 72 unique skills of Shaolin are remarkable. If you manage to learn a few, you could traverse the martial world with confidence and relish in live struggles. Would that not be delightful?" As he continued, his voice dwindled to barely a whisper, akin to a buzzing insect. Finally, he raised his left hand to cover his face, turning away with a long sigh that felt like the vapor of smoke dissipating into the air. Watching the man's retreating figure vanish within the dense mountain forest, Meng Qi was left in a haze from the incessant chatter. All he wanted was to ask, "Who are you, uncle?" Everything felt utterly nonsensical. At this moment, Meng Qi began to realize he was not in a familiar locale, but rather in an extraordinarily bizarre environment. It resembled a setting from ancient China. Had the World Cup kept him awake through the night, troubling him to this extent? Had he awakened in some alternate reality? Meng Qi didn't suspect it was a prank or a historical film set, for the middle-aged man's hurried retreat suggested urgency, resembling someone pursued by malevolent spirits. His speed was akin to that of a startled horse, not something an ordinary person could achieve. Clearly a martial arts master, Meng Qi concluded based on his experiences gleaned from novels and television. "Nam mo amit ba. Follow me into the temple." Just as Meng Qi's thoughts began to coalesce, a deep, resonant chant interrupted him from behind, nearly making him yelp in fright. When had someone approached from behind, without his noticing, turning quickly enough to nearly strain his neck, Meng Qi found a tall, lanky monk clad in a yellow-brown robe. His features unremarkable save for his deeply melancholic eyes that rendered his age indiscernible, could be anywhere from his 30s to his 50s. Noticing Meng Qi's gaze, the monk said nothing further but signaled with his eyes and turned toward the temple's entrance. The yellow walls, black tiles, and dark red doors of the temple bore a striking resemblance to other monasteries Meng Qi had visited, albeit on a much grander scale. What astounded him was the gilded plaque above the entrance, inscribed with 3 bold characters in a script that closely resembled a form of regular script from antiquity. Shaolin Temple. It was indeed Shaolin Temple. The written characters bore a strong resemblance to ancient Kai characters. In this unfamiliar, surreal place, Meng Qi refrained from asking questions, suppressing his surprise and confusion as he stepped in line behind the monk. Only then did he realize the disparity of his proportions. A careful examination of his limbs left him uncertain whether to feel joy or despair with the thought, an atypical version of returning to youth. Judging by the size of his palms and their pale complexion, combined with the jade pendant at his waist, it seemed that this body belonged to someone likely under the age of 14, raised in luxury. I wonder what I look like. Only beautiful individuals experience youth. At Shaolin, under the quiet glow of Buddhism, who needs youthful exuberance? I can't be sure whether I can refuse entry into the temple, but in this frail body, I want to survive outside Shaolin. This world seems to be one filled with martial prowess. I have no idea if demons and monsters lurk outside. According to many ancient texts, wealthy families often kept youths as servants. Based on what the horse-faced uncle said, although this Shaolin may differ from the legendary one, it remains a powerful martial institution boasting 72 unique techniques. I wonder if the I Ching exists here. I used to dream of becoming a great hero, thriving in a world of conflict, but now I have a hint of hope. Yet why do I feel so unhappy? My computer, my mobile phone, the internet, and my family. Learning martial arts doesn't seem so bad, but what on earth is a Buddha's golden body? While Meng Qi appeared calm as he followed the monk, traversing through the yellow-robed and gray-robed monks, his mind raced with chaotic thoughts, a torrent that wouldn't cease. No matter how erratic his rumination was, Meng Qi ultimately had to confront the reality of his age and the circumstances that left him abandoned. The only logical choice was to remain at Shaolin for a time to learn martial arts. I wonder if it's possible to return to the secular world after mastering a skill? I can forego wine, but giving up meat is out of the question. Meng Qi felt rather strategic, pondering the future even before taking his first steps. Throughout this journey, the yellow-robed monk did not pass through the grand hall housing the Buddha statues, but instead maneuvered through the side paths. After traversing several courtyards, he finally pushed open the door of a larger hall. As the door creaked open, Meng Qi gazed into a room filled with dozens of children under the age of 15, the youngest appearing to be around 8 or 9. They sat cross-legged on cushions, their attention fixed on a burly, round-faced monk at the front, who also wore a yellow robe, his demeanor grave, holding a wooden stick. Nam Mo Umitba, Brother Xuanzang, what brings you here? The round-faced monk's voice was deep and resonant. His voice could easily be suited for opera, and the more tense Meng Qi became, the more his thoughts wandered, while simultaneously deducing the identity of the tall monk leading him into the temple Xuanzang. After the chant, Xuanzang responded, Junior Brother Xuanku, this is the child I mentioned to you earlier. He spoke candidly, showing no intention of a secretive exchange. However, his voice was thin and unappealing, a stark contrast to Brother Xuanku's resonant tones. Xuanku glanced at Meng Qi before speaking in a grave manner. Next, Meng Qi was momentarily perplexed, but a pointing gesture from Xuanzang indicated a vacant cushion. Wait for your questioning. Yes. Though Meng Qi had worked for several years, he understood the implication as he adeptly settled onto the cushion like the other children. Xuanku returned his attention to the next child, asking, what is your secular name, and why have you come to Shaolin? This child, evidently just over 10 years old, with rosy lips and white teeth, displayed a handsome appearance, though his expression seemed somewhat vacant. My name is Fong Aki. I was sold to the monks because I couldn't get enough to eat. A few children burst into laughter. The older ones found the response audacious, almost mocking the very monks in front of them clearly. Aki wasn't particularly bright. Xuanku frowned, his expression darkening. Do not use your secular name again. Your Dharma name is Zhen Hui, and you will enter the auxiliary hall. A soft gasp emerged from the older, more aware children, their expressions revealing that the auxiliary hall was likely not a good place. Fong Aki is now Zhen Hui, and Zhen Hui is Fong Aki. The newly christened Zhen Hui murmured to himself. Xuanku shifted his gaze to a relatively older child. What is your secular name, and why have you come to Shaolin? The child appeared to be about 13 or 14. Despite a hint of nervousness, he replied smoothly, Master, my surname is Liu, and my name is Ji. My family reveres the Buddhist teachings and admires the martial arts. hence I was sent to Shaolin. These were carefully selected children with decent potential. Xuanku nodded slightly, fairly candid. If you only mention reverence for the Buddha, you will be sent to the auxiliary hall. From today onward, your Dharma name is Zhen, and you shall enter the martial monk hall. Thank you, Master Xuanku. Ji clasped his hands in reverence. According to what Meng Qi knew, once someone received a Dharma name, based on the heart emptiness without mystery, pure wisdom deep, as long as he didn't have a formal master, he could address Xuanku as Master Uncle directly. Xuanku paid no heed to his cleverness, moving past him to question the next child. Feeling a surge of resolution, Ji realized that Xuanku was as stern as the rumor suggested, unyielding to flattery. Initially, Meng Qi approached the inquiries with a carefree mindset, merely watching the unfolding spectacle. However, without warning, his expression froze. What is my name? What is this Buddhist name? Meng Qi racked his brains, scratching his head in frustration. But he couldn't recall this Buddhist name. He had inherited not a single memory. I can't possibly say Meng Qi Xuanzong is still watching. He surely knows the origins and name of this body. I need to devise a ploy to obscure the truth. Before he could formulate a good excuse to protect himself in front of the seemingly strict Xuanku, the monk stood directly in front of him, holding the stick firmly. Meng Qi opened his mouth, and suddenly inspiration struck him. Since I have entered Shaolin, my secular name has been forgotten. After saying this, he mentally applauded himself, realizing how clever and fitting it was against the teachings of Buddhism. Xuanku scrutinized Meng Qi, giving a slight shake of the stick in his hand. He did not pursue the follow-up question. Instead, he addressed Meng Qi directly, sternly saying, "Your mind is too preoccupied. You shall enter the auxiliary hall, and your Dharma name is Zhen Ding." Chapter 2. The empty gate. Meng Qi's moment of secret delight was abruptly interrupted, his pride transforming into embarrassment and anger. The gazes of Zhen and the other young monks were filled with astonishment and disdain, reminiscent of elementary school students striving to distance themselves from a troublesome peer. Only Zhenhui and Qi stared blankly at the golden Buddha statue before them, lost in a reverie. Instinctively, Meng Qi turned slightly to glance at the side of Xiansong, wondering if he had discerned any hint of his true nature. For Meng Qi, feelings of embarrassment and frustration were trivial matters. The real disaster would be the exposure of his reincarnation. Xiansong maintained a sorrowful expression, his eyes clouded with despair. Upon sensing Meng Qi's gaze, he gently shook his head, saying, "Namo Amitba, everything shall be determined by the decision of Brother Xianku." He did not hint but spoke directly. He thinks I'm seeking his intercession. Meng Qi quietly sighed in relief, realizing he had passed this hurdle. Unless his parents, the uncle with the horse face, or others came looking for him, he should remain undiscovered. Given another decade or so, suspicions would fade further, as childhood memories are easily forgotten. Compared to this, being assigned to the servant hall was a mere trifle, inadvertently hitting the mark. Meng Qi endeavored to wear a blank expression akin to Zhenhui's, lest Xianku see through his facade of sorrow. After Xianku inquired about the remaining children, he included Meng Qi and Zhenhui, making a total of 6 entering the servant hall, while the rest were assigned to the warrior monk's hall. He lightly tapped his left palm with the ruler in his right hand, instructing them, "Follow me to the storeroom to receive your tonsure. Robes, scriptures, and other necessities that I in due time, with diligent effort. You may yet find opportunities to study profound Buddhist scriptures and martial arts in the Bodhi and Dharma halls, that there truly a Dharma hall here." Meng Qi was momentarily taken aback, but Xianku did not afford him the time to ponder, striding directly through the children toward the hall's exit. Surrounded by strangers, Meng Qi dared not inquire further, closely trailing behind the 2 monks clad in yellow as they turned into a nearby courtyard. "You are not yet formally initiated. You need only bow to the Buddha and receive tonsure to leave your name." Xianku indicated toward the cushions within the small Buddha hall. "Yes, Master Xianku," the children responded in unison with Zhen, then one by one knelt on the cushions, bowing their heads to the golden Buddha statue above. Once all the children had paid their respects, Xianku pressed his palms together and solemnly bowed to the statue, reciting, "Namo Amitbadi," then approached one child, gently stroking the top of his head. In an instant, the child's glossy black hair began to change, visibly turning dry and yellow, falling like autumn leaves to the ground. Within mere breaths, the child transformed into a true young monk. All worries dissipated. Far removed from the mundane world, Xian Ku pronounced, his deep voice resonating within the tranquil hall. What kind of martial arts is this? Meng Qi was both astonished and exhilarated. Would he have a chance to learn such extraordinary skills in the future? Xian Ku continued to move among the children, removing their hair while reciting the same phrases. When it was Meng Qi's turn, he bowed his head, silently invoking the names of the Buddha and the Taoist ancestors. Mourning the hair he was about to part with, the broad, warm palm brushed lightly against his head, and as each strand of hair fell before his eyes, a wave of sorrow surged within him, nearly overwhelming his composure. That he had cherished the worldly life, never once contemplating a monastic existence. All worries dissipated, far removed from the mundane world. Xian Ku's voice rang out like a suddenly struck bell, sending a tremor through Meng Qi, cleansing his spirit. Yet once Xian Ku departed, that clarity faded, but Meng Qi's resolve remained firm. He would certainly return to lay life in the future, after bowing to the Buddha. Receiving tonsure, and leaving their names on the monk's register, Xian Ku instructed several monks in gray robes to guide the group of children to the back courtyard to collect their belongings. 2 sets of gray robes, 2 pairs of shoes and socks, the Shaolin precepts, and the 12 short chants for morning prayers. Once you have learned your letters in the lecture hall, you will be able to recite the temple's precepts and morning chants. Before that, let me briefly explain the main precepts of this temple. First, do not deceive your teacher or destroy your ancestors. Second, do not allow or steal martial arts. Third, do not kill. Fourth, do not drink alcohol. Fifth, abstain from meat and pungent spices. Sixth, do not break the vow of celibacy. Xian Ku reiterated the primary precepts several times, concluding with a serious note. Those who violate them will face rebukes at best, or at worst, lose their martial arts and be expelled from the temple. That he mentioned only the lightest and heaviest punishments, omitting others such as forced labor, scripture copying, corporal punishment, and solitary confinement. After conveying these matters, he and Xian Song led the young monks away from the storeroom. Within the temple, those clad in gray robes were the ordinary monks, while those in yellow robes were the administrative monks of various halls. The yellow-robed monks draped in red kasayas were the abbot, heads of halls, and elders. Throughout their journey, Xian Ku relentlessly imparted knowledge of temple customs to the young monks, only falling silent once Zhen Ding and the others entered the warrior monks' hall. The group ventured deeper, the yellow walls surrounded by lush greenery, with few glimpses of the Buddha halls. After some time, Meng Qi finally encountered a dilapidated courtyard. Hurrah! Brother Xian Ku, Brother Xian Song, you've arrived so early. A plump monk in yellow robes approached with a broad smile, his collar askew and belly protruding. Xian Ku frowned, his expression serious as he clasped his hands together, saying, Namo Amitba, Brother Xian Xen. How can you be so indolent? The rotund monk, familiar with Xian Ku's temperament, was unperturbed. Oh, you are too concerned with appearances. Are these disciples for our servant hall? He pointed at Meng Qi and the others, unwilling to engage further on the matter. Please arrange for them, Brother Xian Xen. Xian Ku replied earnestly to AT that moment. Xian Song, who had been silently watching, suddenly spoke. Is Zhen Ding still in the servant hall? Yes, yes. The plump monk, Xian Xen, replied with curiosity. Brother Xian Song, why do you ask them? Do you intend to take them as disciples? Xian Song shook his head, sighing. My martial path has been destroyed. I dare not mislead the young. How could I take on disciples? Brother Xian Xen, please arrange for them to share a room with Zhen Ding and Zhen Guan. That he referred specifically to Meng Qi and Zhen Hui. Meng Qi's heart raced at this unexpected turn. It was the first time Xian Song had taken the initiative to arrange something for him. Could Zhen Ding and Zhen Guan possess special qualities to assist him? Haha, Brother Xian Song, how could I trouble you with such matters? This is a trifling task. Xian Xin readily agreed. Xian Ku glanced at Xian Song without further comment, then turned to Meng Qi and the other young monks, stating, I have arranged for you to be in the servant hall because each of you has your own issues. If you can resolve them and refine your character, there may yet be opportunities to enter the warrior monks' hall, the Dharma hall, or even the Bodhi hall. However, if you continue to be lazy, playful, and restless, unable to endure hardship, I will not hesitate to report to the precept hall for appropriate punishment. But he expressed his thoughts candidly, demonstrating integrity without selfish motives, causing Xian Xin to blush slightly. Yes, Master Xian Ku. The young monks replied in unison. After watching Xian Ku and Xian Song depart, Xian Xin shifted his bulk, causing his flesh to jiggle. Finally gone. I dread seeing that iron-faced ghost. This monk. Meng Qi feigned indifference. Following the swaying Xian Xin into the meditation room. Zhen Ding, Zhen Guan, these are your junior brothers, Zhen Ding and Zhen Hui. Xian Xin introduced Meng Qi and Zhen Hui before turning to lead the other young monks to a different meditation room. Inside the meditation room, there was a large bed capable of accommodating 7 or 8 people, but little else. Upon the bed lay 2 young monks in gray robes, both around 20 years old. The one lying down wore a blank expression, lost in thought, while the one sitting wore a frown, his tone icy. You can place your luggage underneath the bed if you wish to drink. Go fetch water from the courtyard. What should I call you, senior brother? Meng Qi glanced at the Zhen Hui, deciding to take the initiative to establish a good rapport. The seated monk replied coldly, Zhen Guan. After answering, he fell silent, even turning away from Meng Qi and Zhen Hui, leaving Meng Qi with a belly full of conversation topics that went unspoken to as for Zhen Ding. He had already closed his eyes. Returning to sleep. What sort of people are these? Meng Qi silently cursed while maintaining a smile toward Zhen Hui. Junior brother Zhen Hui, I am Zhen Ding. You can just call me brother. Yes, brother, Zhen Hui replied without hesitation. Ah, this day's little fellow is quite endearing. Meng Qi inwardly sighed, resolving to embrace his role as an elder brother and assist Zhen Hui. Little junior brother, I'll just call you that. Come, let's change into our monastic robes. Though others were present in the room, Meng Qi felt no discomfort. Having frequently lounged bare-chested during his university days, he quickly shed his garments and donned the monastic robes that he silently appreciated the simplicity of the attire. Grateful that it spared him from any embarrassment, he began to examine the belongings he had previously overlooked. The fabric of this robe was finely woven and soft, its quality evident even to someone like Meng Qi, who lacked expertise. Additionally, he noticed a translucent jade pendant hanging from his waist and a small jade Buddha amulet, tied with a red cord, resting against his chest, providing a refreshing sensation. Meng Qi carefully examined the thumb-sized jade Buddha, noting its compassionate expression and lifelike craftsmanship, indicative of exceptional artistry. The smooth texture felt both warm and refreshing against his skin. According to Uncle with the horse face, this jade Buddha was a gift from an unnamed old monk. Yet since it had not been taken by any lord, it likely held some value. Therefore, it was best to keep it close. Meng Qi readjusted the jade Buddha pendant around his neck, securing it close to his chest, and then tidied up his jade ornaments and clothing, placing them beneath the chosen bedding. At that moment, Zhen Ding, who had been in a deep slumber, suddenly sat upright, quickly donned his shoes, and exited, leaving Meng Qi momentarily stunned and bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. It was time for dinner, Zhen Guan coldly remarked, and then descended from the shared dormitory, striding towards the exit. Who are these individuals? Meng Qi silently cursed again, and then turned to Zhen Hui, asking, Junior brother, are you ready? It's time for dinner. Ready. As soon as Zhen Hui replied, his small figure darted to the doorway like a rabbit, as if he could no longer bear the hunger. Meng Qi felt a sudden embarrassment, wondering if he was the only one maintaining a semblance of normalcy here. Zhen Hui abruptly halted at the entrance and turned back to Meng Qi, his face a portrait of confusion. Senior brother, aren't you coming? Well, at least you have a bit of conscience and know to wait for me. Meng Qi mused inwardly, then half-jokingly replied, I'm not as hungry as you all seem to be. Look at the two of you. You resemble starving ghosts reincarnated. Zhen Hui's confusion dissipated, and he earnestly nodded. Senior brother, then I shall go ahead. With that, he spun around and dashed off. Hey, I was only joking. No need to take it seriously. Meng Qi's mouth hung open, and after a few half-hearted movements, he called out loudly, Hey, junior brother, wait for me. Suddenly, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Others had junior sisters. Yet he was left with only a junior brother, and it was evident that he would never have a junior sister in the future. Chapter 3. Gazing up at the bright moon, the dining hall of the miscellaneous monks was simple and antiquated, with wooden tables paired with benches, illuminated by a dim blue light. To his surprise, upon entering, Meng Qi found that there were a staggering 50 to 60 miscellaneous monks present, indicating that the total number of monks in Shaolin must be in the thousands. Amidst the sea of gray robes, no one paid attention to the newly arrived young monks, each seated on their benches, awaiting the duty monks to bring in the food boxes. Junior brother, sit here. Carrying a great secret and feeling out of place, Meng Qi was grateful for the company of the somewhat simple-minded Zhen Hui, and thus, embodying the demeanor of an adult, he looked out for Zhen Hui to alleviate his own feelings of unease. Zhen Hui maintained a serious expression, betraying no signs of discomfort, and confidently took a seat opposite Meng Qi, his gaze fixated on the nearby food boxes. Could this child have been starved into a stupor before? Meng Qi quietly muttered, doubting Zhen Hui's intelligence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so dull. The duty monks finally arrived, carrying the food boxes to their table. As the lids were lifted, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, piercing through the heart. How fragrant! Meng Qi couldn't help but exclaim, all the while secretly pondering. Is the culinary skill of Shaolin truly so remarkable? Or perhaps it was merely his own hunger that was enhancing the flavor? The duty monks bent down to retrieve the dishes from the boxes, laying them out on the table, and upon closer inspection, Meng Qi was taken aback. Could this possibly be meat? In the plain bowl at the center, the plump, glistening chunks appeared to be meat. But this was a monastery, doubtful. Meng Qi picked up his chopsticks, intending to sample a piece, but in a flurry of movements, chopsticks from the left and right swooped in, and the bowl's contents diminished by an entire layer. The miscellaneous monks at this table were no ordinary eaters. Observing Zhen Hui devouring his share with grease smeared across his mouth, Meng Qi became increasingly convinced of his initial assumption. While marveling at their voracity, he too snatched a piece and popped it into his mouth. Rich but not greasy, it melted upon contact, delivering an exquisite taste, truly a delicacy. But damn, it was indeed meat. Meng Qi felt that only a curse could adequately express his current sentiments. 1. To celebrate his own indulgence, and 2. To articulate his utter disbelief. Hey, junior brother. Meng Qi called out softly to Zhen Hui. Zhen Hui, skillfully maneuvering his chopsticks, was engrossed in his meal, his delicate features radiating concentration. This is meat. Meng Qi felt compelled to warn his junior brother not to fall into temptation and violate the precepts. Zhen Hui earnestly nodded, mumbling indistinctly, "It is meat that I am not asking you." Meng Qi sensed that communicating with Zhen Hui was somewhat challenging. At that moment, someone beside him coldly remarked, "Before enlightenment, one only abstains from pungent foods." Isn't pungent just another term for meat? Meng Qi instinctively retorted, only to realize that the speaker was his roommate, Zhen Guan. Without pausing in his meal, Zhen Guan added with a hint of sarcasm, "I see you come from a well-to-do family. Yet you do not even understand the term pungent?" This struck a nerve with Meng Qi, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, a young monk with a bright countenance interjected with a smile. Pungent refers to strong-flavored ingredients like garlic and onions, not exclusively meat. However, for nearly a century, people have often equated pungent with meat. It is normal for a junior brother to be unaware. Meng Qi gratefully nodded, and the young miscellaneous monk continued. Our Buddhist teachings originally only prohibited killing and pungent foods. But out of compassion, these prohibitions gradually extended to include meat. However, since Shaolin is a paramount school of martial arts, and its disciples often engage in physical training, being deprived of meat without access to spiritual herbs or pills could harm their health. Thus, the Shaolin precepts state that before enlightenment, disciples only abstain from pungent foods and must not kill. That so, it is permissible for lay disciples or farmers to handle the slaughter. Meng Qi began to grasp the rationale behind this. As a martial arts monastery, Shaolin must consider the physical needs of its disciples, thereby allowing some leniency based on the original Buddhist teachings. Seeing that the young miscellaneous monk articulated his thoughts clearly and eloquently, Meng Qi felt a sense of camaraderie and smiled, asking, "May I know your Dharma name, senior brother?" Jin Yin, the young miscellaneous monk replied without pausing his eating. Meng Qi pressed on. Junior brother Zhen Ding here would like to inquire. What does before enlightenment mean? He was relying on the excuse of his youthful body to deflect any responsibility for not having been educated by his family. Zhen Yin laughed heartily, gesturing toward the wooden table. You'll know in due time. For now, focus on your meal. Meng Qi glanced at the table and noticed that several bowls of food had already been half consumed. Damn, these gluttons, they don't even wait for me. After muttering a curse, Meng Qi picked up his chopsticks and joined the fray. After finally satiating his hunger, Meng Qi wiped his mouth and, like a post-meal stroll, made his way back to the meditation room with Zhen Hui. Honestly, the quality of the meal was somewhat lacking. I initially thought it delicious, but that was likely due to my extreme hunger. Meng Qi rubbed his belly and let out a satisfied burp as he assessed the evening's dinner. Zhen Hui pondered seriously for a moment. What I've eaten before doesn't compare to this, but since you think it was lacking, it must indeed be lacking. You trust me so much. Meng Qi noted Zhen Hui's articulate speech, sensing there might be hope for him, and thus curiously followed up on his words. Zhen Hui shyly scratched his bald head, slightly embarrassed, and replied, I think you're a good person. Unlike others who find me so annoying, so I trust you on the relationship between childhood trauma and psychological disorders. This topic suddenly surfaced in Meng Qi's mind, just as he was about to boast a little more to establish a glorious image as a senior brother. Xuan Bei ambled over, patting his belly. Hey, you two, go clean up the courtyard. Later, I want to share some tales of the Jianghu with you. Tales of the Jianghu? Meng Qi's interest was piqued, after confirming the location of the brooms. He beckoned Zhen Hui and headed to the corner storage room. As a miscellaneous monk, one must be prepared for any task at a moment's notice. Meng Qi bore no resentment towards it, as long as it wasn't excessive or targeted, much like when a teacher or boss assigns tasks or schedules a spring cleaning. It was nothing out of the ordinary. Swish, swish, the broom swept across the gray stone ground, stirring up dust and clearing away fallen leaves. With their still developing bodies, Meng Qi and Zhen Hui found it somewhat strenuous to wield the brooms. Yet it was manageable, given that the courtyard was frequently cleaned and not too dirty. As they swept, Meng Qi suddenly had a peculiar and amusing thought, and he chuckled, adopting an elderly voice. Junior brother, are we not considered Shaolin sweeping monks? Ah, the path to becoming a great master. Yes, sweeping monks. Zhen Hui continued to sweep, not lifting his head. Meng Qi felt his amusement stifled, sighing internally. How dull it is when one does not understand the humor. Reining in his spirits, Meng Qi worked alongside Zhen Hui to finish cleaning the courtyard before nightfall. Soon after, gray-clad miscellaneous monks began carrying benches from the dining hall into the courtyard, arranging themselves in a somewhat chaotic yet orderly manner. Quite practiced. Meng Qi wondered if Xuan Bei frequently regaled everyone with tales of the Jianghu. As darkness fell, a well-fed Xuan Bei sauntered from the meditation room, instantly greeted by several miscellaneous monks who busily set up benches and lit lamps, displaying utmost hospitality. Senior brother, what are tales of the Jianghu? The somewhat wooden Zhen Hui seemed curious about this. That's a long story. Once Xuan Bei is finished, I will explain it to you slowly. Newly arrived, Meng Qi had no time to delve into intricate explanations for Zhen Hui and settled onto a bench, awaiting Xuan Bei's commencement. Xuan Bei surveyed the gathering, pleased to see eager expressions, cleared his throat, and began. Today, I will continue recounting the great battle I experienced in Jiangzhou City. You see, both the Flying Knight Demons and Alias Fairy Yuqi are renowned figures on the Earth ranking. With a resonant chant of the Buddha's name, he sought to dissolve the personal grievances of the two individuals, but he spoke animatedly, his expression animated, while the attendants below displayed a spectrum of reactions. Most half disdainful, half expectant. Was Master Xuan Bei truly that formidable? As he recounted tales from the martial world, Zhen Hui appeared noticeably more vivacious than usual, seemingly captivated by these stories as one might be by a sumptuous feast. The drowsy monk in the front row, without turning his head, murmured in a voice as faint as a whisper, the Flying Knight Demon claims to be the master of the zombie fist from Jiangzhou, while the Ice Fairy Yuqi is said to be the wife of Mr. Liu from the Huamei Villa in northern Zhou, both ranking within the top 30 of the local list, akin to our Shaolins de Mo and Bodhi's Abbot. Mo, Bodhi's Abbot, and the attendant monks. Meng Qi instantly grasped that Xuan Bei was embellishing his tales. Yet he did so with such finesse, cleverly linking significant events from the martial world to his own persona. This drowsy monk, Zhen Ding, was indeed more worldly than the cold and reserved Zhen Guan. Zhen Hui, still in a daze, continued to inquire, Master Xuan Bei is truly that powerful? He was utterly oblivious to the implications in Zhen Ding's words. Meng Qi tugged at his monk's robe and whispered, the abbot is far more formidable than Master Xuan Bei. However, Zhen Hui was eager to ask why Master Xuan Bei could prevent such a grand conflict if he were not powerful, but Meng Qi waved him off, advising him to save his questions for later, lest they provoke Xuan Bei's ire. Xuan Bei spoke passionately, his words flowing forth for quite some time before he turned to Meng Qi. Jinhui and the other newly ordained young monks, asking, "Do you have any questions?" "I am well versed in the affairs of the martial world." Meng Qi quickly responded, "Master Xuan, we possess but a scant understanding of the martial world. Your tales leave us perplexed." "Indeed," Xuan nodded, "if you do not comprehend, you cannot truly appreciate my grandeur." Clearing his throat, he continued, "Let me first introduce you to the fundamentals of the martial world, beginning with the four great temples of our Buddhist order." "Thank you, Master Xuan," Meng Qi said, genuinely pleased. Xuan, filled with self-satisfaction, elaborated, "Although there exist numerous martial sects across the realm, when it comes to those who can truly command the martial arts, only the four Buddhist temples. 3 Taoist sects, 6 sword-fighting schools, 6 demonic paths, 14 aristocratic families, and the 6 external masters with their respective legacies remain prominent." When mentioning the 6 external masters, he appeared somewhat uncertain, yet this did not hinder his discourse. "The 4 Buddhist temples are our great Jin Shaolin Temple, the northern Zhou Shuiwa Monastery, the western region's Vajra Temple, and the Lanko Temple." Upon mentioning Lanko Temple, he paused again, revealing a semblance of doubt, and then, in a fit of indignation, declared, "I have never understood why Lanko Temple should be included among the 4 great temples. Its whereabouts are unknown, its disciples seldom venture into the martial world, and it lacks any illustrious tales of renown." The other attendant monks seemed to hear this for the first time. Their curiosity piqued as they inquired, "If that is the case, why include Lanko Temple among the 4 great temples?" Xuan, now brimming with pride, boasted, "It is said that the abbot, in his youth, traversed the martial world and encountered a disciple of Lanko Temple." Later remarking, "If there is fate, Lanko Temple is but a step away. If not, even a step feels like 1,000 miles. A step away feels like 1,000 miles? How mysterious!" Including Meng Qi, the monks in gray robes were struck with a mix of awe, curiosity, and trepidation. Sensing that he had captivated the attendants, Xuan chuckled, returning to the main topic. "Let us speak of our Shaolin Temple. Thousands of years ago, during the chaotic era of demonic Buddhas, the Buddha descended to suppress them. However, the real divine palm was lost to the winds of time. 2,000 years ago, our Shaolin ancestor, Dharma, arrived from the southern wilderness, crossing the river on a single reed, and fortuitously rediscovered the third style of the real divine palm, thus bringing forth this supreme Buddhist art once more. Though lacking a central tenet, Dharma, endowed with a divine gift, meditated for 10 years and, from the third style of the real divine palm, comprehended the Yijing and various other supreme techniques, establishing the lineage of our Shaolin. Within a mere century, it had become a grand sect of martial arts, and through the efforts of successive ancestors and divine monks, Shaolin has amassed over 72 supreme techniques. Even treasures akin to the Yijing have multiplied, including the Great Dream Sutra and the Moksha, Subduing Demon Fist, the specific creators of which shall be shared at a later time. What demonic Buddhas? What real divine palm? What Great Dream Sutra and Moksha, Subduing Demon Fist? Meng Qi's mind swirled with excitement and longing, realizing that the martial world was likely far more complex than he had ever imagined. Infused with both deities and legends. Suddenly, Xuan coughed lightly. With a playful smile, he said, "The night is deep. I shall continue this tale tomorrow." With that, he promptly rose and slipped into the meditation chamber. Such tantalizing suspense. Meng Qi had been poised to hear about the 72 supreme techniques and the Vajra Temple, now left in a state of eager anticipation. Yet Xuan had departed. After tidying the courtyard, Meng Qi and Zhen silently returned to the meditation chamber, where Zhen Guan and Zhening lay fast asleep, their breaths a harmonious rhythm. The two exchanged no words, shedding their footwear and lying down, as though still immersed in the martial world Xuan had vividly painted. "Little junior brother, are you content to remain an attendant monk, unable to learn the supreme techniques of Shaolin?" In the silence, Meng Qi suddenly posed the question softly. Jinhui, puzzled, replied, "Senior brother, what does content mean?" "It means willing, happy, pleased, not desiring more." Meng Qi found it somewhat challenging to communicate with a child like Jinhui. Jinhui responded with an "Oh, I can eat, sleep, work, be full, and listen to Master Xuan tell stories. I am quite content, better than before." He added, "If I could learn the real divine palm, that would be even better." Meng Qi nearly choked on his own saliva, pondering whether Jinhui's sentiments could be termed contentment or dissatisfaction. After a moment's pause, just as he was about to speak, he noticed that Jinhui's breathing had become faint, and he had already slipped into slumber. The meditation chamber fell into complete silence, with only a few breaths gently rising and falling, accentuating the profound stillness of the night. Outside, the bright moon hung high, casting a silvery sheen across the ground, reminiscent of frost. Gazing at this serene and tranquil scene, Meng Qi found past memories surging forth, overwhelming him with emotions of longing, sorrow, hesitation, confusion, and self-pity. The day's busyness had left little room for such reflections, rendering this quiet night particularly poignant. The inescapable past, the heart-wrenching farewells, kept Meng Qi awake for a long time. In this moment, amidst this setting, he truly grasped the essence of the poem by the Qinglian recluse. The bright moonlight before my bed, I suspect it is frost upon the ground, that I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower it to think of my hometown. As he stared out at the chilly moon, Meng Qi found himself momentarily entranced. Chapter 4. Laying the foundation for 100 days. A clear stream flowed forth from the mountains, swirling around Meng Qi before cascading down the hillside. Surrounding trees cast their shade, while a thin mist enveloped the forest, and the air was refreshingly crisp, bestowing upon Meng Qi a sense of tranquility and liberation. Before dawn, the morning bell chimed, rousing Meng Qi from his reverie. After learning a brief Sanskrit incantation during the morning session, he and Jinhui were assigned by Xuanxin to fetch water, accompanied by Zhening, Zhen Guan, and the other monks honing their strength through this task. As he gazed at the stream, Meng Qi inadvertently caught a glimpse of his current reflection in the gently flowing water. It was that of a child with eyes like ink dots and brows resembling distant mountains, finely sculpted like jade, seemingly around 12 or 13 years old, only slightly older than Jinhui. Not a bad appearance at all. One might even say he had lived a life of comfort. Meng Qi internally praised himself, but then lamented, what use was this to a monk? I must renounce this life. He submerged the wooden bucket into the water, testing his strength while cautioning Jinhui beside him. Little junior brother, just carry half. That will suffice. Do not overexert yourself. Jinhui watched the fish swimming in the stream, licking his lips, just as Meng Qi prepared to lift the wooden bucket. He suddenly sensed someone watching him. Turning his head, he followed the gaze and spotted a group of familiar martial monks, those young novices who had been shaved alongside him by Xian Ku. Among them, he could count few names, but one stood out. Zhen Ding. Zhen Ding had disheveled brows and a long, thin face. Upon meeting Meng Qi's gaze, he lifted his head slightly, exuding a sense of arrogance and pride. The other young novices surrounding him transformed their previously solemn expressions into bright smiles, seemingly relieved to see appear in a worse situation, as if the hardships of their martial monk lives had dissipated. Indeed, we have entered the martial monk academy, while Zhen Ding and Jinhui can only serve as attendants. This is something to celebrate and take pride in. Zhen Ding opened his mouth as if to say something, but after glancing at the nearby disciplined monk, he fell silent, pulling the wooden bucket from the stream, filling 2 buckets to the brim. Meng Qi smirked, deciding not to stoop to the level of these children. One day, he too would enter the martial monk academy and learn the supreme techniques of Shaolin. He cast aside his distracting thoughts and strained to lift the 2 wooden buckets that as soon as the buckets broke the surface of the water. Meng Qi felt a sudden shock. How could they be so light? It seemed he exerted no effort at all, and the buckets were easily raised. Are they heavy? Meng Qi asked, perplexed, directing his inquiry at Jinhui. Jinhui, with his honest demeanor, approached and grasped the 2 full buckets, his veins bulging and his face contorted, then nodded. Heavy. Is it not the water's fault? Meng Qi inhaled sharply, pondering whether this body possessed innate strength. As one observes the skin, attire, ornaments, and the mention of Lord by the burly man, it becomes evident that this body likely hails from a noble lineage. Perhaps it has undergone martial training in the past, establishing a solid foundation, resulting in a strength far surpassing that of an ordinary child. Regardless of the reason, Meng Qi no longer harbored any fear of fetching water, that he bent down, shouldered 2 buckets, and followed the procession of monks as they ascended the stone steps. The line quickly stretched and dispersed. The seasoned monks, adept from years of rigorous training, carried their iron buckets and water with remarkable agility. soon vanishing into the forest that in an effort to remain inconspicuous. Meng Qi lagged behind with Zhen Hui and a few other novice monks, while Zhen De and other newly initiated young monks, having just entered the monastery a day prior, were similarly inexperienced. Noticing Meng Qi and his companions, Zhen De felt a flush of embarrassment, instinctively lowering his stance and adjusting his posture to stride confidently. Unwilling to be associated with the group of lay monks, observing their increased pace stirred something within Meng Qi, prompting him to mimic their stance and posture, and he immediately found the water-filled wooden buckets considerably lighter. This technique was rather straightforward. Meng Qi experimented with methods to exert himself more efficiently, gradually quickening his pace, inadvertently leaving Zhen Hui behind and surpassing Zhen De. One must maintain steadiness. Otherwise, one risks being unable to continue. Zhen De grumbled behind Meng Qi. Meng Qi chuckled, contemplating the necessity of switching to larger buckets for the following day. Otherwise, the exercise would be rendered ineffective. Yet, the uphill trek proved arduous, and by the time Meng Qi reached the summit, he was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Focus on regulating your breath. Suddenly, a stern voice resonated beside him. Turning his head, Meng Qi was startled to discover a patrolling monk standing nearby, demonstrating the rhythm of breathing. Overwhelmed with surprise and joy, he adjusted his breathing accordingly, quickly alleviating his earlier gasping and fatigue as he returned to the monastery. Tomorrow, opt for larger buckets for water, the monk instructed before descending to meet the other young monks. Meng Qi's lips twitched. Although he had entertained the same thought, he couldn't help but worry about his strength. After a while, Zhen Hui, Zhen De, and the other young monks also ascended the mountain with water, noticing the calm and composed Meng Qi as he breathed in the morning light. However, strength is all that matters. Zhen De panted, muttering, feeling embarrassed before the seemingly superior Meng Qi. They wasted no time and hurriedly departed. Little junior brother, catching your breath, are you well? Meng Qi inquired, entirely unconcerned with them, directing his attention to the heavily panting Zhen Hui. Zhen Hui nodded, very well, indeed. Breakfast awaits after breakfast, as dawn broke with a crimson hue in the east. Meng Qi felt invigorated rather than fatigued from the labor, his spirit revitalized. This body truly possessed remarkable attributes. Meng Qi surveyed the haggard lay monks in the dining hall, a wave of delight washing over him. After all, a robust physique would serve as his future support. Newcomers, follow me to the scripture hall. Xian Xin, holding a chicken leg, stood at the entrance with a grin, upon seeing Meng Qi glance his way. He nodded lightly, well done. Do not grant those little rascals from the martial monks' hall any face. Return in the evening, and I shall reward you. Reward? Meng Qi's heart leaped with joy, though he found Xian Xin somewhat bothersome. Who wouldn't appreciate a reward? Before Xian Xin could respond, Zhen Hui, in a daze, interjected, Xian Xin Shu, one must abstain from meat after enlightenment. You are violating the precepts. Meng Qi's head buzzed, and he attempted to cover Zhen Hui's mouth, but was a moment too late. Indeed, Xian Xion's smile froze on his face. He forced a grin, his lips twitching. I never violate the precepts. With that, he ceased discussing rewards and exited the dining hall with an unsightly expression. That it was only at this moment that laughter began to ripple through the hall. Zhen Hui, confused, looked at Meng Qi. Senior brother, what are they laughing at? Laughing at your naivety, Meng Qi thought to himself. However, Zhen Hui was not concerned about that. He quickly shifted his focus. Senior brother, why did Xian Xinshu claim he did not violate the precepts when he was clearly gnawing on a chicken leg? Because he has yet to reach the state of enlightenment. Meng Qi replied, his voice ethereal, feeling it necessary to impart some wisdom to Zhen Hui, lest he continue to offend others and inadvertently drag Meng Qi down with him. Oh, Xian Xinshu has not yet attained enlightenment. Zhen Hui's face lit up with realization, as if he had uncovered a crucial secret, seeing that Xian Xin had not halted his pace outside. Meng Qi abandoned the notion of enlightening Zhen Hui about worldly affairs and beckoned him to follow. They wound through the various halls of the monastery, where the sound of sutra chanting filled the air. Ethereal and distant, cleansing the heart. The evening drum and morning bell awakened the worldly seekers of fame and fortune. The sound of scriptures and Buddha's names calls back those lost in the sea of suffering. For some reason, Meng Qi recalled these couplets, feeling them particularly apt for the current atmosphere. Zhen Ding Shitzi. Have you also heard the couplet at the entrance of Shuewa Monastery? Xian Xian asked cheerfully. Meng Qi's hair stood on end, and he feigned calmness. I have heard my father mention it. He could only attribute it to that enigmatic lord. Xian Xian was not surprised, lamenting, I once visited Shuiwen Monastery and saw this couplet at the entrance. It left a lasting impression that that time, the abbot, the top ranker of the land for many years, attempted to break through to the Dharma body state in hopes of attaining the golden body of Avalokiteshvara, the great compassionate and great merciful, but unfortunately failed and passed away. The golden body of Avalokiteshvara? Meng Qi exclaimed, his heart inexplicably ablaze. Xian Xian reined in his lamentations and chuckled. The foundation of Shuiwen Monastery is the Heart Sutra of Avalokiteshvara. If one achieves the right fruit, one can obtain the golden body of Avalokiteshvara, the great compassionate and great merciful, which belongs to the great bodhisattvas and arhats, far surpassing the ordinary bodhisattva and arhat golden bodies, only second to the Tathagata's golden body, Amitabha's Dharma body, and the Bodhi golden body. Alas, throughout the ages, only the abbot of Shuiwen Monastery has ever attained it that I see. Meng Qi felt his face flush and his heart race. The world indeed possessed golden bodies of bodhisattvas and Buddhas, a notion that was both thrilling and enchanting that moment. Upon entering the scripture hall, Xian Xian composed himself, assuming a serious demeanor as he led Meng Qi and the others into a side hall. Xian and Shi Xiao. These are the new lay monks from the service hall. Xian Xian intoned before reciting a sutra and gesturing to Meng Qi and the others. Seated before them was a frail old monk with snow-white eyebrows, garbed in yellow robes, surrounded by books and wooden fish, holding it in his hand. You may take your seats, he instructed, pointing to the half-empty cushions before him, each accompanied by a small table. Meng Qi and the others dared not utter a word, finding their positions to kneel and sit down. After a brief interval, more young monks arrived, including Zhen Ding and others who had entered the monastery together. They exchanged astonished glances with Meng Qi and the others, clearly surprised that the lay monks could also attend the scripture hall for study. Xian wrapped his wooden fish, calming the young monks, and then spoke in a voice that was neither loud nor soft. For the next 3 years, as long as you do not violate the monastery rules, you may come here at this time each day to learn to read that in addition to ordinary characters. You will also study Sanskrit to facilitate the reading of ancient scriptures that he paused before continuing. However, before we teach you characters today, we must first guide you into the martial path. Upon hearing this, Meng Qi's spirit soared, his back instinctively straightening. Could lay monks also receive guidance? Such curiosity widened the eyes of Zhen Ding and the others. What distinction was there between the service hall and the martial monks' hall? Regardless of whether it be the Taoist tranquil practices or secular methods, the initial step in martial training was largely the same, aimed at opening the energy channels and strengthening the body. Xian disregarded the curiosity of Zhen Ding and the others, focusing on his own explanations. Meng Qi listened intently, fearing he might miss a single word. This initial step, known in the Taoist teachings as 100 days of foundation building, signifies the establishment of a foundation in martial practice. The term 100 days implies that, under normal circumstances, within 100 days, one can open the Ren and Du channels, while in Buddhism, it is referred to as cultivating the body in tranquility. For only in a state of calm and concentration can one gather true energy, fill the acupoints, and open the channels, which is known to the secular world as opening the channels. Xian elaborated on the key points of cultivating the body in tranquility. 100 days of foundation, building the human body contains 365 major acupoints, each requiring 9 breaths of true energy to be sufficiently filled. Each time one enters a meditative state for a quarter of an hour, one can generate a single breath of true energy. Consequently, based on individual daily practice time, this step can generally be completed within 100 days to a year. During meditation, the 6 senses must be purified, free from distractions and impatience. After a quarter of an hour, true energy will naturally arise. Half of this energy will ascend through the Du channel to the Baihui acupoint at the crown of the head, then descend to the upper jaw, forming a golden nectar. The other half will ascend through the Ren channel to the lower jaw, transforming into jade liquid. When the golden nectar and jade liquid meet, they will coalesce into a clear and sweet saliva, known in Buddhism as Amrita. Afterward, one swallows the Amrita to fill the corresponding acupoints. After reiterating the key points several times, Xian concluded, Once cultivating the body and tranquility is completed, your essence, energy, and spirit will be abundant. Your energy channels will be initially opened, and your body strengthened. Only then can you proceed to the next step, meditation and energy storage, which in Buddhism is referred to as nurturing the holy embryo. With that, he instructed the young monks to attempt meditation. This was not true meditation. It merely required a calm heart, which was not particularly difficult for children with fewer thoughts. However, as an adult, Meng Qi found his mind racing with distractions, making it challenging to achieve a tranquil state, which only exacerbated his impatience, creating a vicious cycle that as he became increasingly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, a sudden wave of refreshing coolness washed over his chest, clearing his mind in an instant. That small jade Buddha. A flicker of joy surged within Meng Qi as he dismissed further thoughts and gradually calmed his spirit, entering a state of meditation. Chapter 5. The small jade Buddha, his tumultuous thoughts subsided, his heart tranquil and his mind focused. No longer restless or concerned, Meng Qi began to sense the emergence of true energy flowing through the run and do meridians, coalescing into a sweet, clear nectar within his upper and lower jaws. This nectar gradually permeated the run meridian, as Meng Qi envisioned it filling the acupoints he had cultivated, should his body be deficient. The nectar would lack sweetness. It was essential to undergo such a transformation of true energy to strengthen the spirit and restore the body. Meng Qi's current state indicated that his physique was in optimal condition. It appeared that this body had indeed completed the 100 days of foundation building. The somewhat indifferent novice monk Meng Qi opened his eyes, savoring the recent experience, according to his uncle Master Xuan's description. He should have surpassed the stage of the 100 days of foundation building and could now commence a meditation to cultivate energy. However, after a moment's contemplation, Meng Qi steadied his thoughts. The completion of the 100 days of foundation building belonged to the past. If he wished to tread further along the path of martial arts, he must personally experience each step without the slightest leap, ensuring a steadier and more distant journey. After a quarter of an hour had passed, Master Xuan rapped lightly on the wooden fish, the resonant sound awakening everyone from their meditative state, that he then inquired about each novice's experience in meditation, including their ability to enter the state, the quality of the nectar generated, and offered individual guidance. Finally, he nodded and said, "Upon returning, each of you should continue to practice, that we shall now begin our lessons in literacy." Opening the scriptures before him, Meng Qi was pleasantly surprised to find that he could comprehend the majority of the characters. This brought him a sense of joy. At least he was not illiterate, needing to start from scratch. He was now sufficiently equipped to excel in the scripture hall. Pick up the brush and practice this character, Master Xuan instructed. Meng Qi's elation dissipated instantly. The last time he had wielded a brush was during his elementary school days. And indeed, his writing turned out exceedingly ugly. That it was clear he needed more practice. Master Xuan, hands clasped behind his back, walked past Meng Qi. Feeling disheartened, Meng Qi nodded glumly, suddenly startled by the thought. If this character were seen by Master Xuan, would he harbor any suspicions? It was quite possible that this body had been born into a prominent family, having completed the 100 days of foundation building. It was unlikely that he had not practiced calligraphy from a young age. Struggling to speak, Meng Qi realized that explaining himself to Master Xuan would be futile, perhaps only exacerbating any suspicions. Thus, he focused on practicing his writing, planning to say that he was merely adjusting to the menial tasks of the novice's quarters, causing his arms to feel sore and rendering his writing inadequate. If questioned by Master Xuan, that as midday approached, when Master Xuan announced that the novices could leave, Meng Qi quietly took away the sheet of paper on which he had practiced his writing, intending to destroy the evidence. After lunch, Meng Qi and his peers, including Zhen, were assigned to clean various areas of the temple until sunset. After a long day of toil, Master Xuan summoned everyone once more to continue recounting his tales of martial prowess. At this point in Shuewen Monastery, he advised them to keep their distance should they encounter certain individuals, while cautioning them to be wary of the Jinggang Temple, as it held a contentious relationship with Shaolin. The novice monks, though familiar with numerous tales of the martial world from before their ordination, were astonished to learn that the Shaolin Temple and the Jinggang Temple, both among the 4 great temples of Buddhism, harbored such animosity. Observing their widened eyes, Master Xuan nodded in satisfaction. The blood knife ascetic was originally a practitioner of wild fox Zen. Yet he encountered an extraordinary opportunity, acquiring the fifth form of the Tathagata divine palm, from which he comprehended two fundamental great arts, founding the lineage of the Zhen Temple. Consequently, they have continually coveted the third form of the Tathagata divine palm, hoping to unravel the secrets of attaining the Tathagata golden body through comparison. Thus, numerous unsavory incidents have transpired between the two factions. The mention of the Tathagata golden body made Meng Qi's brow furrow, feeling that the matter was becoming somewhat fantastical, yet he was inexplicably stirred. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the courtyard door, startling Master Xuan Bei, who jumped up in alarm, gazing apprehensively in that direction, exclaiming, "Junior brother Xuan Ku, I have not broken any precepts." Before he could finish, his expression darkened. "Nephew, what brings you to my novice quarters?" Meng Qi turned to see a somewhat familiar novice standing at the door, a boy who had entered the temple alongside him, Zhen Hui and Zhen Ding, one of the older novices, approximately 15 years of age. During their studies in the scripture hall today, he had conversed amiably with the other novices and displayed no prejudice towards them. His name seemed to be Zhen Yong, Meng Qi recalled. Zhen Yong, tall and slender, with an unremarkable appearance, displayed a radiant smile that revealed a mouthful of white teeth. "Master Xuan Bei, I have heard from several brothers that you possess vast knowledge and are well-versed in the lore of the martial world. I have a great fondness for such tales, and in my eagerness, I have come uninvited that I hope for your forgiveness and kindly request to listen in this moment." The martial monk's quarters were designated for self-arranged meditation and cultivation. Flattered by Zhen Yong's compliment, Master Xuan Bei seemed to float with delight, his face beaming. "It's no trouble at all. Please, sit and listen. The more you learn of the martial world, the better prepared you will be for your future travels." Zhen Yong glanced around and promptly sat next to Meng Qi, whispering, "Junior brother Zhen Ding, am I crowding you?" "Not at all." Meng Qi shook his head, finding Zhen Yong's demeanor surprisingly mature for his age. Speaking as if he were a learned scholar despite being merely 14 or 15, I see that junior brother Zhen Ding seems capable of recognizing characters and constructing sentences that I hope you can offer assistance when needed. Feel free to reach out," Zhen Yong remarked with a friendly smile. Meng Qi felt a stirring in his heart, considering that he was a martial monk as well, and responded with a smile. "It is but a trivial matter. No need for such formalities, senior brother." After a few exchanges, the two seemed to become kindred spirits, lamenting the time lost before their meeting. Observing this, Master Xuan Bei cleared his throat, signaling for silence, and continued, "Aside from the two fundamental great arts, it is crucial to be wary of their knife techniques. The blood knife ascetic, being a master of the knife path, had also comprehended certain mysteries of the fifth form of the Tathagata divine palm. Thus, the three major knife techniques he established after attaining the fierce-gazing diamond body are unparalleled in the world, with few able to rival them." The novices listened with rapt attention, their spirits lifted, but as the tales continued, a sense of melancholy began to settle among them. Zhen Yong raised his hand to speak. "Master Xuan Bei, does that mean Shaolin has no knife techniques to rival them? Indeed, is it not said that Shaolin's martial arts encompass all?" The novices felt a sense of pride in their sect. Master Xuan Bei clicked his tongue. "Shaolin has indeed few knife techniques, but there is one that can stand alongside these three major techniques. The none-to-breaking precepts knife technique, which belongs to the pinnacle of external realm ultimate skills capable of connecting with the laws of heaven and earth. However, one must reach the external realm level to unleash the true power of this knife technique, that he broadly introduced this knife technique, igniting a sense of aspiration and excitement among the monks. Very well, the night is deep. Return to your quarters to practice. Master Xuan Bei stifled a yawn, seemingly indifferent as he added, "In truth, I am not afraid of junior brother Xuan Ku. Rather, I am merely giving him face, as the novice quarters are overseen by the miscellaneous department." He remained troubled by his earlier fright. That's so? A deep voice suddenly resonated at the entrance. Master Xuan Bei's countenance paled instantly, and he quickly plastered on a smile. "Junior brother Xuan Ku." Xuan Ku, with prominent ears, donned a yellow monk's robe, but his right hand bore a string of reddish-brown prayer beads, identical to those Meng Qi had seen earlier in the hands of the precept monk at the Precept Institute, albeit one was of a dark yellow hue and the other a reddish-brown. "Master Xuan Bei, I am no longer in the miscellaneous department. I am currently an officiating monk at the Precept Institute." Xuan Ku stated earnestly. So that is why you have come to oversee. Master Xuan Bei intentionally diverted the topic. How terrifying. Meng Qi thought to himself, realizing that the unyielding Master Xuan Bei had indeed entered the Precept Institute. If he were to be caught with any misdeeds, Xuan Bei surveyed the courtyard and nodded. Return to your quarters. Do not forget to practice. Once back in his meditation room, Meng Qi quietly retrieved the small jade Buddha. Ensuring he was shielded from the gaze of Zhen Ding and Zhen Guan, that he felt its warmth and the coolness seeping into his body, clearing his mind. What a remarkable treasure! Meng Qi rejoiced internally, examining it from every angle, hoping to uncover more secrets. However, having found nothing, he resolved to focus his thoughts elsewhere, beginning to attempt meditation. With the assistance of the small jade Buddha, this time entering meditation proved quite effortless. After the true energy materialized, Meng Qi suddenly frowned, contemplating, and directly removed the small jade Buddha. The initial step in martial cultivation must not rely on external objects. If he grew accustomed to it, he would find himself limping along with a crutch in the future. Without the small jade Buddha, Meng Qi's thoughts gradually became more agile. Fortunately, with the success of his previous 2 attempts, the full moon hung high, and the night was peaceful, that he finally subdued his spirit, achieving tranquility, from which wisdom arose, and true energy generated spontaneously. After an hour and a half of inhaling and exhaling true energy, Meng Qi finally opened his eyes. It was not that he wished to cease his cultivation, but he needed to ensure sufficient rest. Otherwise, the tasks of fetching water and sweeping the grounds the following day would demand considerable physical exertion. Having just completed his meditative practice, Meng Qi felt invigorated, unable to sleep immediately. Turning his head, he noticed Zhen Hui looking over, seemingly having just finished his own practice. Junior brother, still awake, Meng Qi felt a surge of warmth and decided to impart some worldly wisdom. Zhen Hui nodded, dazedly responding, Almost, well then I must share some matters with you. There are some words. Meng Qi began a lengthy discourse, but as he spoke, he noticed Zhen Hui's eyelids growing heavy, as if on the verge of slumber. He simply cannot absorb any of this that Meng Qi's lips twitched slightly as he furrowed his brows in deep contemplation. Soon, a brilliant idea struck him. This fellow seems particularly enamored with tales of the martial world. Thus, I could weave the intricacies of human relationships into such narratives. In truth, had he not found himself in a foreign land, utterly alone, he would have cared little for others' understanding of social niceties. Yet now, he sought to alleviate the inexplicable melancholy of his unexpected transmigration through this very method. Little junior brother, I once heard a story about a great hero. Would you like to hear it? Meng Qi inquired with a beaming smile that Zhen Hui's eyes widened instantly, and he nodded vigorously. Thank you, senior brother. This fellow's words are always so offbeat. Meng Qi scratched his bald head, gazing out at the luminous moon, and began to speak in a dreamy tone. Long, long ago, there was a Taoist named Qiu Chujing who passed through a place called Niujia village. This story seemed to forge a bridge connecting 2 realms, allowing Meng Qi to momentarily lose himself in its depths. Forgetting that he was merely narrating a tale to Zhen Hui. 3 months later, Meng Qi had grown taller by a significant measure, yet due to time constraints, he had only completed half of the foundational training. Meanwhile, the little novice Zhen Hui had developed an increasing admiration for Meng Qi because of his thrilling and intense stories from the martial realm, almost obediently adhering to his every word. However, Meng Qi still had not been afforded the opportunity to leave the servant quarters and enter the monk academy. Xinjing junior brother, where are you headed? Jin Yong entered the servant quarters just in time to see Meng Qi and Zhen Hui preparing to head out with brooms after lunch. Meng Qi replied with a hint of excitement. Master Xuan has arranged for us to clean the Sutra Pavilion. This revelation filled Meng Qi with unexpected joy. After their recent meal, Xuan had instructed him and Zhen Hui to tidy up the Sutra Pavilion, indicating that it would henceforth belong to the 2 of them. Although Xuan had made it clear that they were only responsible for the 2 lower levels housing the Buddhist scriptures. While the upper levels would be tended to by senior monks, Meng Qi couldn't help but feel exhilarated. The Sutra Pavilion, renowned for housing the 72 ultimate techniques of Shaolin, a place that had given rise to countless fortuitous encounters in martial arts and fantastical tales. He wondered if the Rilai Divine Palm, Yijin Jing, Moksha Fumo Fist, or Great Dream Classic were among the texts stored there. Meng Qi mused dreamily. Chapter 6. Luohan Fist the Sutra Pavilion. Jin Yong raised an eyebrow. a broad smile revealing his pearly whites. Zhen Ding Jr. brother, it's fortunate that the Monk Academy only practices martial arts afternoon. Why not allow me to accompany you to the Sutra Pavilion and lend a hand with the cleaning? To be honest, I am quite curious about that place. But Meng Qi worried that this might contravene the rules. That Jin Yong's smile was radiant as he reassured. Rest assured, all monks are free to enter the 2 lower levels of the Sutra Pavilion. I simply haven't had the time to visit. You can ask Master Xuan if you doubt my words. Just as he finished speaking, Jinhui darted into Master Xuan's meditation room, leaving Jin Yong momentarily astonished. Meng Qi chuckled awkwardly. Jinhui is just that earnest. Quite right, Jin Yong laughed. During these past few days, he had frequently sought Meng Qi's guidance on reading and writing, often helping him and Jinhui with various chores. He was generous and articulate. Master Xuan says you are correct, Jinhui Jr. brother, Jinhui exclaimed as he emerged. Shall we set off then? Jin Yong chuckled. The Sutra Pavilion was perched upon a cliff at the back of Shaolin Temple. A 4-story-old structure that stood tall and solitary, easily noticeable even to passing birds. Upon entering the Sutra Pavilion, Meng Qi poured himself a cup of water, tilting his head back to drink, feeling parched after the long journey under the relentless autumn sun. Meanwhile, Jinhui approached the bookshelves housing Buddhist scriptures, meticulously pulling out volumes and examining them one by one. Hey, Jinhui Jr. brother, what are you doing? Do you enjoy reading Buddhist scriptures? Jin Yong asked, both amused and puzzled. Meng Qi, equally perplexed by Jinhui's actions, poured himself another cup of water while glancing over that Jinhui's expression was serious, tinged with a hint of hope. There might be extraordinary martial arts hidden within the gaps of these scriptures. Pfft. Meng Qi sprayed water everywhere, drenching Jin Yong's face, wondering if this fellow had become deeply ensnared in tales of martial arts and fantasy, or if he simply believed everything Meng Qi said. Jin Yong wiped his face in confusion and looked at Meng Qi. Zhen Ding Jr. brother, what is so amusing about this? Jinhui Jr. brother's assertion is not without merit. Indeed, this is something my senior brother confided in me secretly. Jinhui insisted earnestly as he continued to flip through the pages. Meng Qi could only respond in this manner, then composed himself, saying, Little junior brother, let us not rush. We must clean first, lest we incur punishment. Upon hearing his most trusted senior brother say this, Jinhui immediately set aside the scriptures and joined Meng Qi and Jin Yong in tidying up the Sutra Pavilion. By around 3 o'clock, they had nearly completed their cleaning, just as Meng Qi was about to peruse the scriptures when Jin Yong suddenly clutched his stomach, exclaiming urgently, 2 junior brothers, nature calls, I must attend to it. With that, he dashed towards the staircase, his footsteps echoing as he disappeared from view. Meng Qi paid little mind and called out to Jinhui to help him discern the classification of the Buddhist scriptures, checking for any noteworthy volumes. After about a quarter of an hour, Jin Yong returned, his face pale as he clutched his stomach. Are you all right, brother Jin Yong? Meng Qi asked with concern. Jin Yong shook his head. It seems I've upset my stomach. He then mimicked Meng Qi and Jinhui by slowly browsing the titles on the bookshelf when he suddenly chuckled. Look, there's a manual for the Luohan fist here. Luohan fist? Isn't that the martial art you all practice? Meng Qi leaned forward eagerly. Jin Yong pulled the book out and handed it to Meng Qi. Indeed. I thought it would be located upstairs. I never expected to find it on this level. Meng Qi accepted it greedily, flipping through the pages trying to memorize its contents. Zhen Ding Jr. brother, would you like me to offer you some guidance? Jin Yong said with a grin. Meng Qi felt a rush of joy yet hesitated. Is that really permissible? Stealing knowledge of martial arts without permission is against temple rules. Jinhui's eyes widened with excitement as he looked at Jin Yong. Jin Yong pointed at the manual, since it is placed in a location accessible for all monks to borrow freely. It indicates that it is foundational knowledge that anyone may learn, thus not violating temple rules. Meng Qi still felt uneasy that he took the manual and returned to the first floor, intending to inquire with the elderly monk responsible for lending scriptures. This old monk had yellowing eyebrows and deeply wrinkled skin, appearing as though he could collapse at any moment, and was currently dozing with his eyes half closed. Great master, this manual is not in the wrong place. Is it? Meng Qi asked cautiously. According to Xuan, this guarding monk was named Kong Wei, belonging to the same generation as the abbot Kongwen, and was 3 generations senior to Meng Qi. Shaolin follows the order of Shinko, Wushuan, and Qingjing. Kong Wei opened his eyelids slightly and gazed at Meng Qi with murky eyes, speaking slowly, The Luohan fist is widely disseminated, with no peculiarities. This meant he could learn it. Meng Qi's heart swelled with joy. Although it was merely a basic martial art, it was still better than having nothing at all. He joyfully returned to the second floor with the manual and respectfully bowed to Xinyo. I humbly request your guidance, senior brother. Thus, they continued to practice martial arts in the Sutra Pavilion until well past noon, feeling a sensation of strength coalescing within them. Due to the need to return for training, Xinyo bid a hurried farewell. While Meng Qi and Jinhui strolled contentedly along the cliff that they walked, Meng Qi noticed Jinhui's gaze was unusual, fixated on the vast abyss below. Little junior brother, what are you looking at? Meng Qi asked, puzzled. Jinhui frowned. Senior brother, if one were to jump down, would they perhaps obtain a legendary secret manual or an artifact? No, I don't see any immortals dancing with swords. That Meng Qi's expression froze, realizing he had led the young boy astray. This wouldn't do. He needed to steer him back. After pondering for a moment, he saw how easily Jinhui could be deceived and, half in jest and half in an attempt to rectify the situation, said, Little junior brother, let us change the story tonight. What story? Jinhui asked, visibly excited. Meng Qi grinned, the tale of Xia Yuha by Daming Lake. Is she an extraordinary master? Jinhui inquired, both curious and delighted. Meng Qi found himself momentarily speechless. The moon hung high in the sky, obscured by clouds, while the biting cold wind rattled the paper-thin windows. The servant monks each received an extra quilt, yet Jingguan remained curled up in a ball. Still cold. Meng Qi was oblivious to this, sitting cross-legged in meditation, his mind tranquil as he felt the true energy ascending, coalescing into a golden elixir that filled the corresponding alias. This energy filled him. Meng Qi instantly sensed a swelling at the 365 major acupoints throughout his body, the true energy surging forth, as though the main meridians were being cleansed by a flood, expanding one by one, as the saying goes. When the energy is full, the meridians naturally open. For an ordinary person, this step would require a significant amount of time, but Meng Qi's body had already completed the foundational training. The energy was overflowing, and the meridians were unobstructed, all initially connected. Meng Qi slowly opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, as though he possessed boundless strength. Realizing he had taken the first step in his martial arts journey, he suppressed the impulse to jump out of bed and practice Luohan fist. Exhaling deeply, his heart bore little overwhelming joy from this breakthrough. Firstly, the foundational training was relatively simple, lacking any significant challenges, merely a natural progression. Secondly, several months had passed, and while his Luohan fist had improved considerably, there remained no hope of leaving the servant quarters. Without departing from the servant quarters, the more profound martial arts capable of overcoming the chasm of heaven and man would remain entirely out of reach. Meng Qi found himself overwhelmed by a multitude of anxieties and worries, all of which culminated in a long sigh. Zhen Ding, for the past few days, the lecture hall has been suspended, and you are tasked with the cleaning of the Zen Heart courtyard, ensuring that you do not provoke our esteemed guests. This morning, after partaking in breakfast, Meng Qi was summoned by Xuanxin. Esteemed guests, Master Xuanxin, may I inquire which sect these eminent individuals hail from? Meng Qi sought clarification. Wishing to avoid any potential offense to the guests, Xuanxin chuckled softly. The Zhenwu sect, the Xiantian school, the Shijin Pavilion, the Huanhua sword sect, the Qingchen sect, and the Dajiang gang, among other prominent sects of the Great Jin, have all accepted our Shaolin invitation, sending their elite disciples to engage in discussions on martial arts. In truth, this is merely an opportunity for the exceptionally gifted young disciples of each sect to participate in martial contests and broaden their horizons. Meng Qi inhaled sharply, for these were the illustrious martial sects Xuanxin had previously spoken of. For instance, the Zhenwu sect and the Xiantian school are two of the three leading Taoist sects, while the Shijin Pavilion and the Huanhua sword sect belong to the six sword sects. And the Qingchen sect and Dajiang gang rank among the top 6 factions in the realm. Exceptionally gifted young disciples. Meng Qi instinctively inquired, for he too considered himself one of the younger disciples of the true lineage of Shaolin, and thus harbored a sense of rivalry. Xuanxin, patting his round belly, laughed heartily. Why do you ask? Do you truly believe you can compete with them? You, a mere errand monk who has just completed 100 days of foundational training, are akin to a toad in the mud compared to a phoenix soaring in the skies. Not only can you not compete, but you are also unworthy to even stand in their presence." His biting mockery left Meng Qi feeling quite humiliated, his blood boiling and his face flushed with indignation. Although he possessed the mental maturity of someone in their 20s and had considerable life experience, he was still youthful and impetuous, unable to escape a tinge of competitive spirit. Thus, being so scorned and reflecting upon the disparity between himself and those favored by heaven, he found it difficult to suppress his emotional turmoil. Xuanxin, seemingly oblivious, continued, "I have heard that among the young disciples visiting this time, several have already attained the Qi awakening stage before turning 20, and they may very well aspire to enter the human ranking in the future. What martial skills do you possess? What unique techniques do you understand? Yet, our Shaolin is also teeming with talent. This generation's Jinchang, Jinbin, and Jimiao are not inferior to them in the slightest." Alias spoke. He cast a sidelong glance at Meng Qi. "Hurry and clean the Zen Heart courtyard." Meng Qi clenched his teeth, calmed his emotions, and, grasping the broom, made his way toward the Zen Heart courtyard. Xuanxin watched Meng Qi's retreating figure, his smile gradually fading, leaving only a faint trace at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 7. The Chosen Ones. The Zen Heart courtyard serves as the reception area for guests at Shaolin. Comprising multiple courtyards that make tea present, the bare trees stood tall, lightly blanketed in a layer of snow. Meng Qi wielded his broom, clearing the residual snow from the courtyard when, all of a sudden, the door to a side room swung open, revealing a young Taoist with twin buns who called out, "Hey, little monk, the room is a bit dirty. Come clean it up." "Very well, benefactor." Meng Qi performed a one-handed bow, grasped the broom, and approached the room, while the young Taoist, still retaining a hint of youthful innocence, had already returned indoors. Upon reaching the door, Meng Qi peered inside and beheld 7 or 8 individuals, each adorned in varied, vibrant garments, a stark contrast to the monotonous attire of Shaolin. "Ah, it appears there is even a girl among them." Meng Qi dared not scrutinize further, mindful of propriety, but in his hurried glance, he seemed to have spotted a young lady clad in a pale yellow gown. It seems that this world as Shaolin does not prohibit female guests from entering. Cautiously, Meng Qi navigated past several guests, intending to clean up a shattered teacup on the floor. Suddenly, an unseen foot stretched out from somewhere. Positioned right in front of Meng Qi's foot, that he had no time to retract his leg and stumbled, feeling his center of gravity falter as he lurched forward. In his astonishment, Meng Qi vaguely discerned that the individual attempting to trip him was none other than the earlier young Taoist, whose deep-set features were most striking, particularly his thick, dark eyebrows that resembled 2 flying knives. That moment, he did not glance at Meng Qi, but fixated intently on the space ahead. Meng Qi flailed his arms, striving to maintain his balance and prevent a fall, yet the young Taoist had expertly timed his foot placement, leaving Meng Qi unable to regain his equilibrium, and he could only lament as the ground drew nearer, envisioning a comically disastrous tumble. Just then, a flash of pale yellow caught Meng Qi's eye, followed by a long sword, sheathed in a verdigris-hued scabbard, which appeared as if descending from the heavens, gently resting against Meng Qi's chest. The pressure from the sword was so light that he barely felt pain. However, its angle and force were perfectly calibrated, halting his descent and restoring his balance. Bewildered, Meng Qi raised his gaze and found himself confronted by an extraordinarily striking visage. She had dark, elegant brows, large expressive eyes, and her hair was simply styled, cascading down gracefully. Clad in a pale yellow gown, she appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age, yet bore no trace of youthful navet. With her lips slightly parted, her voice rang out clear as a lark. "Is the Xintian school, self-proclaimed as the Heavenly Emperor's orthodox lineage, truly one that bullies children?" The young Taoist from the Xintian school offered no response, merely letting out a soft hum. The young lady then turned her gaze toward Meng Qi, suddenly breaking into a smile, her cheeks dimpling sweetly. "Little monk, pay no mind to that ill-natured fellow. He merely wishes to test my swordsmanship through you." At this, she pursed her lips slightly and tilted her head. "But even if he were to witness my sword skills, what of it?" Though she did not speak directly, Meng Qi sensed an undercurrent of pride and confidence in her abilities. "Thank you for your assistance, fair maiden." Meng Qi steadied himself and instinctively expressed his gratitude. The young lady withdrew her sword, chuckling softly. "You resemble a young scion of a noble family rather than a monk. You ought to address me as Lady Benefactor." Then, reversing her sword, she performed a bow. My name is Zhang Zhui, a disciple of the Shaolin Pavilion, that I apologize for inadvertently involving you in our quarrel." At that moment, the young Taoist from the Xiantian school huffed once more. I merely did not anticipate that a disciple of Shaolin would be so weak, easily tripped up. His raised eyebrows and youthful face bore a hint of bravado. "He only serves as an errand monk. Why not allow me to gauge the martial prowess of your errand monk and see if it matches your own?" Zhang Zhui retorted with a smile playing on her lips. "You!" The young Taoist sprang to his feet. "What are you two doing?" A deep voice suddenly resonated from the entrance. Meng Qi turned to see a young man clad in a bagua robe stride in. His hands clasped behind his back, he had long eyebrows that nearly met his hairline, a prominent nose, and eyes that sparkled like lightning at a first glance. Meng Qi mistakenly assumed this handsome young man to be in his 20s. But upon closer inspection, he discerned that he was likely only 17 or 18 years old. What a mature demeanor. Meng Qi reigned in the anger and frustration he had felt earlier, silently appraising the situation. "Brother Zhang, Qingjing tripped this little monk to test my swordsmanship." Zhang Zhui succinctly recounted the events without embellishment. Brother Zhang turned his gaze to Qingjing, exuding an unspoken authority. "Since you have left the mountain gates, every action you take reflects upon the Xiantian school. Do not lose face." "Yes, Brother Zhang," the young Taoist replied somewhat dejectedly. Yet, it appeared that Brother Zhang commanded great respect among the young disciples of various sects. As the others in the room remained silent, no one coming to Qingjing's defense that I was too reckless. The young Taoist turned to Meng Qi and spoke, then quickly averted his gaze. Meng Qi took a gentle breath, refraining from further comments, only stating, "This monk is Zhen Ding." Brother Zhang inclined his head slightly and addressed Meng Qi. "Brother Zhen Ding, I am Zhang Yuan of the Zhenwu sect, and I have been honored by friends from various sects, who call me brother. I hope you can forgive today's incident. It is merely my own lack of skill." Meng Qi did not voice this thought, merely nodding to indicate that he would not hold a trivial matter against them. Then clasped his hands together, quietly chanting a Buddhist incantation, bowing his head to clean the floor before exiting the room. This little monk possesses a modicum of spirit. From a distance, Meng Qi faintly heard Zhang Zhui offer this assessment. Upon returning to the errant monk's quarters, with some time still remaining until the noon meal, Meng Qi found his thoughts unsettled, yearning to practice his skills. Yet, having completed the 100 days of foundational training without any specific technique to cultivate his qi, he retreated to the meditation room, repeatedly practicing the Luohan fist to hone his physical form. During lunchtime, Zhenhui and the others had yet to return, reportedly assigned to clean the Demo courtyard, which was to serve as the venue for the upcoming duels among the disciples from various sects. It was not until evening that Meng Qi finally saw Jin Yin, Zhenhui, and the others return, their faces alight with excitement, eagerly exchanging stories. The contest began in the afternoon. An idea sparked in Meng Qi's mind, and he hastened forward to inquire. Zhenhui nodded vigorously. "Yes, it was splendid. What a pity you were not present." "Brother." Zhen Yin nodded slightly, then sighed. "Their ages are similar to mine, yet their martial skills surpass mine tenfold. Alas, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening." That a phrase suddenly sprang to Meng Qi's mind, prompting him to curiously ask, "Who emerged victorious in the end?" The final match was truly thrilling, with long swords and Taoists. Zhenhui gestured animatedly, recounting the events, but his disorganized speech rendered Meng Qi unable to comprehend. Jin Yin, however, smiled and stated, "The ultimate showdown was between Zhang Yuan of the Zhenwu sect and Zhang Zhui of the Shaolin Pavilion. They had previously defeated the young disciples from various sects, including Jin Miao and Jin Ben." Jin Yin wore a somewhat gleeful expression at the defeat of his fellow disciples. "The Zhenwu sect and the Shaolin Pavilion?" Meng Qi pondered, wondering when Xuanqin had approached, noting that it was quite a coincidence for the young disciples of these two sects to encounter each other. A coincidence. Meng Qi sensed that Zhang Yuan and Zhang Zhui did not seem to harbor ill feelings toward one another. Xuanqin let out a soft exclamation. The Taoist tradition possesses a skill that can rival the palm of the Tathagata, known as the 7 Swords of Heaven's Interception. This art has long been lost to the ages. With the foundations of the true martial sect and the sword-washing pavilion, each stemming from one of its techniques, their relationship mirrors that of the Diamond Temple and our Shaolin. Moreover, the sword-washing pavilion only venerates the Taoist ancestor and does not align itself with the Taoist sect in the end, who was defeated. Zhang Yuanshan of the true martial sect lost to Miss Jiang Zhuwei by the narrowest of margins. Jin Yin hurriedly responded, as he was quoting the esteemed evaluation of the venerable monk Kong Jian from the Dharma Institute. Xuanxin paused momentarily. The young lady of the sword-washing pavilion triumphed? Could she be another Su Wuming? Be cautious, for the fragile may easily break. The monks discussed the recent competition late into the night. Upon returning to their meditation chambers, Meng Qi found it difficult to find tranquility, pondering over the exceptional talents of Zhang Yuanshan and Jiang Zhuwei, and contrasting them with his own situation, which left him feeling increasingly agitated. The bright moon outside filtered through the thin clouds, casting a serene, rippling reflection upon the floor beside his bed. When would he be able to leave the Servitude Institute and truly embark on the path of martial cultivation? As he ruminated, unable to contain himself, he resolved to inquire with Zhen Guan and Zhen Ding, two fellow monks who had long served in the institute. The arrangement by Uncle Master Xuan to place him here must surely have its purpose. Zhen Guan, Zhen Ding, do you know how one might escape from the Servitude Institute? Or is there any specific requirement? As long as the request is clear, rather than merely a wishful thought, I believe I may have hope of achieving it. Upon hearing these words, the slumber-loving Zhen Ding sat up abruptly, laughing heartily. After much deliberation, I finally entered Shaolin. Yet here I am, 3 years on, still trapped within these confines that in 2 more years I shall be expelled from the temple. Having achieved nothing, how shall I face my family and elders? His laughter was more pitiful than tears, evoking a sense of sorrow akin to that of a cuckoo weeping blood. Leave the Servitude Institute. In the past 7 years, I have not seen anyone succeed. Zhen Guan gritted his teeth, as if he longed to consume someone's flesh. Hearing their responses extinguished the flicker of hope that had briefly ignited within Meng Qi, leaving him in a state of confusion. Zhen Ding and Zhen Guan, after a brief commotion, fell silent once more, retreating into their own thoughts, while Zhen Hui's breathing grew increasingly steady, indicating he had drifted into a deep slumber. Meng Qi gazed out the window, unable to sleep, feeling as though he were a caged bird, unable to break free, with emotions of anxiety, urgency, and frustration surging within him. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally succumbed to slumber. The moonlight, like water, bathed Meng Qi, as if draping him in a delicate veil. Suddenly, a hue of azure brilliance ignited upon his chest, exceedingly strange and otherworldly. Chapter 8. The peculiar reunion. Meng Qi abruptly turned over, sitting up and gasping for breath. He had just experienced a nightmare in which his true identity was exposed, leading to him being struck down by the abbot, who had attained the golden body of an arhat. Although he had never encountered the abbot, the vividness of the dream left him trembling upon awakening. Where is this? Suddenly, a crisp female voice, laced with caution, pierced through the air. Who? How could there be a woman in the meditation chamber? Meng Qi exclaimed in astonishment, looking around and instantly freezing in place. This was no longer his familiar meditation chamber. Instead, he found himself in a square paved with what resembled white jade, an empty expanse in the center. Surrounded by statues of dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and other celestial beasts, beside him stood Jiang Zhuwei, the girl from the sword-washing pavilion, Zhang Yuanshan of the true martial sect, and Qing Jing, the heir of the Xintian sect. All looking around with expressions of confusion. Meng Qi struggled to rise, equally bewildered by the scene, unable to comprehend how he had transitioned from peacefully sleeping in the meditation chamber to this place. Encountering these exceptionally gifted disciples from various sections, was he still dreaming? Suddenly, Qing Jing's furious visage loomed before Meng Qi, his brows furrowed as he bellowed. What do you Shaolin intend to do? Do you wish to become the common enemy of all sects? Meng Qi was utterly perplexed by his words, staring at him in increasing bewilderment. Qing Jing, hold your horses. Let's inspect the area behind the statues and observe how events unfold. Zhang Yuanshan maintained a composed demeanor. Jiang Zhuwei frowned slightly and remarked, this young monk is merely a servant. Even if this matter pertains to Shaolin, he would be unaware. Why trouble him? Besides, I do not believe we possess anything that would warrant Shaolin's covetousness. Qing Jing, in a fit of anger, waved his right hand dismissively. Isn't it obvious? Shaolin has taken an interest in this individual who has attained the arhat golden body of the dragon subduing. Who could possibly evade his heavenly sight and hearing? silently whisking us away from Shaolin, away from our elders. Unless he acted himself, I cannot conceive of any other possibility. I'm not in Shaolin at that moment, a timid man, around 30, with a robust build and a rugged beard, emerged from behind a statue. Who else could it be? Friends, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Yuanshan of the true martial sect. Zhang Yuanshan initially appeared taken aback before exclaiming heartily, Zhang Shixiao. So you are also here. From behind different statues, two more individuals emerged. One was a tall girl with her hair tied with a white handkerchief and sun-kissed skin, while the other was an ordinary young man, his expression solemn and grave. Zhang Yuanshan fell silent for a moment, his demeanor becoming increasingly serious. So it is Qi Xia, the younger sister of Senior Qi Yuantong from the Great River Gang. You two awoke here. Jiang Zhui stepped closer to Meng Qi, contemplatively saying, she is the daughter of the deputy leader of the Great River Gang, Qi Yuantong, and has also come to Shaolin. That I do not know her. Meng Qi could only respond honestly, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind as he began to speculate on the nature of their predicament. Yes, but we awoke behind the statues, hearing voices from this side. We did not dare to emerge, Qi Xia said with her eyebrows tightly knitted, pointing at the scruffy man, that Xingjing's assumption may be flawed. This is Yin Wujiang, a fragrant master of our Great River Gang, who did not accompany us to Shaolin and should still be in Jiangdong's Maoling. Exactly. Third miss, I just won a fortune at the Maoling Heavenly Casino and found a few popular courtesans to sing for me. But upon waking, I found myself in this inexplicable place. Yin Wujiang appeared fearful and anxious. Jiang Zhui chuckled softly, though it was unclear whether she was introducing Meng Qi or merely speaking to herself. The Wujiang lineage, a cousin of the zombie fistmaster Yin Wuwu. Yet with such high standing, he is merely a fragrant master in the Great River Gang. This cannot be without reason. Qingjing furrowed his brows and, in a few strides, approached Yin Wujiang, demanding, you, a profligate gambler and lecher, must surely be a habitual liar. How can you prove your claims are true? Yin Wujiang's lips moved as he stammered. You can go to the Maoling Heavenly Casino and inquire whether I just won 2,100 taels of silver. With third miss present, he gradually regained his composure. And who might this be? Zhang Yuanshan inquired, turning to the ordinary young man, who bore no hint of a smile. Jiang Zhe suddenly stepped forward, her brows knitting in recognition. I believe I have seen you before, yes, among the accompanying disciples of the Huanhua sword sect. The young man, clad in a blue robe and cap, appeared to be in his early 20s, yet lacked the vigor typically associated with youth. His face wore a mask of stoicism, devoid of expression beyond gravity, that he nodded slightly. It is an honor to be remembered by Miss Jiang. I am Qi Jingyan, an ordinary disciple of the Huanhua sword sect, accompanying our sect to Shaolin. Zhang Yuanshan clapped his left hand with his right, revealing a clear sense of perplexity for the first time. The current situation was undeniably bizarre, featuring future pillars of four sects alongside ordinary disciples and lowly fragrant masters, even including a mere servant monk, making it difficult to discern the criteria for selection. Jiang Zhui pursed her lips, her petite nose crinkling slightly as she sighed. I originally thought this incident targeted the disciples of various sects coming to Shaolin. Who knew Yan's fragrant master would also be involved? Qingjing scoffed. Regardless of whether those present share true commonality, how many could have silently whisked us away from Shaolin? Kongwen, the esteemed monk, third on the celestial rankings. Even he, having attained the pure Yang Dao body of the esteemed Chonghe, would find this task impossible. He remained fixated on Shaolin, unable to fathom the reasoning behind such an unusual occurrence. That Dong, a melodious bell tolled, drawing the attention of all towards the center of the white jade square. Welcome to the realm of reincarnation. Here, you will encounter countless dangers, but you may also obtain all that you desire. The grand, chilling voice echoed along with the bell, causing Meng Qi to furrow his brows, sensing that he had encountered something akin to this situation before. Oh, step forth. Qingjing propelled himself forward with the swiftness of a galloping steed towards the center. Yet the space remained vacant, devoid of any presence. You may refer to me as the master of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the voice continued. Instinctively, Meng Qi turned his head, just in time to see Jiang Zhui and Zhang Yunshan's eyes gleaming brightly, sparkling like violet lightning in the darkness, intensely focused on the source of the voice. They exchanged glances and shook their heads that a heavy weight settled in Meng Qi's heart. They too could not discern the origin of the voice. Qing Jing gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist, halting abruptly, and declared loudly, "What is your intent in abducting us?" A grand, frigid voice proclaimed, "The wheel of fate turns. You shall traverse one world after another, fulfilling the tasks I set forth, accumulating virtuous merits. These merits can be exchanged for all that you desire, be it unparalleled martial prowess, divine weapons, elixirs of longevity, or celestial treasures. Everything you have heard of is available here, and even that which you are unaware of exists here as well. Upon the completion of each task, you shall return to your own world, awaiting the next cycle of rebirth." Meng Qi's mouth hung agape, resembling an asphyxiated carp. Was this not an infinite flow? Am I not within a realm of celestial heroes and martial arts? This atmosphere feels amiss. To obtain all that one desires. Qing Jing scoffed dismissively at the enigmatic figure's words. Hailing from the Xian sect, reputed to be the lineage of the heavenly emperor, he was well-versed in profound techniques and rare treasures. Utterly skeptical of this inexplicable sovereign of the six realms being able to gather those legendary artifacts, especially since some were housed within his own sect. The sovereign of the six realms remained silent, as a luminous curtain descended from the lofty white jade dome, inscribed with the words "The Complete Manual of Supreme Martial Arts." And the first line clearly stated, "Full edition, exchange price, 1,000,000 virtuous merits." Who among those present had not heard of this legendary technique? A collective gasp resonated. It was well known that two factions among the great martial sects built their foundations on its incomplete forms. It pointed directly to the embodiment of the supreme path, the golden body of the Tathagata. Meng Qi's heart ignited with fervor, momentarily forgetting the incongruity of the situation. Subsequently, Jiang Zhui's voice, tinged with barely contained excitement, enunciated the second line. Lacking the third and sixth styles, exchange price, 750,000 virtuous merits. Zhang Yuanshan's fists clenched quietly. The two foundational techniques of the Jinwu sect originated from the seventh style of the Tao of extinction and creation. Qing Jing initially recoiled in surprise, then began to mock, lacking the third and sixth swords? Is there not a complete version? Yet as he spoke, his laughter gradually subsided. This method of indicating what was missing was more convincing than a mere enumeration of all that was present. Indeed, it seemed that what was absent truly existed. Only the third and sixth swords were lacking. Jiang Zhui's lips moved, her exquisite visage radiating brilliance, as though her pursuit of the was her greatest aspiration. The founder of the Washing Sword Pavilion had also serendipitously obtained the first style of the slaying the Tao to meet her, subsequently establishing the supreme sword art that pointed to the essence of the Tao and the realm of the capable of condensing the supreme Tao body. Before his ascension, he had lamented thrice for not having glimpsed the remaining six styles of the Meng Qi swallowed hard, his gaze drifting downward, where he once again encountered a familiar name. Full edition. Exchange price, 950,000 virtuous merits. That why have I not heard of it? Qing Jing, seemingly forgetting his earlier derision of the sovereign of the six realms, muttered in confusion. Jiang Zhui, Zhang Yuanshan, and Qi Xia all shook their heads, indicating their ignorance as well. Yet within Meng Qi's heart, a frantic shout echoed. The subsequent martial arts listed on the following pages included many legendary items known to Jiang Zhui and the others, such as and some foundational techniques of various sects, such as etc. Moreover, aside from the missing the central volume and the lacking the third page, all others were listed as complete. Astonishingly, they were all complete. Zhang Yuanshan's eyes narrowed slightly, and Jiang Zhui placed her right hand upon the hilt of her sword, that as proud disciples of their respective sects, witnessing their foundational techniques listed for exchange stirred their emotions. Under normal circumstances, major sects would never allow those coveting their martial arts to go unpunished, relentlessly pursuing them to the ends of the earth. Meng Qi, still not fully qualified as a Shaolin disciple, felt this less acutely, but was instead captivated by the familiar martial techniques listed at the bottom, such as etc. The techniques on this page had exchange prices ranging from the modest at 15,000 to the astonishing 1,000,000 for the legendary arts such as igniting a fervor within the hearts of all. Chapter 9. The Hidden Imperial Fortress. The of the Zhao clan from the Divine Capital is listed as well. Qi Xia seemed to harbor a notable disdain for the Zhao clan. her tone laced with evident schadenfreude. The Zhao clan, one of the 14 great families, was the current royal house of the Dejin. Meng Qi recalled hearing from Xian Xian that after the Middle Ages, in response to the oppression from sects, the great families united to establish a dynasty, elevating the strongest family to the royal throne, captivating the world's attention, leading to a turbulent era where families and sects were evenly matched. However, the families that ascended to royalty seemed to have gained some tremendous advantage from their exalted status, and with sects inciting jealousy, other families grew covetous, leading to several dynastic changes, currently stabilized between the two great empires of Dejin and Dezhou, Northern Zhou. Among these, Dejin boasted 9 great families comparable in strength to sects, while Northern Zhou only had 5, significantly constrained by sections the of the Gao clan from Chonglu, and the also appeared. Their exchange prices comparable to the, hovering around 15,000 virtuous merits, a full 25,000 less than my sect's, and this was for the incomplete. Qing Jing's mood seemed to brighten considerably. In their youth, they momentarily forgot their peculiar circumstances, subconsciously comparing the foundational techniques of their sects based on exchange prices, resulting in Qing Jing's elation and pride. The Gao clan from Chonglu, the royal family of Northern Zhou. There are many divine arts listed here that I have never heard of. Jiang Zhuwei, upon seeing her sectus only valued at 25,000 virtuous merits, felt a flicker of discontent and quickly shifted the topic. Meng Qi subtly nodded, acknowledging that even someone as well-informed as himself had encountered more than half of the techniques listed that he had never heard of. The sovereign of the 6 realms did not grant them further opportunity to peruse. The curtain of light flipped, revealing the second page, inscribed with the techniques of the level that a luminous curtain, towering over 10 meters, rapidly flipped through 3 pages to showcase the techniques of this tier. Although it was a fleeting glance, Meng Qi still caught sight of and saw each style of and, with exchange prices ranging from 10,000 to 130,000. Subsequently, the curtain displayed techniques of the outer realm, enlightened level martial arts, energy accumulation techniques, and foundational skills for the foundation building stage. Meng Qi vaguely glimpsed the etc. The price for Luohan Fist stood at 2 virtuous merits. As Meng Qi scrutinized the final lines on the last page, he felt a pang of poverty. This was the price for exchanging manuals, if one wished to directly embark on the path. The cost would double, reaching up to 5 times the original price. The cold voice of the sovereign of the 6 realms echoed once more, followed by the disappearance of the golden-hued light, replaced by a silver-white curtain. The catalog of supreme divine weapons. Meng Qi squinted as he read the top inscription. Human sovereign sword, forged by the human sovereign, the embodiment of royal authority, lacking, exchange price, 900,000 virtuous merits. Jiang Zhuwei followed suit, then laughed lightly. This page has many deficiencies. This page contained only 10 divine weapons, yet 6 were marked as lacking. Qing Jing burst into hearty laughter, of course. Who does not know that the blade of time belongs to my Xintian sect? Time is like a blade, each cut hastening one's aging. The third line detailed the legendary weapon. The blade of time, suspected to be forged by the heavenly emperor, the foremost in uncertainty. Lacking, exchange price. 900,000 virtuous merits. On this page, only 4 weapons were not marked as lacking, namely the first in slaying, the Abyss Sea Sword, the first in mystery, the Reincarnation Seal, the first in corruption, the Demon Sovereign Claw, and the all-pervasive Bodhi Marvelous Tree. The existence of these was simply astonishing. Meng Qi felt as if he were dreaming, for all the myths and legends were gathered here. In this state, he barely paid attention to the subsequent catalogs of divine treasures, weapons, sharp tools, refined artifacts, and ordinary weapons, until he heard Zhang helping Qi Xia with a puzzled yet grave tone. I have not heard of the Duran Qin of the Yuan clan from Langya being lost. Why is there no lacking notation in the catalog of divine weapons? She seems somewhat inclined to believe in this bewildering exchange catalog. Jiang Zhuwei nodded. Our washing sword pavilion slay, my sword is marked with lacking. Perhaps she did not finish her thought. But all present shared a common sentiment. Perhaps the Yuan clan's ancestral divine weapon had indeed been lost, but kept secret. The Yuan clan of Langya, one of the 9 great families of Dejin. The curtain of light continued to flip, shifting from silver white to emerald green, unveiling the catalog of celestial elixirs, wondrous medicines, and various miscellaneous items for exchange. Here, Meng Qi beheld the great Luo Golden Elixir. capable of resurrecting the dead. Price: 300,000 virtuous merits, as well as ordinary chi-boosting pills and silver tails. 1 virtuous merit exchanges for 50 tails, though silver cannot be exchanged for merits. At this moment, the curtain vanished, indicating that the items available for exchange had come to an end. Meng Qi felt a tinge of disappointment. Was it not supposed to be all-encompassing? Where were the exalted bloodlines? The sun god, the great accomplished holy body, the direct death magic eye. It appeared that this was indeed a realm of reincarnation resonating with the world of celestial heroes and martial arts. Meng Qi let out a quiet sigh. If we wish to escape the realm of reincarnation, what must we do? Suddenly, Zhang Yuanshan inquired. This issue has immediately captivated everyone's attention. Although the items listed by the Master of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation are undeniably alluring, the dangers that accompany them must be equally formidable. None of us are particularly eager to risk our lives in pursuit of these temptations. After all, Zhang Yuanshan, Jiang Zhui, Qing Jing, and Qi Xia are not like Meng Qi. They are all being nurtured as future pillars within their respective sects, with the potential to eventually access the sect's ultimate divine arts. Meanwhile, Meng Qi has only recently completed his 100-day foundation training and possesses merely the basics of Luohan Fist. His martial prowess is minimal, and he truly wishes to avoid any reckless gambles at this time. By amassing 300,000 merits, he can exchange them for the Beyond symbol and thus distance himself from the cycle of reincarnation. The voice of the Master of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation remained as indifferent as ever, stating that merits could be acquired through task rewards and item exchanges, that if the item is already on the list, the price would only be 30 to 50% of the original value. However, if the item is absent from the list, the price would increase based on the circumstances. If I were to steal the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Book for exchange, would I then be able to obtain the Beyond symbol? Qing Jing exclaimed furiously. So this is the scheme you Shaolin are concocting. It could be exchanged. The Master of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation's voice remained unperturbed. Anyone who attempts to disclose the existence of the reincarnation world to outsiders will be obliterated. Anyone who harms their companions or allies will have their merits deducted based on double the current main task's reward. Those with insufficient merits will be obliterated. Anyone who exchanges secret techniques with one another will be obliterated. However, the techniques obtained within the task world are exempt from this rule, but he proclaimed the regulations with a grand and solemn voice. As soon as his words fell, the light and shadows shifted, and Meng Qi and the others found themselves completely engulfed in darkness. When the light source ahead illuminated again, Meng Qi discovered that they had transitioned from the White Jade Plaza into a corridor surrounded by stone walls on all sides. The Lord of the Hidden Emperor Fortress devised the heart-snatching pill to secretly control the leaders of various sects in his quest for the throne. The heroic Ma Lianghan accidentally uncovered this conspiracy and subsequently invited 3 other grandmasters to infiltrate the Hidden Emperor Fortress. But they were careless and became trapped within its mechanisms. The main task is to eliminate the Lord of the Hidden Emperor Fortress within 3 hours. Those who participate will each receive a reward of 50 merits upon completion. Should the task fail, they will face collective obliteration. The side task involves rescuing the 4 grandmasters trapped within the Hidden Emperor Fortress. Each rescue will grant participants 10 merits, while failure incurs no penalties. Rows of characters ignited by the greenish-black flame burned into the stone floor, and after a few breaths, the flame extinguished, returning everything to normal. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy by the Shaolin Temple. Qing Jing's face contorted with rage. I absolutely refuse to engage in this nonsensical task. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? He glared at Meng Qi, unable to comprehend that a task truly existed. Meng Qi shrugged and remained silent, thinking to himself that he couldn't possibly regale his junior brother with tales of infinite realms, as if they were mere fables to that moment. Jiang Jie drew her sword with a swift motion, the sound resonating like a dragon's roar, its brilliance akin to autumn waters. She surveyed the group and said with a solemn expression, I believe it is in our best interest to complete the task. The ability to arbitrarily change our positions indicates that the one responsible must be at least a formidable celestial being, that if they wish to kill us, it would be a simple matter. Thus, it is prudent to follow their instructions and see what unfolds. As she concluded her last sentence, she slightly raised her head. Zhang's younger sister speaks wisely. Zhang Yuanshan nodded in agreement. The Qi Xiao pondered for a moment before drawing forth a shimmering azure spear, saying, Given the current circumstances, we cannot afford to remain idle. According to the Master of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, after completing a task, we will have the opportunity to return for a period. At that time, we can devise alternative plans. For now, let us focus on completing the task. She was tall and slender, her figure elegant and graceful. Though her skin bore a sun-kissed hue, it appeared delicate as water to the naked eye. Complementing her refined features with a hint of the charm characteristic of young women from the Jiangnan water towns, that I will follow whatever Miss San decides. Yan Wujing said, trembling with trepidation. Meng Qi cast a glance at him, unable to reconcile the image of this robust yet timid man with the formidable master of the zombie fist. Feiqin Yacha Yin Wuwu, renowned for unleashing calamities across vast lands, despite both belonging to the Yin family. The disparity was bewildering. Qi Jingyan of the Huanhua sword sect nodded slightly, stating, though my knowledge is limited, I concur that Miss Zhang's reasoning is sound. Qin Jing tightly pursed his lips, casting a sidelong glance at the torch embedded in the stone wall. After a few breaths, he finally spoke with a stern expression. I fear no task. If you die here, do not hold me accountable. Life and death are matters of fate. Zhang Yuanshan, seeing the unity among the group, revealed a faint smile. Jiang Jiwei instinctively remarked, I shall fight for my own destiny with my sword. Upon saying this, she smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. This reflected a philosophical divergence between the Shijin Pavilion and the true martial sect. And there was no need to incite internal discord at this juncture. She turned to Meng Qi with a smile, asking, Little monk, shall we embark on this task together? Meng Qi felt a surge of emotion. The others had instinctively overlooked the input of this humble monk. Yet someone remembered him. Of course, I would greatly appreciate Miss Zhang's guidance. That I in such moments, he recognized that, with his limited martial prowess, he could only closely follow the strongest members of the group. A realization that grounded him. Jiang Zhui chuckled. You should refer to me as Jiang Shizhu. Meng Qi inhaled gently and interjected before anyone else could speak. I believe we should first rescue the 4 grandmasters before confronting the lord of the hidden emperor fortress. Isn't that wasting time? Qin Jing still believed that all Shaolin were villains. Meng Qi looked at Jiang Zhui, Zhang Yuanshan, and Qi Xia, stating, First, we are unaware of the lord of the hidden emperor fortress strength. Rushing in would be exceedingly perilous. Second, I do not believe that side tasks should be announced prematurely. They should only be revealed when truly encountered. That I suspect the true implication of this side task is that the Master of the Six Paths of Reincarnation does not believe we can independently accomplish the main task, hence prompting us to seek assistance first. Jiang Zhui, Zhang Yuanshan, and the others nodded subtly. Having 4 additional allies familiar with the situation would indeed be beneficial. However, they feared that any delays might result in mission failure. You speak as though you are intimately acquainted with the Master of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Do you possess considerable experience? Qin Jing shot a sidelong glance at Meng Qi. Of course, my experience comes from playing games and reading novels. Meng Qi silently mused, acknowledging that he was no sage, merely someone with a modest understanding of tasks and similar reincarnation worlds, which may or may not be accurate. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Meng Qi's eyes widened in alarm as he noticed a dark shadow flying towards them from ahead, hovering above the ground, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. Chapter 10. The first encounter. Meng Qi felt a chill run down his spine. Could they have entered a realm haunted by ghosts? Although the notions of golden bodies, Dharma bodies, and Taoist forms sounded impressive and surely capable of vanquishing malevolent spirits, they were still at the level of ordinary martial arts, seemingly lacking any means to counter such apparitions. What should they do? Just as Meng Qi felt as though his legs were weighed down by lead, rendering him unable to advance or retreat. A brilliant flash of sword light sliced through the air, striking the space just above the malevolent spirit. Ensnared by the spirit's illusion, the sword strike went awry. In that fleeting moment, Meng Qi thought the sword had missed its mark. Just as quickly, with a loud thud, the shadow plummeted to the ground, flailing its limbs but unable to regain its footing. Zhang Yuanshan rushed forward, pointing his finger like a sword downwards, causing the shadow to fall still. Foolish sorcery! Jiang Zhui sheathed her sword with a disdainful hum. It was then that Meng Qi discerned the inconspicuous track embedded in the stone wall above, from which a rope dangled precariously, swaying and reduced to but a half length. Ha ha! Meng Qi chuckled awkwardly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment for being startled by such a simple mechanism. Zhang Jue gazed ahead with a smile, stating, Zhang Shixiang and I have opened our spiritual eyes. Akin to your Buddhist heavenly eye initiation. Though the light here is dim, the track and rope remain concealed by the environment. They are still perceptible to our sight. Spiritual eyes, heavenly eye. Meng Qi finally grasped the true meaning behind the opening of the spiritual aperture. Instinctively asking, but what does this have to do with martial arts? Meng Qi was perplexed as to how ordinary martial arts could evolve into the heavenly eye. The eye is the aperture of the liver. Once the qi accumulates sufficiently and the meridians are opened, along with initial physical refinement, martial practice transitions to the realms of the internal organs and apertures. Zhang Yuanshan retrieved an object from the mouth of a black-clad figure, straightening his posture as he casually explained, then turned to the group. He is still alive, having not committed suicide by poison. What methods do you all possess to extract from him the specific layout and details of the hidden Emperor Fortress? His acupoint sealing was precise and timely, preventing the black-clad individual from biting down on the poison capsule in his mouth. Meng Qi nodded lightly, gaining a clearer understanding of the opening of the spiritual aperture, and grew increasingly passionate about the martial practices of this world, as for the methods of interrogating captives. While Meng Qi had learned of various torturous techniques out of curiosity, either they were unsuitable for this environment or not conducive to quick interrogation. Thus, he looked to Zhang Jue and Qi Xia. Following Zhang Yuanshan's lead, Qi Xia stepped forward, offering a somewhat forced smile. I do have a method for sealing acupoints that we might try. I hope you all won't find it too cruel. Typically, she was a young lady accustomed to a life of luxury, and now, thrust into the cycle of reincarnation, she struggled to quell her emotions, appearing slightly disoriented, which made her polite smile seem burdened by deeper thoughts. A fact that rendered Meng Qi's younger age advantageous in their interactions. Could it be the 13 soul-seeking hands of the Dajiang gang? Zhang Jue pondered briefly before recalling the technique Qi Xia intended to employ. Qi Xia forced a bitter smile and remarked, what they call soul-searching is merely a form of torment through pressure points. Zhang Yuanshan nodded gently, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, I beseech you, junior sister Qi, to take action, allowing us to reap the benefits. Humph, the young fool pretends to be a renowned hero. As the saying goes in the scripts, a great villain often masquerades as a loyal one. Standing beside Meng Qi, Yin Wujing muttered softly, clearly disapproving of Zhang Yuanshan's ability to dominate any situation, regardless of the environment. Meng Qi cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. Was he not afraid of being abandoned? Yin Wujing shot a disdainful look at the young monk and continued to murmur quietly, they are yet to open their ears. What do I have to fear? Tesse, better safe than sorry. Meng Qi chuckled silently as he watched Qi Xia approach the figure in black. Crouching down, she aligned her right hand, fingers forming a sword, and after a few breaths to steady herself, she swiftly struck the black-clad figure 7 times. Then, as if pushed by some unseen force, she stood up. Drenched in cold sweat, a guttural roar erupted from the throat of the black-clad man, akin to a beast-esque growl, followed by waves of anguished screams. Although the sounds were subdued under the control of the soul-searching technique, they were piercingly tragic, sending shivers down Meng Qi's spine. Stop, please. I beg you that I will speak. Finally unable to endure any longer, the black-clad man cried out for mercy. Qi Xia exhaled softly, crouching down once more to strike 5 more times. Demanding, speak. I must hear if what you say aligns with what we know. The black-clad man, drenched in sweat and clad in soaked garments, hoarsely divulged the specific layout of the hidden Emperor Fortress and details about its lord. Zhang Yuanshan, crouching on the ground, began sketching a map based on his description. Typically, if one were to fabricate lies without prior thought, discrepancies would inevitably arise in the map drawn from the disclosed layout. Unless it was exceedingly simplistic, it seemed he was not mistaken. Observing the complete map, Zhang Yuanshan murmured, this hidden Emperor Fortress is situated within expansive underground caverns, filled with numerous traps, and our time is not ample. Then are we not going to rescue the 4 great masters? Qing Jing immediately inquired. Though he hesitated before continuing, according to his words, the fortress lord seems to have opened all 6 senses. The black-clad man, of course, was unaware of the exact cultivation level of the fortress lord. Yet some details he shared led Qing Jing and the others to speculate, such as the ability to pierce mosquitoes and flies with a needle in the dead of night, or the times he had discerned poison laid by traders before consumption. Meng Qi regarded Qing Jing, realizing this fellow was not entirely stubborn and obstinate in his views. Indeed, we must not be careless. From the map, it appears the traps ensnaring the four great masters are situated on the east and west sides. Considering the time needed to disable the traps and breach the defenses, we must split up. Zhang Yuanshan rose and spoke with composure. Junior Brother Qi, you must have reached the pinnacle of energy cultivation by now that I am ashamed. Though I have been at this peak for 5 years, I have yet to open my senses, the taciturn Qi Jingyan replied, clasping his hands. Then I request that you, Junior Brother Qi, accompany me and Junior Brother Qing Jing to the east side, striving to rescue the great heroes Ma Lianghan and Tan Wenba as swiftly as possible. Zhang Yuanshan proposed that AS for Junior Sister Jiang and Junior Sister Qi. Please look after Zhen Ding Junior Brother and Yin Xiang Master. The IT would be splendid to rescue the remaining 2 great heroes on the west side. However, if that proves too challenging, do not linger. Aim to save at least one and then converge with us in the center, that I estimate that with 3 great heroes coordinating, it will suffice. Originally, he intended for the most skilled Jiang Zhuwei to join him. But considering the low probability of success if he sent the borderline enlightened Qing Jing and Qi Xia to the west, he decided it was more prudent to split up with Jiang Zhuwei while alleviating their burdens. It is unnecessary. We can act together and rescue 2 of them. How could an ordinary enlightened master compare with those of great sects? Qing Jing said, a hint of arrogance in his tone. The consensus is that disciples of major sects, who master numerous unique skills, often triumph over ordinary martial artists with 2 to 4 more senses opened. But of course, many disciples of major sects have also faced misfortunes due to insufficient experience in the martial world, leading all sects to subject their disciples to various practical experiences. For instance, as Meng Qi learned from Xian Xin, outstanding disciples of Shaolin must endure 6 months of potential poisonings and ambushes within the temple before venturing into the world. Apart from those with superior martial skills and access to antidotes, the rest of the experiences are genuine, training the departing disciples to discern and respond to various situations that if major sects neglect to address their weaknesses and fail to train against assassination and poisoning tactics, they would have long been submerged by the tides of history, merely relics of nostalgia, rather than remaining at the pinnacle of the world. Better to err on the side of caution. Zhang Yuanshan pondered, as this was the first reincarnation mission, and he was still unfamiliar with the temperament of the ruler of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Qing Jing pursed his lips, refraining from further comment, and turned to Jiang Zhuwei, saying, do not keep us waiting too long. Otherwise, we will act independently. What is bravado without substance? If you have the capability, why not challenge me again? Jiang Zhuwei replied, her smile unperturbed by Qing Jing's veiled mockery. The jibes of a defeated foe are not worth fretting over. Qing Jing's face darkened, his lips quivering. If I also opened my senses, he could not continue, for he was just over 16. Yet Jiang Zhuwei had already opened her senses while he had not, clearly indicating defeat. Frowning in dissatisfaction with himself, he turned towards the fork in the road, urging Brother Zhang, let us not delay any longer. Zhang Yuanshan beckoned Qi Jingyan to follow, while Jiang Zhuwei turned to Meng Qi, saying, little monk, remember to stay close to me. If you stray too far, I may not be able to save you. With that, she beamed, her smile radiant like a field of blooming flowers, adding, after all, we are strangers. If you were to perish here, I would not be overly distressed. Meng Qi's face darkened, and he hurried to keep pace behind Jiang Zhuwei. At that moment, shadows surged from the fork ahead, some wielding swords, others axes, and some brandishing pitchforks. Jiang Zhuwei swiftly drew her sword, the blade singing as it encircled 3 of the shadowy figures, and with a few swift strokes, she slit one's throat. As Meng Qi witnessed the blood gushing forth, staining the ground and walls, he felt an uncanny detachment, as if watching a film in a theater, everything seeming unrelated to him. Fortunately, having traversed such experiences before, the brutality of the scene paled in comparison, and he quickly regained his senses, retreating behind Jiang Zhuwei, keeping within the range of her sword. Jiang Zhui's sword danced gracefully, a display of elegance that forced the remaining 2 black-clad figures to rely on each other for support. Meng Qi watched intently, pondering how he would employ the Arhut fist against them if he were in their place. Meanwhile, Qi Xiao moved like a darting shadow, delivering few strikes. Yet each thrust of her water-splitting spear resulted in a black-clad figure collapsing. Qing Jing's knife technique was formidable, imbued with an overwhelming force. Each strike appeared unremarkable, yet the black-clad figures were visibly daunted, their movements slowed, allowing them to be struck down. Zhang Yuanshan did not show off but exerted his full effort, his sword tracing half-circles that sent several long knives flying outward. Then, with a swift motion, he swept aside the flowers and willows, and 3 black-clad figures fell to the ground in an instant. Qian's swordplay was notably meticulous, occasionally employing ingenious techniques. Despite being besieged by 3 black-clad figures, he still managed to severely injure one, suggesting that given more time, he would have easily dispatched his foes. Wasn't Miss Jiang supposed to be the most skilled? The other 3 have each dispatched at least 3 black-clad figures. Why is she yet to overcome the remaining 2? In the midst of the flashing blades, Meng Qi did not feel the weight of the black-clad figure's demise. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, and Meng Qi instinctively turned, just in time to see the timid Yan Wujing pierced through the back by a long sword emerging from a crevice in the stone, blood gushing forth. A sight that foretold his imminent death. It turned out that some of the stone walls were hollow. The first, Meng Qi watched Yan Wujing's face twist in agony as he collapsed, feeling a chill envelop him. Upon hearing that scream, Jiang Zhui's body tensed visibly, and her sword quickened. Within mere moments, she breached the defenses of her opponents, striking the temples of the 2 remaining black-clad figures. Their dying wails cut short, startled by the cries. Meng Qi leapt away from the stone wall, darting to the opposite side of Jiang Zhui. Only then did he have the time to ponder why the 2 black-clad figures, who had previously been locked in a stalemate, were so easily dispatched by Jiang Zhui. Had she been conserving her strength? The death of Yan Wujing evidently galvanized Zhang Yuanshan, Qing Jing, and Qi Xia, prompting their attacks to intensify. In a matter of breaths, they swept through the remaining black-clad figures like a tempest, leaving only a few alive. Qi Xia approached Yan Wujing, gazing at him for a moment before exhaling deeply. Yan Xiang Master has always been fearful of death. Due to the influence of the Flying Knight Demon Elder, we have only allowed him to oversee the safety of the gambling den. Who would have thought that he would be the first to perish this time? Zhang Yuanshan knelt before the lifeless body of Yan Wujing, examining the wounds and gently touching the cold tip of his nose, confirming beyond doubt that he was indeed deceased. His expression grew grave as he uttered, "He is truly dead." Qing Jing, Jiang Zhui, and Meng Qi shared the same somber demeanor. The Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation had not deceived them. This was not a mere game, nor an illusion. If death had occurred, it was a genuine one. There could be no further delay. Qing Jing, with a hint of impatience, urged action. Zhang Yuanshan waved his hand dismissively. "Haste makes waste. We must interrogate the surviving captives once more to ensure the accuracy of our previous intelligence. Moreover, with so many pursuing us, I fear the fortress master is already aware of our arrival. The subsequent adversaries will only become more numerous and formidable, necessitating a corresponding adjustment to our plans." Qi Shimi, "I must trouble you." He turned to Qi Xia. Qi Xia cast another glance at Yan Wujing's corpse, contemplating. The esteemed Flying Knight Demon has always been protective of his own, even though there were tensions between him and the Lord of Fragrance. "I wonder what turmoil will ensue." As she spoke, she approached the surviving captives to employ her soul-searching techniques. Once again, it appeared that the information regarding the layout of the hidden Emperor Fortress was indeed accurate. Zhang Yuanshan listened intently as the captives recounted their accounts, confirming the initial intelligence. Then, he furrowed his brow and questioned, why would the fortress master summon his elite subordinates to the central hall at this time and seal the doors, preventing anyone from approaching, thereby leaving these black-clad figures leaderless? Isn't that an ominous sign? At least before heading to the central hall, we need not worry about reinforcements or the fortress master striking directly. Qing Jing remarked indifferently. Qi Jingyan suddenly interjected, "But we will eventually have to go to the central hall. If we do not clarify the fortress master's scheme, we may suffer significant losses. The crux of the matter is whether we can ascertain the truth now, or if you have sufficient time to investigate further." Qing Jing turned her gaze toward the stone wall. At this moment, the group stood in the center of the corridor, distance from the wall. Meanwhile, one of the burdensome companions, Meng Qi, felt a pang of sorrow upon witnessing the demise of his kindred spirit, Yin Wujing, and momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Jue gripped her longsword tightly, droplets of fresh blood slowly dripping from the tip. Let us not bicker. We must adhere to the original plan and hasten our pace. Regardless of the fortress master's schemes, we must reach the central hall before he can act. It must be so. Zhang Yuanshan suddenly rose. Addressing Qing Jing and Qi Jingyan, we shall set forth. As he spoke, the three of them lightly tapped the ground with their toes, soaring swiftly through the corridor before disappearing into a branching path. Qi Xia glanced at Jiang Jue, then at Meng Qi, smiling. Jue, I am a few years your senior, so allow me to call you little sister Jue from now on. Henceforth, I will follow your lead. Jiang Jue nodded without a smile. Sister Qi, let us proceed with caution, keeping an eye out for traps and hidden weapons. Seeing them step forward, Meng Qi quickly bent down to pick up a finely crafted steel longsword from beside a corpse. Change of weapon. Swords require extensive training, while daggers are easier to wield. For you, using a dagger is at least twice as advantageous as a sword. Jiang Jue casually remarked, reflecting the prevailing view in the sword-washing pavilion that without years of diligent effort, the decorative function of a longsword outweighed its practicality in combat. Meng Qi pondered this notion, recalling having heard similar sentiments before, and thus discarded the longsword, opting for a broad-bladed dagger instead. Although his stature favored the use of a short blade in close combat, he deemed it safer to wield a longer one, given that this body possessed considerable strength, making the maneuvering of the dagger effortless. The two young women were deeply affected by the recent death of Yin Wujing and the brutal scenes of slaughter. Maintaining a heavy silence, while Meng Qi, having regained his composure, dared not speak freely and exerted all his energy to follow closely behind Jiang Jue, watching as she deftly deflected poisoned arrows and eliminated numerous black-clad foes. Even carrying him over a treacherous stretch of the corridor that we should be nearing our destination, that Qi Xia observed their surroundings, confirming their current position. This remark shattered the prolonged silence, and Jiang Jue, gazing at the stone door ahead, warned, be cautious of poisonous gas. After 100 days of foundational training, Meng Qi's mind was clear and his memory sharp. He vividly recalled that beyond the stone door adorned with dragon claws lay a corridor where triggering a mechanism would unleash deadly toxins. And at the end of the corridor was the secret chamber that had imprisoned the esteemed Cheng Yong. Qi Xia pushed open the stone door, her head lowered as she scrutinized the arrangement of the stone bricks. Sister Qi comes from a prestigious lineage and is an expert in mechanisms. Jiang Jue explained to Meng Qi. In truth, even without her words, Meng Qi could surmise this, as Qi Xia had previously disarmed several traps along their journey. While examining, Qi Xia chuckled. Jue, you flatter me. My martial arts are no match for yours, so I must excel in these esoteric arts. Jiang Jue forced a smile, refraining from responding, instead turning to Meng Qi with a slightly somber expression, saying within the sect, I have only learned to counter various ambushes and protect myself, that I am truly not adept at safeguarding others. I must clarify this. She evidently recalled the circumstances surrounding Yin Wujing's demise. A chill ran through Meng Qi, yet he maintained an appearance of unwavering chivalry. It matters not. Without your assistance, Miss Jiang, I would have stumbled at every turn and would have long followed in the footsteps of the Lord of Fragrance. He deliberately addressed her as Miss Jiang. Jiang Shizhu, Jiang Jue corrected him, her face finally breaking into a faint smile that Qi Xia suddenly burst into laughter. Sister Jue, this corridor has a concealed door that should lead directly to another secret chamber. According to the terrain map, it may well be the location where the esteemed Ding Chongqing is held captive. Are you suggesting we split up? Jiang Jue keenly discerned her intention, that Qi Xia nodded. All the masters within the fortress have gone to the central hall, and with this shortcut, I wish to attempt it to enhance our chances of success. Jiang Jue pinched her dark hair, cascading over her shoulder, reflecting that thus far, they had only encountered ordinary black-clad adversaries and had not encountered any formidable foes. She cautioned, exercise utmost caution. Fear not. Qi Xia firmly grasped her weapon, instructing Jiang Jue and Meng Qi. Move left and right in this sequence to avoid triggering the poisonous gas. She tossed a large chunk of stone debris to test the path, and indeed, There was no response. Then, with a graceful leap, she swiftly crossed the corridor and opened a stone door, vanishing into the darkness. "Let us also proceed to rescue the esteemed Cheng," Jiang Zhui said, moving to Meng Qi's side, preparing to grasp his collar and lead him forward. Meng Qi, of course, did not wish to remain behind, fearing the emergence of a few black-clad figures who might eliminate him. Yet, he harbored a lingering question that had remained unresolved, making him hesitant to follow Jiang Zhui alone. After reflecting on her character and demeanor since their first meeting, Meng Qi decided to take a risk and ask, "Miss Jiang, may I inquire about something?" "What question?" Jiang Zhui asked, a look of curiosity on her face. Meng Qi steeled himself. "Miss Jiang, during our second encounter with the black-clad figures, why did you struggle to defeat two of them? Given your later display of prowess, it seemed you could have easily dispatched them." This question had gnawed at Meng Qi's mind. "Da-da!" Jiang Zhui exclaimed, her expression shifting through various emotions. Then, her delicate face grew serious. "Let me make one thing clear. No laughing. It was rare to witness Jiang Zhui display such youthful vulnerability." And Meng Qi felt his tension dissipating considerably, that he swore an oath, assuring her he would not laugh. Jiang Zhui looked up at the stone wall above, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. "That was my first time taking a life. Upon witnessing the enemy's blood spurt and their body collapsing, I felt a moment of hesitation." Meng Qi nearly burst into laughter, realizing it was such a simple reason for his overthinking. Noticing Meng Qi's struggle to suppress his laughter, Jiang Zhui lightly huffed. "Within the sect, I merely practice killing chickens to cultivate my courage for taking lives, and I have never slain a human. Miss Jiang, how many chickens have you killed?" Meng Qi casually shifted the topic. Jiang Zhui pondered for a moment. "Since I began mastering the sword 2 years ago, I have killed 2 chickens daily, occasionally including pigs, cattle, sheep, and other creatures." That a thought suddenly struck Meng Qi, and he said earnestly, "Miss Jiang, I have come up with a nickname for you once you achieve fame." "What is it?" Jiang Zhui asked, intrigued. Meng Qi replied solemnly, "The chicken-slaying sword deity." Jiang Zhui burst into laughter. "Oh dear. I didn't realize this little monk had such a cheeky side. And remember to call me Jiang Shizhu. Be careful of the Buddha's retribution." Her smile was radiant, but she quickly regained her composure, seizing Meng Qi by the collar and leading him through the corridor. After their playful banter, their relationship had grown considerably closer. Qi Xiao's expertise in mechanisms proved effective. The journey was uneventful, and Jiang Zhui and Meng Qi successfully reached the stone door. However, this stone door could not be opened from within. Jiang Zhui scrutinized it for a while and gestured for Meng Qi to hide behind her, lest any hidden arrows be released upon opening. The stone door emitted a heavy grinding sound as it slowly creaked open, yet no surprises awaited them. "Who might be so kind as to rescue me?" a surprised male voice inquired. Jiang Zhui surveyed the area, confirming there was no ambush, before stepping into the stone chamber. While Meng Qi stood guard at the entrance, in the center of the chamber stood a middle-aged man clad in a plain green robe, who looked astonished as he spoke. "I am Cheng Yong. I thank you for your rescue. But may I ask who you are?" He was well-versed in the world of martial arts, yet had never encountered this youthful beauty. "Esteemed Cheng, we hail from a reclusive sect. Having received a secret invitation from the esteemed Ma to assist in ridding the world of evil, we have come to aid you." Jiang Zhui fabricated a hasty lie. Cheng Yong, upon hearing the esteemed name of Ma Lianghan, gently nodded and turned to Jiang Zhui, saying, "I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name. Young lady, I am Jiang Zhui, a descendant of a distinguished lineage." Typically, one of her standing would not be lacking in decorum. Cheng Yong stepped before Jiang Zhui, smiling as he remarked, "Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Now, let us set forth to rescue others, and may I ask, who is this?" Jiang Zhui half-turned, replying, "He is known by the Dharma name Zhen Ding." That moment, Meng Qi noticed a sudden veil of ominous energy enveloping Cheng Yong's eyes, filling him with a sense of foreboding. Simultaneously, Jiang Zhui sensed something amiss, and with a forceful push, she retreated. Cheng Yong's left hand moved with the grace of a fish in water, swiftly and adeptly, striking towards Jiang Zhui's abdomen like a bolt of lightning. The term heart-stealing pill inexplicably surfaced in Meng Qi's mind. Jiang Zhui's reaction was a beat too slow. Her retreat could not match the speed of Cheng Yong's hand, and in an instant, She was pinned at her abdomen, in that dire moment. She could only employ techniques like drawing in her stomach and channeling her vital energy to mitigate the damage. Yet a resolute expression suddenly graced Zhang Zhuwei's face. She thrust her sword forward, choosing not to evade, but to engage in a life-or-death struggle. With a resounding impact, Zhang Zhuwei was sent flying, crashing against the stone gate, blood spewing forth as she fell to the ground. While Cheng Yong suffered a deep wound from her sword, blood gushing from his chest. He quickly pressed several points on his chest to staunch the bleeding, then transformed into a feral beast. Disregarding his grievous injuries as he laboriously lunged towards Zhang Zhuwei and Meng Qi. Zhang Zhuwei's earlier strike had instinctively caused Cheng Yong to recoil slightly from the brink of death, reducing the power of his palm strike. Yet the vulnerability of her abdomen, a critical point, left her momentarily devoid of strength, her legs numb and unresponsive. "Little monk," she called out, hoping Meng Qi would overcome his fear and take action. Cheng Yong, struck in the left chest by his own blade, was in a dire state. Perhaps if he lingered for a few breaths, he might perish on his OWAS. He beheld Cheng Yong, drenched in blood and with a ghastly hue in his eyes, lunging towards them like a specter. Meng Qi trembled with fear, feeling as though he were in a nightmare. Just then, Zhang Zhuwei's call roused him from his stupor. He recalled Yin Wujiong's tragic demise, the numerous slaughters he had witnessed, and the joy and gains from his daily training. Courage surged within him, his body quaking as he gritted his teeth and swung his blade. In that moment, it became evident. A knife proved more effective than a sword. Chapter 12. The First Battle. The thick-backed long knife, fueled by the frenzy born from fear and dread, descended upon Cheng Yong with the might of a tempest. Cheng Yong raised his palms, interlacing them, ready to clash and deflect the long knife. His martial prowess far exceeded Meng Qi's, and his keen eyesight allowed him to strike at the perfect moment. However, as he lifted his iron palms, the injury to his left chest flared, hastening the flow of blood and causing a momentary hesitation. His palms faltered, allowing the long knife to slip past and aim for his face. A seasoned warrior, he maintained his composure, rolling backward in a lazy donkey's tumble to evade Meng Qi's strike. Yet, Meng Qi, lacking combat experience, hesitated, failing to pursue and launch a follow-up attack as Cheng Yong rolled upon the ground. As Cheng Yong completed half of his roll, he pressed his palms against the ground like a frog, and suddenly, his right foot kicked backward at an upward angle, targeting the heart of his imagined adversary. This was his signature move, a tactic he had often employed to turn the tide after being forced into a roll. That moment, he sought to conclude the battle. However, the air met only emptiness as his right foot made contact. Cheng Yong, using the momentum, sprang up to find the young monk, with his rosy lips and white teeth, gazing at him with a naive expression, hesitant to pursue. Damn it! Cheng Yong inwardly cursed, frustrated that his tried-and-true technique had failed due to the opponent's inexperience. The series of intense movements had exacerbated his chest wound. Blood flowed more profusely, and he felt himself weakening, stars dancing before his eyes, as if darkness could descend at any moment. He needed to tend to his injury first. Although the heart-stealing pill had made him reckless and impulsive, and fear of its effects kept him from disobeying the commands of the hidden sovereign's master, Cheng Yong retained a semblance of rationality. He understood that if he did not address his wound, he would likely lose consciousness after a few more breaths, becoming an easy target for the little monk. Just as he contemplated tearing his garment to bandage the wound, he suddenly heard the little monk emit a displeased growl, advancing swiftly with his long knife raised for another strike. "You bastard, why didn't you pursue earlier?" Cheng Yong had no choice but to summon his remaining strength to deal with Meng Qi, hoping to resolve the conflict swiftly so he could tend to his injury. Zhang Zhuwei, seated on the ground and leaning against the stone gate, observed as Meng Qi fought like a frenzied tiger. Each slash of his knife faster than the last. Though lacking finesse, his strength in wielding the long knife was formidable, and Cheng Yong, severely wounded, struggled to close in on Meng Qi, unable to exploit any openings in his attacks. Wild punches can kill a master, Zhang Zhuwei thought, and then, inspired, she called out, "Slash upward at an angle." Though struck in the abdomen, rendering her momentarily weak, her keen sight remained intact, allowing her to discern the flaws in Cheng Yong's movements. At that moment, Cheng Yong's slowed pace enabled her to guide Meng Qi. Otherwise, in a duel between masters, the fleeting moments would have slipped away before a word could be spoken. Meng Qi launched a flurry of slashes, feeling as though he were a master in his own right, forcing Cheng Yong to stay at bay. This must be the chaotic wind blade technique, he mused, a hint of pride swelling within him. Though he was keenly aware that what he executed was not the chaotic wind blade, but rather a series of indiscriminate strikes. Had Cheng Yong not been gravely injured, he would have been dispatched long ago. Slash upward at an angle. Suddenly, Meng Qi heard Jiang Zhuwei's voice. Yet in his first real combat experience, and lacking familiarity with coordinating with her, he struggled to convert her words into action, continuing to swing his blade horizontally. Cheng Yong, too, heard Jiang Zhuwei's instruction, and with a quick pivot, he lunged for Meng Qi's abdomen. The flash of the blade met blood, and as Cheng Yong clutched his left arm, he staggered back, rolling away. Then he sprang to his feet, glaring furiously at Meng Qi. That last lunge had been directly into Meng Qi's horizontal strike, inflicting a grievous wound to his left arm. What happened to slashing upward at an angle? Meng Qi responded innocently to Cheng Yong's furious gaze. Perhaps realizing the shift that had just transpired, he said, "I apologize. I reacted too slowly and disappointed you." Cheng Yong spat out a mouthful of blood in his fury. "Ah," Jiang Zhuwei clutched her abdomen, laughing uncontrollably. "I knew it would turn out this way. Even if I'm killed alongside the little monk, I'll die laughing." Cheng Yong, rage surging within him, pressed his fingers against his chest. And the bleeding ceased momentarily. Though the wound was severe, he had merely staved off death temporarily. After 10 breaths, the injury would likely reopen, and he might very well meet his end, that he could no longer afford to linger in combat with this detestable little monk. He might die from exhaustion or fury. Upon witnessing Cheng Yong's actions and the expression of someone with a vendetta against him, Meng Qi's amusement faded, and his heart sank, realizing that the next moments would determine life or death. A heavy pressure enveloped him, and instinctively, he stepped forward, swinging his knife downward. Jiang Zhuwei stifled her laughter, struggling to rise against the stone gate, eager to assist Meng Qi. Yet, though her core had not been severely damaged, she was still significantly injured, unable to gather her scattered vital energy in the short term. After momentarily halting the bleeding, Cheng Yong shifted his stance, positioning his injured left hand below, while his right hand described a semicircle, facing Meng Qi's long knife, seemingly intent on empty-handedly seizing the blade. Meng Qi sensed the peril, exerting all his strength to transform his downward slash into a diagonal cut, narrowly avoiding Cheng Yong's right hand. However, Cheng Yong pressed down on the blade, exerting force that compelled Meng Qi to retreat several steps. Seizing the advantage, Cheng Yong pressed forward, his palms repeatedly piercing through Meng Qi's knife strikes, leaving him in a precarious position. Had Cheng Yong not been wary of the long knife's sharpness and his inability to withstand another serious blow, Meng Qi would have already met his demise. "That I cannot delay any longer. I am certain to perish." A profound sense of danger and the looming shadow of death weighed heavily on Meng Qi's spirit, causing his eyes to redden slightly, though the long knife continued to flail in his hands. His mind was tumultuous. Why didn't I learn any knife techniques? Meng Qi understood that had he grasped even the basics of knife fighting, given Cheng Yong's condition, he could have held out until the latter's injury flared up again or Jiang Zhuwei regained her composure. But now, he was left to flail chaotically. A wave of despair washed over him. "That I never learned any knife techniques." Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Meng Qi's mind as he recalled Cheng Yong's earlier attempt to seize his knife. Gritting his teeth, with eyes wide and nearly bursting from their sockets, he raised the long knife once more, adopting an expression that seemed to suggest he was prepared to perish alongside Cheng Yong. Cheng Yong secretly scoffed, his right hand drawing a circle while his left hand moved to intercept, aiming to trap the knife's blade. Yet Meng Qi, having exhausted his strength, lacked the power to alter his strike. The long knife was caught between Cheng Yong's palms, and just as Cheng Yong exerted force to reclaim the knife, he found himself grappling only with air. Alarmed, he lost his balance and stumbled slightly. And to his astonishment, he saw the little monk advancing with deliberate steps, his left fist poised to strike. The moment the long knife entered Cheng Yong's grasp, Meng Qi released his right hand, abandoning the weapon completely. Seizing the opportunity presented by Cheng Yong's exposed midsection, he lunged forward, executing the black tiger prowls the heart from the Luohan fist. With a resounding thud, Meng Qi's left fist struck heavily against the wound on Cheng Yong's left chest. Instantly, the injury burst open, and blood gushed forth like a torrential waterfall, splattering Meng Qi from head to toe. Cheng Yong's throat emitted a hoarse sound as he staggered backward, clutching his long sword. His expression one of disbelief as he beheld the blood-soaked Meng Qi. Could it be that he had fallen to a mere novice monk who wielded his weapon with reckless abandon? Thud! Cheng Yong fell backward onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust, his eyes wide open, refusing to close even in death. Meng Qi erupted into maniacal laughter, a cacophony of fear, dread, and suppressed emotion pouring forth. His visage rendered particularly ghastly by the blood that adorned him, that I may not know the art of the sword, but I certainly know how to throw a punch. Are you stunned? After venting his exuberance, Meng Qi gasped for breath, feeling utterly drained, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. Little monk, you've violated your vows. How can you refer to yourself as I in such a manner? With the formidable foe vanquished, Zhang Jue breathed a sigh of relief, a wave of joy washing over her as she chuckled lightly, though she refrained from uttering the impolite words she had intended, mindful of her demeanor as a lady. Surviving a great calamity, the Buddha would surely rejoice on my behalf and would not hold me accountable, Meng Qi said, feeling liberated in both body and spirit. How is your injury, Miss Jiang? Noticing his intention to turn away, Zhang Jue quickly interjected. Do not concern yourself with me. Pick up my sword and strike at his brow to prevent any feigned death surprise. She had been taught how to handle such situations. Meng Qi nodded, stepping back while keeping his gaze fixed on Cheng Yong, then squatting down to retrieve Zhang Jue's long sword, cautiously approaching Cheng Yong and thrusting towards his brow from a distance. The sword pierced through his brow, and Meng Qi finally relaxed. Cheng Yong was irrevocably dead. At this moment, Zhang Jue found the leisure to comment. Little monk, you possess remarkable talent that I end your first real battle. You maintained a calm and perceptive grasp of the situation, setting a trap and overcoming your fears, trading blade for fist to deliver a fatal blow. You may yet become a master in the future. Hehe. Hearing praise from the accomplished Zhang Jue, Meng Qi couldn't help but feel a surge of pride, realizing that he was not the simpleton in martial arts he had once believed himself to be. Just then, the blood on the ground began to writhe, transforming into words. Zhang Jue has successfully rescued Cheng Yong from the torment of the heart-snatching pill, completing one of the side quests. Each receives a reward of 10 merit points that is this possible. Meng Qi and Zhang Jue exchanged glances, seemingly attuned to each other's thoughts. Killing the other was also deemed a rescue, upon further reflection. Being controlled by the heart-snatching pill was indeed a fate worse than death. Our previous analysis was somewhat flawed. Where will we find allies now? Zhang Jue furrowed her brows. Perhaps we do not need allies. Meng Qi expressed his confusion and frustration. Then what significance does this side quest hold? Perhaps it holds no significance, Zhang Jue suddenly exclaimed. Oh no, Sister Qi. Chapter 13. Reinforcements that her words fell, the blood on the ground began to writhe once more. And several characters shifted. Qi Xia has rescued Ding Chongqing from the torment of the heart-snatching pill, completing one of the side quests. Reward: 10 merit points. Meng Qi and Zhang Jue were once again taken aback, astonished that the outcomes of others completing side quests would manifest before them. Phew, Sister Qi is indeed more astute than I. Zhang Jue breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of self-mockery lacing her joy. After speaking, her smile blossomed, radiantly cheerful as she added, Brother Zhang and Qing Jing will likely also see the notification of our completed task, so we need not worry about them being ambushed by Master Ma and Master Tan. Not necessarily. Perhaps only those who have completed this particular side quest can see the notifications. Otherwise, it would pose no challenge for others undertaking this side quest. Meng Qi frowned, doubting that the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation would be so benevolent. Cheng Yong and the other masters, though formidable, should still pale in comparison to Zhang Jue and Zhang Yuanshan in terms of martial prowess, as even Qi Xia could slay Ding Chongqing. Thus, had they known in advance that they were under the control of the heart-snatching pill, Zhang Yuanshan and Qing Jing would have avoided any mishaps, even if they had acted separately. Zhang Jue pondered and agreed that they could not view the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation as a benevolent figure, and nodded. Let us first regroup with Sister Qi before heading to the central location. We must remain vigilant for any notifications regarding task completion along the way. .oh.as they conversed, she suddenly exclaimed. Since Cheng Yuan and the other four masters have been controlled by the heart-snatching pill, why has the Lord of the Hidden Emperor Fortress kept them confined in a secret chamber? Surely he could not have foreseen our arrival to complete the task and set a trap. Prompted by Jiang Zhuwei's insight, Meng Qi also sensed something amiss, exclaiming, "Unless the trap is not meant for us." Jiang Zhuwei pressed her lips together, pale due to her injuries. That seems to be the case. After a brief pause, she added, "From the very start of this task, I found it perplexing why Master Ma and the other three would forcefully invade the Hidden Emperor Fortress, rather than seek additional allies to accompany them. Surely, the principle of numbers is not lost on us alone, that it must be due to time constraints. They needed to thwart a particular plan of the Hidden Emperor Fortress's lord, perhaps related to the strange happenings in the Central Hall, which compelled them to arrive first while leaving a message for their friends to await reinforcements. Thus, it is possible that a significant number of masters will arrive shortly, and the trap is intended for them." Meng Qi and Jiang Zhuwei exchanged conjectures regarding the truth of the situation. "Regardless of the circumstances, we must complete the task." Jiang Zhuwei shook her head, struggling to stand with the aid of the stone door. "Miss Jiang, how is your injury?" Meng Qi inquired with concern, fully aware of his own limitations despite having just slain the formidable Cheng Yuan. He was not arrogant, understanding that without Jiang Zhuwei's support, even two cloaked figures could easily dispatch him, though their shared experience of fighting side by side had forged a bond between them. Jiang Zhuwei seemed to abandon her intent to refute the title of Miss, gathering her breath, her delicate face a mix of annoyance and wry amusement as she replied, "The upper half of my body is not severely injured. My ability to wield the sword is merely slightly diminished. However, my lower half is weak. I cannot even walk normally, let alone run or scale walls that I will need to take medicinal pills and rest for some time to recover." In the fleeting moment of Cheng Yuan's surprise attack, she had displayed her resolute determination, opting to counterattack rather than defensively retreat, forcing Cheng Yuan to withhold much of his strength to avoid being pierced by her sword. Thus her injuries were far less severe than Meng Qi had anticipated. She still possessed the strength to fight, though her lower abdomen was injured, making movement difficult. "Miss Jiang, allow me to carry you as a substitute for your legs." Meng Qi, valuing life above all, proposed this suggestion after a moment's consideration. Jiang Zhuwei gasped, then bit her lip with her neat, delicate teeth. "Little monk, I am grateful for your kindness." Her choice of words was reminiscent of a chivalrous hero. Yet a hint of blush colored her cheeks. Meng Qi, hailing from a modern society, was naturally not overly conservative, and with a playful grin, he remarked, "Miss Jiang, we are but wanderers in the martial world." Unbound by trifles that as he spoke, he approached Jiang Zhuwei, turning his long sword over to her. "Surely, I am not so naive as to misunderstand this principle." Jiang Zhuwei lifted her chin, gazing upward at the stone wall, her long, fair neck seemingly tinged with a faint blush. Meng Qi turned around and crouched down, feeling a surprisingly light weight lean against him, but he cradled Jiang Zhuwei's leg as he slowly stood up in silence, suddenly chuckling, "Much lighter than the water bucket I carried." Jiang Zhuwei let out a laugh. "Were you carrying an iron bucket?" His jest dispelled the awkward atmosphere entirely. "A wooden bucket. It can be carried but cannot be compared to carrying a person." Meng Qi replied earnestly. Jiang Zhuwei elongated her tone. "Indeed, to be honest, I feel rather guilty for burdening you." A child that as she spoke, she wielded her long sword to adapt to her current condition. The sword danced like flowers, light and shadow shifting, and Meng Qi watched intently, hoping to discern its intricacies. Jiang Zhuwei did not hinder him, allowing him to observe freely, knowing that without a proper technique, he could only grasp the form. Were it otherwise, the sword techniques of the sword washing pavilion would have been thoroughly learned long ago. I believe I can exert about 50 to 60% of my strength, which should suffice for a fight." Jiang Zhuwei assessed after acclimating. Suddenly, she patted Meng Qi's shoulder and whispered, "Be cautious. Someone is approaching." Meng Qi was taken aback, and it took him a few breaths to hear the sound of footsteps and voices. Left 3. Right 4. Do not make a mistake. It seemed that even without opening his ears, one's hearing would improve significantly with practice. Meng Qi speculated silently. "Block the entrance," Jiang Zhuwei whispered. Meng Qi did not hesitate, stepping forward to stand beside the stone door, effectively blocking the group in the poison gas corridor. There were 7 or 8 of them, all dressed lightly, and at the forefront stood a middle-aged scholar, his left hand gripping a concealed weapon. "Why do you block the way, young friends? Have you seen Cheng Yong?" At that moment, a sharp-nosed, monkey-faced individual peered through a gap and spotted Cheng Yong's corpse. Exclaiming, "Ge Zhuangzhu, they have killed Master Cheng. I recognize those boots." Jiang Zhuwei's melodious voice, slightly subdued, spoke, "Esteemed seniors, I am Jiang Zhuwei, here to assist Master Ma alongside my teacher and others." She appeared to be in accordance with her age, just over 16, and faced a group of martial artists, the youngest of whom was already over 30, addressing them as seniors with ease. The leader, Master Ge, did not seem to be a reckless individual. He raised a hand to prevent those behind him from launching hidden weapons, signaling Jiang Zhuwei to continue her explanation. "Upon entering the hidden Emperor Fortress, we captured a prisoner and learned that the renowned hero Ma and others were trapped in various parts of the fortress. Therefore, our master instructed us to split up to rescue them, while he himself hastened to the location of the fortress master. Upon my arrival here, I opened the stone door and found Hero Cheng, only to discover that he was under the control of the heart-seizing pill and ambushed me, inflicting severe injuries that I in the ensuing counterattack. Hero Cheng was gravely wounded, and in his dying struggle, he was slain by my junior brother from Zhen Ding." Jiang Zhuwei recounted the events and the origins of her companions, blending truth and fiction. "How is that possible?" exclaimed the sharp-faced man in disbelief. "Little girl, even if you started practicing in your mother's womb, you could not possibly defeat Hero Cheng," he lamented inwardly, astonished that such a delicate flower of a girl could weave such a lie. Jiang Zhuwei said nothing, standing tall, her sword like lightning poised to strike before inexplicably retracting. "What are you doing?" the sharp-faced man questioned with a mix of anger and confusion. Master Ge pressed his right hand down to signal for silence, then clasped his hands and said, "Heroes emerge from youth. Miss Jiang, your swordsmanship is worthy of admiration. Alas, as I witness such talented young friends like yourselves, I feel my age pressing upon me. May I inquire as to the name of your esteemed master?" "My master is Su Wuming, who has lived in seclusion for many years. You may not have heard of him, Master Ge. However, he was once known by a nickname, the Divine Sword from Beyond the Heavens. Have you heard of it?" Meng Qi discerned the subtle amusement in Jiang Zhuwei's tone, realizing she was indeed referencing her true master, one whom this group likely had not encountered. Though he faced away from Jiang Zhuwei, Meng Qi could almost envision the mischievous smile on her face. "Su Wuming oh, I believe I have heard it mentioned by Uncle Xuanxin." Meng Qi's mind stirred. "Indeed, I am somewhat ignorant and have yet to see the prowess of such an elder. I would appreciate it if Miss Jiang could introduce us later." Seeing Jiang Zhuwei's serious demeanor, Master Ge temporarily set aside his suspicions, deciding to probe further at a later time, that he then introduced himself. "I am Ge Chongshan, the master of Luoyan Mountain Villa, that I have received letters from friends Ma Lianghan and Cheng Yong, inviting skilled individuals to assist us. Unfortunately, I arrived a day late and was unable to meet them. I kindly asked the 2 young friends to step aside, allowing us to bid farewell to our friends one last time." Jiang Zhuwei whispered to Meng Qi, "Let them enter, but only one at a time." Meng Qi stepped aside, vigilant as he watched the newcomers. Once Ge Chongshan and his companions entered the secret chamber and began inspecting Cheng Yong's corpse, he lowered his voice to Jiang Zhuwei. "I understand now. The side quest is intended to delay us. Only in this way can we await reinforcements that if we had proceeded directly to the main hall, we might have already engaged the fortress master. Isolated and vulnerable, the trap is aimed at them," Jiang Zhuwei replied, equally softly. After Ge Chongshan examined the body and confirmed the wounds matched Jiang Zhuwei's description, he sighed, "Had it not been for the 2 young friends opening this stone door, it might have been me who sustained grave injuries or worse." Just as he finished speaking, both he and Jiang Zhuwei turned to look outside the stone chamber, where they saw Qi Xia and a group of swordsmen emerging. "Sister Qi, are you unharmed?" Jiang Zhuwei greeted with delight. "Brother Lu, where is your elder brother?" Ge Chongshan inquired of the person walking alongside Qi Xia. The individual, dressed as a fisherman with dark skin, replied sorrowfully, "My elder brother was killed by Ding Chongsheng." "What? Shan and the others gasped in shock. That Xia, somewhat shaken, said Sister Zhui, I never expected that Hero Ding had already been controlled by the heart-seizing pill. If it weren't for Hero Lu entering first, I fear I would not have escaped either. I was just worried about you. Noticing Zhang Zhui's pallid complexion, yet steady breath, she quietly sighed in relief. After regrouping, they made their way towards the central hall, encountering only a few black-clad assailants along the way, whom they easily dispatched. Throughout this process, Zhang Zhui and Meng Qi practiced their coordination, and by the end, as long as she uttered phrases like left 3, right 4, or step back 2, Meng Qi would swiftly execute the corresponding movements. These terms were kept deliberately vague and simple, understood only by them. To prevent the enemy from anticipating their actions as Chung Yong had done, though it's a pity you don't understand the 8 trigrams positions. Our coordination can only be so rudimentary, Zhang Zhui sighed to Meng Qi. Previously, she had suggested using the 8 trigrams to indicate directions, which would allow for more flexibility than merely moving straight or diagonally. Unfortunately, Meng Qi's understanding of the 8 trigrams was shallow, and he could not grasp it in a short time. It's better than nothing, Meng Qi reassured her. Zhang Zhui glanced around the stone chamber, and then at Shan and the others who were scouting ahead, expressing her concern. This was our agreed meeting point. Why haven't Brother Zhang and the others arrived? We haven't received any notifications of task completion along the way. From Xia, she and Meng Qi confirmed that only those who had completed a side quest would see the corresponding prompts. Don't worry, Brother Zhang is highly skilled. He will be fine, Xia comforted her, though anxiety lingered in her voice. Suddenly, an object flew in from outside, and Zhang Zhui swiftly extended her sword to knock it to the ground. Upon seeing what it was, Zhang Zhui and Xia lost control and cried out, and Meng Qi too was overwhelmed with shock and unease that on the dusty stone floor lay Qing Jing's severed head. Eyes wide open and brows raised in anger, staring at them. Chapter 14. Suicide. Zhang Zhui and Xia's screams reverberated in the air, and suddenly a figure in black burst in from the stone wall above. With long white hair cascading down like a vengeful spirit, he clung to the stone crevices, agile as a monkey, and in mere moments, he was above Xia, poised to strike down with the ferocity of a hawk pouncing on its prey. The direction of his entrance aligned perfectly with that of the head that had flown in. Xia, having undergone extensive training in ambush scenarios within the Great River Gang, was inherently vigilant in such situations. She understood that if an unknown object were thrown in, she must hold her breath to guard against poison, and keep her eyes and ears alert to prevent feigned attacks. Thus, even though she was momentarily shocked by the sight of the deceased Qing Jing and screamed, losing the optimal moment for defense, she quickly regained her composure, exerted her legs, and evaded the deadly blow aimed at her head. Just then, a hand clad in iron gloves plunged deep into her left shoulder. And as the white-haired specter lunged forward, a torrent of blood erupted, landing on the other side. While Xia engaged the white-haired specter, Zhang Zhui also reacted, whispering, left 2. Meng Qi promptly took 2 steps to the left. And then he saw the sword light glimmering like water, cascading toward the specter, in the blink of an eye. From the direction where the head had entered, a gray shadow charged in, wielding a long knife reflecting the flickering torchlight. Aiming directly at the vulnerable Zhang Zhui, it was yet another feigned attack. The long knife swung down, targeting both Zhang Zhui's left shoulder and Meng Qi's head. The sword light aimed at the white-haired specter suddenly vanished. And Zhang Zhui's sword had inexplicably reversed. Without glancing back, she thrust it upward and backward at an angle, as if inviting the gray shadow to impale itself on her blade. She was indeed luring the enemy. The gray figure, forced to half-turn, extended his left palm to block the sword's tip. With a piercing sound, the sword punctured his palm, yet he used the momentum to evade to the left side. Step back 2, Zhang Zhui instructed Meng Qi, her voice quick yet as clear as pearls dropping on a jade plate. Facing such a fierce confrontation, Meng Qi's scant combat experience proved utterly inadequate. He could only remind himself to trust the expert, to trust Zhang Zhui. As he stepped back 2 paces, he managed to maintain his balance thanks to his training in the Luohan fist. While Zhang Zhui deflected the horizontally swung knife of the gray-clad figure, the clash of blade and sword ringing out sharply, this moment. Shan and the others, who had been scouting nearby, heard the commotion and rushed back. Seeing this, the white-haired specter and the gray-clad figure intensified their assault. Though Jiang Zhui had Meng Qi to assist her, Meng Qi's own strength was merely that of someone who had just completed 100 days of foundational training. And without any knowledge of the art of movement, his steps were relatively sluggish. Coupled with the limited verbal commands, they could not execute intricate maneuvers, forcing Jiang Zhui to adopt a primarily defensive stance, significantly reducing her movements aside from the necessary steps. For a moment, both Shi and Qi Xia, who had sustained a grievous injury to her left shoulder, found themselves pressed into a corner, unable to advance. As Meng Qi moved according to Jiang Zhui's commands, he felt the fierce blade's pressure, his heart chilled with fear, instinctively thinking that compared to the gray figure's knife techniques, his recent battle with Cheng Yong was like a child's play. After a flurry of aggressive attacks, the white-haired specter and the gray-clad figure suddenly retreated, escaping the range of combat while Ge Chongshan and the others were still some distance away, sprinting toward an unguarded passageway. They were trading offense for a chance to flee. With Jiang Zhui and Qi Xia under duress and fully focused on defense, they could only watch helplessly as the two figures dashed toward the exit. Suddenly, a long sword pierced in from the passageway, moving with the fluidity of a serpent, forcing the white-haired specter and the gray-clad figure to retreat to avoid the blade's edge. "Brother Zhang," Qi Xia exclaimed. Recognizing the figure wielding the sword as Zhang Yuanshan, his face etched with sorrow, without hesitation, Jiang Zhui commanded, "Advance 5." The Meng Qi strode forward with purpose, intercepting the path of the white-haired specter and the gray-clad figure. Jiang Zhui unfurled her long sword, ensnaring the gray-clad man within the luminous aura of her blade. Zhang Yuanshan, undeterred by grief and anger, traced successive circles with his sword, firmly entangling the white-haired specter 80 times. His blade moved like a cunning serpent, forcing the specter into a flurry of desperate maneuvers, making escape seem impossible. The shimmering blue light of the Shanshui spear appeared as Qi Xia arrived to assist Jiang Zhui, leaving the gray-clad man with no opportunity to flee. "Brother Ma, Brother Tan." Ge Chongshan entered the stone chamber and instantly recognized the white-haired specter and the gray-clad figure, realizing they were none other than the previously ensnared heroes. Ma Lianghan and Tan Wenba. The two bore expressions of pallor, their eyes glimmering with a jade-like hue, yet they remained silent, desperately searching for any weakness in Jiang Zhui and Zhang Yuanshan's defenses, all the while plotting their escape. With a heavy sigh, Ge Chongshan joined the fray alongside other skilled fighters. Thus, the tide of battle began to turn, and within mere moments, the white-haired specter, who was indeed Tan Wenba, was pierced by several blades and fell lifelessly to the ground. Ma Lianghan, having sustained wounds from blades, was struck down by Ge Chongshan's iron fan, rendering him temporarily incapacitated as Ge Chongshan sealed several vital points on his body, subduing him. "Who are these two?" Ge Chongshan inquired, glancing at Zhang Yuanshan and the newly arrived Qi Jian. Jiang Zhui sighed. "Both of them are my junior colleagues, and this one on the ground is as well." Having mentioned Su Wuming, she deemed it unnecessary to involve any other masters, lest Ge Chongshan grow suspicious. It was not unusual for an elusive master to remain unheard of, but if several remained unknown, it would indeed raise eyebrows. "Brother Zhang, what have you?" Qi Xia's previous and current address dispelled Ge Chongshan's doubts regarding their differing swordsmanship. Perhaps that elder, Su Wuming, was a peerless sword deity, adept in many forms of swordplay and martial arts, tailoring his teachings to his disciples' strengths. With a heavy heart, Zhang Yuanshan recounted, "Myself, along with junior brother Qin Jing and junior brother Jingyan, were the first to rescue the esteemed hero Tan Wenba, and all seemed normal. We hastened to aid the esteemed hero Ma Lianghan, but just as we opened the final stone door, Tan Wenba unexpectedly launched a surprise attack from behind, fatally wounding junior brother Qin Jing, while I was detained by the emerging Ma Lianghan and could not turn back to assist. Junior brother Qin Jing, in his final moments, retaliated and injured Tan Wenba. With Jingyan's desperate efforts, we managed to repel them and pursued, only to find ourselves ensnared in a circle, ultimately leading back to the original stone chamber, where Tan Wenba severed junior brother Qin Jing's head. His tone, though still referring to Tan as a hero, brimmed with profound sorrow and indignation. Meng Qi, instead of reveling in the misfortune of Qin Jing, who had once tested Jiang Zhui's swordsmanship and repeatedly targeted him, felt a wave of collective grief. Jing was gone. Who would be next? Perhaps himself. This sentiment reached its zenith upon seeing the typically composed and serene Zhang Yuanshan exhibit signs of unease, agitation, and sorrow. With two comrades lost before even encountering the master of the hidden sovereign fortress, what kind of carnage awaited them in the final battle? Gu Chongshan and the others listened intently to Zhang Yuanshan's account, their thoughts drifting to the friend who had perished at Ding Chongqing's hands, each face wearing a mask of shared grief. Young Zhang, do not grieve excessively. Junior brother Qingjing perished for the righteous path of the martial world. We shall remember him, and the heavens shall surely exact justice. I implore you all to compose yourselves and accompany us to the central hall to reunite with your master and the others. Gu Chongshan said, his tone imbued with sympathy. Indeed, time is of the essence, esteemed seniors. Let us depart at once. Zhang Yuanshan replied, regaining his composure and resoluteness, as if a newfound maturity had washed over him in an instant. Gu Chongshan nodded. Very well, Brother Zhang, Brother Zhao, I must ask you to remain here and keep watch over Brother Ma until we return with the antidote. At such a time, it was imperative not to have Ma Lianghan in their midst. For should someone release his sealed points, they would gain an adversary of great strength. Brother Gu, the Dark Fiend is plotting mischief within the central hall. We too may be of service. We cannot afford to be careless. The Zhao surname expert urged anxiously. He Chongshan sighed. I understand. An additional hand increases the chances of success, but we cannot simply abandon Brother Ma here. He may yet attract the attention of dark-clad rescuers. After sustaining his injuries, Ma Lianghan's pallor had lessened considerably, and sensing the effects of the medicine waning, he painfully cried, Chongshan, kill me. Please, just kill me. Gu Chongshan merely sealed his internal energy, ensuring he could neither move nor speak freely. He appeared far less composed than the esteemed hero Cheng Yong. Jiang Jue leaned against Meng Qi's back, whispering, the longer this drags on, the more he may succumb to the effects of the poison. Meng Qi speculated. Yi Chongshan's right hand trembled lightly as he gripped his iron fan. What shall we do? What shall we do? To kill him in battle would incite guilt, but to do so now, having already subdued him, would mean personally slaying a dear friend. An unbearable torment of the soul, that M. A. Lianghan gasped, striving to articulate. I cannot endure this, consuming that cursed substance. I am worse than dead. Chongshan, please, end my suffering. Suddenly, he seemed to muster enough strength to leap forward, hurling himself against the long sword of a nearby expert. Caught off guard, the expert mistakenly thought he was being ambushed. His sword extended, piercing Ma Lianghan's throat. Slowly, Ma Lianghan collapsed, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Brother Ma! Gu Chongshan cried out in shock and sorrow. That moment, Meng Qi and Jiang Jue noticed the flickering shadows on the stone wall opposite, moving like phantoms to form 3 lines of text. Jiang Jue, Zhang Yuanshan, Qi Xia, Qi Jingyan have successfully rescued Tan Wenbo from the torment of the heart-seizing pill, completing one of the side quests. Each has been rewarded with 10 merits. Jiang Jue, Zhang Yuanshan, Qi Xia, Qi Jingyan have successfully rescued Ma Lianghan from the torment of the heart-seizing pill, completing one of the side quests. Each has been rewarded with 10 merits. All side quests have been completed. A somber silence enveloped Meng Qi and the others. Their spirits remained unlifted, even with Ma Lianghan's fate now intertwined with theirs. Chapter 15. The Fortress Master, do they seem oblivious? Jiang Jue whispered to Meng Qi, gesturing with her left hand towards several experts who, despite being able to see the stone wall, paid no heed to the task notification. Meng Qi nodded, while Zhang Yuanshan offered a rueful smile, murmuring, so this is what it means to see the task completion. It seemed they had believed they had completed one of the side quests when rescuing Tan Wenbo. Had they known sooner of the notification, perhaps Qingjing would have acted more cautiously and avoided his demise. Unless we eliminate them, it seems we must find the antidote to the heart-seizing pill to fulfill the side quest, Meng Qi speculated. Qi Xia sighed. Let us hope no further misfortunes befall us. She tore a strip from her garment and, with Jiang Jue's assistance, tended to her left shoulder, which had only been hastily treated before. After a period of mourning, Gu Chongshan and the others composed themselves and proceeded down the path they had previously scouted towards the central hall. The corridor was barren save for the seemingly eternally burning torches. And due to the light-footedness of Ge Chongshan, Qi Jingyan, Qi Xia, and other skilled in lightness techniques, only Meng Qi's heavy footsteps echoed, trailing behind them. "The little monk, they gaze at you with suspicion," Jiang Zhui remarked softly, a smile creeping onto her lips. Meng Qi could only respond with resignation. If I were in their place, I would harbor doubts too that a lowly skilled monk, perhaps even inferior to the average servant of Ge Chongshan's household, could somehow accompany his master to the hidden sovereign fortress to slay the fortress's master. It was preposterous, unless there was some hidden truth to it. Jiang Zhui gazed ahead. "Once we slay the master of the hidden sovereign fortress, they may very well turn on us that we must remain vigilant. Fear not. Once the task concludes, we should be whisked away by the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation," Meng Qi replied, drawing from his own experiences. "Let us hope so." Jiang Zhui's voice took on a somber tone as she earnestly asked, "Little monk, when the time comes to engage in battle, will you trust me implicitly?" Meng Qi, taken aback, replied, "Haven't I always trusted you? If you instruct me to step left twice, I shall step left twice." But he thought Jiang Zhui referred to the need for better coordination, feeling slightly aggrieved, as he had harbored no doubt. They acted swiftly. Jiang Zhui continued in a low tone. "Not in that sense that I mean, even if we face a precipice or a forest ablaze, if I command you to leap forward, will you still trust me enough to conquer your fear of death and expend all your strength to leap ahead?" Meng Qi hesitated that in the past he would have sworn to a girlfriend that he would leap forward with her. Yet Jiang Zhui clearly referred to the imminent battle, which was no trivial matter. He could not afford to speak empty words, lest he jeopardize their chances. Jiang Zhui did not rush him for an answer, allowing him to ponder in silence. Meng Qi's expression shifted repeatedly, his face contorting until he realized that if Jiang Zhui were to fail, his own survival would be in jeopardy. After all, he would be leaping forward with Jiang Zhui. Surely she would not take her own life. With determination, Meng Qi finally said, "Miss Jiang, I trust you. We are but grasshoppers on the same string. Remember this." Jiang Zhui replied solemnly, "You have yet to learn lightness techniques, and your pace cannot keep up with my swordplay, so I must primarily take a defensive stance. This is not my forte. But when necessary, I may take risks." She chuckled lightly, "But there's no need to worry too much. Perhaps the master of the hidden sovereign fortress will simply perish of his own accord." Meng Qi, however, could not muster a smile, forcing a chuckle. "Let us hope so." Along the journey, they encountered no enemies, and Jiang Zhui, Meng Qi, and others successfully arrived at the central grand hall. This hall, styled like an imperial palace, was surrounded by 8 corridors connecting the plaza to various parts of the hidden emperor fortress. This moment, the grand doors were wide open, adorned with several bright yellow flowers, while dozens of individuals clad in black robes knelt within. Upon the throne sat a lean, middle-aged man dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe, his handsome beard framing a countenance of authority as he proclaimed, "I have kept you waiting long." As the echoes of his voice faded, the kneeling black-clad figures rose and turned, their faces contorted, eyes glowing a fierce crimson, muscles bulging as their garments strained against their forms. "Shi Xiang, Shi Shu, Ming Kong." The calls rang out from the skilled warriors brought by Ge Chongshan, revealing that some of the black-robed individuals were indeed their old acquaintances. The black-robed figures emitted bestial roars, devoid of any semblance of reason. "What have you done to them, demon?" someone cried out in anguish. The fortress lord responded sharply, "Do you still hold notions of hierarchy? How dare you roar at your sovereign?" Rising slowly, he pointed at the black-robed figures and declared, "They have willingly transformed into beasts, serving as my vanguard. Once I eradicate the rebels, I shall ensure their descendants bask in eternal glory and wealth." "Brute! Madman!" The shouts of outrage echoed, as Ge Chongshan struggled to maintain his composure. "Surrender the heart-stealing pill and the antidote to this beastly transformation poison, and we may spare your life. There are countless punishments worse than death." "Ha ha! Ha!" The fortress lord laughed heartily, fingers poised like a blade. "These elixirs are gifts from heaven. How could there be an antidote? I am ordained by heaven, and the realm submits to me. Yet you dare to deceive your sovereign. Prepare to die. Blessed by heaven." Meng Qi's heart suddenly stirred. The dozens of black-robed figures leapt from the hall, launching themselves at Ge Chongshan and the others. Their speed and agility suggested formidable martial prowess, nearing the level of enlightenment. Jiang Zhui sighed, reflecting that had they not awaited Gu Zhuangzhu and the others, many among them would have perished in their attempt to vanquish this fortress lord. She retained confidence in her strength prior to her injury, Ji Chongshan and the others, unwilling to see their old friends ensnared in suffering, disregarded inquiries about Jiang Zhui's master, keeping a wary eye as they advanced. Zhang Yuanshan, mingling among them, gracefully maneuvered past the black-robed figures, astonishingly slipping into the grand hall in mere strides. The true martial sect's Bagua Jingshanbu indeed proved wondrous. Jiang Zhui could not help but exclaim, "Without any poisonous mist, we can circumvent the hall from the plaza's edge." She knew Meng Qi's martial skills were lacking. Should he navigate through the throng, he might struggle to break through. Now, with the black-robed figures and nearly 100 skilled warriors engaged in a fierce clash near the Grand Hall's entrance, they could easily bypass the tumult from the periphery. Meng Qi also saw Qi Xiang weaving through the battlefield, rushing to assist Zhang Yuanshan, and without uttering a word, he sprinted towards the plaza's edge, while Qi Jingyan was momentarily hindered by a black-robed individual. Unable to extricate himself, clang. As Meng Qi reached the plaza's edge, he witnessed the stone door descend, sealing the passageway. None shall escape. The fortress lord, hands tinged with an iron hue, forcefully countered Zhang Yunshan's sword strike. There must be other exits. He is not alone here. Gu Chongshan shouted, seeking to stabilize the morale, then brandished his iron fan, enduring a couple of blows before also charging into the grand hall. Meng Qi dared not delay, striding towards the hall's entrance. Then, under Jiang Zhui's command, they traversed this less chaotic part of the battlefield. Inside the hall, Gu Chongshan, Zhang Yuanshan, and Qi Xiang were jointly besieging the fortress lord. Yet under his fierce and formidable iron-hued palms, they could barely hold their ground. Had it not been for Zhang Yuanshan's sword, steady as a mountain, Qi Xiang, already wounded in the left shoulder, might have been felled. Gu Chongshan's martial prowess was comparable to Zhang Yuanshan's. Yet he found himself at a disadvantage against the fortress lord, who had startled him into a cold sweat with a series of aggressive strikes, robbing him of courage and leaving him momentarily unable to retaliate. Although Zhang Yuanshan's swordsmanship was exceptional, showcasing a myriad of ingenious techniques, the fortress lord, relying on his iron fists and superior realm, consistently clashed against Zhang's brilliant moves, overpowering him through sheer force. That if Zhang Xixiang excelled in the defensive aspects of Taiji and had mastered the true martial sword technique, the fortress lord would not dare to be so aggressive. As Meng Qi approached, Jiang Zhui quietly assessed the situation. Then with a flick of her sword, she deftly intercepted the fortress lord's left palm. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yuanshan's sword surged forth like a long snake darting from its lair, targeting the fortress lord's chest, forcing him to withdraw his palm in self-defense. For the first time since their confrontation began, the fortress lord was compelled into a passive position, while Jiang Zhui's strikes came in rapid succession, akin to a raging tide, gradually suppressing him with the cooperation of Zhang Yuanshan, Gu Chongshan, and Qi Xiang. Suddenly, the fortress lord let out a cold grunt and began to move, continuously shifting and attacking. In that brief skirmish, he had discerned Jiang Zhui's weakness, Meng Qi's cumbersome footwork. Sure enough, Meng Qi and Jiang Zhui found themselves in dire straits. Although Jiang Zhui knew the right maneuvers, Meng Qi, without hesitation, complied, yet speaking consumed precious time, making it impossible to execute even slightly complex tactics. Left with no choice, Jiang Zhui shifted from offense to defense, blocking the majority of the fortress lord's assaults alongside Zhang Yuanshan, while Gu Chongshan and Qi Xiang retaliated, exchanging blows in a stalemate. Clang, 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 each strike of the long sword against the fortress lord's iron-hued palms resonated like a sharp chime against metal, and as Meng Qi listened, a sudden wave of irritation surged within him, his legs growing weak. Poison. Zhang Yuanshan, who had first engaged the fortress lord, turned ashen, and Gu Chongshan and Qi Xiang's movements also became sluggish. The fortress lord seized the upper hand. Laughing maniacally, they have transformed into poisonous beasts. And with the rare flowers before the hall, it is a match made in heaven. Eliminate you, and the martial world shall know no rival. In the distance, the skilled warriors, likewise feeling the strain of weakness, watched in despair as the black-robed figures, their skin rotting and exuding gas, became increasingly ferocious, overwhelmed by the insidiousness of this untraceable poison brute. I shall fight you. Gu Chongshan roared, a tempest of rage and grief at that moment. Amidst the turmoil and fear, Meng Qi heard Zhang Zhui's calm voice urging, lunge forward. Lunge forward. Before him lay the fortress lord's iron-hued palms, which, if pressed upon him, promised certain death. Yet Meng Qi recalled his prior conversation with Zhang Zhui. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind that he remembered the deceased Yin Wujian and Qing Jing, envisioned himself poisoned and at the mercy of others, and reflected upon his once tranquil life, as well as these inexplicable circumstances. Thus, all his thoughts swiftly coalesced into a fierce determination to survive. Damn it, when one dies, one faces the sky. If not now, then never. He resolved fiercely. Meng Qi's face contorted with exertion as he lunged towards the fortress lord. Throughout this ordeal, his eyes widened, fixated on those iron-hued palms, determined to witness his demise. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of sword light illuminated his vision, eclipsing all else. What a beautiful sword light! It was the thought that instinctively crossed his mind. The skilled warriors battling the black-robed figures suddenly sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere, raising their eyes in unison to behold a sword light that seemed to soar from the heavens, captivating their attention entirely. As the sword light faded, Meng Qi saw the blade embedded in the fortress lord's brow. The tip buried deep, a faint red mark at the wound, while the iron-hued palms, though pressed against his chest, bore no strength. Thud! Unable to halt his momentum, Meng Qi toppled the fortress lord to the ground, rolling with Zhang Zhui before finding his footing. Only then did Meng Qi notice the fortress lord still wore a smile, though his pupils contracted, reflecting a profound fear and disbelief. Looking down, Meng Qi saw Zhang Zhui's slender fingers trembling violently. No longer resembling a hand that could wield a sword, he then heard her heavy breaths point one of the 9 ultimate moves of the Taishang sword canon. The sword emerges without me. She has actually mastered the sword emerges without me. Qi Xiang and Zhang Yuanshan murmured in astonishment. Chapter 16. Meng Qi's aspirations having observed the sword strike at the closest proximity, Gu Chongshan's expression mirrored that of the fortress lord, rigid, his pupils constricting sharply, akin to a needle's point. Yet unlike the fortress lord, he could scarcely believe, murmuring in disbelief, such swordsmanship, even the immortals would be awed. This was not only his inner cry, but echoed the sentiments of the other skilled warriors outside the hall. This strike, a celestial flash, a dragon's claw from the heavens, left no trace, only its might felt. They replayed the details of that strike in their minds, yet could only recall the dazzling, piercing sword light and the sense that the very heavens had taken notice. For reasons unknown, a thought suddenly flickered through Gu Chongshan's mind. The celestial sword from beyond. The celestial sword from beyond. With such swordsmanship, it was no wonder it bore the title of celestial sword from beyond. At this moment, with the death of the hidden Emperor Fortress Lord, the black-clad individuals transformed into poisonous beasts grew increasingly frenzied, their decay worsening, and the scene erupted into chaos. Ji Chongshan, a seasoned wanderer of the martial world, swiftly regained his composure, channeling his energy and shouting, "The demon has been vanquished. The poison mist merely saps our strength. If we eliminate these poisonous beasts before that, we shall remain unharmed. Brothers, I will assist you." After stabilizing the hearts of the people, he dashed forward, thrusting his iron fan directly into the back of a figure clad in black, attempting to resolve the battle before the feeling of helplessness deepened. Meanwhile, a grand yet cold and indifferent voice echoed in Meng Qi's ears. "The lord of the hidden Emperor Fortress has perished. The main quest is complete. Each person is rewarded with 50 merit points. Return." Darkness enveloped Meng Qi's vision, rendering him unable to see his own hand in front of him, while an eerie silence filled his ears. Then, a flash of white light emerged, and the ethereal white jade square reappeared before his eyes. Indeed, he had returned directly. Meng Qi felt a slight joy. Being somewhat familiar with this type of cyclical world granted him an advantage. Otherwise, his currently limited martial prowess would leave him feeling inferior in the presence of his companions. With the task completed, he was entitled to a complimentary healing that a beam of milky white light descended upon Meng Qi, enveloping him in warmth and comfort, akin to soaking in a hot spring, erasing all previous fatigue and soreness, revitalizing his energy and spirit. How is my injury healing so quickly? Exclaimed Qi Xia, who was also bathed in the milky light. Her gruesomely injured left shoulder visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate that in just a few moments, she was completely healed. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhui, standing in another beam of white light, stretched her legs and joyfully, yet incredulously remarked, I am healed too. Even the great pill of Shaolin wouldn't have such an effect. Perhaps only a terrestrial immortal of the Dharma body level or a corresponding divine elixir could yield such miraculous results. Zhang Yuanshan exerted his energy and discovered that the poison he had suffered from had been purged without him realizing it. Unfortunately, he had never encountered such celestial beings to make comparisons. Meng Qi had heard from Xuanxin that the prominent sects currently dominating the martial arts world had all once produced terrestrial immortals of the Dharma body level. Yet proving one's Dharma body was no easy feat. And such figures were not consistently present among these sects that it should be noted that for the majority of the time, most sects did not possess such immortals. For instance, the current Jinwu sect. Zuantiangong, Shijin Pavilion, and Dajianggang were among those lacking. Thus, Zhang Yuanshan, a highly regarded disciple, had never witnessed the prowess of a Dharma body master, while the Shaolin, with its legendary dragon subduing Arhut, subtly became the leader of the Great Jin Alliance. Of course, these ancient and prestigious sects, even without terrestrial immortals, were not to be underestimated. They possessed various town-protecting divine weapons, relics left behind by predecessors who had attained the Dharma body or obtained through fortuitous encounters. When a peak master of the external realm fought with all their might, these divine weapons could unleash nearly the power of a Dharma body. For example, the time blade of Zaniangong, rumored to have been forged by the Celestial Emperor, was regarded as one of the top 10 divine weapons in the mysterious realm of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the most unfathomable of them all. It was precisely due to these divine weapons that the major sects, in the absence of Dharma body masters, were able to avoid being taken advantage of and falling into decline. However, should these sects become internally decayed, with successive generations lacking even peak masters of the external realm, their divine weapons would be coveted by outsiders. Over the past 2,000 to 3,000 years, numerous sects have faced extinction or regression. From the conversations of Xuanxin, Zhang Yuanshan, Jiang Zhui, and others, Meng Qi pieced together the cultivation levels of this world, after 100 days of foundation establishment. The next stage was the Qi accumulation and body tempering phase, followed by the opening of the 9 orifices in the opening phase after successfully achieving Qi accumulation through the 100 meridians. Subsequently, there was the external realm, and beyond that lay the Dharma body realm of terrestrial immortals, characterized by different Dharma bodies, Tao bodies, and golden bodies, such as the Arhat golden body, Tathagata golden body, Bodhi golden body, Supreme Tao body, and Taiji Dharma body. Among others, it was said that the disparities between different levels of Dharma bodies were as vast as the heavens and the abyss, yet to those at prior realms, they all possessed immeasurable powers. As for whether there were further realms beyond that, Meng Qi was unaware. The milky light gradually dissipated, and the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation once again intoned with a cold and grand voice in future reincarnation tasks. Should the main quest be completed, regardless of the severity of injuries, as long as one is not dead, healing will be granted without the need for merit points. However, if the main quest is not completed, in addition to the corresponding penalties, requests for healing will require payment of merit points. The more severe the injury, the greater the merit points required. The specific prices can be found in the miscellaneous list. That is quite fair, Qi Jinyin murmured softly, his typically taciturn demeanor now tinged with a hint of excitement. Meng Qi nodded in agreement. Indeed, injuries sustained while fulfilling a task should be considered work-related injuries, and reimbursement would be warranted if the task were ultimately completed. Upon this realization, he suddenly felt a jolt. The Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation seems to wield immense power. Would the peculiar and bizarre thoughts swirling in my mind, which do not belong to this world, be perceived by him if my identity as a traveler were to be exposed? Lost in thought, he sighed, contemplating that the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation possessed great powers, and he had been brought here without any awareness. Perhaps his soul had already been searched and memories examined. Alas, maybe the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation had known all along. Resigned to this fate, Meng Qi mused with a hint of dark humor. To good Chongshan and the others, we could also be considered travelers. What is so remarkable about being a traveler? The evaluation of the hidden Emperor Fortress task revealed that all but Jiang Zhiwei received a rating of ordinary. With no additional rewards, Jiang Zhiwei also failed to reach the criteria for a lottery draw, receiving only 10 merit points. The words of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation took everyone by surprise. It turned out there were additional rewards and lottery opportunities beyond the merit point rewards. Meng Qi's lips twitched slightly. Was this considered a passing evaluation? Suddenly, each person found a jade volume appearing before them. This was a copy of the exchange ledger, which also recorded the number of merit points each individual possessed. After selecting the items they desired, they could go to the central light pillar for exchange. Apart from the jade volume, which must remain, all items could be freely chosen to be stored here or taken back to their original world as soon as the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation finished speaking. 5 white jade doors appeared surrounding the statues of divine beasts and celestial birds, each inscribed with the names of Meng Qi and the others. What about the items for personal storage? Magical treasures? Meng Qi inquired based on his experience. What about personal storage space? You must exchange for it in the miscellaneous ledger, replied the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. As he spoke. The jade volume in front of Meng Qi began to flip on its own, stopping at an item resembling mustard seed ring, a wondrous object, the simplest form of spatial item. Exchange price, 3,000 merit points. Meng Qi glanced at the upper left corner of the jade volume, which consistently displayed his merit points, 80, and could only respond with a dry laugh. You may now begin attempting exchanges. After the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation's proclamation, he fell silent, and the entire white jade square became quiet. Meng Qi's ears caught this silence, while his heart raced with excitement. He finally had the opportunity to exchange for advanced martial arts. The previous life in the miscellaneous courtyard had whetted his appetite for martial arts, and he was utterly unwilling to live out his days as a mere errand monk. What should he exchange for? Meng Qi was overwhelmed by the plethora of martial arts he knew, his mind a chaotic whirl as he eagerly scanned the directory of martial arts. 6 Pulses Divine Sword, Complete Edition, Exchange Price, 1,300 merit points. Small No-Form Skill, Complete Edition, Exchange Price, 1,200 merit points. North Sea Divine Skill, Complete Edition, Exchange Price, 1,500 merit points. God of War Codex, Complete Edition, Exchange Price, 2,100 merit points. Perhaps due to a daze, Meng Qi found himself only noticing the martial arts he was familiar with. Stimulated by the numbers, he gradually regained his composure, bitterly self-mocking. Why am I directly looking at external realm martial arts? I simply lack sufficient merit points. Simultaneously, he flipped back and forth, spotting the star absorption great method listed among the opening phase martial arts, valued at 500 merit points, and recognized many familiar martial arts, prompting him to ponder. Most of the pinnacle skills of the metal system were categorized in the opening phase, while only a few, such as the skills of the Shaoyao sect and the 6 Pulses Divine Sword, fell into the external realm category and were among the more affordable options. In the yellow system, most top-tier extraordinary skills were in this category. It seemed that the external realm should be characterized by the ability to communicate with heaven and earth. The Shaolin skills of the metal system were marked as ordinary, while those of this world were not, though it was noted that they could be upgraded from ordinary skills. What should I exchange for? Meng Qi muttered this question again, influenced by the excitement of viewing these martial arts, his mind gradually conjuring an image of his future self. Yes, I must be clad in white as snow, with a sword like light, riding a fine steed under the moonlight, striding across the water as if on solid ground, defeating strong enemies with a single sword stroke. I must be as dashing as possible. I must be as handsome as possible. Meng Qi's fantasies nearly brought him to drooling, as he secretly resolved to develop in this direction. Suddenly, a crisp and melodious voice rang in his ear. Little monk, have you decided what to exchange for? Not yet. Meng Qi immediately straightened up, gazing earnestly at Jiang Zhui. Miss Jiang, what about you? I haven't either. Jiang Zhui shook her head. Currently available for exchange, I don't find much use for. And what I wish to exchange for still requires 20 merit points she's looking to borrow from me. No, borrowing merit points? Meng Qi's heart began to struggle intensely, to lend or not to lend. If he lent, he would only have 60 merit points left, limiting his exchanges. However, if he refused, he and Jiang Zhui had experienced adversity together. Their bond was not shallow, and she had looked out for him quite a bit. His conscience would feel uneasy. Moreover, if he befriended her, it could provide more assurance for the next task that if he angered her, even a slight misstep in the next task could lead to his demise. Indeed, the matter of lending money is an eternal dilemma. Meng Qi let out a gentle sigh. Initially, he had resolved to feign death and observe the situation, but he couldn't help but recall Jiang Zhuwei's admirable character, martial prowess, and her sect's esteemed background. Ultimately, he blurted out, 9 out, 13 back. With a chuckle, Jiang Zhuwei couldn't contain her amusement. At such a tender age, where did you learn such nonsensical phrases? Then, her face lit up with a playful smile as she clasped her hands in a gesture of respect. I appreciate your good intentions, but I must confess, I cannot bear to seek alms from a poor monk like you. That I am here to offer you guidance, to ensure you do not mistakenly choose the wrong martial arts. I humbly request your instruction, Miss Jiang, Meng Qi replied, feeling a surge of relief at the thought that he need not borrow money. Little monk, you ought to be more mindful. You truly lack the self-awareness of a practitioner. Jiang Zhuwei demonstrated the gesture of hands clasped together, continuing, to be honest, you need to exchange for a great deal to barely hold your own. Even if you gather all our benevolent merits, it may still fall short. You must take it step by step. Without having learned the art of escaping, in future encounters with adversaries, you won't even be able to evade. Moreover, should you find yourself in a hurry, climbing a mountain or traversing a forest, you would undoubtedly lag behind us that if the situation becomes urgent, we cannot afford to wait for you. Thus, you must learn a lightness technique. Additionally, you should exchange for an external martial art, such as the iron cloth shirt, as it would significantly enhance your ability to preserve your life. These two matters are of utmost priority, that if there are any benevolent merits left, you should exchange for a basic knife technique, which is easier to grasp than sword techniques and will allow you to quickly improve your practical combat skills. After all, none of us know when the next reincarnation task will commence. The image of a burly man with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, wielding a long knife with skin as dark as iron, suddenly flashed in Meng Qi's mind. Could this be his future self? It was not the ideal he envisioned. The atmosphere felt entirely off. Chapter 17. Exchange. Meng Qi felt a considerable resistance within, yet reason compelled him to acknowledge the soundness of Jiang Zhuwei's advice. Lightness techniques, external martial arts, and knife techniques. If he were to exchange for these three and hone them over time, he would undoubtedly undergo a transformation, preventing situations like the current one where he could only opportunistically slay Cheng Yong. And even that was perilously close. Junior sister Jiang speaks wisely. Before he realized it, Zhang Yuanshan approached, followed closely by Qi Xia and Qi Jingyan. Brother Zhang, have you completed your exchanges? Jiang Zhiwei inquired with a hint of surprise, for she had not seen Zhang Yuanshan head towards the central light pillar. Zhang Yuanshan smiled slightly, not yet that I considered that the master of the 6 paths of reincarnation had deliberately mentioned 2 distinct terms, companions and allies. I surmised that perhaps we would undertake our next task together again. So I took the liberty of inviting junior sister Qi and junior brother Jingyan, hoping we could all discuss our exchanges beforehand, pooling our thoughts to ensure that each companion's strength receives the best enhancement, thereby increasing the chances of success in the next task and avoiding a repeat of the incidents with junior brother Qing Jing and Master Yanxiang. As he spoke, a shadow of melancholy crossed his face. Meng Qi nodded gently, unable to deny that Zhang Yuanshan indeed possessed the aptitude for leading a small team, considering all aspects thoroughly while being attuned to others' emotions. Zhang Yuanshan turned to Meng Qi. Lightness techniques and external martial arts are your current priorities, especially the iron cloth shirt, which not only serves as an external art, but also contains foundational inner strength principles, enabling you to initially cultivate your dantian. Furthermore, it will lay a solid foundation for you to practice profound Shaolin techniques, such as indestructible diamond skill and golden bell, shield in the future. Thank you, Brother Zhang, and for Miss Zhang's guidance. I shall act as you advise, Meng Qi replied through gritted teeth. Although the idea of defeating opponents with a suave and charismatic demeanor was appealing, his life must take precedence for now. Zhang Yuanshan nodded and then inquired of Jiang Zhuwei. Junior sister Jiang, do you still need 20 benevolent merits? Are you planning to exchange for the heavenly wisdom pill? Upon hearing about the heavenly wisdom pill, Qi Xia wore a knowing expression, while Qi Jingyan appeared visibly excited, as if he had long desired this elixir. Indeed, the heavenly wisdom pill costs 110 benevolent merits. Jiang Zhui was not surprised by Zhang Yuanshan's accurate conjecture, for she knew he would also prioritize this. All 9 acupoints related to my auditory faculties have been cultivated, and I am merely a step away from opening my ear acupoints. Initially, I planned to refine them independently. But time is of the essence, and I must expedite my progress, hoping for a longer interval between future tasks to make up for at that moment. The cold voice of the master of the 6 paths of reincarnation echoed. The interval between tasks is as short as 1 month and as long as 3 to 5 years. What about our next task? Zhang Yuanshan called out 500 benevolent merits to exchange for this information. Replied the master of the 6 paths of reincarnation, as unyielding as ever. Jiang Zhui exhaled, noticing Meng Qi's bewildered expression, and kindly explained, when opening acupoints, specific elixirs can assist, but each elixir can only be used once effectively. For the next occasion, a better elixir will be required. For instance, if I use the heavenly wisdom pill to open my ear acupoints, I cannot use it again for opening my nasal acupoints, at the very least. I would need an elixir of the heavenly vision and earthly hearing level, which costs no less than 260 benevolent merits. Similar elixirs, even in my sword washing pavilion, are scarce if I wish to obtain them. I must make corresponding contributions or receive them from my master's private stash. However, she continued, if there is no urgency, it is best not to rely on elixirs for breakthroughs, as they may leave lingering issues that require arduous effort to remedy later. Otherwise, the transition to higher realms will be significantly more challenging. Naturally, the lower the realm, the easier it is to compensate. That Qi Jingyan suddenly sighed. For someone of my ordinary aptitude, it seems the hope of opening acupoints may rest solely on these elixirs. Had it not been for entering this reincarnation world, what merit would I have to obtain even a single heavenly wisdom pill? Of course, many individuals of his ilk have had the opportunity to open their acupoints through the passage of time. However, they may find themselves in their 30s or 40s by then, leaving little time for further advancement. Upon hearing Qi Jingyan's words, Meng Qi felt an instant kinship, realizing that they both occupied the lower echelons of their sect. With little hope for progress, this reincarnation world presented both peril and opportunity. Haha, Qi Xia said with a smile. The miscellaneous list clearly states that one can directly have the master of the 6 paths of reincarnation help enhance one's inner strength. Refine acupoints, open acupoints, and break through realms, though the price is even steeper than that of the corresponding elixirs. Jiang Zhui replied earnestly, what is given directly by others is easily taken away. Only what belongs to oneself can be relied upon until the end. Qi Jingyan nodded, his expression calm, and it was unclear whether he truly absorbed her words. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuanshan proposed, Junior Sister Jiang, how about I lend you 20 benevolent merits to assist you in exchanging for the heavenly wisdom pill? He raised his hand to halt Jiang Zhiwei's response, continuing, 2 of the 9 acupoints related to my auditory faculties remain unrefined. Relying repeatedly on elixirs or the master of the 6 paths of reincarnation may lead to irreparable hidden dangers in the future. Thus, I intend to proceed cautiously. Moreover, your strength surpasses mine, that if you were to gain enhancement, it would be of greater assistance to us. Who would have thought you learned sword comes without me? Even Master Su had to open 4 acupoints to unleash it. Jiang Zhui remarked, aware that Meng Qi's knowledge was limited, and thus provided a more detailed explanation. Meng Qi's gaze fell to the jade tablet as it turned with her words, halting at sword comes without me. Sword comes without me. One of the 9 ultimate techniques of the Taishang sword cannon. Exchange price, 18,700 benevolent merits. This revelation caused Meng Qi to inwardly gasp, astonished that such a mere technique could be valued so highly without an overarching guideline. Truly, the disciples of great sects enjoy unfathomable advantages. Regardless, once I have opened my ear acupoints, Sister Jiang, you will not be left utterly exhausted after a single strike, Zhang Yuanshan stated with candor. Jiang Zhui frowned. What about you, Brother Zhang? What do you intend to exchange for? Witnessing Zhang Yuanshan's actions, Meng Qi felt not only admiration but also a sense of relief. He was glad he hadn't refused to lend benevolent merits earlier, or else he would have been overshadowed by Zhang Yuanshan's brilliant image, appearing miserly and petty. Suddenly, Meng Qi heard Jiang Zhui's voice, faint as a whisper, as disciples of our sect, we are not likely to lack various resources, allowing us to be so free with our benevolent merits that it is akin to a suffering individual having a wealthy friend offer a tale of silver versus a poor friend offering 5 coins. While both acts of kindness are admirable, the latter's character and camaraderie are evidently more deserving of my respect. Haha. Meng Qi couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that he had inadvertently aligned himself with someone of noble character. Just as he began to revel in this thought, a sudden realization struck him. If Zhang Zhuwei was speaking, why did the others remain unresponsive? With a soft laugh, Zhang Zhuwei explained, the art of sound transmission can be employed even without having opened my mouth acupoint. However, due to my prior injuries, my luck has been somewhat obstructed, compelling me to focus solely on my sword. Naturally, Zhang Yuanshan could not hear Zhang Zhuwei's words to Meng Qi and replied with a smile. As junior sister Jiang mentioned earlier, I excel in defensive strategies but struggle to unleash my offensive capabilities. The Jinwu 7 Cuts cannon is exceedingly profound, and I cannot make a breakthrough in the short term. Thus, I seek a sword technique that excels in offense. However, for now, I can only exchange for one of its forms to study, which sect sword technique. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhuwei's face seemed to radiate with brilliance. Her beauty almost mesmerizing. In the Sanjin Tower, the legendary Heavenly Scar and Earthly Lack, 108 sword speaks of darkness descending. If one were to assess offensive prowess, the swordsmanship of your Shijin Pavilion would undoubtedly be regarded as exemplary. However, with Jiang Shimi present, I find it difficult to muster the courage to exchange insights. Zhang Yuanshan remarked with a smile. The Sanjin Tower is a sect of the Northern Zhou and one of the 6 sword-holding factions, historically renowned alongside the Shijin Pavilion. Zhang Zhuwei's gaze flitted. The Heavenly Scar and Earthly Lack, 108 swords, is derived from the foundational sword technique of the Sanjin Tower, the Wuxing 13 swords, truly a life-and-death swordplay. In the future, I must seek guidance from Brother Zhang. By the way, I am immensely grateful for your assistance with the merit points, Brother Zhang. Meng Qi discreetly glanced at the jade tablet, discovering that this set of Heavenly Scar and Earthly Lack, 108 swords belong to the Outer Realm level sword techniques, valued at 6,000 merit points. Yet, if broken down into its core principles, the total would amount to 1,000 merit points, with individual techniques ranging from 40 to 60 merit points. Brother Zhang had selected this particular technique, requiring 50 merit points, thereby exhausting his total. That if Shimi desires my merit points, I am most honored. Zhang Yuanshan replied cheerfully, thus, it will certainly not be 9 exits and 13 returns. After the next task, simply return it to me as it was. Both Zhang Zhuwei and Qi Xia couldn't help but chuckle, while Meng Qi, feeling slightly embarrassed, raised his head, his face flushed as he gazed at the drifting clouds above. What if I were to perish on my next task? Zhang Zhuwei asked with a teasing smile. Zhang Yuanshan shook his head with a smile. Then consider it my poor judgment in assessing character. Zhang Zhuwei refrained from further commentary and turned to Meng Qi. Little monk, have you chosen the martial arts you wish to exchange? Meng Qi had been listening intently while selecting, nodding as he pointed to the jade tablet. Based on your suggestions, Brother Zhang and Miss Jiang, I have decided to exchange for the Shaolin Iron Cloth Shirt Manual, the Godly Steps of 8 Manual, and the 5 Tigers Broadsword Manual, priced at 30, 20, and 30 merit points respectively. In truth, I initially wished to directly exchange for the first 3 levels of the Golden Bell Shield. Yet that requires a total of 120 merit points, which I can only pursue next time. He referred to the temple's ultimate technique, the Golden Bell Shield. The first 4 levels belong to the energy accumulation phase, requiring 20, 40, 60, and 100 merit points respectively. Other variations of the Golden Bell Shield, while cheaper, do not match its efficacy. After all, if one completes all 12 levels of this Golden Bell Shield, they could attain the indestructible Vajra body, impervious to all forms of harm. The Iron Cloth Shirt derived from the Golden Bell Shield is an expedited method, equivalent to the effects of mastering the first 3 levels. Shaolin's martial arts are profound and methodical. Only upon mastering the first 3 levels can one achieve a state akin to the Iron Cloth Shirt, where ordinary weapons struggle to penetrate. Thus, Meng Qi, seeking to enhance his skills swiftly, opted for the Iron Cloth Shirt instead of merely exchanging for the first level of the Golden Bell Shield. However, this Iron Cloth Shirt can evolve into the Golden Bell Shield, and Meng Qi plans to retrain in the Golden Bell Shield in the future to compensate for the shortcomings of this expedited method. After careful selection, Meng Qi perfectly exhausted his merit points. Initially, he had intended to exchange for the godly steps of 100 changes learned by Wei Xiaobao, yet the ability to repeatedly extricate a martial artist of low prowess from peril implied that this lightness skill was extraordinary. Even if it belonged to the lower echelon of martial arts, it was classified among the strongest in the energy accumulation phase, valued at 100 merit points. Thus he had to abandon it regretfully. Fortunately, Meng Qi later discovered the godly steps of 8, whose detailed description indicated it was a simplified version of the godly steps of 100 changes that if one possessed remarkable martial talent. It was not impossible to directly comprehend the latter from the former. Exchanging manuals? Do you have time to practice? Qi Xia suddenly interjected. Meng Qi furrowed his brow and shook his head. If I had a year, it would be no problem. However, if one possesses sufficient comprehension, the godly steps of 8 can be easily mastered, perhaps within a month to as for the foundational sword techniques. I only seek to grasp the basics, and a month should suffice. Wei Xiaobao is a prime example. Jiang Zhuwei pondered for a moment and suggested, then directly exchange for the iron cloth shirt. Once you master this rigorous training technique, you will be considered a competent martial artist. As for the sword techniques, I will look within the sect to see if there are any ordinary sword manuals casually acquired by fellow disciples. Casually acquired. Meng Qi felt a bit awkward. Directly training in the iron cloth sure demands double the merit points. The remainder perfectly covers the godly steps of 8. Sister Zhuwei, upon returning to the Shijin Pavilion, will you have the opportunity to visit Shaolin? Moreover, the round trip would waste precious time. Qi Xia remarked cheerfully, I greatly enjoy reading, and I have a good memory. The Zhang family has also collected numerous ordinary manuals and miscellaneous studies. How about I transcribe a sword technique for junior brother Zhen Ding? At this point, she chuckled. I know that brother Zhang and sister Zhuwei are solely focused on diligently honing the martial arts of your own sect, possessing only a superficial understanding of ordinary manuals and miscellaneous studies, making it challenging for you to recount. Indeed, I only recall hearing about other martial arts during practical sparring when my master explained. Zhang Yuanshan candidly nodded. Thus, my younger sister, who retains many seemingly useless manuals and miscellaneous studies, holds a distinct advantage. She smiled at Zhang Yuanshan. Earlier, I organized a portion of manuals and miscellaneous studies and exchanged them for the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, acquiring an additional 50 merit points. As long as I concentrate and recall, the manuals will naturally take shape. Haha, fortunately, there are still some manuals remaining, including the 5 Tigers Broadsword technique. According to the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, the martial arts exchanged with him cannot be taught to others, while those not exchanged, if taught, would reduce the merit points obtainable by half for each disciple taught, not including those taught by others. Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan nodded gently, saying nothing further, as they could not betray their principles by exchanging their sect's martial arts with the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Even though it was indicated that such materials were available here, Qi Jinyan, however, appeared contemplative as he glanced at the long sword in his hand, with Sister Qi providing the sword technique manual. The little monk's exchange was thus determined. Jiang Zhuwei pondered briefly, suggesting, why not observe the little monk's exchange first? We all could gain some experience. All right. The others had no objections, and Meng Qi felt a flutter of excitement. In the center of the white jade plaza, a beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloped in a hazy glow, exuding an ethereal aura. Meng Qi stepped inside, selecting to directly train in the iron cloth shirt from the manifest that appeared before him. Instantly, within the beam of light, a myriad of luminescent points emerged, resembling swarms of fireflies, completely enveloping Meng Qi's body, incessantly entering and exiting. Meng Qi felt as though his muscles and skin were tearing apart in agony, particularly in his dantian. Yet his body was inexplicably immobilized, making it impossible to move or speak, leaving him to endure the torment akin to undergoing repeated tortures in the depths of hell. Just as Meng Qi felt he could bear no more and darkness began to encroach upon his vision, a warmth blossomed in his lower abdomen, and the true Qi began to flow naturally into the various acupoints, converging into the freshly cultivated dantian, before following different pathways back to his own acupoints, leaving behind only a faint warmth in the dantian. This warmth circulated through the fixed meridians several times. connecting with certain acupoints, continually developing and refining them, preparing for future cultivation. As a result, the route of internal energy was deeply etched into Meng Qi's mind. As the light points dissipated, so too did the excruciating pain. Yet that sensation lingered in Meng Qi's heart, making it unforgettable for a long time. Exchange complete, the voice of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation echoed without fluctuation. Meng Qi, disregarding the remaining light beam, moved his limbs, feeling an immense surge of strength. He patted his body, feeling as though he had struck thick fabric, without a trace of pain. Phew. Meng Qi exhaled, concluding that training in external techniques appeared to pose no issues. Next, he attempted to channel the true qi from his dantian, following the simple route he had just learned, striving to make it truly his own as quickly as possible. Is everything all right? Jiang Zhiwei inquired curiously from outside the beam of light. Meng Qi shook his head. Relatively successful. As he spoke, he navigated to the martial arts of the energy accumulation phase, selecting the godly steps of 8. A flash of light enveloped him, and Meng Qi found himself inexplicably holding a dusty, gray manual inscribed with godly steps of 8. After a cursory glance, Meng Qi confirmed that it was a lightness technique manual. With no time to examine it further, he tucked it into his robe and exited the beam of light. The Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation is indeed honest. Meng Qi smiled at Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan. Jiang Zhiwei nodded, then with a hint of a smile, said, "Little monk, one must never be careless. Shall I test your iron cloth shirt?" "All right." Meng Qi was certainly not inclined to be negligent regarding such life-and-death matters. Although the iron cloth shirt belonged to external techniques and had already integrated into his skin and muscles, rendering it effective without needing to channel qi, he still summoned his internal energy, striving to maximize the effects of the iron cloth shirt. As soon as he began to channel his energy, Meng Qi's vision blurred, and he saw a flash of sword light akin to a meteor hurtling toward him, piercing his left shoulder before he could react. The long sword emitted a sound akin to striking rotten leather. Only the tip penetrated slightly, eliciting a minor sting. As the long sword withdrew, a single drop of blood oozed out. Jiang Zhiwei retracted her long sword, wiped the tip lightly, and nodded gently. "This iron cloth shirt is indeed trustworthy. With just 4 parts of my strength employed in that strike, and this white rainbow piercing the sun sword of mine is of superior quality. It seems I would need to exert 5 parts of my strength to truly breach your iron cloth shirt." Quite impressive. Although it could only withstand attacks up to 5 parts of Jiang Zhiwei's strength, Meng Qi felt immense satisfaction, considering that just moments ago, he couldn't even match 1 part of Jiang Zhiwei's strength. Zhang Yuanshan, standing nearby, was equally pleased, smiling as he remarked, "An ordinary martial artist at the small success stage of energy accumulation, unless they exert their full strength and wield a fine weapon, would struggle to truly harm you. Junior brother Zhen Ding, however, do exercise caution when facing those at the great success stage of energy accumulation. Aim to exchange injuries swiftly to resolve the conflict. Thank you very much for your guidance." Brother Zhang. Meng Qi comprehended Zhang Yuanshan's intention. He feared that his nascent iron cloth shirt would be insufficient to withstand the full force assault of an adept practitioner, yet it still afforded some degree of damage reduction. Thus, during combat, he must leverage this advantage, exchanging light injuries for heavier ones. That moment, Qi Xia chuckled softly, cautioning, "Do not allow the little monk to grow complacent." Her gaze shifted to Meng Qi. "The iron cloth shirt has numerous vulnerabilities, of which you are well aware. You must exercise caution in those areas during battle. Furthermore, different types of weaponry yield varying effects against the iron cloth shirt, and you must diligently study this." Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to refer to him as the little monk in tandem with Jiang Zhiwei. Meng Qi solemnly acknowledged her words, understanding that Qi Xia spoke truthfully. His own eyes, temples, and lower regions were indeed weaknesses. The iron cloth shirt, forged through rigorous striking practice, offered excellent defense against bludgeoning weapons, but was significantly weaker against slashing and piercing attacks. "Here," Qi Xia said, presenting Meng Qi with a manual titled 5 Tigers Breaking the Door Blade. Its exterior dull and unassuming, yet the pages appeared remarkably new. Meng Qi expressed his heartfelt gratitude, casually flipping through the pages before putting it away. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwei approached the light column, activating the exchange list. Instead of directly navigating to the Tiansong pill, she scrolled through the list from the beginning, her gaze skimming the entries, pausing momentarily on sword techniques, such as 7 swords to cut the heavens. Supreme Sword Canon, 13 swords of no life. Immortal bestowed longevity sword, stop the war sword technique, investigating the void sword technique, and Duga 9 swords, her eyes focused and slightly aflame with intensity. She sighed, a sound rich with meaning. And the exchange list finally revealed the row for the Tiansong pill. All right, she said, extending her hand into the light column to retrieve a wax-sealed elixir, with a gentle flick of her fingertip. She broke the wax seal, releasing a fragrant aroma. After carefully inhaling the scent, she nodded slightly, confirming it was indeed the Tiansong pill. Zhang Yuanshan smiled, stepping beside her to initiate the exchange for the heavenly remnant and earthly deficiency. 108 swords of chaotic darkness. Then stowed away the thin sheets of paper. Turning to Qi Jingyan, he inquired, "Now it is your turn, Jingyan Shitty. Have you decided what you wish to exchange for?" Qi Jingyan clasped his hands, earnestly stating, "I, Qi, possess mediocre martial skills and limited knowledge that I humbly ask for guidance from Brother Zhang, Miss Jiang, and Miss Qi." Zhang Yuanshan pondered for a moment before replying, "Jingyan Shitty, I observe your primary focus is on the long river sword technique. Am I correct?" "Indeed. The lone smoke of the desert stretches straight. The long river meets the setting sun." Qi Jingyan replied with a faint smile breaking through his typically stern demeanor. This left Meng Qi momentarily stunned. Were they engaging in banter? Although Xuanqin was introducing the new disciples to various sects, he preferred recounting his own adventures in the martial world, often displaying a certain laziness, sometimes mentioning sects only in passing. With the Huanhua sword sect being one of those, seeing Meng Qi's dazed expression, Jiang Zhui chuckled and explained, the founder of the Huanhua sword sect was well-versed in poetry and literature. During the dynastic upheaval, he retreated into the mountains, where he encountered an immortal and received the teachings of a peerless skill, establishing the Huanhua sword sect. Due to his passion, every core martial art within the sect is named after a line or two of ancient poetry. For instance, the sword technique, "The lone smoke of the desert stretches straight, the long river meets the setting sun," is a poetic title, while ordinary martial friends, lacking patience for reciting poetry, have simplified these names to long river sword technique. Qi Jingyan cleared his throat, refraining from rebuttal. He knew well the humble origins of his sect's founder, who was merely a destitute scholar, and thus would not dare to voice such sentiments. That he silently appreciated Jiang Zhui for preserving some dignity for himself and his sect. Indeed, Zhang Yuanshan chuckled. The Huanhua sword sect's foundational scripture, known as the Immortal supports my crown, bestowing longevity, is what we refer to as the Immortal bestowed longevity sword. And what about the sword of the rising moon tide? Little monk, do you know which line of poetry it corresponds to? Qi Xia added with a playful smile. Ancient poetry. Meng Qi furrowed his brow, pondering whether it was mere coincidence or something more significant. He replied casually, "The bright moon rises with the tide." "Correct. Given your previous delicate complexion, you are clearly not of ordinary stock," Qi Xia remarked boldly, confirming her earlier assumptions about him. Meng Qi grimaced slightly. It seemed he had unwittingly been tested at such a young age. How could one possess such guile? Disregarding the matter of ancient poetry, he soon pushed it from his mind, realizing there was little he could investigate at present. He felt a flicker of joy at the thought. In the future, adorned in white robes, with a sword at my waist, a fan in hand, reciting poetry, I shall not be questioned for the origins of my verses. After a series of exchanges, Zhang Yuanshan resumed his previous discourse. Jingyan Shitty, the long river sword technique is renowned for its rigor, yet it conceals deadly moves that in my opinion, it aligns well with your temperament, but ultimately lacks agility, resulting in limited adaptability during combat. While it excels in defense, it falls short in offense. That I suggest you first select a sword technique that emphasizes unpredictability for supplementary practice. Once you have refined the 9 key acupoints related to vision, you can accumulate merit in your next mission in exchange for the Tiansong pill. At your current level, even with the Tiansong pill, you may struggle to break through. Jiang Zhui candidly pointed this out. Qi Jingyan nodded earnestly, acknowledging, "I have indeed only refined 6 of the 9 acupoints related to vision. That I will heed Brother Zhang's advice for my exchange." After his agreement, everyone produced their jade tablets to assist him in selecting a similarly priced sword technique. Eventually, the well-informed Meng Qi discovered a martial art that greatly satisfied Qi Jingyan. Qi Jingyan clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Zen and Shitty, that I initially considered exchanging for a technique named the setting sun flies with the lonely wild goose. Autumn waters merge with the sky's colors, but it ultimately belongs to our sect's secret teachings. Should I practice it recklessly, discovery may lead to accusations of stealing knowledge. The 13 forms of ever-changing mist and clouds, on the other hand, is not only unpredictable, but also excels in transformation, allowing for serendipitous encounters. The setting sun and autumn water sword. Jiang Zhuwei quietly informed Meng Qi of its common name. Such highbrow nomenclature. Meng Qi silently derided the founder of the Huanhua sword sect, though he smiled broadly as he replied. The little monk happened upon it by chance. There's no need for thanks that the 13 forms of ever-changing mist and clouds originates from the smiling, proud wanderer, a secret technique of the Hengshan sect. Meng Qi had once contemplated exchanging for it. But regrettably, the dashing swordsman was not yet destined to possess it. The total cost of this sword technique was 150 merits. If exchanged separately, the foundational instruction required 20 merits, with each form costing 10 merits. Thus, Qi Jingyan exchanged for the foundational instruction and 4 forms, while the remaining 10 merits were traded for a vial of Lingji Qi pills to enhance his internal strength and expedite the refinement of his acupoints. Now, only Qi Shimi remained. Zhang Yuanshan regarded Qi Xia with a gentle smile. You exchanged ordinary manuals and miscellaneous studies with the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation for merits. Surely you have your sights set on something? Qi Xia returned a warm smile, clasping her hands. Brother Zhang, your keen perception is unmatched that I have indeed taken a liking to the crafting and utilization methods of Tanghua. Tanghua. The same words echoed from the crowd. Yet their tones varied. Zhang Yuanshan and others expressed curiosity and bewilderment, while Meng Qi was astounded. Was it the Tanghua, one of the 3 ultimate hidden weapons of the Tang sect in the Shenzhou Qixia series? Not merely a unique weapon, but an ultimate one. Qi Xia glanced at Meng Qi, inquiring, Little monk, did you happen to catch sight of the crafting method for this hidden weapon? Yes, initially, I thought my martial skills were lacking and sought formidable hidden weapons and poisons for self-defense. Meng Qi could only offer this explanation. Qi Xia refrained from elaborating further, smiling at Zhang Yuanshan and Jiang Zhuwei. My father often chastised me for my lack of focus in martial training. Indulging in various studies that as such, I have yet to open my vision acupoints to this day. Among my interests in miscellaneous studies, I have a particular fondness for mechanisms and hidden weapons. Regrettably, within the Great River Gang, these areas are not particularly distinguished. Although my uncles and elders possess similar specialized knowledge, they are unlikely to teach me without reservation. Today, upon encountering the crafting method for Tanghua, I am quite delighted. Zhang Yuanshan and Jiang Zhiwei both concurred with Qi Xia's choice. The Tanghua, being an ultimate hidden weapon of the Tang sect in Sichuan, commanded a hefty price. Crafting a single Tanghua and mastering the corresponding techniques required 300 merits that if conferred by the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Initial mastery would cost 300 merits, while complete mastery would require 600 merits. Conversely, acquiring the blueprints containing the crafting and usage methods, gathering materials independently, and braving various dangers to research would cost 150 merits. Qi Xia exchanged additional manuals and miscellaneous studies, ultimately accumulating 150 merits to obtain the crafting and usage methods of Tanghua. Following the completion of the exchanges, they selected where to store their items before returning to their own worlds, awaiting the next cycle of reincarnation to commence. During this interim, they could not enter or exit this space, and if they wished to cultivate here, they must exchange for time immediately. The grand voice of the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation resonated. As free movement was not permitted, Meng Qi naturally kept the manuals on his person and conducted a brief inspection of his territory. Behind the white jade gate lay an empty room. To acquire furnishings such as beds and chairs, one would need to exchange for them that a radiance enveloped Meng Qi and the others as they returned to the square, and then Meng Qi lost all awareness. The darkness was oppressive. Meng Qi struggled, abruptly sitting up to behold a tranquil moonlit scene. Then, the familiar sounds of slumbering breaths from Jin Hui and Zhen Guan reached his ears. They had returned to the meditation chamber. Just as this thought emerged, Meng Qi instinctively drew on his energy, feeling warmth in his dantian as a gentle current surged upward. The small jade Buddha, upon joyfully discovering that everything he had exchanged for still existed. Meng Qi suddenly noticed that the small jade Buddha he carried had cracked into two pieces, and the previous sense of serene tranquility was now replaced with unease. Alarmed and perplexed, he tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Time passed unmeasured until the familiar sound of the bell echoed, yet it lacked the usual distant calmness. Each toll was more urgent than the last, as if some grave matter had transpired within the temple. Chapter 19. Courage. Meng Qi sprang up, straining to listen to the bell's toll, his fists quietly clenched beneath the covers. Had Qingjing's death been discovered, or had he gone missing outright? In response to the unusual tolling, the indifferent servant monks, including Zhen Ding and Zhen Guan, suddenly stirred, their confusion and panic veiling Meng Qi's own abnormality. Inside the Mahavira hall, the golden Buddha statue sat with hands forming a mudra, its visage solemn and compassionate as it gazed upon the gathered crowd. Beneath the statue stood an elderly monk with long white eyebrows, his gaunt face adorned in yellow robes and a grand red cassock. Holding a 9-ringed staff, his complexion a light gold. Namo Amitabha, esteemed patrons, please remain calm. The old monk raised one hand, reciting a Buddhist chant. Flanking him were nearly 20 monks in red cassocks, some deeply wrinkled and frail, others gaunt and withered like dry wood, and still others exuding a melancholic yet refined demeanor. Remain calm. My disciple was slain in your Shaolin, and you ask me to remain calm? The elder Taoist, wearing a 7 stars crown and clad in a yin-yang robe, glared sharply at the speaking monk. Master Xuan, I came at the invitation of your sect, yet I am met with such calamity. You must provide us with justice. Otherwise, His hair was snowy white, yet his face appeared remarkably youthful, devoid of any wrinkles, embodying the visage of a crane-haired youth. This monk was none other than Xuan, the abbot of Shaolin, who had wielded the power of the dragon subduing Arhat for over a century, commanding respect throughout the martial world. Amitabha, esteemed patrons, such a tragic event occurring within the temple. Regardless of the identity of the perpetrator, Shaolin cannot escape its share of responsibility. Xuan spoke with tranquility, showing no signs of defensiveness. However, I believe that, like the esteemed patrons present, you too wish to discover the identity of the murderer and their motives. I kindly request some time to examine the body and ascertain the culprit. The Guardian of Tranquility Taoist was the head of the Zhen sect, and was said to be on the verge of reaching the threshold of the Dharma body, ranking second in the celestial rankings. Master Xuan speaks with reason. My friend, the Guardian of Tranquility, please do not be impatient. Your grief is shared by us all, that a middle-aged Taoist clad in a black robe, holding a jade rui, stepped forward to offer words of comfort. Among his disciples stood Zhang Yuan, his eyes filled with sorrow as he gazed at Qingjing's lifeless body draped in white cloth. Its head severed from the torso, brows furrowed, and eyes wide with terror, clearly displaying the shock and rage experienced at the moment of death. This manner of death that it truly is as such. Zhang Yuan, in his grief, was both astonished and bewildered, realizing that the method of demise in the cycle of reincarnation mirrored that in reality. Whether it was indeed due to their true selves being cast into the cycle, or merely the projection of injuries after an illusion. The Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation wielded extraordinary power. This had occurred right beneath the eyes of the dragon subduing Arhat. He discreetly glanced at Jiang Zhui among the disciples of the sword-washing pavilion, and Qi Xiao among the members of the Great River Gang. They both displayed sorrow, yet could not conceal their shock and gravity that Qi Jingyan, being an ordinary disciple, lacked the qualifications to enter the Mahavira hall alongside the elders of the Huanhua sword sect. Nevertheless, the mysterious murder of Zhuan disciples within Shaolin was indeed shocking, and the expressions of the other young disciples mirrored one another, none noticing their unusual demeanor. The Guardian of Tranquility cast a cold glance at the Jinwu sect Taoist, Zhuan Yuanzi. It is not your disciple who has perished. Do not play the role of a good Samaritan. Indeed, the temperament of the Guardian of Tranquility is as fiery and straightforward as I have seen today. Zhuan Yuanzi, possessing considerable composure, understood that the Zhuan still had many disciples like Qingjing and could absorb the loss, yet to be so brutally assassinated was akin to a slap in the face. How could the Guardian of Tranquility not be enraged? Thus, he merely smiled in response, then turned to another. Daoist Su, what are your thoughts? Standing before Jiang Zhui was a young man clad in blue robes, appearing ordinary at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, he exuded an aura of emptiness, as if devoid of self. This young man half closed his eyes, lightly caressing the ancient long sword at his waist, his voice deep and ancient. Master Xuan speaks with reason. His voice was incongruous with his appearance, reminiscent of an elder who had weathered the vicissitudes of life and seen through worldly turmoil. Upon his utterance, silence enveloped the Mahavira hall. Even the fiery guardian of tranquility refrained from retorting. As if overpowered by the young man's presence, the guardian of tranquility fell into silence for a moment. Bowing respectfully, I implore Master Xuan to examine the injuries of Qingjing. This was not due to the blue-robed youth surpassing Master Xuan in renown or strength. All present understood that such a day might come. Yet at this moment, the blue-robed youth and the venerable monk remained worlds apart. The true reason lay in Master Xuan's compassion and humility. He never relied on strength to oppress the weak, engaging in reasonable discourse, while the blue-robed youth was known for his impatience in verbal exchanges, preferring to resolve matters with his sword. Xuan handed the nine-ringed staff to a handsome, melancholic middle-aged monk at his side, stepping forward to the side of Qingjing's corpse, his eyes shimmering with a hint of golden Buddhist light. The fatal injury of Qingjing was a blow to the back, indicating that the assailant possessed the strength of a novice in awakening, skilled in iron palm techniques. The injury to the neck, however, was inflicted post-mortem, with the weapon being a long knife, suggesting that the user was slightly stronger than the one who struck the fatal blow. Therefore, there were two assailants, both adept in awakening, but with varying degrees of skill. Xuan elucidated Qingjing's cause of death, leaving Zhang Yuanshan, Jiang Zhui, and others momentarily stunned by the clarity and realism of his deductions. Truly, a master of the Dharma body, the guardian of tranquility's expression remained a deep shade of anger. Such conclusions can be drawn by me as well. But what of the true murderer? Who could infiltrate the courtyard without my notice? Who could commit such a crime within Shaolin without your divine eye and ear detecting them? I was in meditation yesterday, contemplating the Pure Lands. Perhaps the true culprit seized the opportunity. Xuan replied unhurriedly, his expression tinged with regret. The guardian of tranquility did not relent. Master Xuan, your deep meditation is known to few. Can such coincidences truly exist? I implore you to exhibit your divine abilities and trace the true murderer. His words carried weight, prompting Zun Yuanzi and others to nod in agreement, directing their gazes toward Xuan. Xuan joined his hands in prayer. Ba. I have already attempted this. The true murderer possesses strength not inferior to my own. Thus the clue has been severed. Then, does it mean that your Shaolin cannot uncover the murderer? I must report to my sect master and request the time blade to seek the true culprit myself. The guardian of tranquility exclaimed, both furious and indignant. Ba. I feel remorse for the patrons of Xuantiangong. I am willing to ascend Yuhuang Mountain to apologize to the guardian of tranquility and seek the true murderer alongside your sect. Xuan said, his face displaying compassion. Several elders behind Xuan revealed signs of discontent. The guardian of tranquility was indeed too aggressive, while the abbot appeared overly lenient. Nevertheless, they understood that the occurrence was highly suspicious. And without identifying the true culprit, the reputation of Shaolin could be irreparably tarnished. Hearing that Xuan was willing to ascend Yuhuang Mountain to apologize, everyone fell into stunned silence. And for the first time, the guardian of tranquility revealed an awkward expression. Master Xuan need not go to such lengths. I can sense your sincerity, that I hope Shaolin can uphold this promise and join our sect in the search for the true murderer. The third on the celestial rankings, the golden-bodied Arhat, who had commanded the world for over a century, personally coming to apologize was indeed a test of his resolve, that if there was no concrete evidence, Xuantiangong would not wish to press the matter too harshly. As he listened to the elders discussing the true culprit, Zhang Yuanshan's mind was in turmoil, to be honest, although the Zhenwu sect emphasized the importance of disciples undertaking practical training to hone their skills. The tasks in the reincarnation realm could be considered a form of alternative training. However, having only recently awakened, he felt far from ready to delve into such matters. Thus, he yearned to extricate himself from the clutches of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation and the tasks of reincarnation. Those extraordinary skills, celestial weapons, and miraculous elixirs were indeed enticing. Yet at his current level, he did not lack for manuals, weapons, or elixirs. Moreover, he had not reached a stage where his cultivation stagnated or slowed. Nor was he at risk of being left behind by his peers. Now, standing before the dragon subduing Arhut presented an opportunity to break free from the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Masters of the Dharma body were of divine caliber, possessing vast powers. Even if they were not on par with the Lord of the Six Paths, they could likely withstand some of his might, ensuring the safety of themselves and others. Were it otherwise, why would the Lord of the Six Paths resort to mysterious and deceptive means to compel individuals into completing reincarnation tasks, when he could simply capture the world's experts? Of course, the Lord of the Six Paths might be wary of other factors. Should he reveal the matter of the reincarnation world publicly, could the Lord of the Six Paths dare to eliminate him in the presence of the dragon subduing Arhut? Even if the Lord of the Six Paths were none other than Master Xuan himself, he would conceal his murderous intent when in the presence of the elders of various sects. Striving to protect them, in this vast world, there were more than just one Dharma body masters. Even among his own Taoist sect, the elder Chonghe ranked higher on the celestial rankings than Kongwon. However, if Kongwon Master is collaborating with another exalted figure, when I unwittingly reveal this matter, it would be entirely within that other master's power to erase any trace of it, as he could merely feign being caught off guard. Arriving too late. Perhaps the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation far surpasses Kongwon Master, having attained abilities akin to those of the legendary Taoist ancestors and Buddhists, capable of eliminating those who disclose the secrets of the reincarnation realm without leaving a trace. If I had already opened the 9 orifices, I could indeed sharpen my skills in the reincarnation world. Zhang Yuanshan pondered deeply, a multitude of thoughts arising, yet he remained unable to reach a definitive conclusion. Sighing inwardly, he recognized his own flaw, an aversion to taking risks and betting his life that he was well aware of his own circumstances, while he was generally considered an exceptional talent due to his calmness and adeptness. Frequently praised by numerous elders for his composure in crises, it was precisely this propensity to overthink and overworry that left him lacking the essential courage to take necessary risks. This, he realized, was the true reason he had yet to grasp the sword techniques recorded in the true martial seven-cut scripture. With this thought, he glanced at Jiang Zhui, who excelled in this regard far beyond himself. Following his gaze, he saw Jiang Zhui observing Su Wuming with a focused demeanor, her eyes fixed on her nose upon her heart, exhibiting no signs of stepping forward to uncover the secrets of the reincarnation realm. Save for a hint of sadness, that a flicker of inspiration struck Zhang Yuanshan as he recalled the fervent gaze Jiang Zhui had cast upon those sword technique records, leading him to inwardly smirk and shake his head. "Master, I have something to report regarding the death of Qing Jing." Suddenly, Qixua's voice reached Zhang Yuanshan's ears, and he looked up in astonishment to find a delicate face infused with resolute determination. Jiang Zhui, who had appeared to be counting ants on the ground, also looked up in surprise the chaotic whirl of thoughts in Zhang Yuanshan's mind. The image of Qixua cheerfully introducing Tang Hua amidst discussions of mechanisms and hidden weapons in the reincarnation square surged forth. He had initially believed that if anyone were to dare to expose the truths of the reincarnation realm, it would surely be either himself or Jiang Zhui, not Qixua, who seemed to be on the verge of fulfilling her long-held desires. Little did he expect that while he hesitated, she had already made a firm decision, or rather, it seemed she had resolved long ago. Was her joy merely a facade before the exchange? No, it didn't seem fake. Perhaps her elation could not suppress her determination to escape danger. The moment Qixia spoke, Kongwon turned his gaze toward her, uttering a solemn Amitabha. "What do you know?" The Taoist of guarding simplicity glared at Qixia, filled with fury toward the true culprit, awaiting her to provide clues that in that instant, Su Wuming, Zun Yuanzi, and Qixia's father, Kai Wantong, among others, directed their attention to Qixia, bewildered as to how she could uncover matters related to Qingjing's death. Given that they, as seasoned experts, would sense it in their dreams, or perhaps it could be said that anything capable of eluding their senses would hardly be stumbled upon by a girl like Qixia, who had yet to open her orifices. Zhang Yuanshan instinctively shifted behind his master, Zun Yuanzi, his left hand unconsciously tightening, while his right hand brushed against the hilt of his sword. The cold touch slightly eased his inner tension, yet the feeling of dry mouth and tongue remained unabated. Stealing a glance at Jiang Zhui, He noticed her right hand resting on the sword hilt as well. After Qixia's words fell from her lips, there was no turning back. She glanced at the elders and the Arhat Kongwen, silently hoping that the master-level experts could deter and prevent the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Even if Kongwen were indeed the mastermind, in the gaze of the crowd, he would still protect himself to avoid exposure, perhaps even personally escorting her back to the Great River Society. Upon returning, her father and other elders, alerted by her warning, would certainly call upon their town's divine weapon, ensuring her safety. Reporting to Master, both Qin Jing and I have been targeted by the Sixth. Qixia struggled to organize her thoughts, aiming to swiftly alert the elders. The moment the word six escaped her lips, she suddenly felt her heart racing violently, blood surging, her head throbbing, her throat constricted, gasping for breath. Bang! It was as if she heard a sharp crack echoing in the void. Her vision flooded with crimson, vaguely perceiving a hand radiating a solemn Buddhist light reaching out for her, attempting to save her, while a sword light, like a celestial flash, appeared in the void 3 inches behind her. The Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation truly dared to strike before a master-level figure. Alas, they were a moment too late. Overwhelmed by bitterness, regret, shock, and unwillingness, Qixia succumbed to an endless darkness, her body collapsing to the ground. Xiao Kaiwantong, resembling a poetic fisherman with white hair, cried out in anguish, moving with astonishing speed to catch Qixia, his palm releasing vital energy into her body like an unrestrained torrent. Yet she remained unresponsive. Amidst Jiang Zhuwei's look of bewilderment and shock, Su Wuming retracted his long sword, his left hand stroking the blade, his half-closed eyes opening to reveal an unfathomable sharpness, though his expression was grave, steeped in deep contemplation. Amitabha, the old monk, was a moment too late. Kongwen joined his palms together, the hallowed light of the Buddha fading, his usually placid face now displaying shock and disbelief for the first time. Feigning to be caught off guard, arriving too late. Feigning to be caught off guard, arriving too late. Zhang Yuanshan felt as if thunderous rumbles echoed in his mind, a mix of fear and surprise intertwining with relief and self-reproach, leaving him in a tangled state of confusion. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him. No, just moments ago, Colin had not revealed his Arhat golden body that if he were truly as I imagined, feigning to be caught off guard, arriving too late, he should have exerted himself fully to demonstrate his innocence, not handling the situation so dismissively. Perhaps he genuinely was caught unawares. Even I, who was privy to the details, had not anticipated that the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation would act so swiftly, so ruthlessly, so enigmatically, that he gazed at Kaiwantong, cradling the lifeless Qixia, feeling as though his heart was gripped in a vice, heavy with sorrow, nearly suffocating him. The Taoist of guarding simplicity, too late to provide aid, initially glared at Kongwen, seemingly ready to reprimand him for his perfunctory response, fearing it was linked to the true culprit. Yet his expression shifted, as if recalling something, gradually settling into calmness. Zun Yuanzi, Kaiwantong, and others also remained silent. Esteemed practitioners, Qixia's recent encounter has brought to my mind a few similar incidents. Kongwen began slowly. It was indeed my oversight that I failed to connect the matter of Qin Jing with these incidents. Otherwise, I could have saved Qixia. Similar incidents. Zhang Yuanshan felt overwhelmed by the multitude of events of the night. Struggling to process it all, he looked nervously at Kongwen, and unsurprisingly noted that Jiang Zhuwei's expression mirrored his own. Fortunately, others seemed to share similar reactions, so their responses were not deemed excessive. Pray, enlighten us. Zun Yuanzi performed a respectful bow, while Kaiwantong, his eyes slightly bloodshot, also turned his gaze toward Kongwen. Kongwen sighed. I wonder if you have heard of the Xinji, a mysterious organization. Their members, should they attempt to divulge internal secrets, often meet with inexplicable deaths, and I suspect they may carry some curse within them that, once triggered, summons forces from the void. Xinji, I once crossed paths with their member Yuanjian and nearly lost my life. Zun Yuanzi self-deprecatingly remarked. However, I have never captured any of their members, nor have I witnessed such mysterious deaths. What? You nearly lost your life? And who is this to Yuanjian? The Taoist of guarding simplicity with a fiery temperament questioned incredulously. Zun Yuanzi, while not the highest-ranking expert within the true martial sect, was nonetheless a notable figure, and the thought of being bested by an unknown organization was difficult for him to accept. As far as I know, Xinji has very few official members, no more than 20, each named after renowned Taoists or deities from ancient myth, with no true names revealed. Dharma is one such member. Colin explained to those present who were unfamiliar with the organization. Zun Yuanzi chuckled ruefully, shaking his head. Master Kongwen, you indeed possess greater knowledge than I. I stumbled into an encounter with the Yuanjun, fought a fierce battle, and barely escaped. Beyond the name Xinji and the opponent's title, I know nothing else. I believe that the Yuanjun possess peak external realm strength, a decade AG, to take names from divine beings and reveal no true identities. How can there be so many nameless masters in this world? It stands to reason that they are likely a clandestine coalition formed by ambitious individuals within various sects. The Taoist of guarding simplicity huffed, unwilling to accept that there were so many masters who could remain unnoticed. Believing that they must have illustrious identities beyond their titles from Xinji. Thus, he continued to suspect that there were traitors within the Shaolin Temple. Zun Yuanzi replied with a scoff, if I could discern the origins of Duma Yuanjun skills, I would have already traced the matter back to its source that my true martial sect is rooted in the legacy of the true martial emperor, and it is not so easily trifled with. The martial arts the Yuanjun displayed resembled the legendary Star Mother from ancient myth. Yet Star Mother and Yuan Fan Shu Gong have been lost for millennia. How could I know who might have fortuitously inherited such techniques? Returning to the void of chaos. The celestial decree of the star gods. Zhang Yuanshan's complexion paled slightly, for he recalled that both of these divine arts were listed on the exchange chart of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, the former valued at 500,000 merits, and the latter at 80,000. Could it be that the Celestial Traces organization truly has some connection to the world of reincarnation? The Taoist Shouju circled around Qi Yuantong, nodding gently. A mysterious power erupted from within, intertwining with an unseen force from beyond. Indeed, this is beyond the capabilities of ordinary beings. However, since there are traces of curses or similar marks within, we can certainly conduct a preliminary investigation among ourselves. Just as Zhang Yuanshan felt a tightening in his chest, Su Wuming, standing before Jiang Zhuwei, spoke. Such hidden traces are deeply concealed. Unless we ascertain their origins and employ targeted methods, we may fail to uncover any clues. Speculation cannot substitute for action. The Taoist Shouju, emboldened, showed no fear of Su Wuming. What you say is entirely correct, esteemed Su. Under the circumstances of having some understanding and preparation, I sought to investigate the celestial traces Meriti Tianzun, yet found no hidden marks. Kongwen recounted a few incidents he encountered with the Celestial Traces organization, then looked at Su Wuming. It seems you have had similar experiences? Su Wuming replied, I encountered an organization called Myth, which is akin to Celestial Traces, yet is its sworn enemy. Adopting the names of ancient deities. Esteemed Su, have you gleaned any insights? As the crowd expressed astonishment at the existence of another mysterious organization, Kongwen inquired with concern that Su Wuming maintained his calm demeanor. I encountered Dong Wang Gong, who possesses considerable strength. I could not restrain myself. Thus, he has returned to the earth, to dust. Many young disciples broke into a cold sweat, and the body mysteriously self-destructed. Su Wuming continued. Kongwen sighed. I have observed that the body of Tai Tianzun has not been destroyed. His true identity is indeed remarkable, and I shall discuss it with you all later. With so many people present, it was not convenient to delve deeper into the matter. Whether it be celestial traces or myth, both are shrouded in mystery and secrecy, undoubtedly harboring hidden conspiracies that I propose that the major sects collaborate to thoroughly investigate this matter. The Taoist Shouju proclaimed in a resonant voice. Kongwen nodded, reclaiming the 9-ringed tin staff. Should we make any discoveries in the future, Shaolin is willing to share with all sections. Xintian sect is likewise. The Taoist Shouju readily agreed and turned to Qi Yuantong. I kindly ask esteemed Taoist Qi to search through your daughter's belongings for any discoveries. Qi Yuantong's face darkened, but he nodded and without surprise discovered the method of creating that tang flower. Then, through gritted teeth, he declared, my Jianggang does not possess such concealed weapons. I shall annihilate the celestial traces of scoundrels in memory of Xiar. The method of creating concealed weapons he had never seen before led him to recall the long-lost celestial decree of the star gods mentioned by Zun Yuanzi, further convincing him that the death of the young girl was related to these two mysterious organizations. Zun Yuanzi glanced at the disciples behind the masters of various sects. This matter is of great importance. I request that all of you restrain your disciples and prevent any leaks. Those who could enter the Great Buddha Hall are the future elites of their respective sects and are thus qualified to know about this. Therefore, he merely asked them to avoid casually revealing this information. Yes, Master Uncle, Zhang Yuanshan promptly replied, and the other disciples echoed their agreement. After a discreet discussion among several key figures in the hall, they each returned to their posts. Zhang Yuanshan followed Zun Yuanzi out of the Great Buddha Hall, heading towards the guest courtyard. Throughout the journey, he remained troubled by the earlier events that as they walked, he heard Zun Yuanzi let out a soft sigh. That sigh acted as a catalyst, causing the doubts lurking within Zhang Yuanshan's heart to erupt. He quickened his pace and quietly asked, Master Uncle, why do you not question Abbot Kongwen? He did not exert his full strength to save junior sister Qi. He did not even reveal the golden body of the Arhat, at the very least. He did not exhibit the golden body he has seen in various scriptures. Zun Yuanzi smiled, expressing approval. Your observation is keen and meticulous. He then gazed skyward, half wistfully, half reflectively. The rumors are not unfounded, Zhang Yuanshan looked at Zun Yuanzi in confusion, but Zun Yuanzi did not elaborate on the meaning of this matter, shaking his head to signal him not to inquire further. The night was cool as water, with fine snow drifting, and the sky gradually brightened. Chapter 21. Fortune and misfortune intertwined. After fetching water and having breakfast, Meng Qi eagerly took up his broom and headed towards the Zen heart courtyard. Intending to clarify the reason behind the urgency of the morning's bell from the mouths of Jiang Jiwei, Zhang Yuanshan, and others. Was it due to the discovery of Qingjing's death? Had any high-level practitioners found a clue? How did the various sects of the Great Jin respond? With these questions in mind, Meng Qi stepped into the Zen heart courtyard, feigning to sweep away the thin layer of snow that had accumulated from the previous night. While cleaning, he discreetly observed the disciples of various sects coming and going in the courtyards, noticing that although most wore expressions of shock and confusion, only a very few appeared grave, as if burdened by heavy thoughts. That disciple over there cleaning, that a familiar voice of Zhang Yuanshan suddenly reached Meng Qi's ears. He turned to see Zhang Yuanshan standing before a guest room, beckoning to him. Would you please come in and clean? My mind is troubled, and I have dirted the floor, of course. Meng Qi knew well that Zhang Yuanshan was using this as an excuse to invite him inside. He promptly walked toward the guest room with broom and dustpan in hand. Zhang Yuanshan graciously held the door open, allowing Meng Qi to enter first while he pretended to casually survey the surroundings. As soon as Meng Qi stepped into the room, the vibrant hue of pale yellow caught his eye. Jiang Jiwei was also present. He remained cautious, bowed his head, and began to sweep the tea stains and remnants off the floor. Jiang Jiwei smiled. Little monk, it's you again. Returning to Jiang, I have been the one cleaning the Zen heart courtyard these past 2 days. Meng Qi discerned that Jiang Jiwei was merely pretending as they had met only the day prior, and thus responded in kind. Upon hearing the term Jiang Jiwei raised her right hand to cover her mouth, then lowered her face, seriously addressing the re-entering Zhang Yuanshan. Senior brother Zhang, I had a chance encounter with junior sister Qi yesterday, and though our acquaintance was brief, we seemed to have formed a bond. Who would have thought she would meet such misfortune today? I am truly unsettled. You shared a deep friendship with her. Do you recall any clues? I shall wield my sword to seek justice for junior sister Qi. Yesterday, Qi Xia was indeed eliminated by her. What? Qi Xia is dead. The shock in Meng Qi's heart surged like a tempestuous wave, utterly uncontrollable. How could Qi Xia possibly be dead? That clever, delicate, and charming girl from the Jiangnan water town, who adored mechanisms and concealed weapons, had actually perished with a crash. Amidst the shock, he struggled to maintain his grip on the broom, which completely exceeded all his prior expectations. The sound of the broom falling jolted Meng Qi back to reality slightly. He hurriedly bent down to pick it up, feigning a flustered demeanor. Pardon me, little monk. His stammering was not intentional, but rather a genuine reaction to his astonishment. No harm done. I was equally shocked at the time. This matter is truly too horrifying to comprehend. Zhang Yuanshan comforted Meng Qi in a manner befitting a stranger from Shaolin, then turned to Jiang Jiwei. Last year at Maoling, I had met junior sister Qi. Although our acquaintance was shallow, I discerned nothing unusual to it seems. As Master Kongwen said, she was harmed by attempting to reveal that secret due to a curse within her. Alas, junior sister Qi was in her prime. Who could have foreseen such a tragic end? It truly evokes lamentation. The sorrow and regret in his tone were genuine. Although they could not openly discuss organizations like the Celestial Traces, the deaths of Qi Xia and Qing Jing could not be concealed. And soon everyone would know. Thus, Zhang Yuanshan and Zhang Jiwei took this opportunity to inform Meng Qi in advance, to prevent him from revealing any signs of ignorance in front of other monks upon first hearing the news. So, Qi Xia was eliminated for attempting to disclose the matters of the world of reincarnation. She must have been face-to-face with high-level practitioners at the time. Could she really have been eradicated so easily? Was the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation truly so powerful? Meng Qi understood the cause of Qi Xia's death, yet the tumultuous waves within his heart showed no signs of abating. If given the slightest chance, who would wish to be controlled? Who would willingly be coerced into undertaking perilous tasks in exchange for divine arts and elixirs? Could even high-level practitioners, the Arhat dragons, do nothing against the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation? Jiang Zhuwei sighed. Qingjing also died under unclear circumstances. The true culprit behind the scenes is truly despicable. Yesterday, I had a doubt. I wonder if you noticed it, Jiang? Zhang Yuanshan pondered for a moment before speaking. When junior sister Qi's curse manifested, Master Xuan claimed he was a moment too late, yet he never revealed his golden body. This is truly illogical that I privately inquired with Master Xuan, who merely stated that the rumors are not unfounded. Jiang Zhuwei pursed her lips. I too noticed this. Upon returning to the Zen Heart courtyard, I asked my master, who only advised me to gather various materials for speculation. The lack of the golden body's manifestation. This means we still cannot prove that the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation surpasses the Arhat level. Reaching the legendary realm of Taoist patriarchs and Buddha, Meng Qi felt a slight relief, growing more curious as to why Kongwen did not reveal his golden body. Ultimately, it is still our lack of strength that prevents us from accessing higher-level matters. Zhang Yuanshan sincerely lamented, discarding any previous sense of hidden pride. At this age, his martial arts were sufficient. Only by growing stronger, ever stronger, can one gradually escape the clutches of the Lord of the Six Realms, and avoid perishing amidst the cruel tasks. Yet, to achieve such rapid growth seems to depend on the very Lord of the Six Realms. Jiang Zhuwei's right hand glided gently over the sword sheath. As if she were playing the seven-string zither, her gaze fixed upon the pale blue sky outside the window. With a tone resolute and solemn, she remarked, "Perhaps one day we too shall encounter similar circumstances. At which point we can only rely on our swords to carve out a sliver of hope." That I share these words in camaraderie with senior brother Zhang. That the two reminisced about the events that transpired this morning in the Mahavihara. Exchanging thoughts and insights, they acknowledged that matters concerning celestial traces and the mythic organization would have to wait until the next reincarnation mission for further discourse in the White Jade Square. Otherwise, if overheard by the elder members of various sects within the monastery, suspicion would certainly arise. Meng Qi finished sweeping the ground at a leisurely pace, and after Jiang Jiwei departed, he returned to the courtyard to continue his humble task. Yet his mind swirled with tumultuous thoughts, a cacophony of ideas rising and falling, making it difficult to find tranquility. After lunch, Meng Qi practiced the true Qi transportation techniques of the iron cloth shirt, striving to transform the knowledge imparted by others into something uniquely his own. However, at that moment, Xuanqin struck the small bell in the courtyard, summoning everyone to gather. They were to clear the square near the main entrance to bid farewell to the departing disciples of various sections. Xuanqin appeared as though awakened from a deep slumber, issuing orders with a frown, and muttered under his breath, "Has the headmaster's brain been devoured by a demon? When did Shaolin need to treat other sects with such deference?" A thought struck Meng Qi, and he surmised the reason. The disciples of the Xintian sect and the Dajiang gang had met a tragic fate within the temple, leaving Shaolin with a sense of guilt that necessitated some form of acknowledgement. Soon, the monks armed with brooms and buckets made their way to the square, dividing into their respective areas, working fervently, thanks to his mastery of the iron cloth shirt and rudimentary internal skills. Meng Qi found the task much easier. Several times he was tempted to practice his lightness skill, the 8 steps of divine movement, but he knew that the guests from various sects and the monks accompanying them were all formidable figures. Should anyone discover that his lightness skill was not of the Shaolin tradition, he would certainly face interrogation in the current climate. Amidst the chime of wind bells, Zhen suddenly pointed into the distance and said, Zhen Ding shitty, that is the esteemed Jiang Jiwei, the top performer in this martial demonstration, heir of the sword-washing pavilion. He, along with Meng Qi and Jinhui, have been working closely together, and after finishing their tasks, naturally gathered at that moment, masters and disciples from various sects, accompanied by several elders clad in red robes, were making their way towards the main entrance, and Jinyan's finger was aimed at Jiang Jiwei, who was walking behind a man dressed in blue. "Do we need your introduction? We are quite familiar. Thank you very much." Meng Qi silently scoffed in modern lingo, though he feigned great interest, exclaiming, "Oh, it's that lady. She assisted me once while I was sweeping the Zen Heart courtyard." "Senior brother, this doesn't seem quite right," Jinhui said, staring blankly at Meng Qi. Jinyan, curious, inquired, "Zhen Ding shitty, is Jiangzhe the type of woman who is very proud and aloof?" "It is said that women who excel in swordsmanship are often like that." Meng Qi initially intended to boast but ultimately bit back his words. "I cannot say for certain, but based on her assistance, she seems to be quite amiable." That he then turned to Jinhui. "By the way, what do you mean by not quite right?" Jinhui frowned, gazing at Meng Qi. "Senior brother, isn't it usually the hero saving the damsel?" "Get lost." Meng Qi could only muster a retort to his naive junior. Jinyan could not contain his laughter, well aware that Jinhui was too engrossed in the various tales spun by Meng Qi about the martial world. The surrounding servant monks began to murmur amongst themselves that that Zhang Yuanshan of the Zhenwu sect. "I've heard from other senior brothers that he is a renowned young master of this generation, likely to enter the hero list in the future." "Indeed, but I heard he lost to Jiang Jiwei of the sword-washing pavilion by a narrow margin yesterday. Such a delicate little girl. Don't underestimate her. My mother told me that the more beautiful a girl is, the more formidable she becomes." Most of the servant monks had their own issues that led them to this position, and it was inevitable that some would speak coarsely. "Well, what's wrong with a young girl? In 10 years, she will likely step into the realm of the external and become a true master. And with her looks and status, she will surely attract a throng of martial heroes, revered as a fairy." Jinyan suddenly lamented. "Zhang Yuanshan is much the same. As a direct disciple of the Zhenwu sect, valued by his elders, his future is boundless. Unlike us, mere sweeping monks, we lack even the qualification to stand beside them. Indeed, let alone standing together. I'd be content just to be regarded by them. When I return to my village, I could boast of having had a friendship with some great hero or fairy of the martial world." Other servant monks echoed similar sentiments, and soon, a wave of envy and admiration filled the air. Suddenly, as Jiang Jiwei and Zhang Yuanshan walked, they both turned their heads almost in unison towards this direction, nodding slightly at Meng Qi. "Haha, are they looking at me? Are you satisfied now?" "Oh, are they looking at whom?" The servant monks erupted in excitement, discussing fervently. Meng Qi exhaled, easing his suddenly tumultuous emotions, and watched Jiang Jiwei and the others depart. In the future, they would surely be figures of great renown in the martial world. Amidst these similar exclamations, Meng Qi, Jinhui, and Jinyan gathered their tools and returned to the servant quarters. As they walked, Jinyan spoke with a hint of melancholy. "They are ascending the celestial ladder, while we cannot even take this small step away from the servant quarters." Sigh, Zhen Ding shitty, Jinhui shitty. Do you not feel disheartened or hopeless? Meng Qi secretly thought, I must find an opportunity to leave Shaolin. With the reincarnation world in existence, I might experience a sudden surge in martial prowess. Remaining here would undoubtedly invite suspicion, but there is no rush. What I need most now is to spar with formidable opponents. Once I leave Shaolin, finding suitable opponents who won't endanger my life will be challenging. My iron cloth shirt is merely at the preliminary stage, and my skills are ordinary, so it is unlikely to be discovered. There are plenty of excuses to explain my situation. Moreover, if I could learn one of the 72 ultimate techniques during this process, my chances of survival in the reincarnation world would increase significantly. After all, I must leave the mountain someday. That moment, Jinhui, in his usual naive manner, replied, "Why should we be sad? When sweeping, focus on sweeping. When eating, focus on eating. When listening to stories, focus on listening. When sleeping, focus on sleeping. Why would one feel sad?" Jinyan was taken aback, unable to respond, while a light gasp sounded nearby. Without needing to turn around, Meng Qi, having significantly advanced in his internal power through the cultivation of his dantian. Since the imposing presence of Master Xuan and another monk clad in yellow approaching. Master Xuan. Master Xuan quickly clasped his hands together in greeting. After Meng Qi and Zhenhui followed suit, Master Xuan nodded. Zhenhui, you shall go to the Martial Monk Institute tomorrow. Aside from Zhenhui, who remained oblivious. Both Meng Qi and Zhenyan were taken aback. Master Xuan, whose skin shimmered with a golden hue, regarded Meng Qi with keen interest. You are Zhen Ding? Yes, I am a disciple. Meng Qi felt bewildered. Master Qi nodded slightly. You shall also go to the Martial Monk Institute tomorrow. Meng Qi was equally stunned. Chapter 22. Reactions. Meng Qi had been troubled by his inability to find an opportunity to escape the servant quarters, only to be abruptly informed that he would be reporting to the Martial Monk Institute the following day, akin to walking along the road and being struck by a pie falling from the sky, leaving him dazed and overwhelmed, his surprise far outweighing his joy. Thus, for a moment, he stood there, expression blank, forgetting how to respond. Master Xuan was not surprised by Meng Qi's reaction, speaking in a deep yet resonant voice. Zhang Yuanshan of the Jinwu sect and Zhang Zhuwei of the Sword Washing Pavilion both praised you to the guest master for your decorum, understanding of etiquette, and eloquence, as well as your remarkable self-restraint. It is rare for disciples from other sects to commend a servant monk of Shaolin, so hence you are granted entry into the Martial Monk Institute to hone your martial skills, with the expectation that you will eventually serve as a guest monk, alias a guest monk of a great martial sect. One must possess a certain level of skill to maintain dignity. I merely attempted to exercise self-restraint. Meng Qi finally comprehended the situation, feeling immense gratitude towards Zhang Yuanshan and Zhang Zhuwei for their assistance, while allowing his joy to surface fully, alias a guest monk. It is paramount to exercise restraint, to refrain from unleashing unwarranted anger, and to maintain the reputation of the sect. Master Xuan dismissed Meng Qi's gratitude with indifference before turning to leave, his gait proud and commanding, resembling a hero of the martial world rather than a monk. Master Xuan cast a deep glance at Meng Qi, stating flatly, once you enter the Martial Monk Institute, all schemes are rendered useless. Only by grasping the essence of Zen, achieving tranquility of heart and mind, and diligently practicing without haste or despair, will you find a true path that in this regard, Zhenhui surpasses you. The implication was clear to Meng Qi. Master Xuan suspected that he was merely trying to ingratiate himself with Zhang Yuanshan and Zhang Zhuwei in order to escape the servant quarters. Ultimately thinking too much. Can one make assumptions about matters not witnessed or experienced? Master Xuan, Meng Qi thought, to be consumed by obsession is akin to falling into an endless abyss. Meng Qi was not one to suffer wrongful accusations lightly. Unless there were other considerations at play, he would argue his case when he was in the right. He originally intended to quote the Buddhist scriptures in response, but after half a year of studying the written language and reciting the morning prayers, he had yet to learn the texts and for the moment could only refute in the most familiar manner. In the end, Meng Qi solemnly pressed his palms together. Namo Amit Ba. You, Master Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly taken aback by Meng Qi's retort, which was both pointed and reasonable, leaving him at a loss for words, without a heart for Zen, seeking merely to gain the upper hand in words. One shall inevitably be cast out of Shaolin in due time, that he replied coldly, turned on his heel, and departed, were it not for your flowery words and painstaking efforts to curry favor with the guests of the various sects. Why would they bother to speak on your behalf, you mere servant monk? In this world, is there truly such a thing as a consequence without cause? Alas, Uncle Xuan, with his rigid adherence to principles, is bound to fall into the path of darkness in the future. Meng Qi momentarily relished his verbal advantage. Yet Xuan was swift, having already vanished from the square at that moment. Zhenhui grasped the broom tightly, gazing at Meng Qi with confusion. Brother, are we heading to the Martial Monk Academy? Of course, have you just realized? Meng Qi looked at Zhenhui in astonishment. He had already conversed extensively with Xuan and Xuan, and this reaction was rather shocking. Zhenhui displayed a childlike smile. We are one step closer to the Rulai Divine Palm. Meng Qi spat out his drink, having to admit he couldn't keep up with the fool's train of thought. However, he quickly regained his spirits and cheerfully said to Zhenhui, Rulai Divine Palm is still quite distant. Once we cultivate our energy to perfection at the Martial Monk Academy, we shall gain access to the 72 ultimate skills. At that time, I must learn the Nianhua finger, Wuxiang Jie finger, and one reed crossing the river among other extraordinary techniques. Why? Zhenhui looked at Meng Qi in confusion, not understanding why he was so adamant about selecting these particular martial arts. Meng Qi, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, because these techniques are elegant and ethereal enough. In the future, he initially intended to say something about a white-clad figure with a sword like lightning, but then recalled they were in Shaolin. So he slightly altered his envisioned future. Little junior brother, have I not shared with you the tale of the flowerless monk? To be a monk, one must achieve such a level. Just imagine. In the future, a single leaf boat drifting, clad in white monk robes like snow, standing with a smile while holding a flower. How lofty and graceful that would be. How stylish and dashing. Heh, when encountering an unpleasant person. One could still say, benefactor, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. The more he spoke, the more invigorated he became, but suddenly recalling the iron cloth shirt and the 5 tigers breaking the door blade. His expression dimmed, and his enthusiasm waned slightly. No matter. This is merely a temporary strategy. It certainly won't develop like this in the future. Meng Qi quietly reassured himself, regaining his excitement, but just as he was about to continue his discourse, Zhen Yin suddenly interjected. Congratulations to junior brother Zhen Ding and junior brother Zhenhui for escaping the boundless sea of suffering in the Servant Academy, but I must remind you both. The Martial Monk Academy is not a land of bliss either. Only those disciples chosen by our elders after perfecting their energy may learn the 72 ultimate skills. The rest of the monks will remain in the Martial Monk Academy, continuing to diligently practice the dragon subduing staff technique as part of the Arhat formation. Therefore, you must not be careless. Although he wore a smile, Meng Qi sensed that Zhen Yan's smile was forced, and his words bore a hint of cold water. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Meng Qi could empathize with Zhen Yan's current feelings. Had it been him, after enduring over 3 years of servitude, yearning day and night to enter the Martial Monk Academy only to be thwarted. Witnessing his newly admitted junior brother suddenly escape the sea of suffering, he would likely find it harder to smile than to weep. The journey back was silent, amidst Zhen Hui's occasional silly laughter. The three returned to the Servant Academy. Meng Qi understood that those around him were similarly pitiable souls like Zhen Yin and Zhen Ning, so he refrained from boasting to avoid provoking them. At dinner, he even specifically advised Zhen Hui not to speak carelessly, that as Meng Qi savored his meat. A round of applause suddenly erupted from the entrance that he turned to see Master Xuan Bei walking in, his smile radiant as he clapped. It's not easy. Our Servant Academy has finally seen 2 disciples selected for the Martial Monk Academy today. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of wooden chopsticks dropping on the long table or the floor echoed repeatedly. All the servant monks, except for Meng Qi, Zhen Hui, and Zhen Yin, froze as if time had been suspended, an eerie silence enveloping the dining hall. Zhen Ding, Zhen Hui, why aren't you saying something? With Xian Xian's words. The frozen servant monks suddenly came to life, turning to look at Meng Qi and Zhen Hui, their eyes dark and inscrutable, sending a chill down Meng Qi's spine. Thanks to Master Xian Xian for assigning disciples to clean the Zen heart courtyard. Meng Qi knew the reason was evident to Xian Xian, so he deliberately said this. Xian Xian chuckled. It is also your keen nature and eloquence that I know you enjoy tales from the martial world. Do not forget this place in the future. Why are you all staring at Zhen Ding and Zhen Hui? Why not congratulate them? One servant monk slowly stood, wearing a smile more akin to a grimace, and said, Congratulations to junior brother Zhen Ding and junior brother Zhen Hui for becoming martial monks. Congratulations to junior brother Zhen Ding and junior brother Zhen Hui for becoming martial monks. The remaining servant monks also rose, their voices echoing throughout the dining hall, some self-pitying, some bitter, some resentful, some in pain, some envious, and some jealous. A myriad of emotions unfolded. Meng Qi sighed softly. The junior brothers have merely received the Buddha's blessings. All of you senior brothers sincerely worship the Buddha, and in due time, you shall also reap the rewards that as long as you all focus on cleaning, eating, and sleeping, you too shall surely enter the Martial Monk Academy. Zhen Hui said foolishly. Meng Qi understood that this was indeed the true method, but observing the expressions of the servant monks, some sneered, others harbored hatred. None appeared to believe. Had they not known Jin Hui to be rather simple-minded, they might have thought he was mocking them. With hands clasped together, Meng Qi uttered a Buddhist chant, pulling Jin Hui down to sit, immersing himself in his meal. Dinner concluded in an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. And Xian Xian's storytelling began amidst this ambience. Junior brother Zhen Ding, junior brother Jin Hui, I knew you were not ordinary. Once you reach the Martial Monk Academy, remember to look out for each other. The ever-smiling Jin Yong, who usually came to listen, said cheerfully. Meng Qi had become somewhat familiar with him and replied candidly. Senior brother Jin Yong, do take care of the junior brothers. Jin Yong laughed. The brothers at the Martial Monk Academy actually enjoy tales from the martial world. But they are not as brazen as I. They simply wait for me to return and relay the stories. Thus, I have a bit of standing there. As long as you often share such tales. They want to make things difficult for you. That happens to be my forte. Meng Qi nodded lightly, and Jin Hui nodded vigorously. I know many stories too. Xian Xian cleared his throat, halting the murmurs below. Today's farewell to the various sects is not something you should dwell upon. This merely reflects Shaolin's emphasis on etiquette, not a genuine fear of them. Consider that the Great Gene has only 3 eminent figures, and Shaolin claims one of them. Which other sect can contend with us? Do you know what the most sensational event in the martial world has been in the past decade? This monk certainly exuded a sense of pride for Shaolin, looking down upon other sections. Meng Qi secretly shook his head and answered loudly. We do not know. Please enlighten us, Master Xuan Bei. The other servant monks echoed weakly in unison, expressing their ignorance. Xuan Bei paid little heed to their state. Continuing with pride, decades ago, a legendary genius emerged from the demon sect's 9 paths. Known as Miatianim in less than 50 years, he condensed his demonic form, rivaling the mythical era's demon sovereign. He bears the surname Han and the name Guang, self-styled as Demon Master, shaking the martial world, with no one daring to defy him. However, his malevolent deeds caught up with him. Less than a year after forming his demonic body, he was intercepted by the abbot. That battle 9 years ago, tut-tut, the earth split, mountains crumbled, and darkness enveloped the sky. A large lake was formed in the heart of the Taiwan Mountains, and only the abbot emerged alive. Rumor has it that the demon master was either killed or subdued by him. After this battle, Shaolin's reputation overshadowed all other sects. Xian Xian incessantly boasted about the illustrious history of the high monks, igniting fervor in Meng Qi and the others, who longed to take their place. They could only dream of possessing such power to move mountains and traverse seas. After listening to Xian Xian's tale, upon returning to the meditation room, Zhen Guan and Zhen Ding immediately buried their heads in sleep, paying no mind to Meng Qi and Jin Hui. Jin Hui, after meditating for a while, quickly fell asleep as well. Meng Qi practiced the iron cloth shirt's mental method, tossing and turning for a long time before suppressing his excitement and drifting into slumber, somewhat envious of Zhen Hui's simple thoughts and few distractions. In the heavy darkness, Meng Qi felt his breathing becoming increasingly labored, as if his body were being crushed by a thick layer of soil. This sleep paralysis. In his dream, he barely sensed anything and struggled to awaken, only to see a twisted, malevolent face. Zhen Guan had his hands tightly around Meng Qi's neck, pressing down on him, rendering him immobile, his gaze fierce, yet his voice sounded like a fevered dream. I will kill you. Kill you! You stole my chance to enter the Martial Monk Academy. If I cannot go in, then no one shall. Zhen Guan stumbled unsteadily, yet he still struggled to rise, his eyes burning with rage. Continuously growling phrases about killing and seizing the chance to invade the monastery, he lunged madly towards Meng Qi, driven to frenzy. At this moment, Meng Qi had already rolled over and stood on the bunk. A mix of shock and anger flooding his senses. Without flinching or avoiding, he launched a powerful step-forward punch, the habitual black tiger prowling heart striking fiercely against Zhen Guan's chest. However, the blow Zhen Guan unleashed upon Meng Qi felt as though they were merely scratching an itch. With a thud, Zhen Guan crashed against the wall once more, producing a dull thumping sound. Clutching his chest with his right hand, he struggled to rise, but Meng Qi's punch had nearly exhausted all his strength. No matter how hard he tried, the pain rendered his body weak and unsteady, leaving him incapable of standing. Kill! I will kill you! You beasts, deceitful bald donkeys! I shall take my revenge. I shall take my revenge. He muttered, teetering on the brink of madness. tears streaming down his face to at that moment. Zhen Ding and Zhen Hui had been awakened, one looking bewildered while the other appeared dazed as they watched the scene unfold. Upon witnessing Zhen Guan's deranged desire to leap upon him and devour him, Meng Qi recalled that had he not exchanged for the iron cloth shirt in the cycle world, he might have met an untimely end just moments ago. An immediate surge of anger welled within him as he leaped down from the bunk, fists raised to strike Zhen Guan. However, with a whoosh, Meng Qi's fist did not hit Zhen Guan, but instead collided with a suddenly appeared yellow cloth, dissipating its force and producing a soft sound. Halt! Xian Exin commanded sharply, retracting his sleeves. Meng Qi, not having lost his composure, upon seeing Xian Exin appear, exclaimed, "Uncle Xian Exin, Zhen Guan has gone mad. He wants to kill me." Zhen Guan, in a rather cooperative manner, glared fiercely at both Meng Qi and Xian Exin, repeatedly muttering phrases about killing them. Xian Exin, with annoyance etched upon his face, glanced at Zhen Guan and remarked, "In such a state, who do you think you can kill?" He stepped forward swiftly, delivering a kick that momentarily knocked the wind out of Zhen Guan, leaving him speechless. "What are you staring at? Get back to sleep. Do you plan to fetch water using an iron bucket tomorrow?" Xian Exin bellowed at the novices who had gathered at the door, sending them scurrying back. "These useless fools." Xian Exin muttered to himself, while Zhen Ding's expression grew even more sullen. Afterward, Xian Exin turned to Meng Qi, his demeanor transforming from one of fury to a beaming smile in a mere second. "Ah, my esteemed nephew Zhen Ding, how do you think we should handle this situation?" Meng Qi, being quite experienced in social matters and having vented much of his anger, assessed Zhen Guan and replied, "I leave it to uncle to decide. But he has truly lost his mind that if it were someone else, it would have likely resulted in a fatal incident." Xian Exin cleared his throat, gesturing for Zhen Hui to close the door of the meditation room. Zhen Hui had been watching Xian Exin kick Zhen Guan with rapt attention, as if witnessing a tale from the martial world, and was quite thrilled. He promptly jumped down from the bunk, hurried to the door, and shut it, then continued to gaze wide-eyed at Xian Exin and Meng Qi. "This matter is ultimately our responsibility in the servants' hall, that it would be quite unseemly if it became widely known. Thus, I shall find another excuse tomorrow to expel Zhen Guan from Shaolin," Xian Exin said with a bright smile. Meng Qi understood then that if the matter escalated and was taken over by the discipline hall, he, as the steward monk responsible for the servants' hall, would undoubtedly bear some responsibility. Just as Meng Qi contemplated whether to seize this opportunity to cultivate a good relationship with Xian Exin for future endeavors, the door burst open, and a monk clad in yellow entered, his right hand adorned with a string of brownish-red prayer beads. "Brother Xian Exin, were it not for my patrol nearby," hearing the commotion, "you might have concealed this matter." The disciplined monk, appearing to be in his 30s with narrow eyes and a somewhat sinister demeanor, spoke to Xian Exin with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Xian Exin's expression shifted several times as he quickly approached, greeting him with a warm smile. "I did not wish to trouble you, Brother Xian Kong. Such trivial matters need not require your direct involvement." He discreetly produced an item from his robes and slipped it into Xian Kong's hand. Xian Kong weighed it in his palm, his smile growing warmer. No fatalities and no injuries. Indeed, a minor issue. However, this madman cannot be allowed to remain. "Rest assured, I shall not make it difficult for you, brother," Xian Exin assured with a pat on his chest. Meng Qi, taken aback, realized that this monastery was not as tranquil as it appeared. At least in the servants' hall, human emotions and affairs were very much alive. Xian Kong glanced at Zhen Guan, who was struggling to rise, and then turned his gaze toward Meng Qi. "This esteemed nephew, you possess quite a remarkable foundation in martial arts." Meng Qi instinctively touched his neck, feeling the deep imprints of fingers, and his thoughts raced through his mind. He carefully replied, "In response to Uncle Xian Kong, before becoming a monk, I had exposure to several family martial arts. After completing my chores, I would practice when I found myself with idle time. Daha. No need to be so tense. We are all aware," Xian Kong said with a hint of sarcasm. "Were it not for this connection, how would disciples from the sword-washing pavilion and the true martial sect advocate for you? They are not easily swayed by mere words. So this is how they perceive it." Meng Qi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. While he did not entirely dismiss the possibility that he could speak well enough to satisfy the two disciples, such an explanation was far more acceptable. effectively concealing his true connections with Zhang Yuanshan and Jiang Zhui. Xian Kong's lips curled into a smirk, half smiling, as he continued. However, at Shaolin, we never judge disciples by their backgrounds. If you err and fall into the hands of the discipline hall, we will show no mercy. My amicable relationship with Brother Xian Ku is indicative of my own stance. With that, he turned and walked outside, leaving behind a light remark. Brother Xian Xen, remember to handle this properly. Damn it, those discipline hall scoundrels despise seeing anyone stand firm before them. As soon as Xian Kong departed, Xian Xen, displaying a rather crude demeanor, cursed in frustration, showing no awareness of any breach of etiquette. Zhen Ding, did you argue with them? Meng Qi scoffed. If I walk upright and justly, would I fear them? It is precisely this attitude that they loathe the most. Xian Xen scrutinized Meng Qi from head to toe. Only someone from a noble background, unafraid of having no way out, could display such boldness. Pray, which family do you hail from? How should I know? Meng Qi feigned an air of mystery. With all worries dispelled and the mundane world distant, what family matters to this humble monk? Xian Xen spat, wholly unconvinced by Meng Qi's words. Over time, he had noticed that Zhen Ding was rather precocious, his demeanor and conduct far from that of a child. Thus, he refrained from further inquiries and sighed as he looked at Zhen Guan. Alas, Zhen Guan is quite pitiful. Born into a merchant family, he lacked for nothing. Yet who could have foreseen that during a trading venture, his family would meet the ruthless bandits of Hellion Mountain? None survived, and thus he transformed from a young master into an orphan. Later, in pursuit of vengeance, he sought refuge in our Shaolin. However, how could his heart filled with hatred escape the notice of Xian Ku? He was sent to our servants' hall, that if this is the reason for not accepting Zhen Guan as a disciple, why offer him a glimmer of hope? Meng Qi furrowed his brow. That is precisely Xian Ku's nature. By keeping Zhen Guan, he hopes to use the temple's chants and Buddhist teachings to alleviate Zhen Guan's inner hatred, to extinguish a measure of his murderous intent. Amitabha, the Dharma is boundless. Xian Xin recited the Buddhist phrase with a hint of sarcasm. Why does he not personally persuade those bandits to abandon their blades and become enlightened? Meng Qi retorted, feeling a surge of anger. Xian Xin clicked his tongue. That would depend on whether he could overpower them. He then turned his gaze to the gradually calming Zhen Guan. Zhen Guan, you shall descend the mountain tomorrow. Quickly seek another sect. Perhaps there is still a chance for you to cultivate profound martial skills. Upon hearing the term descend the mountain, Zhen Guan suddenly regained clarity, covering his face with his hands and murmuring in anguish, Father, Mother, I am an unfilial son. I am an unfilial son. 5 years have passed, and I have yet to avenge even one thief. Meng Qi sighed deeply, not stopping Xian Xin from sending Zhen Guan down the mountain. There was no hope for him to remain here. This further solidified Meng Qi's determination to master martial arts, lest he find himself incapable of avenging wrongs in the future. You too? The newly initiated monks, including Zhen, looked on in astonishment as Meng Qi and Zhen Hui appeared at the front of the line. Was it not said that no one from the servants' hall had become a monk in ages? How could this slippery lad and the simpleton manage to become monks? This revelation instinctively caused them to feel a sense of aversion toward Meng Qi and Zhen Hui, who took pride in the monkhood. Observing their expressions, Meng Qi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, wishing to proclaim loudly, I, Huhan San, have returned. Shin Shi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the monks who had joined the temple over the past year, and addressed Meng Qi and Zhen Hui. From today onward, you shall learn martial arts alongside them, under the tutelage of Shizhen Miao. Shizhen Miao? Meng Qi turned to glance at the refined young monk beside him. Was it he? Sharing the same Jin generation, while they were still in the foundational stage of martial training, he had already become a teacher. Clad in a yellow monk's robe, Shizhen Miao appeared genteel. Yet his presence exuded an air of imposing authority, that he nodded without a smile. You too, stand at the back of the line. Meng Qi and Zhen Hui had no objections and quickly found their places. Today, they would once again practice the Luohan fist. I will demonstrate as well, so pay close attention. After watching Xian Qi leave, Shizhen Miao opened his robe, settled into a horse stance, and first demonstrated the mountain bowing to Buddha stance. Practice this stance first. The path of martial arts requires a solid foundation. Do not be greedy or reckless. Zhen Miao instructed the monks. Having practiced Luohan Fist for several months, Meng Qi and Zhen Hui managed to keep up with the pace, repeatedly executing the forms from the 1st to the 18th, gradually drenched in sweat. Stop. Suddenly, Zhen Miao approached Meng Qi with a stern gaze and remarked, "Your Luohan Fist exhibits numerous irregularities. How do you practice it? You have yet to reach the stage where your techniques flow effortlessly. Should you disregard these irregularities, you may unwittingly sow the seeds of peril." Meng Qi acknowledged that his Luohan Fist relied heavily on the punch manual and the occasional guidance from Zhen Yong. Thus, recognizing the presence of many flaws, that he earnestly replied, "I practice according to the manual. I humbly request my senior brother's guidance. Practicing in such a manner is akin to not practicing at all. You must invest more effort to rectify it," Zhen Miao retorted, furrowing his brow, that he then turned to Zhen De and instructed, "Step forward and spar with him, so he may comprehend the consequences of irregular techniques." Chapter 24. Sparring. Upon hearing Zhen Miao's command, Zhen De was momentarily taken aback, but soon a broad smile broke across his face as he strode forward, exclaiming, "Yes, senior brother Zhen Miao, the past 6 months of rigorous martial training and ample nourishment had significantly augmented his stature, and he now sported a thick, dark stubble. His physique had become robust. His eyes sparkled with eager anticipation as he regarded Meng Qi, who was 2 years his junior. Meng Qi grinned, astonished by Zhen Miao's seriousness. Yet he welcomed the opportunity for sparring. Currently, he was fervently seeking any chance for combat to gradually master and integrate the techniques of Taibu Shan, Xinxing Babu, Luohan Fist, and Wu Hu Duan Min Dao into practical application. I beseech you, senior brother Zhen De, to bestow your guidance upon me." Following the Shaolin tradition, Meng Qi referred to the older Zhen De as senior brother while positioning himself in a stable stance as per the initial posture of Luohan Fist. Zhen De opened his mouth as if to speak, but in his excitement, he momentarily forgot his words, that he even neglected to join his hands in prayer and utter a Buddhist chant, opting instead to simply exclaim a sound akin to "Hey Ha" before launching his attack. Performing the conventional Luohan greeting, the instant Zhen De struck, Meng Qi felt as though he had plunged into water, drowning out all other sounds and sights. Drawing from his experience in combat with Chung Yong, he half-turned to evade the frontal assault, raising one arm to deflect Zhen De's dual fists while simultaneously delivering a powerful strike to Zhen De's abdomen. Not only did he exhibit no signs of the typical trepidation associated with a first spar, but he also displayed remarkable initiative. As Zhen De initiated his next move, he was suddenly struck by an overwhelming gust of force, as if Meng Qi had lunged at him with ferocity. Faced with such an intense offensive and witnessing the unwavering battle spirit reflected in Meng Qi's countenance, Zhen De felt an inexplicable chill within himself, sensing a hint of a terrifying killing intent, a presence only truly forged through life and death struggles. His movements faltered, and with a resounding thud, Meng Qi's strike landed squarely on Zhen De's abdomen, causing him immense pain as he doubled over and collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. Too weak, isn't it? Meng Qi pondered, momentarily stunned that his initial offensive had so easily overwhelmed Zhen De. Was he truly that feeble? Not only was Meng Qi astonished, but the surrounding martial monks, including Zhen Yong, gaped in disbelief at the sight of Zhen De curled up on the floor, unable to fathom how someone who was typically a standout in sparring could be defeated so swiftly and decisively. Zhen Miao's expression darkened as he observed the scene, swiftly making his way to Zhen De's side, crouching down to channel his internal energy to alleviate the pain in Zhen De's abdomen. It was only at this moment that Zhen Yong and the others regained their composure, casting incredulous glances at Meng Qi. Initially, Zhen Miao had intended for Zhen De to teach Meng Qi a lesson, illustrating the dangers of irregular techniques. Yet it now appeared that the conventional techniques had fallen prey to the irregular. Meng Qi reflected on the brief exchange, keenly noting that Zhen De had seemed momentarily dazed under his aggressive onslaught. Could it be that imposing one's momentum is also a crucial aspect of combat? Zhen Miao helped Zhen De to his feet, his expression unyielding as he declared, "Zhenyi, step forward and spar with Zhen Ding." "Yes, senior brother Zhen Miao," came the reply from a robust youth who emerged from the group of monks, standing like a solid pillar of black iron. Meng Qi sensed he was on the verge of grasping the key to their earlier encounter, his excitement mounting as he clasped his hands together, eagerly requesting, "I humbly request your guidance. Senior brother Zhen." He returned the gesture, Meng Qi seized the initiative, charging forth like a ferocious tiger emerging from its den. The naturally strong Zhen, he had not anticipated such a reckless onslaught from Meng Qi. His planned maneuvers faltered, and he found himself retreating and struggling to defend himself, appearing flustered and disorganized. Ah! Meng Qi pressed his advantage, exhaling forcefully as he delivered a fierce strike to Zhen He's chest. Faced with such an onslaught, Zhen He felt his legs weaken as Meng Qi's relentless assault forced his arms apart. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Qi pivoted, drawing closer to Zhen He and striking him in the right chest with an elbow. Cough, cough. Meng Qi had held back his strength, but the blow still caused Zhen He to cough violently. Struggling to regain his breath. Thank you for your guidance. Meng Qi stepped back, palms together, smiling in acknowledgement. This exchange had indeed been exhilarating. The onlooking Jin Yong, Zhen De, and other monks stood agape, unable to reconcile the sight before them. Typically, Zhen He, who was as formidable as an ox in their practice sessions, rendered even the most exquisite counters ineffective, leaving them weak and unable to respond. Yet, just moments ago, the youthful Meng Qi had unleashed a whirlwind of ferocity upon Zhen He, leaving him utterly defenseless. This was truly unexpected. As Zhen He recovered, he scratched his bald head in a somewhat sheepish manner, exclaiming, "Zhen Ding, you are incredibly skilled." Zhen Miao let out a soft huff, his expression darkening further. And after a prolonged silence, he remarked, "It appears that Zhen Ding has deep-rooted familial training. Your internal energy has significantly improved that I fear that none among us present can match your prowess. So I shall engage you in a sparring match myself." Having opened his own meridians, he was naturally able to discern the signs of Meng Qi's internal energy assistance. Oh, I see. Jin Yong and the other monks suddenly understood. Zhen Ding had evidently opened his dantian and achieved a degree of internal energy cultivation, explaining why both Zhen De and Zhen He had been unable to best him. However, as a seasoned instructor at the opening stage of meridian activation, was it not somewhat unfair for Zhen Miao to spar with Zhen Ding? Rest assured, I will temper my strength to the level of preliminary internal energy cultivation, Zhen Miao assured Meng Qi, his gaze sharp as a blade. Meng Qi inhaled deeply, though he understood the vast disparity in their abilities. His spirit remained undaunted that if he dared not spar with Zhen Miao, how could he hope to face the trials of real combat? To be frank, having faced life-and-death struggles, he held no fear of Zhen Miao. Losing was of little consequence. As long as he could identify his shortcomings and discern the gap in their abilities, any defeat would be meaningful. Moreover, he was not entirely devoid of chances for victory. I humbly request your guidance, senior brother Zhen Miao, he proclaimed, hands clasped in reverence, his fighting spirit palpable. The assembled monks gasped in astonishment. Meng Qi truly dared to spar with senior brother Zhen Miao. The chasm between them loomed as high as a mountain. Even if Zhen Miao were to suppress his strength to the level of preliminary internal energy cultivation, his vision, experience, and knowledge could not be altered. Very well, Zhen Miao replied, his countenance softening considerably. You may strike first. Meng Qi, refusing to be modest, stepped forward, his right leg forming a bow stance as he thrust both fists toward Zhen Miao. Zhen Miao also employed the Luohan fist, steadfastly countering Meng Qi's fierce assaults. Unlike Zhen De and Zhen He, Zhen Miao did not lose his momentum. Instead, after deftly sidestepping Meng Qi's dual punches, he launched a counterattack, executing the straightforward yet effective Black Tiger stealing heart technique aimed squarely at Meng Qi's right chest. Meng Qi's eyes widened in surprise as he lunged forward, allowing Zhen Miao's fist to connect with him while simultaneously delivering a double ear strike. With considerable combat experience, Zhen Miao sensed something amiss, but as Meng Qi had initiated the advance, he could not halt his momentum and instead increased the force of his punch in an attempt to repel Meng Qi. Thud! Zhen Miao's right fist struck what felt like a thick fabric, dispersing its force in all directions, while at that moment, Meng Qi's fists were nearly upon his temples. Ha! Zhen Miao bellowed, his ears reddening as his temples throbbed, tilting his head back slightly. Slap! Meng Qi's fists grazed past Zhen Miao's temples, striking him squarely on the cheeks, yet it felt as though there were a cushion absorbing much of the force. Nevertheless, Zhen Miao staggered backward, his cheeks swollen and his head spinning. You have mastered Tai Bu Shan, Zhen Miao exclaimed, a mixture of shock and anger in his voice. Meng Qi smiled faintly. It is a family tradition. had seen your brother just utilize the power of the Meridian opening stage with the revelation of Tai Bushan the previous night. He felt no need to conceal it, attributing it entirely to his yet unknown lineage. During their exchange, Meng Qi had adhered closely to the strategies imparted by Zhang Yuanshan, Jiang Zhuwei, and others, leveraging the element of surprise against Jin Miao, whose strength he had suppressed, opting for speed over power and exchanging minor injuries for significant ones, ultimately compelling Jin Miao to exert all his strength for self-preservation. Jin Miao's expression oscillated between various emotions before settling into a steely demeanor as he commanded. "Return to your positions. Continue practicing Luohan Fist." Meng Qi recognized that Jin Miao bore no ill will towards him. He merely disapproved of his irregular Luohan Fist techniques, and he understood that his methods were flawed and required refinement. Jin Miao's words held merit. Yet having triumphed over Jin Miao and witnessing his discomfiture, Meng Qi could not suppress his inner elation, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. "I am indeed a rather petty individual." Meng Qi silently assessed himself that as they resumed their practice. Meng Qi followed Jinda, Jinhe, and the others, diligently working to correct his techniques. Observing this, Jin Miao's expression softened once more. After completing their sessions with both Luohan Fist and Shaolin Staff techniques, Jin Miao's demeanor grew serious as he provided individual critiques. Finally, as he turned to leave, he stated, "Tomorrow, Zhen Ding shall continue sparring with me. I will once again suppress my strength to the level of preliminary internal energy cultivation." What an extraordinary fighting spirit he possesses. Meng Qi mused inwardly, feeling a slight tremor of exhilaration surge through him. He resolved to make the most of his time this evening to practice Shin Xing Ba Bu, for he had no desire to be defeated. Jin Miao, the senior brother, has always sailed smoothly through life and is currently practicing the Moko finger among the 72 ultimate techniques. Naturally, he carries an air of arrogance. However, today, he has been defeated by his junior brother, who has only recently made some progress in his breathing techniques. How can he possibly swallow this humiliation? Jin Yong, with a grin, approached and remarked, "Zhen Ding, I never realized you possessed such formidable skills. You truly have concealed your talents. Please do lend a hand to your senior brother in the future." Meng Qi chuckled softly. "I merely won by chance. Tomorrow will likely be a different story. Unless I can master the 8 steps of divine motion overnight and achieve another unexpected victory, which seems highly improbable." Yet Meng Qi did not fear this challenge. Opportunities to spar with experts are not easily come by. Such experiences are invaluable, and perhaps in the next cycle of reincarnation, they may very well be the key to his survival. The trio of Meng Qi, Zhen Hui, and Jin Yong returned to the martial monk's courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered Xian Qi. Accompanying him was a dull-eyed, expressionless monk who was muttering to himself. How should one counter this technique? Xian Qi did not introduce the aloof young monk beside him, but instead addressed Meng Qi and Jin Hui. "After dinner, meet at the martial arts hall. I will teach you the Shaolin Heart Method." Meng Qi had heard from Xian Xian that the Shaolin Heart Method is the foundational internal skill of Shaolin Temple, characterized by its rich and masculine essence. Due to its straightforward operational route, it is compatible with the majority of ultimate techniques and divine skills, ranking in the top 10 among similar foundational practices. Therefore, Meng Qi resolved to prioritize the Shaolin Heart Method in his training, relegating the rudimentary route of the iron cloth shirt to its use only during the execution of that technique. After bidding farewell to Xian Qi, Zhen Yong chuckled softly. "Did you see that senior brother beside Xian Qi? He is another teaching monk, Jin Ben, a true martial enthusiast with many amusing stories." Amidst their laughter, the three enjoyed their dinner. Meng Qi and Zhen Hui made their way to the martial arts hall, while Jin Yong, having nothing else to do, followed suit, intending to find someone to spar with. Chapter 25. The Tyrant of the Martial Arts Hall. With the rhythm of deep breaths, Meng Qi's internal strength surged from his dantian. Traversing 3 gates, reaching the Mingmen, entering the Naiwan, and ultimately converging at the Tanzhong, cascading down like a river returning to the sea. After several weeks of this practice, Meng Qi gradually grasped the secret essentials of the Shaolin Heart Method, allowing him to lower his qi and open his eyes at that moment. Xian Qi, who had just taught the Heart Method, had already vanished, and sounds of fists meeting flesh echoed from outside the quiet chamber. Intrigued, Meng Qi stood up, ready to leave the quiet room and enter the martial arts hall. This was not due to a lack of diligence in cultivating his internal strength. Rather, aside from being assigned patrols or duties, he could only practice sword techniques within the hall, as transporting his chi to enhance his internal strength could wait until the hall closed and he returned to the meditation room. "Junior brother, shall we step out together?" Meng Qi inquired casually upon seeing Zhen Hui also opening her eyes. Zhen Hui's cheeks flushed, her gaze dreamy as if just awoken, and feeling somewhat embarrassed by Meng Qi's question. She replied, "Senior brother, that warm little mouse was so much fun. I wish to practice the heart method a bit longer." "Indeed, you are at the stage of laying your foundation. Strive to open your dantian as early as possible." Meng Qi smiled, pushing open the door to the quiet room and re-entering the hall. In the left corner of the martial arts hall stood a weapon rack, primarily stocked with long staffs and sabers. Along with a few long swords, two yellow-clad attendant monks stood at each corner to prevent any accidental injuries during sparring. Meng Qi surveyed the area and noticed Zhen Yong deeply engaged in a sparring match of the Luohan fist. Choosing not to interrupt, he walked directly to the weapon rack. Selecting an unsharpened saber that he weighted in his hands, assumed a stance, and began to practice the 5 tigers breaking the door saber technique slowly and clumsily from start to finish. An attendant monk nearby noticed Meng Qi practicing and instinctively narrowed his eyes, watching intently. After observing for a while and realizing Meng Qi was merely practicing the most basic and common saber technique, the monk shook his head and turned back to focus on the other monks sparring. That as Meng Qi executed each move, he gradually lost himself in the world of his saber technique, swinging the blade with grace and fluidity, continually referencing the manual to correct his mistakes. Time slipped away, and soon a thin sheen of sweat formed on Meng Qi's forehead that he sheathed the saber, savoring the insights he had just gained. "If my daily saber practice yields such results, I should be able to master this technique in about a month." Meng Qi exhaled, feeling a surge of joy, and once more readied his stance to wield the saber. This time, his 5 tigers breaking the door saber appeared rather chaotic, for his focus had shifted to his footwork. The saber technique merely served to disguise his practice of the 8 steps of divine motion, lest the attendant monks take notice. After half an hour, Meng Qi, with a commendable memory, had roughly memorized the steps of the 8 steps. Coupled with his internal strength, executing the movements was not particularly difficult. However, he felt far from mastering the technique. It seemed as though there was an invisible barrier, shrouding the essence of the steps, making it impossible to penetrate. Currently, he could only remember the intricate movements, which felt utterly useless. It seems I must integrate these steps into actual combat to uncover their secrets. After practicing for an evening, Meng Qi felt fatigued and weary that he returned the saber to the weapon rack and approached Zhen Yong. "Zhen Ding, have you mastered the Shaolin heart method?" Zhen Yong, slightly hunched over with his hands resting on his knees, gasped for breath, having expended considerable energy during their earlier sparring matches. Meng Qi smiled. "Senior brother Zhen Yong, have you forgotten that I have already opened my dantian?" "All right, how could I forget?" Zhen Yong chuckled, straightening his back. "Shall we return to the meditation room now?" The meditation rooms in the martial monks' courtyard accommodate 2 monks each, with Meng Qi and Zhen Hui residing next to Zhen Yong. Meng Qi nodded, intending to call for Zhen Hui, when suddenly he noticed a robust and fierce-looking monk collide aggressively with another monk ahead. With a loud smack, the relatively slender monk was sent staggering back several steps, shock and fury etched across his face. However, before he could voice his protest, the imposing monk who had charged into him barked, "You dare to bump into me? Do you wish to spar with me? Very well, let us have at it." The slender monk's face paled, fear evident in his demeanor, yet he did not refuse that he assumed a stance and engaged in battle with the towering, fierce monk as expected. The slender monk was swiftly overpowered, his defenses shattered in mere punches, leaving him battered and bruised as he stumbled toward the exit of the martial arts hall. Meanwhile, the bully-like monk reveled in his victory, brandishing his fist triumphantly to his peers. Meng Qi stood there dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. After some time, he turned to Zhen Yong and exclaimed, "Is this even permissible?" 8 attendant monks nearby watched the spectacle. How could he dare to commit such malicious provocations and assault a fellow disciple? Yet the beaten monk did not even call for help. Where have the Shaolin precepts gone? Although it is said that where there are people, there exists a world with both bullies and the bullied. Meng Qi pondered how a place like Shaolin, known for producing enlightened monks, could allow such behavior to manifest so overtly? Zhen Ding whispered. That monk is named Zhen Liang. He joined the temple 3 years ago and has only recently begun to harness his energy, that he delights in utilizing the regulations of the martial arts hall to bully the weaker disciples. Regulations? Meng Qi inquired, perplexed. Zhen Ding chuckled. These are our own rules in the martial monk's courtyard. Anyone present in the martial arts hall cannot refuse a sparring request from any fellow monk. After all, if you traverse the world, you cannot simply say, I do not wish to engage in combat when someone approaches you with ill intent. This also serves to familiarize us with the notion of forced battles. However, there are distinctions made. Monks nearing the completion of their energy cultivation are not permitted to enter this hall, as they have their own dedicated training area. Zhen Liang exploits this loophole, selecting weaker monks with whom he has conflicts for sparring practice. As for the collision, it is deemed a reasonable provocation within the martial arts hall, designed to help monks acclimatize to similar situations and effectively manage their emotional fluctuations. Meng Qi nodded, grasping the reasoning. But surely the intent behind a sparring match can be discerned as malicious or benevolent by the attending monks. I heard Zhen Liang has an older brother in the discipline hall. Zhen Ding murmured. Thus, as long as he does not violate the precepts, the attending monks tend to turn a blind eye. Hee. Zhen Liang has become quite the tyrant of the martial arts hall. Meng Qi recalled the struggling monks in the servant hall and scoffed. If such individuals are accepted into the martial monk's courtyard. I had thought Xian Ku was a truly righteous figure. It is said that Xian Ku only oversaw the initial batches. Subsequent selections were made by other attending monks. Alas, in the future, when the senior monks come to choose their direct disciples, they will consider past behavior. Zhen Ding held no grudge against Xian Ku. Meng Qi reflected on his own rashness and narrowed his eyes at Zhen Liang, who was laughing heartily with others. I am in dire need of practical sparring. I have been lamenting the lack of suitable partners. Suddenly, he strode toward Zhen Liang. The pressure of death and the cycle of reincarnation compelled him to disregard other considerations. And if this led to his expulsion from Shaolin, it would fulfill his wish to Meng Qi approach Zhen Liang. Zhen Ding was momentarily bewildered, gazing at his retreating figure in confusion. Refusing to help me tidy the courtyard. Zhen Liang scowled at the entrance of the hall. An adjacent monk chuckled softly. He does not realize just how formidable you are, brother Zhen Liang. Who in this entire martial arts hall could possibly match your prowess? Just because I appear amiable, they think I can be easily trifled with. Zhen Liang bellowed with laughter. That moment, Meng Qi reached Zhen Liang's side, giving him a gentle shove that sent him stumbling back a few steps. Zhen Liang stared at Meng Qi in disbelief, astonished that someone would dare to collide with him. A habitual provocateur. Meng Qi, with a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor entirely feigned, switched his hands back and forth, clenched his fists and gazed at Zhen Liang, saying, You actually dared to collide with me. Do you wish to engage in a sparring match? Very well, let us practice. The unexpected turn of events left Zhen Liang momentarily speechless, while his companions looked at Meng Qi in disbelief. Who was this impudent young monk who appeared so dashing, yet seemed utterly foolish? Was this not an act of sheer audacity? Zhen Yang's expression shifted, and he moved forward to intervene, but then suddenly recalled how even the venerable monk Zhen Miao had been defeated by Zhen Ding that afternoon, prompting him to slow his steps and watch the two with a smile. How infuriating! How outrageous! Zhen Liang snapped back to reality, his anger surging. It was only ever he who bullied others, never the other way around. Mimicking Meng Qi, he switched his fists back and forth, producing a series of cracking sounds from his knuckles. And grimaced, All right, let us practice. Unless you beg for mercy, I shall consider you my junior disciple. The surrounding monks remained unfazed, as if no conflict had transpired, and as soon as he finished speaking, Zhen Liang charged at Meng Qi. His strikes heavy and forceful, that a short while later, after a flurry of blows, Meng Qi had delivered several punches to the grounded Zhen Liang, who appeared dazed and confused, as if caught in a dream. Rising leisurely, Meng Qi nonchalantly brushed off his monk's robe, saying, I concede, junior brother, your martial skills require further refinement. Did I end the earlier exchange? Meng Qi had initially struggled to familiarize himself with the 8 steps of divine movement and the Arhut fist, which had excited Zhen Liang immensely, as he envisioned Meng Qi writhing in agony under his blows. However, as Meng Qi gradually became proficient, he unleashed a fierce counterattack, bolstered by the formidable presence of his iron shirt and experience in life and death combat. Swiftly toppling Zhen Liang and delivering a thorough thrashing. Junior to brother. Zhen Liang growled through gritted teeth, utterly disbelieving his defeat, recalling how he had dominated just moments ago. How had this little monk suddenly transformed into a ferocious beast? His fist seemed to merely tickle Meng Qi. Meng Qi's gaze lowered, observing Zhen Liang. "Oh, junior brother, it appears you are still unconvinced. Shall we continue?" Faced with this bully-like figure, Zhen Liang could only clench his teeth and remain silent as he slowly rose. Meng Qi had mastered the Arhut fist with growing confidence and had begun to grasp the essence of the 8 steps of divine movement. Just as he was feeling a sense of ease, he surveyed the area, eager to find another opponent to spar with. Suddenly, the surrounding monks scattered like birds taking flight. How inconsiderate! Meng Qi shook his head, turning his attention back to the bruised and battered Zhen Liang. Zhen Liang shivered inexplicably, and without a second thought he turned and fled. "Junior brother Zhen Ding, your martial prowess is truly remarkable," Zhen Yong complimented, just as Zhen Hui emerged from the meditation chamber. Thus, Meng Qi tempered his combative spirit and returned with them to the Zen room to practice the Shaolin heart method. The following day unfolded similarly, with chores of fetching water, learning to read, and practicing martial arts as they neared the end of their routine. Zhen Miao approached Meng Qi, hands clasped behind his back. "Junior brother Zhen Ding, are you prepared?" "I am ready," Meng Qi replied solemnly, stepping out of line. Engaging with a strong opponent both pressured him and filled him with excitement. Chapter 26. The mischievous Meng Qi. The sound of punches echoed through the dry, cold air, each thud resonating like a drumbeat. Meng Qi was acutely aware of the vast disparity between him and Zhen Miao, having long mentally prepared for defeat. Yet, when the match commenced, he discovered that the gap was far greater than he had anticipated. Even while suppressing his strength to a mere beginner's level and limiting himself to the Arhut fist, he found himself utterly outmatched, knowing that Meng Qi had just begun mastering the iron shirt. Zhen Miao employed a rigorous and powerful style, his fists relentlessly targeting Meng Qi's temples and other vital points, but he remained unhurried, refusing to grant Meng Qi the opportunity to inflict minor injuries in exchange for greater ones. Even when presented with a perfect chance, Zhen Miao maintained a defensive stance, holding back a significant portion of his power. Meng Qi, though having gained some understanding of the Arhut fist through continuous practice, found himself at a loss against Zhen Miao's rapid and precise technique. That it was as if his mind could anticipate the movements, but his body could not keep up. Had it not been for the iron shirt absorbing several blows, he would have already succumbed to defeat. The sound of punches landing, though not critical, still left Meng Qi feeling a dull ache. Nevertheless, such a battle proved immensely beneficial, as he began to sense the Arhut fist's moves becoming instinctive. He silently expressed gratitude to Jiang Jiwei for her guidance. Had she not encouraged him to exchange for the iron shirt, he would have needed to endure countless failures before grasping a martial art, especially in his current state of weakness and inexperience. With the iron shirt as his foundation, each sparring session equated to numerous lessons learned, allowing him to gradually internalize the techniques. Zhen Miao's fists whipped through the air with wind-like ferocity, adhering strictly to form as he relentlessly pressed Meng Qi to the brink, denying him even a moment to rely on the iron shirt for survival. "I must devise a strategy. Just a few more moves, and I will be unable to withstand this." Meng Qi, bolstered by his iron shirt and aware that this was not a life-or-death confrontation, remained calm and sought opportunities for counterattacks. Suddenly, he noticed an opening on Zhen Miao's left side, a chance to evade the frontal assault and catch his breath. Seizing the moment, Meng Qi executed a feint and darted to the left as he moved. A foot, wrapped in a white leg binding, unexpectedly appeared, delivering a kick to Meng Qi's abdomen. "Oh no!" Meng Qi inwardly cursed, hastily sidestepping to avoid the kick. That moment, he felt a punch stop just beside his temple, the force of the blow creating a painful pressure in his head. "I concede." Zhen Miao retracted his right fist, palms together, a faint smile gracing his features, seemingly intent on redeeming himself from the previous day's humiliation. As Meng Qi assessed his gains and losses, he returned the courtesy, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Regardless of Zhen Miao's motives, this practice was indeed of tremendous benefit to him. Suddenly, an idea struck Meng Qi, recalling the deliberate opening Zhen Miao had just presented. If he employed the step from the 8 steps of divine movement, he could easily evade the kick and instead provoke a genuine opening from Jin Miao. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Meng Qi blurted out, "Senior brother Jin Miao, I hope you will continue to guide me tomorrow. Alas, I am still not proficient in the 8 steps." Ah! The surrounding monks seemed to have not heard clearly and turned to Meng Qi in disbelief. Did he dare challenge senior brother Jin Miao again? "If you cannot withstand 10 of my strikes tomorrow, do not expect any more guidance from me," Jin Miao replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding slowly. On the way to the dining hall, Jin Yong remarked, "Have you become addicted to being beaten?" He scrutinized Meng Qi as if he were a stranger. Jin Hui looked at Jin Yong in confusion. "Senior brother Jin Yong, aren't great heroes and champions often like this? They never admit defeat." Jin Yong cast Meng Qi a peculiar glance. "What strange tales have you been telling the junior disciple?" Meng Qi recognized that his actions were rather peculiar and did not conceal the truth. "Senior brother Jin Yong, I just thought of a decisive technique that could be employed in such a situation, hence my outburst." "That decisive technique you are not proficient in? You only recalled it after the practice." Jin Yong discerned the hidden meaning in Meng Qi's words. Meng Qi nodded and pondered aloud. "I must wait a moment before heading to the martial arts hall to find someone to practice with." After dinner, Meng Qi sat in meditation, practicing the Shaolin heart method for a time, eagerly stepping into the martial arts hall. His gaze swept around the room, and a smile spread across his face upon spotting Zhen Liang engaged in a sparring match with another monk. His expression fierce, strikes aggressive, seemingly intent on venting all his pent-up frustration from the previous day. Meng Qi slowed his pace, circling around, observing as the lesser-skilled monk succumbed quickly to Zhen Liang's onslaught, leaving him bruised and battered. "Huh." Zhen Liang laughed heartily as he watched the monk stumble out, but just then, he felt a powerful force collide with him from behind, unable to halt his momentum, causing him to knock over another monk. "Well, junior brother, your arrogance has grown. You dare to shoulder bump me? Come, let us practice." That infuriating voice. Zhen Liang tensed. Slowly turning to face Meng Qi, he attempted to muster a retort, but found himself involuntarily saying, "Senior brother, I already have an opponent. Did I ask that so? I see you just left." "Very well, I shall grant you a stick of incense's worth of time to catch your breath," Meng Qi said with a smile. His appearance handsome and charming, but to Zhen Liang, he resembled a malevolent spirit. Zhen Liang scanned the room, realizing that aside from a few companions, everyone else had kept their distance, though he possessed some sense of loyalty. Not wanting to drag his friends into this, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Senior brother, let us begin." Seeing Zhen Liang's readiness for an early demise, Meng Qi chuckled, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he shouted, "Then I shall strike first." After a stick of incense had passed, "Senior brother, I concede." "Is it not enough for me to concede?" Zhen Liang, sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, refused to rise. Meng Qi absent-mindedly rubbed his faint stubble, smiling broadly as he nodded. That will suffice that at the very least, he had truly mastered that step from the 8 steps of divine movement. As long as Jin Yong refrained from utilizing any martial arts beyond the Arhut fist, he could surely surprise him. Upon hearing Meng Qi's words, Zhen Liang felt as though a great weight had been lifted, scrambling to his feet and fleeing toward the exit. After running a few paces, he suddenly halted, feigning composure as he declared, "My elder brother is a monk of the Discipline Institute, seeking parental intervention now." Meng Qi replied with a smile that was both mocking and amused. His choice of words caught Zhen Liang off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Meng Qi, burdened by the pressures of life and death in the reincarnation world and endowed with abundant resources, paid little heed to the. With a chuckle, he proclaimed, "Brother, my Dharma name is Jin Yong, that I walk the righteous path and act with integrity. Should I violate the precepts, I willingly accept punishment. Younger brother, are you not leaving? Do you wish to continue training?" Upon hearing this, Zhen Liang was so frightened that he fled in disarray. Having dominated the martial arts hall for over a year, he had never encountered anyone who was so unafraid of the. Jin Yong, younger brother, are you unwell?" Jin Yong, standing nearby, asked with a puzzled expression, wondering why he referred to himself as Jin Yong. Meng Qi glanced at him and replied, "Just having a bit of fun. Our differences in stature and appearance are quite pronounced. No one will mistake us. Alas, it is rather dull when humor goes unappreciated." The following day, After the training session concluded, Meng Qi eagerly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "I humbly request your guidance, brother." Zhen and the other martial monks had been anticipating this moment from the beginning. But when it actually occurred, they still found it hard to believe. Had Zhen Ding's mind been befuddled? How dared he challenge Brother Zhenmiao consecutively? Did he think that because he had won once by relying on Zhenmiao's ignorance of his true abilities, he was now on equal footing with him, who was suppressing his strength? Such arrogance. Yesterday had truly revealed the gap between them. Zhenmiao, with a stern expression, nodded and assumed his stance, waiting for Meng Qi to make his move. This practice match bore a striking resemblance to the previous day's encounter. Although Meng Qi had gained a deeper understanding of the Arhut fist, the disparity with Zhenmiao remained vast. He could merely evade a few more strikes. Gradually, he found himself once again cornered by the unhurried Zhenmiao, who steadily pushed him to the brink. "That I told you. Where does he find the confidence to challenge Brother Zhenmiao?" Such a scene brought great delight to Zhen. Indeed, it was a blatant display of ignorance. The other martial monks echoed his sentiments, instinctively rejecting the behavior of their wayward companion. Surely, Brother Zhenmiao would emerge victorious once more, just as he had the day before. Victory was assured, but Brother Zhenmiao, being cautious by nature, would certainly not employ the same tactic again. Zhen spoke with conviction. Meng Qi, however, did not wait for Zhenmiao to reveal an opening. Instead, he seized the moment when Zhenmiao's left shoulder dipped slightly, suddenly using his shoulder to withstand the punch, launching a fierce assault against Zhenmiao's right side. Zhenmiao, holding back, did not execute his technique fully, but instead sidestepped Meng Qi's aggressive advance, delivering a double strike to the ears, aimed directly at the temples. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he lost sight of Meng Qi. It was not that Meng Qi had become too swift, but rather that in a swift maneuver, he had chosen a direction and position that completely defied Zhenmiao's expectations, creating an eerie illusion of his disappearance. This is troubling. Just as Zhenmiao's thoughts began to surface, Meng Qi had already evaded him, their backs now facing each other. Simultaneously, Meng Qi's right elbow struck back fiercely toward Zhenmiao's back. Thud! Meng Qi's elbow connected with Zhenmiao's back. However, it felt as though he had struck a void, causing him to turn his head slightly and catch a glimpse of Zhenmiao's robe billowing outward, dissipating most of his force. This was something that could not be achieved during the energy accumulation phase. A realization dawned on Meng Qi, and he instinctively withdrew his hand, smiling and saying, "I concede, brother. You are truly formidable." Zhenmiao's face turned a shade of iron, seething with anger at having lost once more. "That we shall battle again tomorrow." His words conveyed a sense of unwillingness to accept Meng Qi as a genuine rival. The earlier clash between the two had been a whirlwind, leaving Zhen and the other martial monks momentarily dazed, as if caught in a dream, struggling to comprehend the reality before them. After a moment's pause, their gazes towards Meng Qi transformed into one of respect and vigilance. No matter the means, to have bested Brother Zhenmiao once more, Meng Qi must possess extraordinary talents. Remarkable! I can hardly believe you have been practicing the Arhut fist for such a short time. After the training session, Xingyong caught up with Meng Qi and Jinhui, appearing as if he had come to a new understanding of him. Meng Qi felt a trace of pride, boasting unabashedly, "Younger brother possesses a modicum of innate talent for martial arts." Surely, this could not be attributed to the reincarnation world. "Are we still heading to the martial arts hall?" Xingyong inquired. Meng Qi nodded vigorously. "Of course, I must prepare for tomorrow's practice with Brother Zhenmiao." After dinner, having practiced his internal energy, Meng Qi diligently entered the martial arts hall. Upon his arrival, he noticed Zhenliang's expression tense as he pulled a nearby martial monk to practice, striking out slowly, seemingly intent on training until the end of time. The other martial monks close to Zhenliang also sought partners for practice, leaving Meng Qi with no opportunity for provocation. "Why do I feel like a villain oppressing the weak?" After a moment of silence, Meng Qi mused, "This feeling is not so bad." Xingyong, surprisingly cooperative this time, chuckled, "What a wicked monk indeed." For the subsequent month, Meng Qi endured a series of challenges and counter-challenges with Zhenmiao, losing more than he won. In the evenings, he trained in the martial arts hall by mid-month. He felt that the martial monks here posed no challenge, prompting him to enter the martial hall, where he was soundly defeated, yet found joy in the evident progress of his internal energy. Boxing and blade techniques. "Tonight, you will guard the back mountain's vital paths at 18 noon that day," Xin Shi announced a task. Zhenmiao, noticing the confusion among the crowd, Explained, the back mountain harbors the demons and monsters subdued by our Shaolin over the years, and it requires constant vigilance. Rest assured, our esteemed seniors from the Dharma and Bodhi halls will be stationed within. You will merely patrol the periphery, providing basic surveillance. Demons and monsters. Meng Qi inhaled sharply. Chapter 27. Rewards and punishments. The biting cold wind whistled through the cliffs, akin to a razor-sharp knife, and despite donning a thick monk's robe and inner garments, Meng Qi shivered uncontrollably, compelled to circulate the Shaolin heart method to let his internal energy flow gently within, dispelling the chill. The path leading to the back mountain was guarded every few steps, with martial monks stationed even at the seemingly impassable cliff edges. Meng Qi, Jin Hui, and Jin Yong were assigned to a narrow path leading directly to the back mountain, flanked by cliff walls with dense, shadowy forests looming ahead on either side. "Brother, are there any white-boned spirits or spider spirits on the back mountain?" Jin Hui, who had yet to open his dantian and whose internal energy cultivation progressed slowly, jumped lightly in place to keep warm, his gaze fixed intently on the darkness at the end of the narrow path, which marked the boundary of the back mountain. "White-boned spirits? Spider spirits?" Jin Yong paused momentarily before directing his gaze towards Meng Qi, wearing an expression that seemed to question what strange tales he had shared with the younger disciple. Meng Qi chuckled, considering that amidst the arduous training to cope with the life-and-death pressures of the reincarnation world, this was one of the few joys he had left. Since Brother Zhimiao speaks of demons and monsters, there must certainly be spirits involved. He was still somewhat unfamiliar with this aspect, thus intentionally posing the question to see if Jin Yong could provide some insight. Jin Yong gazed thoughtfully at the end of the narrow path, muttering to himself, "True demons and monsters. How many have actually seen them?" Since the era of demons raging across the land has passed, the demon race has fallen silent. At least we ordinary folk rarely encounter them. Occasionally, there are tales of scholars meeting fox spirits or masters subduing snake demons. But as for myself, I have never seen one. Meng Qi nodded, refraining from asking further, as Jin Yong appeared to possess little knowledge on the subject. The long night stretched on, the north wind growing ever colder. Jin Hui found a stone to sit cross-legged and meditate, while Jin Yong paced back and forth to stave off the bitter chill that the silence enveloped them, with the high monks from the Dharma and Bodhi halls keeping watch behind them. Meng Qi gradually turned his thoughts to contemplating the final step of the godly movement, 8 steps. Suddenly, a bone-chilling gust of wind swept by, causing Meng Qi to shiver, his mind clearing as a flash of insight illuminated his thoughts, allowing him to grasp the key to the final step of the godly movement, 8 steps. Once he had comprehended the crucial element, Meng Qi's heart raced with eagerness, and he could hardly contain the urge to practice. Although Jin Yong was aware of his family's martial arts legacy, Meng Qi was still not accustomed to practicing the footwork openly unless he could disguise it with blade techniques, but that would create too much noise, risking discovery and reprimand from Jin Yao and others patrolling the area. Glancing around, Meng Qi clutched his stomach and said to Jin Yong, "Brother, I'm feeling unwell and need to relieve myself. That I'll trouble you to keep watch here." Having experienced similar situations in the sutra repository several times, Jin Yong did not think it strange, chuckling as he replied, "Hurry along. If Brother Zhimiao and the others come by, I will explain for you." Meng Qi grasped his and swiftly dashed into the forest ahead, careful not to venture too far, instead choosing to practice around the massive trees while leaning against the cliff wall. The godly movement, 8 steps, was intricate and mysterious. And now, with the night deepening, Meng Qi moved like a phantom, appearing and disappearing at will. "Indeed, it is just as I thought." After several laps of practice, Meng Qi nodded in satisfaction and decided to return. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly heard a faint rustling sound emanating from the cliff wall. Instantly alert, he quietly slipped behind a large tree, heart pounding. Surely, luck could not be so unfortunate. Are there not seniors and brothers guarding the inner sanctum? Moreover, the thick cliff separates them. Meng Qi's first instinct was that it must be demons or monsters. Peeking cautiously, he saw a slightly reddish boulder beside which a large hole had silently opened in the cliff wall, and a shadowy figure emerged warily. This figure fumbled around a certain spot behind the boulder, producing more rustling sounds, as the stone wall slowly closed behind it. Could this be an escape route secretly dug by demons and monsters? Meng Qi speculated bitterly, regretting his decision to enter the forest. He had initially thought that the most he would encounter here were some wild beasts, and considering the harsh winter cold, the beasts would hardly be active, making it a seemingly safe haven. Yet he had stumbled upon such a predicament. The figure turned, preparing to flee to the other side of the forest, that moment, aided by the dim moonlight. Meng Qi caught a clear glimpse of the figure's face. That was him. Meng Qi was both astonished and bewildered, nearly crying out in shock, but he managed to stifle himself by biting his lip, struggling to contain the disbelief that the individual emerging from the back mountain was none other than Zhen Guan. That self-inflicting torment, the anguish of a futile quest for vengeance, what a spectacle it is! Had he not been long since expelled from the mountain gates? Meng Qi pondered in confusion, convinced that Xian had not deceived him. For the disciples in the servants' quarters had claimed they had not seen Zhen Guan since that fateful day. Meng Qi refrained from intervening, watching as Zhen Guan receded into the distance. Aware that his own strength was still woefully inadequate to entangle himself in affairs of demons and monsters, one must possess a modicum of self-awareness. Not everyone is the protagonist, Meng Qi mused inwardly. Should he rashly open that secret passage, he feared he might not emerge with treasures such as the inner core of a demon beast or divine skills of the demon clan, but rather meet a grim fate of being silenced, devoured, or turned into a puppet. After all, such fortunes were reserved for protagonists, and he currently lacked that aura of destiny that he quietly withdrew from the forest, resolved to seek out someone capable of addressing the matter. Although he had long decided to return to secular life, he remained within the confines of Shaolin Temple, and should chaos erupt within its walls, he might find himself caught in the crossfire. Zhen Ding, have you upset your stomach? Zhen Yong, seeing Meng Qi return after a prolonged absence, jested with a smile. Meng Qi, his expression grave, replied, Zhen Yong, I encountered something peculiar while relieving myself in the forest, and I fear it warrants reporting to the elders of the inner circle. Then quickly signal with fireworks. Zhen Yong exclaimed in surprise, his eyes darting, and without further inquiry, urged Meng Qi to issue an urgent signal. Meng Qi's lips twitched slightly. This Zhen Yong, usually warm-hearted and generous, displayed a rather shrewd side in critical moments, attempting to distance himself from the matter at hand, but he chose to ignore Zhen Yong's subtlety. Deciding instead to remain vigilant, that moment, Zhen Hui stepped forward, producing a small bamboo tube from within his robes, aimed skyward, and removed its cap. With a whoosh, a red flare shot into the sky, exploding into a brilliant display. The young disciple was indeed action-oriented, issuing the signal without any questions. Meng Qi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhen Hui, ready for any potential assault. After a few breaths, Meng Qi's vision blurred, and he beheld a strikingly handsome, yet profoundly melancholic middle-aged monk, clad in a yellow robe and draped in a red kasaya, holding a string of black beads intricately carved with Buddha figures. Yellow robe, red kasaya, which monastery's abbot or elder might this be? Meng Qi opened his mouth to address him, but hesitated, unsure whether to refer to him as Shirshu, Shizu, or Ta Shizu, given that he did not recognize the monk, and such matters of hierarchy were perplexing. However, the arrival of a figure of such stature brought a measure of tranquility to Meng Qi's heart. The middle-aged monk initially bore a serious expression, but upon observing the calmness of the surroundings, his demeanor softened. Noticing Meng Qi's hesitation, he smiled gently, saying, This humble monk is known as Xuan Bei. Why did you signal the emergency fireworks just now? The Xian generation already conveyed the status of an abbot or elder. Meng Qi was taken aback, yet he stifled his surprise and recounted the thoughts he had mulled over. Shirshu Xuan Bei. I ventured into the forest for a moment of relief and discovered a hidden door upon the cliff. Xuan Bei listened with an unruffled expression as Meng Qi recounted his tale, nodding slightly as he concluded, You have done well, neither reckless nor evasive. Are you certain that the figure you encountered was indeed Zhen Guan, who was previously expelled from the mountain? I recognized his countenance, but cannot ascertain if it was a transformation by a demon, Meng Qi replied candidly. After confirming the location of the hidden door and its surrounding features, Xuan Bei instructed, Very well, you shall accompany Xuan Qi back to the Martial Monk Academy. I will handle matters here. Yes, Shirshu Xuan Bei, Meng Qi readily agreed, eager to leave this place, as he was increasingly apprehensive that lurking in the shadows were demons and monsters. Xuan Bei remained still, then suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing at the forest's edge that a faint sound of chanting filled the air around him, accompanied by a flicker of Buddha light, exuding an aura of solemnity and sanctity, as if an arhat or bodhisattva had descended. This is what it means to approach the pinnacle of external realms, Zhen Ding murmured, watching Xuan Bei's disappearing figure. Meng Qi, astonished, inquired, Zhen Ding, do you know this Shu? Snapping back to reality, Zhen Ding replied with a sense of awe. Aside from the shishas I see daily, such as Xian Qi and Xian Ku, I do not recognize others. However, the name Xuan Bei carries great weight. I have heard Shi Xiang Zhen Chang mention him. Zhen Chang, the foremost among the three disciples of the Zhen generation. Meng Qi was aware of Zhen Chang's reputation, rumored to surpass even Zhen Miao and Zhen Ben in prowess. Zhen Yong continued. Shu Xuan Bei was once a peerless master traversing the world, known as the Seven Absolute Hands, but later suffered a calamity that obliterated his entire family, although he ultimately avenged them. The adversary had deep connections, with a master-level figure pursuing him. Disheartened, he sought refuge in our Shaolin, embraced the Buddhist path and severed worldly ties, dedicating himself to the ancient Buddha and the flickering lamp. Due to his exceptional talent and unwavering devotion to Buddhism, he garnered the attention of the abbot, who took him as a disciple and exceptionally allowed him to become a direct successor, mastering the Mo Kufu Mo Quan. His prowess was remarkable, achieving breakthroughs in a short span, ascending to the ranks of masters, and later becoming the first among the Xian generation to reach the eighth heaven of the external realm. Just a step away from the pinnacle, such a figure is always shrouded in legend. Meng Qi reflected silently, while Zhen Hui listened with rapt attention. Subsequently, Zhen Miao and others arrived, accompanied by several yellow-robed monks whom Meng Qi did not recognize. And the three were led back to the Martial Monk Academy by Xian Qi the following morning, just as Meng Qi prepared to step out for practice and investigate the outcome of the previous day's events, having been on guard at the back mountain. He need not rise early to fetch water. The door swung open abruptly, revealing the rather grim-faced, disciplined monk, Xian Kong, followed by the dejected Jin Yong. Your discovery yesterday thwarted a plot by the demons in the back mountain. The Bodhi Academy will reward you, but it may take a few days, Xian Kong said with a forced smile. However, Zhen Ding, while you were on guard, you left your post without permission, and the Discipline Academy must impose a penalty. Considering your contributions, you shall face the wall in the meditation room for 3 days. Just 3 days of facing the wall. Meng Qi responded with mild surprise, finding the punishment rather lenient, as it would allow him to focus and refine his inner strength. He eagerly anticipated the reward from the Bodhi Academy. Could it be one of the 72 ultimate skills? 3 days later, after enjoying the evening meal provided, Meng Qi completed his period of reflection and joyfully pushed open the door. Oh, little junior brother, why do you seem so unenthusiastic? He encountered Zhen Hui upon exiting. Zhen Hui, visibly upset, retorted, Today, the Sherbas and Shishas are here to select disciples, and you are stuck facing the wall. Meng Qi's expression darkened. So that was the purpose. Was it due to his previous disrespect, or was it Jin Yong's influence within the Discipline Academy? He squinted, his tone calm as water, and said to Zhen Hui, Let us head to the martial arts hall. Though Meng Qi was not particularly keen on taking on a master, as it would complicate his departure from Shaolin, he could not deny his displeasure at the situation that as soon as the words left his mouth. He noticed 2 lines of text etched in the thin snow within the courtyard. The second cycle of reincarnation has commenced. Please prepare mentally. Henceforth, no further warnings will be given before the next opening. You shall be drawn in directly. Chapter 28. New mission. The Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation possesses a rather dark sense of humor. Meng Qi quietly scoffed. After discovering that the small jade Buddha he carried had mysteriously shattered into 2 pieces at the conclusion of the first cycle, he suspected it to be the triggering medium. Hence, he had deliberately buried it in the corner of the servants' quarters, hoping to sever the call of the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. However, it seemed to have little effect. Yet, Meng Qi found himself harboring a flicker of anticipation at the prospect of facing the cycle once more, eager to grow stronger and break free from his current constraints. Never mind, little junior brother. This matter will surely be monitored by the Bodhi Academy, that I trust they will not treat us unfairly, that I shall return to my room for some quiet contemplation. Meng Qi feigned deep thought. Addressing Zhen Hui, initially eager to head towards the martial arts hall, could not resist casting a glance back at Meng Qi. Xiang, this isn't like you. You know me quite well. Meng Qi inwardly lamented, surprised at how astute his usually naive junior brother had become. Little junior brother, there is no harm. We must first ascertain the reason. Zhen Hui nodded in a manner suggesting partial understanding, rushing ahead to return to the meditation room for practice. As he was at a crucial juncture in opening his dantian and was particularly focused, Meng Qi, having come to fully trust the might of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, did not shy away from Zhen Hui, closing the door and settling into a meditative posture as his breathing grew increasingly long and tranquil. Meng Qi gradually quelled the fears and apprehensions within him. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, only to be illuminated once more, and he found himself standing on the white jade square. The scene remained unchanged. The sky was woven with clouds, and mist swirled around, with statues of divine birds and beasts appearing intermittently. "Little monk, catch the knife," came the melodious voice of Jiang Zhiwei, as it sliced through the air in a graceful arc toward Meng Qi. With a swift motion of his right hand, Meng Qi easily caught then observed Jiang Zhiwei standing nearby, her delicate figure adorned in a pale yellow gown, swaying gently in the breeze, while Zhang Yuanshan and Qi Jingyan approached with their own garments fluttering. "Your martial skills have progressed significantly," Jiang Zhiwei remarked with a smile, no longer displaying the frustration and anger from previous reincarnation tasks. From Meng Qi's swift catch, she could discern his current level of skill. Seeing these familiar faces brought Meng Qi a sense of ease that he had not experienced in the Shaolin Temple. And he chuckled. The little monk has no desire to meet the Buddha at the peak of his youth. That as he spoke, he caressed the finely crafted. "Hey, it's rare for you to sound so much like a monk." Jiang Zhiwei noted with a slight nod that I know it is difficult for you to obtain a sharpened in Shaolin, so I prepared one for you that I must express my gratitude to Miss Jiang. Meng Qi deliberately addressed her in this manner. Then, before Jiang Zhiwei could retort, his expression turned solemn. "Miss Jiang, Brother Zhang, Brother Qi, upon your return from the last mission, did you notice anything amiss about yourselves or your surroundings? I found that my small jade Buddha had cracked." Regarding this matter, he resolved to be forthright rather than to dance around the issue, as it was of paramount importance that if he spoke ambiguously, it could lead Zhang Yuanshan and others to overlook crucial clues. Moreover, now that the small jade Buddha lay in two fragments, it seemed devoid of purpose. Losing Zhang Yuanshan's trust, as well as that of Jiang Zhiwei, would be most unwise. Jiang Zhiwei furrowed her delicate brows, contemplated for a moment, and slowly shook her head. "I have not observed any such occurrences." "Neither have I," Zhang Yuanshan replied after some contemplation, his tone resolute, while Qi Jingyan also shook his head in negation. It appeared that the rupture of my small jade Buddha was merely an accident. Meng Qi nodded gently, yet he harbored a vague sense that the situation might be more complex than it appeared. Albeit without any immediate leads that by the way, there is something of great significance regarding the events that transpired within the Great Hero Hall that I have yet to disclose to you. Zhang Yuanshan, equally puzzled by the matter of Meng Qi's jade Buddha, began to recount the mysteries surrounding the two elusive organizations, the immortals and the mythical beings, with Jiang Zhiwei occasionally providing supplementary insights. Could it be, Meng Qi inhaled deeply, that the root of this reincarnation world lies within our own? Zhang Yuanshan had become quite accustomed to the term world and pondered thoughtfully. In our world, there have been revered Buddhas, demonic emperors, mythical ages, and numerous formidable figures who once dominated the skies. Even now, the terrestrial immortals at the Dharma body level are not significantly inferior to the deities and Buddhas of yore, each capable of moving mountains and filling seas, traversing the ethereal realms that if the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation were to emerge from here, it would not be surprising. What became of those great figures of old? Meng Qi had always been curious about this. How could such powers fade into the annals of time? Jiang Zhiwei, aware of Meng Qi's novice status, chuckled lightly, revealing a subtle dimple. It is said that some perished at the hands of other formidable beings, while others succumbed to the exhaustion of their lifespan. Exhaustion of their lifespan? Meng Qi inquired, astonished that in his view, individuals of such divine and exalted status should possess longevity. Jiang Zhiwei sighed. The decrees of heaven and earth dictate that even the divine and immortal must contend with the specter of mortality. though they may enjoy lifespans extending into the thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Ultimately, they cannot escape the fate of returning to dust. Countless extraordinary figures throughout history have exhausted their intellect and energy in the pursuit of various ingenious methods, such as prolonging life, resurrection, or possession, through divine or ghostly paths. Alas, all such efforts have proven to be mere temporary measures, failing to transcend the immutable laws of heaven and earth. Consequently, these individuals either constructed grand tombs seeking a path to eternal rest or quietly faded into the river of time. It is likely that only the legendary revered Buddhas can transcend the mortal coil and achieve everlasting existence. Legendary. Meng Qi queried keenly, isn't that the notion of eternal existence, long before the era of myths? Revered Buddhas had become scarce in the world. Had it not been for the intervention of the Buddha to suppress the demonic intentions threatening the Buddhist lineage tens of thousands of years ago, one might have presumed they had all ascended to nirvana. The dissolution of such speculation also instilled hope among the mighty. Zhang Yuanshan expressed his sentiments, lamenting that it was rumored the Buddhist sect possessed an alternative path of cultivation that coexisted with the world. Yet alas, such tales remained mere whispers. Meng Qi exhaled softly. So even the divine and immortal can succumb to old age. Being still in his youth, he felt little resonance with the concept of lifespan exhaustion. Those who attain the Dharma body and the immortal form typically do not decay until death. To Qi Jinyan's expression, though placid, bore a hint of yearning. Succumb to old age? I wonder how long the lifespan of one who has attained the Arhat golden body truly is. Meng Qi inquired curiously. Zhang Yuanshan shook his head with a smile. Dear brother, your curiosity may be premature. Currently, terrestrial immortals at the Dharma body level can generally expect lifespans of 200 to 300 years. However, it is said that during the mythical age, such beings enjoyed lifespans several dozen times longer, perhaps due to the changes in the heavens and earth. The texts from the mythical age are exceedingly rare, with only various unreliable tales circulating, leaving future generations to rely primarily on conjecture. This mission will see the arrival of newcomers at that moment. The voice of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation resounded with majestic authority. As his words fell, it was as if a great sun had descended, radiating blinding brilliance, causing Zhang Yuanshan and Zhang Zhui, both adept in perceiving the world, to instinctively shut their eyes when normalcy returned. Meng Qi beheld 4 individuals lying upon the white jade tiles, 2 men and 2 women. Damn it, they truly dare to come. The first to awaken was a burly man clad in stained brown attire, who, cursing vehemently, sprang to his feet and lunged at Meng Qi with a drawn blade, seemingly anticipating an enemy without assessing his surroundings. The other 2 women and 1 man, just regaining consciousness, heard the curses and witnessed the ensuing attack. A delicate girl in a lotus-colored gown shrieked, trembling as she wrapped her arms around herself. Beside her stood a charming young woman who abruptly removed a hairpin from her head, her expression tense. As though fearing that the brute might strike at her, that a middle-aged man in loose robes furrowed his brow, casting wary glances around, his expression increasingly grave. Upon observing the burly man's assault, Meng Qi swiftly deduced the situation. Sliding effortlessly behind him, he struck the back of the man's blade, causing him to stagger. Halt! As the man struggled to regain his balance, Meng Qi admonished, shaking his head. His strength was formidable, equivalent to a small success in energy cultivation, but bolstered by an air of fierce determination. Compared to the previous month, when he would have been flustered in the face of such an opponent, after extensive training with Jin Miao and various encounters in the martial arts hall. Dealing with him was but a trifle. The burly man, realizing the peculiarity of his surroundings, was both startled and suspicious, leveling his sword at Meng Qi. May I inquire what is happening here? Overawed by Meng Qi's prowess and the sudden change, he quickly lowered his guard. Meng Qi, considering that perhaps guiding the newcomers would yield merit, scanned the faces of the 4. You must have noticed the unusual nature of this place. I am Zhen Ding, and I am not much different from you. I simply arrived in this reincarnation world a little earlier. Reincarnation world, the middle-aged man murmured, slowly rising. Meng Qi gestured towards the central pillar of light, providing a brief overview of the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Thus, here you may exchange merit for unparalleled martial arts, divine weapons, elixirs, and any other items you can conceive. Pythagoras palm? Shaking Tome? Celestial Emperor's jade record? The burly man gasped, his breath quickening. Meng Qi, with a hint of indifference, pointed towards the pillar. You may examine it for yourselves. Having completed the introductions, he felt disheartened by the absence of merit rewards. Resolving never to engage in such matters again. Master, venerable monk, I am but a fragile girl, powerless to harm even a chicken. Might I plead with the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation to allow me to return? And I shall remain tight-lipped. The girl in the lotus gown stood in a flurry, gazing at Meng Qi with imploring eyes. Meng Qi sighed, joining his palms. Ba, my dear, do you truly believe that is feasible? The girl, already teary-eyed, now let her tears flow freely, softly lamenting. Mother, mother, save little Z. Meng Qi, having encountered similar situations before, turned to Zhang Jue, gesturing for her to offer comfort. As for whether she could survive the subsequent reincarnation mission, that would depend on the circumstances at hand. When pressed for time, he and Zhang Jue were unlikely to sacrifice themselves for a stranger. Zhang Jue's lips moved subtly as she conveyed a thought. Little monk, what does Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation truly signify? Why has an ordinary girl been drawn in? By the way, that uncle likely possesses the strength of the enlightenment stage. She had always presumed that the reincarnation world was akin to selecting candidates, targeting the younger generation of the martial world. Meng Qi shook his head, signaling his inability to discern, when suddenly a thought struck him. He approached Zhang Jue, who was comforting the crying girl. Miss Jiang, have you made a breakthrough with strangers present? He spoke vaguely. That I have broken through. Zhang Jue replied, gently patting the shoulder of the girl, Xiao Zi, as she offered her reassurance. Venerable monk, my name is Xiang Wei. I humbly request your compassion and guidance. The burly man, having perused the exchange list at the central pillar, discreetly moved closer to Meng Qi, ingratiating himself with nods and smiles. The earlier display of Meng Qi's skill had led him to believe that this little monk possessed unfathomable strength, likely surpassing that of the other 3. Meng Qi regarded Xiang Hui with a bemused expression. Just as he was about to speak, the surrounding landscape suddenly shifted, mountains and waters intertwining, light and darkness alternating. The northern barbarians had invaded the central plains, committing atrocities and slaughtering the populace, prompting the Shaolin monks to join various local militias in resistance. General Doerka of the northern barbarians, determined to eradicate this threat, prepared to lead numerous experts and troops to Shaohua Mountain to annihilate Shaolin. Doerka had previously bribed several monks within Shaolin, rendering this mission almost foolproof had it not been for the sacrifices of righteous heroes, which allowed this news to escape. Main Task 1. Split into 2 groups to overcome the experts dispatched by Doerka and deliver the list of traitors to Shaolin within 3 days. Failure to do so will result in a deduction of 50 merit points. At the conclusion of the reincarnation mission, those with insufficient merit will face obliteration. Should successful delivery occur, each entrant into the temple will be rewarded with 50 merit points. Main Task 2. To be issued upon the completion of Main Task 1. Chapter 29. Encircling the scene before them gradually cleared, with trees casting shadows that filtered the sunlight into golden patches. Prepared and vigilant, Meng Qi surveyed his surroundings, yet found no signs of an impending enemy attack. After carefully observing his environment, Meng Qi furrowed his brow in mild surprise that he realized that only 3 individuals stood nearby. The perpetually stern Qi Jingyan, the imposing gang member Xiang Hui, and the delicate young girl Xiao Zi, who seemed utterly helpless. Miss Zhang and Brother Zhang were nowhere to be seen. Meng Qi felt a twinge of helplessness as he recalled the hint of the main quest, split into 2 groups. However, he did not waver. Were it the last time, he might have felt panic and fear, but now he possessed a basic ability to protect himself that if he were still timid and unsure, what kind of man would he be? Brother Qi, we must first ascertain the way to Shaolin, he said succinctly to Qi Jingyan, disregarding the trembling Xiao Zi and the anxious Xiang Hui that he realized he had no idea where they currently were or in which direction Shaolin lay. Qi Jingyan gazed up at the sky, then examined the nearby trees, pondering for a moment before speaking. The forest is not densely packed, and I can hear the sounds of distant carts and horses. We must be close to the main road. Let us proceed and ask a passerby for directions. Aware of Meng Qi's lack of experience in the martial world, he endeavored to recall what he had learned in order to lead the group. Meng Qi turned to Xiao Zi and Xiang Hui and asked, "Will you two head to Shaolin on your own, or will you accompany us?" A small wicked thought crossed Meng Qi's mind. Without these two burdens, he and Qi Jingyan could fare much more easily. Master, I will follow you," Xiao Zi exclaimed, as if struck by lightning, rushing to Meng Qi's side and gripping his sleeve tightly. Xiang Hui, with a beaming smile, nodded and bowed. "Holy monk, I shall follow your lead." Noticing their attempts to ingratiate themselves with him, Meng Qi surmised their mindset. Firstly, as a monk, he naturally exuded an aura of compassion. Secondly, he often smiled, unlike the unapproachable Qi Jingyan, who bore a heavy demeanor. And thirdly, he had showcased his martial prowess, leaving a profound impression on them. "Benefactor Xiang, I did not expect you to be well-read," Meng Qi said with a cheerful smile. Xiang Hui hastily replied with a grin, "Holy monk, you flatter me. I have merely followed the teachings of Bai Ji Fan in our gang." Initially, Meng Qi had thought him to be a brash and reckless man akin to Lu Zhishan. Yet he now realized he was more of a cunning sycophant, which left Meng Qi pondering that he turned to the still trembling Xiao Zi. "Miss Xiao, if you wish to accompany us, do not cling so tightly. It may hinder our movements." Though a small wicked thought lingered in his mind, he recalled the last cycle mission. Had Jiang Zhui and the others deemed him unworthy due to his lack of skill and refused to take him along, he would have perished at the hands of the cloaked assailants. Hence, he felt a sense of camaraderie and compassion. Since his life had been spared by Miss Zhang's kindness, perhaps he could extend some kindness in return when the situation was safe. Meng Qi sighed inwardly, but he would not risk his life for strangers. Xiao Zi released her grip and stepped back, standing alongside Xiang Hui, then composed herself, following Meng Qi and Qi Jingyan out of the forest. The forest floor was uneven, with protruding roots and decaying leaves intertwined. Xiao Zi stumbled but remained silent, gritting her teeth to keep pace with the others. Observing her resilience, Meng Qi nodded approvingly. Had she continued to weep and complain, he might have considered leaving her behind, that a burden could be tolerated, but a liability was detrimental to himself. Turning back, Meng Qi noticed Qi Jingyan's stony expression and felt a sudden impulse that I end this division of forces. Qi Jingyan was the strongest on their side. Although Meng Qi was not intimidated by him, working in unison was preferable to solitary struggle. "Brother Qi, how has your swordsmanship progressed?" he inquired, smiling that a month is too brief. "I have merely grasped the basics," Qi Jingyan replied, still maintaining his serious demeanor. "That is good to hear. With your mastery of the Chang'e sword technique, I believe your prowess will see significant improvement," Meng Qi said cheerfully. "Until I have faced real combat, I cannot boast," Qi Jingyan responded succinctly. Meng Qi's lips twitched slightly. "Brother Qi, may I ask why you always wear such a heavy expression and refrain from speaking? Since we cannot escape this cycle of tasks for the time being, why not face it with a smile? A relaxed mindset will better facilitate the display of your abilities that I in that moment." Meng Qi felt as though he were offering psychological counsel. "Your words ring true, holy monk," Xiang Hui chimed in, forcing a smile, while Qi Jingyan remained silent. All confusion and fear arise from within. Meng Qi felt a sense of pride and began to elaborate on the merits of approaching the cycle tasks with a positive attitude. As they continued, Qi Jingyan abruptly halted, not turning around, and murmured, "I was born this way. Could it be, Brother Qi, that you suffered some trauma in your youth? Or perhaps the environment was oppressive?" Meng Qi asked out of curiosity. "I'd have had a good childhood," Qi Jingyan replied through gritted teeth, still not looking back. His voice rose, "Junior Brother Zhen, we are surrounded and being pursued. Our ears are meant for listening to danger, not idle chatter." Meng Qi let out a dry laugh, attempting to diffuse the embarrassment and tension. "I am but a novice in the martial world. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Qi." Seeing Meng Qi remain unfazed, Qi Jingyan paused in surprise and slowly nodded. Everything must be approached with caution. Their exchange left Xiang Hui perplexed. The man who seemed to feel the world owed him a debt appeared more formidable than the holy monk. After walking for a while, Meng Qi and his companions arrived at a compact dirt road, where carts and horses had stirred up a cloud of dust. Beside the path stood a tea shop with a shaded awning, serving some food. That it was just before noon, and there were few resting patrons. Meng Qi gazed over and saw that the shopkeeper was an elderly man, with 4 tables occupied inside, one by a weary couple, another by a traveling merchant, a third by an old man playing the huqin, and the last by a wealthy young master cradling a pretty maid and flanked by his guards. Brother Qi, I will go inquire about news and buy some supplies. Please keep an eye on the surroundings for me. Meng Qi, having observed Qi Jingyin's grim expression, decided to approach the shop himself, with Qi Jingyin lurking behind. He felt reassured that should any attack arise, he would be warned and aided. Qi Jingyin carefully scrutinized the patrons of the tea shop and the nearby environment, and after a long moment, he said with a serious expression, I observe the merchant appears too well-groomed. Unlike someone accustomed to a life of toil, you must exercise caution. Though he lacked significant experience in the martial world, there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Upon hearing this, Meng Qi focused his gaze and noticed that the merchant indeed lacked the weariness typical of a seasoned traveler, especially evident in the hands that held the teacup, which bore no signs of sun-induced cracks. That I shall be cautious, Meng Qi replied, slowly approaching to as he neared the tea shop. He suddenly heard a horse neigh and instinctively turned to see 4 brown horses with a lavish carriage nearby. If we were to ride, we would certainly reach our destination faster than relying on lightness of foot, Meng Qi mused, fully aware that while his short-distance agility could match that of a fine steed, over longer distances he would be at a disadvantage. Additionally, riding would conserve energy and allow for greater potential for counterattacks in the face of danger. Yes, I must purchase a horse from its owner. He felt the jade pendant in his pocket, momentarily dismissing the thought of becoming a brigand. Before entering the cycle world, he had been concerned that the mission might require silver, hence he brought the pendant with him. As for the owner of the horses, Meng Qi could easily surmise it was the wealthy young master, as the delicate maid by his side would not have reached this place without the carriage. Thus, Meng Qi instinctively made his way into the tea shop near the wealthy young master, casting a sweeping glance to size them up. Hey, monk, what are you staring at? One of the guards approached. Arms crossed, finding the guard's heavy stride and fierce demeanor amusing, Meng Qi adopted the demeanor of a rogue monk, clasping his hands together. Ba, I perceive that you all share a connection with the Buddha. Haha, you bald donkey, what connection? You just want to beg for some money, the young master laughed heartily, petting the maid's cheek. Get lost. I despise you charlatan monks. Last time my lady was swindled out of 300 taels by a phony monk. The maid chimed in cheerfully. From now on, if any charlatan monk dares approach our doorstep, I'll have their legs broken. The young master signaled his guards to chase Meng Qi away. Unperturbed, Meng Qi decided to wait and discuss matters with the wealthy young master later. He navigated around several tables toward the tea shop owner. Shopkeeper, I have a question, Meng Qi said, hands clasped together. The elderly man, hunched and with sparse white hair, greeted him with a smile. I have always been a believer. Please ask away, master. Lowering his voice to avoid alerting the merchant, Meng Qi inquired, I wish to travel to Shaolin Mountain. Could you guide me on which path to take? At the same time, Meng Qi's attention remained partially fixated on the merchant. The old man replied with a chuckle, follow this official road straight ahead for 3 days. Before he could finish, his expression shifted, and he gazed in shock behind Meng Qi. The merchant had drawn a long sword from his shoulder pole and lunged directly at Meng Qi. Was he truly attacking? Did he possess hearing far superior to that of ordinary men? Though surprised, Meng Qi remained focused and composed, turning swiftly to swing his long knife, intercepting the merchant's assault. Suddenly, Meng Qi felt a sharp pain in his waist. Unbeknownst to him, the old man behind had produced 2 daggers, fiercely plunging them towards his midsection. As Meng Qi stepped forward in an attempt to evade the blades, the weary couple, with swords drawn, lunged at him. One aimed directly for his throat while the other swept low towards his legs. That a sigh escaped the elderly man playing the huqin, who, with a swift motion, withdrew a slender short sword from his instrument, and, in a flash, positioned himself behind Meng Qi, aiming for his heart. That I in Chapter 30, seeking alms, surrounded by foes on all sides. Meng Qi remained unperturbed, but he deflected the merchant's long sword with a graceful sweep of his blade. Then, lowering his body, allowed the old man's dagger to pierce his back, while simultaneously avoiding the critical thrust of the huqin player's thin sword, which struck just above the vital point. The woman among the couple, having lost her throat, struck Meng Qi's chin, while the low-sweeping sword successfully cut into his legs. Although the merchant's frontal assault had failed, a smug smirk spread across his face, for he had deliberately exposed a flaw in his disguise to orchestrate this ambush. A series of dull thuds echoed, as if striking a leather sack, and the merchant's grin froze as he witnessed his companions' weapons sink into their targets as if they were striking iron, barely drawing forth a trickle of blood. Meanwhile, the young monk's long sword retracted, executing a sweeping motion that claimed a head, sending blood gushing forth like a waterfall. Before him, the headless body of the woman swayed precariously before collapsing to the ground. The merchant could hardly fathom such formidable prowess in a youth. Regret washed over him. He had never anticipated that a monk so young could possess such profound martial arts. Ignoring the Huqin player and the tea shop elder behind him, Meng Qi suddenly stepped diagonally forward, perfectly blocking the retreat of the man with the low-sweeping sword. With a downward slash, blood sprayed forth, staining his white leg wrappings. Then he slipped and bizarrely collided backward. Brushing past the tea shop elder, that a head flew, blood gushed, yet Meng Qi bore only a shallow wound across his chest. Witnessing this scene, the merchant's heart quaked with terror, his composure shattered as he turned to flee like a man escaping a malevolent spirit. Suddenly his vision blurred, revealing the dashing young monk standing before him. Die! He frantically thrust at Meng Qi's brow, unwilling to engage further. Wounded and grinning through clenched teeth, Meng Qi's expression was particularly ghastly as he raised his left hand. Grasping the merchant's long sword, disregarding the blades cutting into his palm, and yanked it back forcefully, sweeping his own blade. The merchant's scream abruptly ceased, his throat gushing blood that splattered across Meng Qi's face and hair. Meanwhile, the Huqin player trembled all over, letting out a shriek before fleeing in panic, leaving Meng Qi in pursuit. Was this the exchange of minor wounds for greater ones? After the battle concluded, Meng Qi exhaled a deep breath. Wiping the blood from his face as he approached the remaining survivors in the tea shop, the wealthy young master and his maid, along with the guards, stared in shock at the unfolding events. Unable to comprehend what had transpired, it wasn't until the heads began to roll and blood sprayed forth that they realized the monk, seemingly emerging from the depths of hell, stood before them, sending them into shivers and prompting them to kneel and plead for mercy. Master, Master, I have always been devout in my worship of Buddha. I implore you, spare my wretched life, the young master wept. Poor monk merely seeks directions. Could you kindly guide me to Shaolin Mountain? Meng Qi replied with a faint smile, yet amidst the grime and blood, the wealthy young master perceived this smile as particularly fearsome and sinister. One of the guards, trembling yet attempting to contain himself, dutifully relayed the information to Meng Qi. He nodded slightly, a wicked sense of humor bubbling within. It appears you all share a connection with the Buddha. No, master, I am not ready to meet the Buddha. I have an elderly grandmother and a 3-year-old child to care for. I shall give you anything you desire. The young master cried, utterly terrified. Poor monk merely wishes to borrow your horses. Would you be willing to cultivate this good fortune? The more terrified they became, the more enthusiastic Meng Qi grew in his portrayal of a high monk. The young master glanced at the blood on Meng Qi's face, fearing to refuse. If the master wishes to cultivate good fortune, I cannot object. Please take the horses, that I am not a thief. Here is this jade pendant as collateral for borrowing your horses. Meng Qi stated, realizing it was time to cease the intimidation. The young master immediately broke into tears again. Master, I willingly offer this. This is a gift for worship. How can I take your collateral? He waved his hands frantically, refusing to accept the pendant, suspecting it to be a test from the monk, accepting it might cost him his life. Meng Qi paused for a moment. Ba, I thank you for your generosity. The wealthy young master sighed in relief. I should be the one to thank you for your mercy. Meng Qi suddenly recalled a famous phrase and, with a smile that bordered on sinister, gazed at the young master's belongings. It seems that your possessions are also destined for the Buddha. With a mournful expression, the young master, striving to appear devout, handed a pouch of silver to Meng Qi. I beseech you, Master, to use this to craft a golden statue and save the world. He truly gave it. Did I ask this what seeking alms feels like? Meng Qi grimaced, no longer feeling the need to speak further. He beckoned Qi Jingyin and the others to come forth, dividing to search the bodies for provisions and clean water. Moments later, Xiang Hui led 4 horses over, securing the found rations and water to the sides of the saddles. Then beamed as he looked at Meng Qi, who had just finished binding his wounds. Divine monk, when shall we depart? We have only 3 days. We must not delay. Meng Qi nodded lightly. We shall depart now. To be honest, Meng Qi had always thought that after witnessing the recent battle, Xiang Hui's attitude toward him would change significantly. After all, his martial prowess had been fully showcased. Yet here was Xiang Hui, still ingratiating himself. Perhaps he believed he had no chance of defeating him. Upon hearing Meng Qi's response, Xiang Hui promptly mounted his horse, expertly gripping the reins, awaiting departure. Meng Qi looked at the horses before him, feeling a twinge of apprehension since he had never ridden before. However, with his martial skills, he felt confident in simply traveling without engaging in combat. Master. Suddenly, the timid voice of the young girl, Xiaozi, broke the silence. Meng Qi and Qi Jingyan turned to look but remained silent. Xiaozi, on the verge of tears, stammered, Master, I cannot ride a horse. This posed a problem. Meng Qi frowned slightly, assessing Xiaozi. She was just an ordinary girl, and likely wouldn't learn to ride in such a short time that moment. Meng Qi recalled Jiang Zhuwei's earlier suggestion for him to learn lightness skills and found it quite reasonable. If she couldn't keep up with the group, how could anyone protect her in a crisis? Even if they had benevolent intentions. Seeing Meng Qi and Qi Jingyan frown in silence, Xiaozi grew increasingly anxious. Her voice trembling. Master, I can learn to ride. Please don't leave me behind. In this unfamiliar place, she could only cling to the seemingly kind-hearted Meng Qi. They had only known each other for a short time. But if abandoned here, it wouldn't be long before she could be captured and sold into a brothel with no means of resistance. Meng Qi examined her closely, noticing bloodstains on her clothing. Realizing these must have come from her earlier efforts to inspect the bodies as instructed. Remembering how terrified she had been, yet how bravely she had completed her task, Meng Qi sighed inwardly. Heaven helps those who help themselves. Learning to ride at the last moment would likely be too late. Young Lady Xiaozi, if you don't mind, let us share a mount, Meng Qi proposed, deliberately reciting a Buddhist chant to signify his monkhood, hoping to alleviate any hesitation she might have about the propriety of their situation. While this would allow him to abandon her without guilt, he still sought to consider the details in his quest to do good. Xiaozi paused, and her pitch-black eyes glistened with tears as she clasped her hands in gratitude. Master, you have a compassionate heart. I thank you in advance. Xiang Hui, standing behind Meng Qi, instinctively scoffed that in his view, such a fragile girl should not be brought along. It would be better to find a place to leave her. Qi Jian did not oppose Meng Qi's decision, maintaining his stoic demeanor, though he offered a subtle nod of approval. Miss Xiaozi, you shall sit behind. Remember to hold onto my monk's robe tightly. Meng Qi extended a hand to assist her onto the horse. Before he finished speaking, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Having someone unfamiliar behind him felt somewhat reckless. He quickly amended, Miss Xiaozi, you should sit in front instead. I worry you might fall off. Xiaozi had no objections and moved to the front of the saddle. Meng Qi mounted the horse and wrapped his arms around her, gripping the reins. Though her face flushed crimson, she did not appear overly shy. Considering Meng Qi was just a boy of 12 or 13, Qi Jian rode one horse while leading another, nodding slightly. True Ding. I was worried your experience in the martial world was too limited. Meng Qi realized he was referring to his decision to have Xiaozi sit in front rather than behind. He sheepishly replied, Indeed, I have too little experience that I was foolish enough to be deceived by that merchant. The greater mistake, however, was asking for directions in the tea shop. Had we simply stopped passers-by on the road to inquire, we likely wouldn't have encountered pursuers. After the battle, he reflected on the entire ordeal, assessing his actions and recognizing his many youthful follies. Meng Qi understood clearly that his natural talent could not compare to Jiang Zhuwei or Zhang Yuanshan. If he did not engage in self-reflection and improvement daily, his future would be bleak. Listening quietly to Meng Qi, Qi Jingyan turned his head to face forward and softly remarked, I too was negligent. With a soft chuckle, Meng Qi cast aside his words, removing the jade pendant from his person and tossing it behind him, landing directly into the arms of the wealthy scion. He then urged his steed onward, his laughter ringing out amidst the rhythmic clattering of hooves. This is a sum of silver for the horse. The wealthy youth stood in a daze, clutching the jade pendant, watching as Meng Qi, clad in a gray monk's robe, vanished into the distance amidst the swirling dust. After a moment, he murmured to himself, he truly gave money. The pendant, translucent and warm to the touch, clearly held great value. He had never anticipated that a monk, known for treating lives as expendable, would engage in honest transactions in such a manner. Not to mention that even an ordinary person would likely succumb to greed in such circumstances. Young master. He seems more monk-like than the esteemed monks who visit us regularly, he mused, bewildered as a beautiful maid might be. Not a beggar. Qi regarded Meng Qi's act of throwing the pendant with mild surprise. They were in the realm of reincarnation, where one could adapt to circumstances. After all, no one here recognized them, and they would depart once their mission was complete. Meng Qi, shedding his usual smile, spoke earnestly. If one indulges their desires and acts against their principles in a desolate place, when no one is watching, how is that any different from having no principles at all? In this realm of reincarnation, I believe one should uphold their integrity. Otherwise, after numerous missions, one's character may inevitably transform, becoming a demon and plunging into the depths of suffering. His thoughts were not overly profound, merely a desire to maintain his essence and not become someone he would one day despise. Moreover, due to the small jade Buddha, he had no intention of keeping the pendant on him. Qi lifted his gaze, surveying the road ahead, his tone tinged with melancholy. Is it truly possible to hold firm? If the tasks decreed by the Master of 6 realms contradict your principles, would you be willing to sacrifice yourself for integrity? To attain enlightenment. This extreme scenario posed by Qi left Meng Qi at a loss for words, and he could only sigh. At present, such speculations are futile. We will only know when the time comes. However, we must also amass virtuous merit to guard against penalties for mission failures. The sound of hooves echoed as dust swirled, and Meng Qi and Qi fell into silence once more. Focusing on their journey point 2 days later, the 4 of them were nearing Shaolin. Having disregarded the horses' endurance, they seemed to have shed their pursuers without encountering conflict. Ahead, we shall dismount and enter the mountains. Once we traverse this forested area, we shall arrive. Meng Qi relayed to Xiang Hui and Xiao Zi regarding his and Qi Jinyan's decision. Current signs suggested that their pursuers had not anticipated their swift escape and had yet to catch up. However, both Meng Qi and Qi Jinyan remained convinced that the adversaries would not lack means of long-distance communication, such as carrier pigeons, to alert nearby experts to intercept them on the main road. Thus, they could not continue along the highway. Conversely, should they traverse the mountains, countless paths lay ahead, making complete lockdown impossible. Even if Do Er's skilled subordinates were numerous as for their decision, Xiao Zi and Xiang Hui had no objections. At this moment, the sky was darkening towards evening, and heavy rain poured down, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Suddenly, Meng Qi felt his steed stumble over something, launching him and Xiao Zi into the in that instant. Dozens of white-feathered arrows whistled ominously through the rain, shooting forth from the nearby thicket directly towards Meng Qi and Qi Jian. Chapter 31. Blood battle. The torrential rain poured as if the Milky Way had inverted, cascading down like a waterfall, isolating them from the outside world and amplifying the chaos, enveloping them in an impenetrable darkness. Amidst this stormy night, white-feathered arrows pierced through the deluge, appearing as if summoned from the depths of the abyss. Their cold sheen penetrating to the core. Xiao Zi, suspended in midair, felt as though she were floating on clouds, utterly weightless, faced with the soul-harvesting arrows. Her eyes widened in terror, utterly powerless to a sudden twist of fate. Just as despair gripped her, she felt a weight pressing down, propelling her downward, and narrowly avoiding the arrows. In her astonishment, she glimpsed a countenance of profound dignity through the thick veil of rain and darkness. Meng Qi, having been flung through the air, struggled to regain his stance. Gritting his teeth, he pushed Xiao Zi aside with his left hand while drawing his dagger with his right, positioning it defensively. With a sharp clash, the arrow aimed at his throat was deflected by the dagger. Yet another arrow found its mark, that he could only hunch his shoulders and curl inward to evade a fatal blow. Thud! The arrow struck Meng Qi's right shoulder, its force penetrating layers of fabric with a resounding thrum. Luckily, amidst the rain-soaked chaos, not only did Meng Qi and his companions struggle to see, but their assailants did as well. Most arrows veered off course. Otherwise, even with his iron-clad physique, Meng Qi would have found it impossible to evade the multitude of lethal strikes. With a thud, Meng Qi fell to the ground, swiftly rolling like a lazy donkey to avoid the ensuing hail of arrows. Simultaneously, he reached out with his left hand to extract the arrow lodged in his shoulder. Blood gushed forth, yet thanks to his ironclad training, the wound was not deep and did not hinder his ability to wield a blade. At this moment, figures emerged from the darkened rain, some wielding long knives, others hefting heavy swords, encircling Meng Qi, Qi Jinyin, and their comrades. The ambushers, recognizing the treacherous conditions, found that their ranged attacks were proving ineffective. Meng Qi sprang to his feet, brandishing his blade against the enemy. The silhouettes around him blurred, rendering it impossible to discern how many foes there truly were. It felt as though attacks could rain down upon him from any direction. In the midst of the mayhem, Meng Qi gritted his teeth and advanced boldly, opting to attack rather than flee. At that moment, a singular thought crystallized in his mind. If he could not discern the enemy's location, then neither could they. Only by plunging into the midst of the fray, exacerbating the chaos, could he leverage his agility and ironclad resilience to survive, while escaping was possible with the aid of his swift movements. Meng Qi feared that hidden masters might be lying in wait, that if he were to leave the tumultuous fray, they could easily target him, leaving him trapped between the jaws of a fierce tiger in front and a pack of wolves behind. His life hanging in the balance in mere moments, Meng Qi surged into the throng of enemies, his steps unyielding, his movements elusive. With a flash of his blade, blood sprayed forth as adversaries fell. Amidst the turmoil, Meng Qi could not fully evade the attacks due to the chaos. Yet he knew how to avoid critical blows, relying on his ironclad training to withstand the onslaught. After what felt like an eternity, though he sustained numerous wounds, he remained unbroken, still capable of fighting back. The encircling foes grew, increasingly alarmed. In the darkness, Meng Qi appeared as a specter, each of his assaults resulting in the demise or grievous injury of a comrade. Their strikes, more often than not, struck their own allies, forcing them to retreat and hesitate. Whenever they managed to injure him, they found their weapons resisted, unable to penetrate his defenses, that he was a monster. They understood the essence of martial practice. Yet in such conditions, combined with Meng Qi's swift movements and ironclad resilience, they felt a profound sense of inhumanity. However, even amidst this, Meng Qi himself felt the strain. It was as though there were an endless tide of enemies and weapons attacking from every direction, exerting immense pressure on him that a moment's inattention could lead to a fatal strike. Heavy rain fell, blood splattered, the metallic scent mingling with the air as Meng Qi battled fiercely, struggling to hold on. Around him, bodies fell one after another, yet it seemed more figures were converging. Xiaozi lay in the mud, straining to rise, but her body felt weak and unresponsive, leaving her helplessly watching as the ambushers closed in. Xiao sang that she murmured in fear and despair. Suddenly, she froze, realizing that the encroaching enemies were not closing in on her, but instead joining the fray ahead. The downpour was relentless. Lightning crackled, and through the deluge, Xiaozi caught sight of a figure darting about, the glint of blades drawing the nearby enemy's attention. This figure, though small in stature, appeared extraordinarily reliable at that moment. Despite sustaining injuries, they remained silent, contrasting starkly with the surrounding cries of agony. Xiaozi ceased her murmurs, her fear gradually subsiding. In the heat of battle, Meng Qi lost track of time. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, his foes suddenly cried out and fled. Though they were valiant warriors, they were not immune to fear. Faced with nearly 50% casualties, their resolve crumbled. With one fleeing, others soon followed suit, and Meng Qi felt the weight of his situation lift, gaining newfound confidence as the enemies fell or retreated one after another. Just as he prepared to glance around and assist Qi Jinyin, a tall figure burst forth from the thicket, moving with the speed of a galloping steed. Wielding a long sword, a master at the pinnacle of their power, Meng Qi realized that the diminishing foes had rendered the area around him sparse, allowing the hidden master to lock onto him. Yet, he did not falter. This was no time for panic. That he had no opportunity to observe his surroundings, only to endure the assault. Since he had already detected the threat in advance, Meng Qi recalled Zhang Yuanshan's advice. When facing a master at the peak of their power, one must strike swiftly, trading minor injuries for greater wounds. With this thought in mind, a flicker of trepidation coursed through him, but he steeled himself, charging forward, sidestepping one enemy to meet the approaching master head-on. As they drew closer, Meng Qi discerned a stern-faced giant. With a swing of his dagger, as they were about to clash, Meng Qi activated his swift movements, slipping behind the master with ghostly agility, aiming a decisive blow at the back of their head. The master remained unflustered, displaying remarkable agility as they sidestepped, simultaneously swinging their long blade toward Meng Qi's torso, attempting to force him to abandon his assault. This was a display of seasoned prudence. Gritting his teeth, Meng Qi pressed forward, resolutely charging into the path of the long blade, refusing to evade. The long blade carved a deep wound across Meng Qi's chest and abdomen, blood gushing forth and painting the ground crimson before the eyes of the skilled combatants. That it was a dire situation. The moment the blade struck true, the expert felt an ominous premonition and attempted to roll aside to evade. But the recoil from the blade delayed his movement. In a flash, the brilliance of the sword illuminated the scene, and the expert's astonished expression froze upon his face as his head flew from his shoulders, watching his own headless corpse gradually collapse. Meng Qi had no time to assess the outcome of the battle. He braced himself against a remaining foe's blade with his back, feeling a sharp pain in his chest and abdomen. His legs turning weak and his head spinning. That it was no minor injury. Meng Qi inwardly mocked himself, acknowledging the formidable strength of his opponent. That strike had nearly cleaved him in two, leaving him significantly wounded. Yet he did not regret it. Had his adversary discerned his true weaknesses and employed a targeted strategy, his life would surely have been in jeopardy. This confrontation also imparted a crucial lesson to Meng Qi. The level of martial prowess is merely a key factor in determining the final outcome, not the entirety of it. Despite the opponent's superior strength, it was he who lay lifeless on the ground, not Meng Qi. The few remaining enemies, undaunted and reckless, approached, emboldened by the death of their leader, seeking to claim Meng Qi's life while he was injured and fatigued. Throughout the battle, Meng Qi had expended considerable energy, and he did indeed feel a sense of weakness, yet he remained unflustered. After dispatching a master skilled in swordplay, he felt an inexplicable confidence against the remaining foes. That moment, a gleam of light from a sword emerged, ethereal and elusive, like mist or smoke. Several cold stars flickered through the fog, and the enemies before Meng Qi fell one after another. "Are you all right?" Qi Jingyan appeared, his body drenched in blood, uncertain whether it was his own or that of others. Meng Qi shook his head, tearing off a piece of monk's robe to hastily bandage his wound. "I'm fine, though I've lost quite a bit of blood and my energy is greatly depleted. How about you?" "About the same. I just encountered a master swordsman who had reached a high level of proficiency and took a hit," Qi Jingyan replied, his demeanor still serious, yet his complexion had paled considerably. Although his strength surpassed Meng Qi's, he struggled in the chaotic melee, suffering injuries. Had he not mastered the elusive and unpredictable cloud and Mist 13 forms, his survival would have been uncertain. "We must hasten into the mountains. Many enemies have fled, and I fear reinforcements may arrive." Meng Qi glanced around, sighed, and began to search for the bodies, intending to bury them on the spot. He felt that in such circumstances, Xiang Hui and Xiaozi would find it difficult to survive. "Master, are you all right?" Just as the words left his mouth, Xiaozi wobbled to her feet and approached, inspecting Meng Qi's wounds. Meng Qi was taken aback. "Miss Xiaozi, are you unharmed?" Xiaozi smiled coyly, her beauty seemingly enhanced. "They all came to attack you, master, while I lay on the ground." Ignored at that moment, Xiang Hui, clutching his face, staggered over. "Divine monk, Hero Qi, are you both well? You're not hurt?" Meng Qi was increasingly astonished. Xiang Hui released his hand, revealing a deep gash on his face, running from his left temple down to his right cheek, looking particularly gruesome. "I took a blade and fell unconscious. They didn't even pay attention to me, perhaps thinking I was dead. However, it was thanks to you, divine monk, that you drew the enemy's focus." Meng Qi pursed his lips and muttered under his breath. "Had I known, I would have feigned death as well." Yet he was acutely aware that without him and Qi Jingyan drawing the enemy's attention, any act of feigning death would have been futile. Xiaozi began to search the nearby bodies for clean strips of cloth, tearing them off to gather in her arms, wishing to bandage Meng Qi's wounds. Meanwhile, Xiang Hui angrily rummaged through the corpses, seeking valuables. But the attackers had come to kill, carrying no treasures or manuals. Only a few hidden weapons. Half a day later, as dawn broke, Meng Qi slowly regained consciousness. The four of them had traveled through the night, having crossed the mountain range, and upon descending, they were just outside the Shaolin Temple. However, both Meng Qi and Qi Jingyan had sustained serious injuries, and by midnight, they could endure no longer, thus seeking refuge in a cave to rest and recuperate until dawn. After a brief meditation, Meng Qi found his wounds had begun to close, and his energy had replenished considerably. He rose to stretch his limbs and noticed Qi Jingyan standing guard outside the cave, Xiang Hui clutching his face. Groaning softly, and Xiao Zi curled up, still asleep. Xiao sang, "Don't come near." Xiao sang, "Stay away from me." Xiao Zi mumbled in her sleep, suddenly sitting upright, fully awake. "Master." She looked at Meng Qi, somewhat dazed, as though she could not comprehend the situation after waking. Meng Qi smiled. "We must prepare to descend the mountain. Shaolin is just at the foot of the next hill." The bewildered expression on Xiao Zi's face faded as she nodded gently. Then, with some unease, asked, "Master, did I say anything in my dream?" "You were calling for Xiao Sang," Meng Qi teased. Xiao Zi gasped, her face shifting through various expressions, and in a low voice said, "Master, you must be cautious of a girl named Gu Xiao Sang. She is the most wicked villain in the world." "Why is that?" Meng Qi maintained his smile, though he sensed that this seemingly harmless girl might harbor secrets. After all, who among them lacks secrets? He wondered if she would survive until the end of this mission. In short, she is very bad. She kills without blinking. Xiao Zi emphasized with great effort at that moment. Qi Jingyan entered, his clothes dark red with blood. "Let us set off. We should strive to reach Shaolin before noon." Chapter 32. Reunion. The sun blazed brightly, and the water flowed gently as a group of monks in yellow robes guarded the entrance to the mountain path. Nearby, a makeshift inn and market formed a bustling scene. "This place resembles your temple's entrance," Qi Jingyan remarked with a slight frown, addressing Meng Qi. Meng Qi, having never descended the mountain before, could only shake his head. "I was unconscious on the way up, carried by an old servant, and have never seen the temple's entrance." This was indeed the truth. It was due to the original owner's unconsciousness that he had been able to traverse here. "I have seen it when accompanying the elders of my sect to Shaolin. The layout is fundamentally consistent." Qi Jingyan, though not saying much, exhibited traces of doubt on his face, that if there were two worlds, why did they appear so similar? Moreover, the Shaolin Temple in his world was located on Liantai Mountain, while this was Shaohua Mountain, not the same mountain range at all. Meng Qi pondered. "Once we ascend the mountain, I will understand." However, if the architectural layout is merely consistent, it does not imply anything significant. According to the master of the 6 realms of reincarnation, there are as many reincarnation worlds as there are stars in the sky. And coincidences do occur. It is not surprising, as they are all part of the Buddhist realm. Xiao Zi, who had been listening to their conversation, appeared somewhat listless, while Xiang Hui, having been struck in the face, suffered pain in his nose and muscles, and every word he spoke caused him distress. He now held his face, occasionally groaning. Unable to comprehend, Qi Jingyan nodded and approached the guarding monks with Meng Qi. Speaking steadily, "Masters, we have important news to report to your sect's abbot." "What news?" the leading monk inquired, palms together, neither obsequious nor overbearing. Meng Qi replied solemnly, "May I inquire your esteemed name, master?" "Poor monk's name is De Guang." The leading monk smiled slightly. "May I ask the name of your junior brother?" He was attempting to establish rapport. After Meng Qi provided his name, he succinctly stated, "General Duo Ercha intends to lead his skilled subordinates and a great army to eradicate your sect. We have received assistance from righteous heroes and learned of this matter. Acquiring the list of traitors within your sect, is of great importance, and I cannot disclose it here. I implore you, Master, to report this to your sect's abbot." Di Guang frowned. "Are you perhaps splitting into 2 paths, Master Zhen Ding?" "Indeed, senior brother. Has the other group already arrived?" Meng Qi inquired eagerly. "Yes, 2 female benefactors and 2 male benefactors." De Guang did not conceal this information. It had already spread, and nearby sect disciples had come to assist, gathering at the inn nearby. Meng Qi smiled and nodded, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. As long as Zhang Yuanshan and Zhang Zhiwei were unharmed, it was fortunate that in the world of reincarnation, the most difficult individuals to encounter were those from reputable sects with principles. Had they met with misfortune, the chances of encountering ruthless or duplicitous characters in the future would be significantly higher. Not to mention, he had formed a considerable bond with them, having already regarded them as friends. The Di Guang clasped his hands together and recited a Buddhist chant, Namo Amitabha. At this moment, our sect faces a critical juncture of life and death. We cannot carelessly allow anyone to ascend the mountain for fear of infiltrators, that I ask you to temporarily stay at the adjacent and while I seek permission from the abbot before inviting you up. Hearing his sincere and candid words, Meng Qi and Qi Jingyan had no objections. After a courteous exchange, they made their way to the nearby inn. Shaolin monks were numerous, and many visitors and vendors frequented the area, naturally forming a resting place at the mountain's foot, a trait shared by many sections. With Jiang Girl and Zhang Brother already here, our importance has significantly diminished. It's no wonder they don't place much emphasis on us. Meng Qi casually complained. Qi Jingyan did not concur with Meng Qi. Looking up at the sky, there is still half a day until the deadline. We should be able to enter the temple. Surely nothing else will go awry. Before Meng Qi could finish his sentence, he closed his mouth to avoid tempting fate. Haha, are you all here to assist Shaolin as well? At that moment, a robust man approached from near the inn. His laughter hearty as he inquired about Meng Qi and the others. Meng Qi smiled. Indeed, we are as well. Ever since hearing of the barbarian demons planning to besiege Shaolin, righteous heroes have been rushing to help. The man said, gesturing to himself, that I am Wei Wuji from Haloa. May I ask for your names, friends? Upon mentioning his own name, Wei Wuji straightened his back, seemingly bracing himself to accept the astonished gazes of admiration. Clearly a person of considerable renown. Meng Qi discreetly curled his lip. How could he possibly know who this was? There was no need for such an air of self-importance, as if proclaiming, I am famous. Come and worship me. Aside from Duo or Cha, Meng Qi genuinely had no idea who was who. Thus he deliberately averted his gaze from Wei Wuji, smiling as he introduced everyone. Wei Wuji's expression turned slightly awkward, but he quickly regained his composure, cheerfully remarking, My friends, it seems you have narrowly escaped after a fierce battle. This young lady, if I may say, does not appear to possess martial skills. His curiosity was entirely reasonable, and Meng Qi held no offense. Were he in the same position, he would likely harbor similar questions, though perhaps not voiced aloud. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. On our way here, we encountered several formidable barbarian warriors, and it was no easy feat to break free. He gestured toward Xiaozi, adding, This young lady is the fiancée of senior brother Qi, though she may lack the strength to bind a chicken. Her loyalty in times of adversity is commendable, having forsaken her tranquil life at home to accompany us, sharing both life and death with senior brother Q. At that moment, Qi Jingyan's sword clattered to the ground, and he cast a glance at Meng Qi that was fraught with complex emotions, a mix of reproach and anger, while Xiaozi remained bewildered, utterly unaware of the situation. Meng Qi subtly shrugged his shoulders. After all, he couldn't very well declare, She is my fiancée. He chuckled inwardly. When it came to the art of fabricating melodramatic tales, who in this world could rival him? Wei Wuji nodded in approval. It truly makes me envious that Brother Qi has captured the heart of such a devoted lady. Since I feel an instant camaraderie with you all, allow me to host a toast and treat you to some wine and fresh garments. Is this how gallant heroes of the Jianghu conduct themselves? Meng Qi silently scoffed. Though this place was near Shaolin, so the danger should be minimal, he pointed his hand and replied, Then it would be remiss of me to decline. Master Zhen Ding, you are indeed a generous man. Wei Wuji laughed heartily, gesturing for everyone to follow him. As they made their way to the inn, Meng Qi seized the opportunity to inquire about local news from Wei Wuji, hoping to find information regarding Jiang Jiwei and others. As soon as the news spread, the entire Huai Luo martial community erupted in a frenzy. Under the call of several esteemed heroes, many allies rushed to Shaolin to offer assistance, including Lin Bieshue, the young master of Luohimen. Wei Wuji spoke with great enthusiasm, as if the formidable foes of Du or Cha were about to be vanquished. Meng Qi casually remarked, Among these esteemed heroes, I suspect you are one of them. Great hero Wei? Wei Wuji chuckled modestly. Not at all that I am merely riding on the coattails of my predecessors. Alas, I have trained in martial arts for 30 years, merely scratching the surface of the innate realm. Compared to Lin, the young master, who has already broken through to the innate level before turning 30, the difference is immeasurable. The innate realm. Meng Qi and Qi Jingyan exchanged glances. This realm's classification differed from their own world. However, at that moment, Wei Wuji's expression suddenly grew somewhat bewildered, as if recalling something unbelievable. Meng Qi regarded him with curiosity as they stepped through the modest inn's door. Inside, the inn was bustling with activity. Not only were all the tables occupied, but many areas were filled with standing patrons. That is it truly this lively? Wei Wuji pulled a youthful, beautiful maiden closer, inquiring with intrigue. The young woman pointed towards a corner, her demeanor a mixture of awe and reverence. Young Master Zhang has arrived and is currently discussing tea and wine with young Master Lin. Young Master Zhang? Wei Wuji's expression shifted, filled with both respect and trepidation. Following the maiden's gesture, Meng Qi glanced over and spotted a rare haven of tranquility within the bustling inn. The corner. A square table was set, with two gentlemen seated opposite one another. A teapot and wine cups before them. One gentleman exuded maturity and elegance, his face adorned with a gentle smile, while the other donned a true martial robe, his nose sharp and his demeanor vibrant and handsome. None other than Meng Qi's acquaintance, Zhang Yuanshan. Around the two, patrons instinctively created a space, rendering the area exceptionally serene. Young Master Zhang? Meng Qi echoed Wei Wuji's inquiry, though with a markedly different implication. Wei Wuji turned to Meng Qi, nodding slightly. Young Master Zhang is a disciple of a reclusive master. It is quite normal for you to be unaware of him on your first journey into the Jianghu, ditto? Meng Qi seized the opportunity to inquire about the experiences of Zhang Yuanshan and his companions, lest any issues arise unbeknownst to him, and thus feigned curiosity. Wei Wuji regarded Zhang Yuanshan with renewed admiration. Young Master Zhang possesses a chivalrous heart and unparalleled loyalty, unlike the common folk. Not only did he break through to the innate realm before reaching 20, but he also braved countless dangers, traversing through the night to deliver crucial news regarding Shaolin. Here, the innate realm refers to enlightenment. Meng Qi nodded slightly. This indeed seemed plausible, following the occasional remarks of Jiang Zhiwei and her companions. After achieving mastery in energy cultivation, expelling a breath of turbid air, one returns to the innocence of infancy to cultivate the inner landscape of heaven and earth, unlocking the divine orifices. Among the experts who ambushed them was Guan Haoran, known as Guardian of Huai Luo, who had entered the innate realm for 2 decades and was among the world's top echelon. Tragically, he succumbed to old age and confusion, betraying his clan and country, ultimately becoming a lackey of the barbarians, before meeting his demise at the hands of young Master Zhang. The female hero beside them nodded emphatically. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke. This incident transpired at the entrance of Guana town, witnessed by many in the Jianghu, all astonished by young Master Zhang's prowess. His reputation has already spread throughout Huai Luo. Though Guan Haoran was aged and frail, he was still an innate expert, underscoring the terror of young Master Zhang. Even more astonishing was that he was merely 19 years old. Alas, I feel as if I have wasted the first half of my life. Wei Wuji self-deprecated, a hint of dejection in his tone. Indeed, only someone like Lin Bieshue could be considered a peer to young Master Zhang, a disciple of a reclusive master, truly extraordinary. Those passing by in the Jianghu also voiced their sentiments of amazement. Wei Wuji stroked his chin, suppressing his other emotions, and respectfully suggested, "We should move to another area to avoid disturbing young Master Zhang and young Master Lin. Yu." Before he could finish, he noticed the young monk before him had mindlessly approached young Master Zhang and young Master Lin, completely unresponsive to any call to return. Was he not being too reckless? Even if he wished to befriend a great figure, such an approach would surely invite disdain. The square table. Lin Bieshue lifted his wine cup and took a delicate sip. 30-year-old Luohe wine. Rich and fragrant. Zhang Yuanshan returned the gesture, nodding in agreement. Indeed remarkable. Alas, the time we can enjoy tea and wine in peace is dwindling. The world is chaotic. Even Shaolin will soon face a trial by fire. Who knows when we shall find tranquility again? Lin Bieshue sighed softly. Zhang Yuanshan smiled as he savored his tea. The way of the world is to rise and fall. Life emerges from death. Though the barbarians are strong, they too shall face decline, that we must maintain our usefulness to sow the seeds of restoration. Lin Bieshue paused, then burst into laughter. Truly, you are a disciple of the reclusive path. Suddenly his laughter faded, replaced by a dignified presence upon seeing a disheveled little monk approach nonchalantly. "Who are you?" he inquired slowly, exuding an aura that deterred ordinary Jianghu individuals from drawing near, causing Wei Wuji to feel a twinge of anxiety. After all, this was someone he had brought along. However, he watched as the little monk unperturbedly sat down, rudely taking a cup from in front of Zhang Yuanshan and pouring himself a drink, casually saying, "Let us toast with respect." Zhang Yuanshan chuckled, making no effort to stop him, instead pouring himself a cup of tea. "Da-da." Observing Zhang Yuanshan's demeanor, Wei Wuji and the female hero beside him were momentarily stunned. Could it be that this seemingly unkempt little monk was an old acquaintance of young Master Zhang? Was he also a disciple of a reclusive sect, Lin Bieshue, who had intended to express anger? Was momentarily taken aback, a smile returning to his face as he lifted his wine cup to clink against Meng Qi's. The expressions of the surrounding Jianghu individuals morphed into a tapestry of intrigue as they speculated on the identity of this renowned figure. Cough, cough, cough. After downing the strong liquor, Meng Qi felt a searing line of fire blaze through his throat to his stomach, unable to suppress a fit of coughing. How unfortunate. He had forgotten that this body was not accustomed to the rigors of alcohol. At that moment, a cup of tea appeared before him, and without a second thought, he raised it and drank, finally alleviating the discomfort churning in his stomach. Master Zhen Ding, without mentioning matters of precepts. One should not be so reckless on their first experience with alcohol, Zhang Yuanshan gently chided, clearly having anticipated that Meng Qi's current body lacked experience with drinking. This was not difficult to deduce, as individuals from prominent families typically received strict upbringing and were sent to Shaolin at a young age, leaving little opportunity for indulgence in alcohol. After halting his cough, Meng Qi smiled and toyed with his wine cup, saying, "How could a humble monk comprehend the value and inevitability of precepts without first experiencing the taste of strong liquor? Indeed, one cannot establish without first breaking," Zhang Yuanshan casually concurred. "And where is Jiang girl?" Meng Qi inquired with an air of solemnity. Zhang Yuanshan offered a wry smile. "Sister Jiang found the socializing tedious and is resting upstairs." "And who might this be?" Lin Bieshue could not help but ask. Chapter 33. Master Zhang Yuanshan pondered for a moment, a hint of amusement in his voice as he replied, "Master Zhen Ding is a disciple of my master's close friend. Known by the moniker Slayer of the Buddha's Knife." "Slayer of the Buddha's Knife," Lin Bieshue repeated quietly, then chuckled. "So Master Zhen Ding is also a figure of the reclusive path, Slayer of the Buddha's Knife." Meng Qi's mouth twitched. He was rather displeased with the nickname Zhang Yuanshan had given him. "Did I even wish to wield a knife?" With a smile, he picked up his teacup, savoring the clear tea, and quipped, "All are ensnared in the sea of suffering. How can one speak of the outside world?" At this moment, Meng Qi felt a profound regret for being clad in tattered, blood-stained gray monk robes, unable to showcase the ethereal demeanor of an accomplished monk. Interesting. Lin Bieshue chuckled and raised his cup, downing the strong liquor in one gulp. Slayer of the Buddha's Knife. Within the inn, Wei Wuji and his companions murmured to themselves, savoring the unfamiliar moniker. However, since it was spoken by young Master Zhang, it seemed that the true Ding Master was indeed remarkable. They realized their own knowledge was rather limited, particularly regarding matters beyond the realms of Hlua's martial world. Zhang Yuanshan glanced back at Qi Jingyin and the others, who had yet to gather, and addressed Lin Bieshue, saying, "I have a guest visiting. I hope you will excuse me, Lin brother." Lin Bieshue waved his hand dismissively. "I must return to my room to meditate and recuperate. The experts from Duochacha may launch a surprise attack at any moment, so vigilance is necessary, and I must restore my spirit." After bidding farewell to Lin Bieshue, Zhang Yuanshan led Meng Qi and the others to the third floor of the inn, casually remarking, "True Ding, Qi, I see you are both covered in blood and your garments are tattered. This journey must have been arduous. However, the fact that no one perished is indeed commendable, that we did not encounter any opponents in the enlightenment stage," Qi Jingyin succinctly explained. "Perhaps they were unable to catch up with you." Zhang Yuanshan pondered aloud. "I have inquired, and Duochacha has 4 formidable innate masters. Zhen Huluwanhauren, by Bian Shushinquang Chengwang, by Mei Langbo Erhan, and Zhongshan Qian Kuintang Shun. You must be cautious of the remaining 3. The Zhang Yuanshan paused before a door and gently knocked. "Come in," came the melodious voice of Jiang Zhuwei, reminiscent of a yellow oriole emerging from the valley. Upon pushing the door open, Meng Qi beheld Zhang Jue seated in a meditative posture, the white rainbow, piercing sun, sword resting across her knees, reflecting sunlight like a shimmering azure spring. Meanwhile, the enchanting woman at the table idly toyed with a teacup. "Little monk, you seem to be living quite splendidly." Zhang Jue sheathed her sword and greeted him with a smile. "I find myself rather bored. Just when I finally have a worthy opponent, Brother Zhang steals them away." Her spirits lifted by the fact that no one had perished, she jested lightly. "Ba, my Buddha is compassionate. This humble monk does not desire to take life, yet to protect life. The cutting of ties is not the cutting of people. If I do not enter hell, who will?" Meng Qi whimsically recited some phrases he had previously heard. "Haha, you truly are a high monk in words, quite persuasive indeed." "You nearly deceived me," Zhang Jue replied, unabashedly amused, while Zhang Yuanshan chuckled and shook his head, evidently unfamiliar with such twisted reasoning. Then, Zhang Jue pointed to the enchanting woman, saying, "This lady is named Cultivation. She has achieved a minor mastery in breath control and contributed considerably during the breakthrough." Meng Qi nodded in acknowledgement, greeting her before turning to introduce Xiao Zi and Xiang Hui, finally inquiring, "What about that one? Did he perish during the chase?" The valiant Wang Jin, a master who has opened his eye of insight upon arriving at Shaolin after completing the first main storyline task, became reluctant to mingle with us juniors, preferring instead to wander about and contact external reinforcements. Zhang Yuanshan replied calmly and without anger. Meng Qi, showing great concern regarding the main storyline tasks, asked, "Have you completed the first main storyline task? What is the second?" "We entered the temple last night and met with Master Zhang, completing the first main storyline task and receiving a merit reward. However, our backgrounds are unclear, and they dared not allow us to stay in the temple, sending us back down the mountain, stating that after interrogating the traitors, they would discuss the matter further." Zhang Jue succinctly recounted the events of the previous day, adding, "The second main storyline task is to defend Shaolin until the very last moment. The reward is 100 merits, or else there will be a deduction." After a brief pause, she continued, "You need not worry too much. They will surely seek you out to verify your stay in the temple, lest they be deceived by us." Hearing Zhang Jue's words, Meng Qi felt a sense of calm wash over him and cheerfully remarked, "Brother Zhang, do you have any spare clothing to lend me? This attire is quite uncomfortable." Zhang Yuanshan chuckled, "I have long prepared clothing for you all." "True Ding Qi, Brother Xiang Hui, follow me next door for a bath and a change into clean garments." After bathing and donning fresh clothing, feeling entirely rejuvenated, Meng Qi awaited De Guang, who brought word that Master Xuan Bei would personally meet with them to inquire about their escape and the traitor. The winding mountain paths were lush and green, and Meng Qi's familiarity grew with each step. "Isn't this the very path I usually take to fetch water?" he suddenly realized, turning to look at Zhang Jue, Zhang Yuanshan, and Qi Jingyan, who all nodded affirmatively. Could it be that this place bears an uncanny resemblance to my own Shaolin, save for the inhabitants? Master Xuan Bei is a pinnacle expert of innate mastery, merely a step away from entering the realm known as Xinjiang, where the inner and outer worlds converge. Do not lose your manners. Zhang Yuanshan unexpectedly began introducing Master Zhang to Meng Qi and the others. "You flatter me, Zhang, but in my Buddha's teachings we do not refer to it as the Xinjiang realm, but rather as the Zen realm," De Guang explained, his expression serene to that moment. Zhang Jue's familiar voice echoed in Meng Qi's ears. "The temple's layout is identical to Shaolin's. Do not be surprised. The mysteries of the reincarnation world are numerous." With Zhang Jue's reminder, Meng Qi stepped through the temple gates, crossing the square, grand hall, and courtyard without displaying any surprise, though his mind felt slightly dazed, as if he were not fulfilling a reincarnation task, but rather engaging in a routine life of fetching water, learning to read, practicing martial arts, meditating, and reciting scriptures alongside his true disciple friends. Suddenly, the melodious and far-reaching sound of a bell rang, awakening Meng Qi from his reverie and soothing his myriad anxieties and doubts. Upon entering the Mahavira hall, Meng Qi beheld several monks clad in yellow robes, adorned with red kasayas, among whom stood one with sparse white eyebrows, loose skin, and a face lined with wrinkles, yet with kind eyes devoid of any murkiness. Several benefactors risked their lives to report. This old monk is profoundly grateful, Ekenji said, his palms pressed together as he chanted a Buddha's name. The barbarian tribes are a scourge, the public enemy of the world. We monks merely exert a fraction of our strength to protect our Buddha's pure land. Meng Qi, adept at delivering platitudes, then produced the list of traitors given to him by the Lord of Reincarnation. Ekenji nodded slightly, beckoning with his hand, and the thin sheet of paper fluttered into his hands like willow catkins in the wind. Suddenly, Meng Qi's vision blurred, and he saw the golden Buddha statue in the hall smiling as it held a flower. While below, the flickering candlelight intertwined to form words. The list of traitors has been delivered to Shaolin. Upon completing the first main storyline task, each entrant to the temple will receive a reward of 50 merits. The second main storyline task has commenced. Defend Shaolin until the very last moment. No premature escape is allowed. Successful completion will yield a reward of 100 merits, while failure will result in a deduction of 100 merits. As the sparks faded, the words vanished, and Meng Qi felt a heavy weight lift from his heart, lowering his gaze in quiet anticipation of Ekenji's inquiries. Ekenji nodded as he listened, eventually sighing. In the face of worldly temptations, even a monk cannot entirely escape. This time, thanks to your bravery in delivering this list, the consequences would have been dire otherwise. Master Xuan Bei's prowess is unparalleled. Even if Dou Cha leads numerous experts to launch a surprise attack, we will be unable to breach Shaolin. We are merely icing on the cake, Zhang Yuanshan replied with great courtesy. Xing shook his head. A monk does not speak in falsehoods. If the traitors were to strike, the mountain paths and passes would be indefensible, making it impossible to thwart Dou Cha's army. Moreover, I am on the brink of entering nirvana. My martial prowess long diminished. Dou Cha is renowned as the greatest master of the barbarian tribes. When he strikes, the winds will rise and fall, and I have no confidence in withstanding him that I can only sacrifice my frail body to seek an opportunity to suppress him. Master, you must not. Preserve your valuable life for the future. Master, you have commanded the martial world for decades, a symbol of our Shaolin. Even if the mountain gate is destroyed, Shaolin will remain unharmed as long as you are here. The elder spoke out in unison to dissuade him. Ekenji raised his right palm, silencing the clamor. Ba, as monks, why can you not see through this wretched flesh? Upon finishing, he smiled at Meng Qi. I have a keen interest in the pursuits you have faced. May I inquire? Meng Qi understood this was crucial for gaining trust and nodded slightly. Please, Master Xuan, feel free to ask. Xing proceeded to question Meng Qi. Qi Jingyan, Xiao Zi, and Xiang Hui, primarily focusing on various details that as long as their backgrounds were not involved. Meng Qi and the others answered without remorse, sharing only what they had witnessed. Xing's expression remained unchanged as he patiently listened to their responses. In my old age, I have developed certain quirks. I appreciate your indulgence in satisfying my curiosity, Ekenji said with a smile, then turned to instruct a nearby monk to arrange for several benefactors. Just as he spoke, a shadow darted out among Meng Qi and the others, quick as a ghost, pressing a palm against Ekenji's chest. The Kasaya billowed, flinging this figure away, and Ekenji spat out a mouthful of blood, which struck the assailant like iron sand, sending him staggering. Xiang Hui, at that moment, Meng Qi realized that the one attacking the abbot was none other than his companion. Xiang Hui. Haha, the general sends his regards to the abbot. Xiang Hui laughed heartily, slipping away towards the temple's exit with the swiftness of smoke. He chose a path leading towards the less skilled Cultivation. With a clap, he sent Cultivation flying. Catching sight of the empty doorway ahead, that I succeeded, he thought with excitement. Suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared, a chilling aura piercing toward his brow, forcing him to halt and change direction. Yet this sword light clung to him like a parasite. No matter how Xiang Hui evaded, he could always feel a prick of pain at his brow. What kind of sword technique is this? A mixture of shock and fear enveloped him that moment. One of the elders beside Xing exclaimed in astonishment, by Bian Shusheng. Meng Qi suddenly realized that Xiang Hui had perished during the second assault and was now replaced by Bian Shusheng. The thought of having spent an entire day with such a terrifying enemy sent a chill down Meng Qi's spine. Thankfully, his target was not himself. Chapter 34. Side Quest: The Versatile Scholar. Renowned for his mastery of disguise, deception, and lightness of foot, was trapped in a minuscule space that I in the blink of an eye. He darted and weaved, desperately attempting to evade the menacing glint of the sword that was aimed directly at his brow. Yet, to his horror, he realized that no matter how he shifted or transformed, his opponent seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, following his every move with chilling precision, the icy aura at his forehead intensifying with each passing moment. How could there be such a formidable swordsman? After arriving at the inn, he had discreetly inquired about the formidable Guanhaoran, learning of Zhang Yuanshan's extraordinary martial prowess, which surpassed his own. Thus, after ambushing and severely injuring Master Xinji, he had deliberately chosen a route that avoided Zhang Yuanshan, opting not to attempt an escape from the defenseless Xiaoji. Little did he know that the girl who often wore a smile and radiated unparalleled beauty was, in fact, a fearsome swordsman, far superior to the revered young Master Zhang. Regret gnawed at the versatile scholar's soul, yet he understood that he could no longer delay. Whether he could evade this impending strike was irrelevant. If the elders from Shaolin arrived, his chances of escape would vanish entirely. With a determined clench of his jaw and a flash of crimson across his face, he lunged forward, then suddenly retreated in a bizarre manner. Positioning himself between Meng Qi and Qi Jingyan, that he aimed to utilize them as human shields to evade Jiang Zhui's lethal strike. Meng Qi, observing the versatile scholar's agile movements, akin to a ghost or a fox, felt a sudden spark of realization reminiscent of his own Xinqing 8 steps that it seemed he grasped something profound, yet simultaneously, it felt elusive. The versatile scholar feigned a step with his left foot, pivoting on his right, attempting to slip behind Meng Qi to evade Jiang Zhui's menacing sword. This maneuver, Meng Qi suddenly recognized its familiarity, akin to a step in the Xinqing 8 steps. Instinctively, he mirrored the movement, slipping behind the versatile scholar. The space in front of him was barren, leaving the versatile scholar both startled and bewildered, the coldness at his brow intensifying that he was forced to alter his footwork once more. And under his influence, Meng Qi executed the finest step of the Xinqing 8 steps he had ever performed. The two danced like partners, gracefully shifting directions, yet remaining in opposition, a mesmerizing display of elegance and enigma. This damned monk, the versatile scholar cursed inwardly, that if given just another breath, he was confident he could eliminate this little monk, but after this brief obstruction, he could see the sharp point of the sword approaching. Nearby, Qi Jingyan drew his sword, sending a flurry of cold starlight cascading down, enveloping the versatile scholar. By the time Zhang Yuanshan and the monks from Shaolin arrived, the versatile scholar was already ensnared in a dire predicament. Aware of his inferior martial skills, Meng Qi feared being used as leverage by the versatile scholar, and thus he employed the Xinqing 8 steps to slip out of the encirclement, brandishing his blade, ready to deliver a sudden strike against the versatile scholar. The thought of having unwittingly spent an entire day with this enemy, deceived and flirting with death, ignited a simmering anger within Meng Qi, and he was determined not to let the opportunity for revenge slip away. The versatile scholar, exhausted from his myriad transformations, found them utterly ineffective that he was struck by the palm of the head monk and then pierced by the blades of Jiang Zhui. Zhang Yuanshan and Qi Jingyan, his hair disheveled, blood flowing freely as he staggered out, his movements sluggish and devoid of the ability to escape. Seeing this, Meng Qi stepped forward, delivering a deep cut to his back with his blade. I am indeed that petty. The versatile scholar could no longer endure, collapsing to the ground, his body swept by a crimson robe that sealed his acupoints. Ba, Master Xuan, how have you fared? It has been 10 years since we last met, and the old monk has failed to recognize you. Xinji's complexion was ashen, yet he approached unaided. After capturing the versatile scholar and realizing that pleading for mercy would be futile, he raised his head and laughed heartily. Ha ha! Abbot, your eyesight has dimmed, and you are no longer the figure of your former glory. However, the general holds you in high esteem. If you can lead Shaolin to surrender, he will surely beseech the emperor to bestow upon you the title of national master. Allowing Shaolin to become the foremost temple of Buddhism, with continuous incense offerings and vast fertile lands, to lead beasts that consume humans is the way of the Azura. The old monk, would feel shame in such company. Xinji's words carried a hint of gallantry. The general's concerns rest solely upon you, Abbot. Now that you have been wounded by me, who else can stand against the general? The treacherous mountain paths, they may deter ordinary masters and soldiers. But for the general, they are as easy as walking on flat ground. Did I in that case? The past will be rendered meaningless. The versatile scholar, unable to sway them with offers, immediately resorted to threats. Abbot, do not let the 1,000-year foundation of Shaolin crumble at your hands. Meng Qi subtly nodded, not in agreement with the versatile scholar's sentiments, but recognizing a truth in his words. When faced with a superior adversary, if one's side lacks capable defenders, ordinary mountain passes and barriers are utterly ineffective. Such a master could easily circumvent them, eliminate the guards, and open a path for allies to enter. Ba, there is no need for further words, for the foundation of Shaolin lies in Buddhist principles and Zen. Shinji lifted his sleeve, and a gaunt hand swept toward the versatile scholar's crown. With battle imminent, the old monk could no longer hold back. Do you actually intend to kill? The versatile scholar was both astonished and terrified. He had envisioned Jiang Jiwei and Zhang Yuanshan intervening to save him, merely incapacitating him. But what of your precepts? What of your Buddha? The general is soon to arrive. You shall find no place to rest in death. Ba, the Buddha possesses a compassionate heart, yet also a wrathful gaze. Shinji spoke with an unflustered demeanor, his hand gently brushing over the versatile scholar's head. That in an instant, the versatile scholar's eyes widened in disbelief, and he fell limply to the ground. Meng Qi suddenly felt that this old monk suited him well, ready to speak, when he noticed the golden Buddha statue once again smiling with a flower. Flames flickering, reweaving words that continuously transformed. Side quest 1. Eliminate the versatile scholar, one of the 4 innate masters of the enemy faction. Jiang Jue rewards 30 merits. Zhang Yuanshan and Zhen Ding each reward 20 merits, while Qi Jingyan and Wang Jin reward 10 merits each. Side quest description. Eliminate one of the 4 innate masters of the enemy faction. Participants will receive corresponding merit rewards based on the difficulty of the task. Power comparisons and contributions made. Side quest 2 activated. Eliminate the Grand General Duo Urca. Participants will be rewarded with merits ranging from 50 to 200 based on their contributions. Is this not truly a side quest? Meng Qi felt a twinge of disbelief at that moment. Zhang Yuanshan discreetly communicated with him and Qi Jingyan, saying, I didn't have time to elaborate earlier, but when I killed Guan Haoren, I activated this side quest. Since I was the one who acted, I received 50 merits based on the power comparison that I suspect that if you, Zhen Ding, were to complete this task independently, your reward would exceed 100. Meng Qi nodded in agreement, recognizing that under such circumstances, further inquiries were futile, and thus awaited Shinji's words. Shinji gazed at the versatile scholar's corpse, about to speak when a white-browed old monk suddenly emerged from behind, indignantly pointing at Meng Qi and the others, declaring, You treacherous lot! You have brought the versatile scholar into the temple and harmed the abbot. What schemes do you have? One by one, the elder monks stepped forward, seemingly intending to capture Meng Qi and his companions. Before Zhang Yuanshan could defend them, Shinji waved his sleeve, saying, There is no need for such agitation. These esteemed individuals are not traitors. They were merely deceived by the versatile scholar. Had they been traitors when the versatile scholar ambushed me, if Jiang and Zhang had simultaneously intervened, given their strength, I fear I would have already attained enlightenment. This reasoning held considerable weight, calming the previously agitated crowd. However, the white-browed old monk maintained a stern expression, stating, Though these esteemed individuals may mostly be righteous, who can guarantee that none among them is like the versatile scholar? Their silence may only indicate deeper schemes. Until their identities are verified, they should not linger within the temple. This could dishearten the righteous individuals who had come to assist. That a middle-aged monk hesitated to speak. The white-browed monk insisted, The abbot has been ambushed and injured. We cannot take further risks. Moreover, with so many eyes present, there are likely hidden threats among those righteous individuals that it would be best to send them back to their homes. Sighing, Shinji addressed Zhang Yuanshan. There are disputes and discussions within the temple that are not suitable for your esteemed ears, that I kindly ask you to descend the mountain first. Once we reach a conclusion, we shall inform you. Though feeling somewhat aggrieved by the false accusations, Zhang Yuanshan, Jiang Jue, and the others, being from prominent sects and still youthful, refrained from any acts of defiance. They shouldered the body of Yuan, bidding farewell as they left the temple and returned to the foot of the mountain. If they could not enter the temple, how could they hold their ground until the very end? As they traversed the mountain path, Wang Jin, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. What if we blend into Shaolin when the barbarian army breaches the pass? We must proceed with caution beforehand. Zhang Yuanshan pondered for a moment, responding, I suspect Master Xinji's resolve in defending Shaolin is wavering. They may very well plan to send promising disciples away with scriptures and relics. And if that happens, our status as traitors becomes irrelevant. We would surely be admitted into the temple. Let us hope for the best, as you suggest. Zhang Shixiang, but Qi Jingyan nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the previously silent Jiang Jiwei interjected. If we cannot enter the temple and are to complete the main quest, then we should strive to eliminate Do-Urka. That way, each of us would at least earn 50 merits, and combined with our previous accumulations, it would suffice. This was indeed a quintessential thought from Jiang Jiwei. Meng Qi silently mused at this moment. Zhang Yuanshan spoke gravely. We are unaware that Xiang Hui has been replaced by the ever-changing scholar. Yet we have discussed numerous matters of the cycle world in his presence. Why have we not been eradicated? Perhaps, under such circumstances, the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation would alter the auditory perception of the ever-changing scholar. After all, it could not possibly caution us against an internal traitor, and we would merely be victims of our own inadvertence, Meng Qi speculated. Now that the ever-changing scholar is dead, and we have yet to be erased. This is the only explanation we can offer. While deliberating, they returned to the inn, only to find an atmosphere thick with sorrow. Everyone remained silent, a palpable fear hanging in the air. Wei Xia, what has happened? Meng Qi called out to Wei Wuji, who was not far off. Wei Wuji hurried over, glancing at Zhang Yuanshan, and in a voice tinged with both astonishment and fear, said, Young Master Zhang, the young sect leader Lin Bieshu, has been murdered. What? Even Zhang Yuanshan, usually composed, could not suppress his astonishment. Just moments ago, he had been discussing tea and wine with Lin Bieshu, and now he was dead. Indeed, Lin Xiaozhang's attendant noticed that his meditation session had exceeded its time. So he entered to tidy up, only to find him lying on the bed, his death extraordinarily strange, Wei Wuji said, his voice filled with trepidation. Take us to see, Zhang Yuanshan ordered in a low tone. Meng Qi, sensing the strangeness of the situation, did not object and followed them to the second floor, entering Lin Bieshue's chamber. Inside the room, Lin Bieshue lay silently on the bed, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Serene and tranquil, as if he had found liberation and rebirth, devoid of any pain. Yet the skin and muscles below his neck appeared yellowed and shrunken, reminiscent of a long-dead corpse, his death exceedingly bizarre. This manner of death seemed somewhat familiar, yet distinctly different. Zhang Yuanshan looked in confusion at Jiang Jiwei. Jiang Jiwei nodded, indicating she shared a similar sentiment. Suddenly, a loud noise emanated from the door. Meng Qi and the others turned to see Xiao Zi. Her face pale, retreating repeatedly until she collided with the opposite wall, seemingly unaware. Xiao Sang has also come, she murmured, shaking her head as if in a dream. Chapter 35. The Sound of Wind and Rain in the Daxiong Baodian of Shaolin Temple. Abbot, how fares your injury? An elderly monk with white brows inquired with concern as Meng Qi and the others departed that a flush suddenly appeared on the abbot's withered, yellowed face, and he coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood that stained his robe. Abbot, Master! The monks exclaimed in alarm, suddenly realizing that the abbot had merely suppressed his injuries before the unknown group. Xinjing raised a hand, taking a moment to breathe before saying, No matter, I am temporarily unharmed, though I can only exert 50% of my strength. The monks fell silent, knowing the abbot was already old and frail, unlikely to be a match for General Dochacha, especially now that he could only muster half of his strength. And as for the other innate masters in the monastery, there were only two, both merely at the beginning stages of innate mastery. Not to mention General Dochacha, even his subordinates, the white-browed evil wolf and the master of the universe, might not be surpassed. The white-browed old monk sighed deeply. Abbot, given the circumstances, we must prioritize the preservation of our temple's incense. Master Xinji, I understand your intentions. Xinjing nodded slightly, casting a weathered glance at the golden statue of the Buddha. The barbarian tribes have gained the favor of heaven. This is their flourishing time, not to mention the so-called national master. Even General Dochacha is among the most formidable experts in the world, having rarely encountered defeat in his life, commanding an army of 300 Iron Wolf soldiers. unstoppable in their advance that if our Shaolin were to perish, we might still have a chance to halt Duo Cha-Cha, but even that seems unlikely now that as I previously mentioned. It is not that I do not wish to preserve our incense, but rather that I would willingly sacrifice this frail body to delay Duo Cha-Cha, granting the monks of the temple a chance to escape. After all, if I do not perish, Duo Cha-Cha will relentlessly pursue me and will not relent, ultimately endangering your lives and jeopardizing the transfer of our scriptures and relics. The Iron Wolf soldiers under Duo Cha-Cha are said to be trained using secret methods, each possessing immense strength and devoid of any sense of pain, fearlessly charging in a battle. The white-browed old monk and others fell silent once more, fully aware that Duo Cha-Cha views the abbot as a thorn in his side. This assault is likely aimed at eliminating top-tier experts, should the goal not be achieved, even if we sacrifice our ancestral legacy. The brutal pursuit will not cease. However, if the abbot were to pass away, the intensity of the pursuit would diminish considerably, as General Duo Cha-Cha, being a top-tier expert, would likely refrain from personally intervening at that point. We could disperse and evade, allowing the incense to continue. Master, I shall remain here at Shaolin with you. A middle-aged monk with a sorrowful expression knelt before Zhen Ding. Zhen Ding sighed. Why be so stubborn? He did not accede to his disciple's plea, but instead surveyed the room, saying, Our temple has a secret passage known only to the abbot through the ages. Arrange for the disciples to pack the scriptures and await the dead of night. The remaining ordinary disciples, when departing, should leave a note for others to descend the mountain on their own. What about the patrons at the foot of the mountain? Should we inform them? Another monk, who resembled Mithriya Buddha, inquired. The white-browed old monk replied with a stern expression, Inform them. Who knows how many barbarian spies lurk among them, just like the ever-changing scholar from before. If Duo Cha-Cha hears of it and arrives early, our Shaolin will be in dire peril. Once the ordinary disciples descend the mountain, they will naturally learn of the situation. Zhen Ding was unwilling to risk the leakage of information. Master, since Duo Cha-Cha arranged for the ever-changing scholar to launch a surprise attack, I believe he must be nearby, that we cannot delay until the dead of night. The kneeling middle-aged monk stood up, that if the patrons at the foot of the mountain see Duo Cha-Cha's Iron Wolf soldiers attacking, and the mountain gate remains closed, they will not fight to the death and will leave on their own. Zhen Ding nodded solemnly. Your words hold merit, at the foot of the mountain, in the inn. Xiao Sang has arrived. Xiao Zi, as if haunted by a malevolent spirit, murmured in a way that sent chills down the spines of Wei Wuji and the other onlookers, their hair standing on end. Who is Xiao Sang? That sounds rather terrifying. Jiang Jiwei and Zhang Yuanshan exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Xiao Zi in unison. Xiao Sang? Gu Xiao Sang. Who is she? Meng Qi recalled Xiao Zi mentioning Gu Xiao Sang before, but he never expected the name to carry such notoriety. Even Jiang Jiwei and Zhang Yuanshan appeared as if they had long been aware of her fame. Yes, Gu Xiao Sang has come. She wishes to kill me. Woo-woo. Xiao Zi cried, feeling on the verge of collapse, seeing Jiang Jiwei and Zhang Yuanshan's expressions turn serious. Meng Qi speculated inwardly that Gu Xiaosang must be a renowned figure in the main world. Otherwise, they would have no reason to be familiar with her. But weren't there only a few reincarnated among them? Could she belong to a rival faction? Yet that seemed unlikely, as the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation had not issued any warnings. The group exchanged glances, just as Jiang Jiwei was about to convey in secret who Gu Xiaosang was to Meng Qi. A distant horn suddenly blared, startling everyone. The long, mournful horn echoed, deep and resonant, followed by the thunderous sound of hooves, rapidly approaching. Iron Wolf soldiers! Iron Wolf soldiers! Wei Wuji's expression changed dramatically, his hands trembling uncontrollably, for the arrival of the Iron Wolf soldiers signified that General Duo Cha-Cha was nearby. He called out loudly, Heroes, the Iron Wolf soldiers are coming. We must retreat to Shaolin and fortify the mountain pass. The foot of the mountain was open and expansive. He knew he could not withstand such a formidable force alone. Wei Xia speaks wisely. Let us hasten to the mountain gate. The assembled heroes, recalling the fearsome reputation of the Iron Wolf soldiers as a cloud of dust rose in the distance, felt an unbidden sense of dread and surged toward the mountain gate. Meng Qi and Jiang Jiwei peered out the inn window toward the horizon. Witnessing the iron cavalry approaching, shrouded in dust, a mighty force clad in deep black armor, with only their eyes visible. "Kneel and do not kill." Among the cavalry, a commanding yet icy voice resonated, clear even from a distance. "Duo Chicha, General de." Wei Wuji's face turned ashen, and he shouted in a panic to the gatekeeper, "Quickly, open the door. General de Chacha has arrived." The gatekeeper, also pale, responded, "Wei Xia, without the abbot's command, I cannot open the door." "Ungrateful! Ungrateful!" Wei Wuji's face reddened with anger. "We risk our lives to assist you, yet you disregard our lives." The surrounding heroes erupted in uproar, the scene descending into chaos. Brave against internal strife, yet cowardly in external warfare. The people of the Central Plains are inherently lowly. Duo Chacha's voice thundered like a peal of thunder. His imposing figure emerged at the front of the Iron Cavalry. Robust and formidable, wielding a single-legged bronze statue, towering even above the other Iron Wolf soldiers. Despite not being mounted, he stepped forward, traversing the distance in mere breaths. And as he drew near, the sky suddenly darkened. Fierce winds howled, and ominous clouds gathered, with distant thunder rumbling. Meng Qi could even smell the scent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, an unfathomable dread pressing down upon his heart. Half-step outer scene, half-step outer scene. Zhang Yuanshan unsheathed his sword, flicking it with his fingers, producing a sound akin to a dragon's roar, awakening the dazed Meng Qi and Qi Jingyan, causing the nightmarish scene of corpses and blood to vanish before their eyes. Jiang Zhiwei, with a hint of eagerness, remarked, "It appears that Duo Chacha is indeed stronger than Master Xinjing. Not only are all 9 apertures open, but he has also barely grazed the threshold of the outer world. He merely lacks the integration of internal and external realms. Even if I were to unleash sword out of self, I fear I would be unable to contend with him." That half-step outer scene. Meng Qi. This ignorant fellow instinctively inquired. Jiang Zhiwei raised her chin slightly. The convergence of inner and outer realms allows one to invoke the changes of heaven and earth with every movement. This is known as the outer scene. In the realm of external landscapes, each move and stance possesses boundless power, concealing profound mysteries. Capable of annihilating mountains and cities with ease, the Duo Chacha's ability to initially alter the celestial phenomena indicates that he is merely a step away from transcendence. This adversary is exceedingly formidable. Just from Jiang Zhiwei's description, Meng Qi could discern that Duo Chacha had become exponentially stronger since their last encounter with the Lord of the Hidden Emperor's fortress, not to mention the tumultuous skies and the thunderous downpour surrounding them. He had surpassed the limits of what we could contend with. Meng Qi speculated that Jiang Zhiwei, having already opened 4 orifices, 2 for each eye and ear, could potentially slay masters of 7 or 8 openings with her relentless swordplay, and perhaps even injure those with 9. However, such a formidable being, who had merely grazed the mysteries of heaven and earth, could not be overcome solely by exceptional techniques. It was evident that the difficulty of this mission far exceeded expectations. Yet, it is not entirely hopeless that if Master Xinjing remains safe, and if junior sister Jiang collaborates with him, there may yet be an opportunity to vanquish Duo Chacha, lamented Zhang Yuanshan. Having only opened his eye orifice, he feared he could merely fend off a few strikes against Duo Chacha, with little chance of even fighting alongside his comrades. Though he too possessed formidable techniques, the disparity in realms was simply too vast. Meng Qi pondered. After all, our mission this time is to hold the Shaolin Temple until the very last moment. It may not require a direct confrontation with Duo Chacha. Boom! A colossal thunderclap reverberated in the ears of the crowd. Amidst a sea of corpses and blood, the malevolent spirits seemed to grow increasingly vivid. The martial artists, overwhelmed by the celestial upheaval and mental strain induced by Duo Chacha, began to unravel. Some fled to the sides while others loudly proclaimed, "These bald devils possess wicked hearts. Let us charge in." With a thunderous roar, the guards at the mountain gate, including Diguang, were momentarily stunned by the sound of thunder, their senses dulled, attempting to leverage their positional advantage against the frenzied throng. They found themselves powerless to act, forced to watch helplessly as the intruders breached the mountain gate, paving the way for the demonic advance. Wei Shi de Diguang's gaze fell upon Wei Wuji, whose face contorted into a grotesque snarl. As he struck a palm down upon Diguang's head, that at last, the torrential rain cascaded down, drenching the ground in a pool of blood. Duochacha stood before the mountain gate, turning his head with cold indifference towards the nearby inn, and blandly commanded the Iron Wolf soldiers arriving behind him. 50 men remain here. Leave no one alive. The rest follow me up the mountain. His visage was marred by numerous intersecting wounds, rendering his original appearance unrecognizable. The Iron Wolf soldiers split off 50 men, who hastened toward the flanks, clad entirely in iron armor. Only their blood-red eyes remained exposed. Within a single cup of tea's time, enter the mountain gate, or the main mission will fail. Such words appeared upon the muddy ground. Follow them into the temple, or else the main mission will be deemed a failure, Meng Qi thought, gritting his teeth. Did I end such dire circumstances? We must still follow into the temple, a true embodiment of chivalry and righteousness. Chapter 36. Duochacha. Each of the 50 Iron Wolf soldiers wielded a long blade nearly as tall as a person. As their steeds charged forward, a single swing could cleave a human asunder, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The band of righteous warriors, each skilled in lightness techniques, found themselves outmatched by the galloping horses. Further suppressed by Duochacha's imposing aura and the otherworldly phenomena, their fighting spirit utterly extinguished. In an instant, wails of agony filled the air as casualties mounted. Had it not been for their sheer numbers, the 50 Iron Wolf soldiers could have easily decimated them all. The carnage instilled a profound dread among the martial artists, yet it also roused them, compelling them to flee toward the rugged terrain at the base of the mountain. Seeking refuge in the landscape, the onslaught by the Iron Wolf soldiers began to wane, settling into a more conventional pursuit. Approximately 10 Iron Wolf soldiers charged toward the inn, coincidentally colliding with Meng Qi and his companions who intended to follow into the temple. With glimmering blades, Meng Qi found himself face to face with a long knife slicing horizontally towards him, its force augmented by the momentum of the horse, instilling a sense of vulnerability against his iron-clad defenses. Even if he were not cleaved in two like others, he feared he might still suffer grievous wounds. Throughout his dash from the inn, Meng Qi had been keenly observing the details of the Iron Wolf soldiers' pursuit of others, continually strategizing on how to evade and retaliate. Now was not the time for hesitation, as his calculations manifested in instinctive reflexes. With a low crouch and a roll, Meng Qi evaded the long knife as though executing a dance with blades. Landing before the horse, his poise towards the steed's hooves. The noble horse neighed, casting off the Iron Wolf soldier from its back, as Meng Qi lunged forward, delivering a decisive strike. Clang, the long knife struck his helmet, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Yet the Iron Wolf soldier's armor seemed forged of indestructible steel. Meng Qi's, not being a keen blade, merely carved a shallow gash upon impact. The Iron Wolf soldier shook his head, appearing slightly dazed, yet his blood-red eyes betrayed no flicker of emotion as he advanced mechanically, swinging his knife downward. Employing the 8 steps of divine movement, Meng Qi sidestepped to the right, the Iron Wolf soldier's sluggish movements failing to evade him, and he struck the soldier's chest. Yet, all that could be heard was the crisp clash of metal. In his failed attempt to land a blow, Meng Qi felt the Iron Wolf soldier's response slice across his left shoulder, leaving a shallow wound. Is he even more adept at the iron shirt technique than I am? Thought Meng Qi, swiftly analyzing their circumstances. Memories of his training with Zhen Miao surfaced in his mind, prompting him to adopt a steady approach, leveraging the advantages of the 8 steps of divine movement to create an opening and target the soldier's soul exposed. In doing so, the Iron Wolf soldier found it nearly impossible to land a hit on Meng Qi, who unleashed a furious roar, calling upon nearby comrades to form a battle array. Through their arcane training, they possessed tremendous strength, able to bear the weight of their heavy armor, devoid of any sense of pain or fear, rendering them lethal instruments of death. Yet, their sluggishness was a fatal flaw. Thus, Duochacha devised a strategy of assembling 3 to 5 soldiers in formations to compensate for this shortcoming, which proved remarkably effective. As many renowned lightness masters had fallen victim to being encircled and dismembered by the array. However, this time, the Iron Wolf soldiers' companions could not reach them, for Zhang Jue was gracefully weaving through the ranks of the Iron Wolf soldiers, her sword dancing effortlessly, with each flourish resulting in another soldier collapsing, clutching their eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanshan stood firm as a rock, occasionally countering, ensuring that Iron Wolf soldiers fell silently to the ground. Qian maximized the ethereal and elusive qualities of the 13 styles of cloud and mist. His sword akin to mist and illusion, each strike a flurry of cold stars, causing Iron Wolf soldiers to clutch their eyes and tumble from their mounts, rolling helplessly on the ground. The Iron Wolf soldiers' other weakness lay in their eyes. Meng Qi was well aware of this, yet his lacked the piercing capabilities of others' long swords. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He reversed the striking with the back of the blade, clanging against the helmets of the Iron Wolf soldiers before him. After a flurry of strikes, one soldier stood in a daze, the long knife slipping from his grasp, blood seeping from his eyes and the seams of his helmet, before he crumpled softly to the ground. Though he lacked the skill to utilize the stabbing technique, he was well versed in the shocking technique. Meng Qi felt a surge of pride. The four-man team, akin to tigers descending from the mountains, swiftly eliminated every last Iron Wolf soldier heading toward the inn. Where is Xiaozi? Where is Hero Wang? In the chaos, Meng Qi had failed to notice the absence of Wang Jin and Xiaozi. Wang Jin took the opportunity to enter the mountain gate while we drew the attention of the Iron Wolf soldiers. As for Xiaozi, she ran off after leaving the inn, and I do not know where she has gone, Jiang Zhui replied, her pace unwavering. It matters not, Qi Jingyan stated impassively. Meng Qi did not oppose this, for he had neither the time nor the ability to search for Xiaozi. They had to follow into the mountain gate immediately, in protecting others. Meng Qi adhered to a singular principle, to do his utmost while remaining at ease. And now the primary concern was Xiaozi's erratic wandering. Understanding this, the group shared a tacit agreement, saying nothing further as they slipped into the mountain gate while the remaining Iron Wolf soldiers pursued the martial artists, making their way along the mountain path toward the temple. Upon entering the Shaolin territory, they vowed to hold firm until the last moment, refusing to depart from the sanctified grounds of Shaolin, seeking refuge in the depths of the mountains, and hastening to the temple. Along the path, fallen leaves danced about, coalescing into words. Observing this, Meng Qi quietly exhaled, realizing that in his haste, he had truly felt the weight of life and death. Ascending the mountain road, they encountered numerous corpses strewn about, some belonging to martial artists, others to Shaolin monks, while the Iron Wolf soldiers were but a rare sight. The four delayed not, soon discovering on the opposite slope, shrouded in dark clouds, a fierce wind howling, as the Iron Wolf soldiers encircled Duochacha, mercilessly slaughtering the Shaolin monks stationed there. The previously chaotic martial artists had dwindled significantly, now mingling with the Iron Wolf soldiers. Among them Wei Wuji. They seem like spies, Meng Qi observed, lowering his voice. Before Jiang Zhui could respond, Duochacha suddenly turned his gaze toward the mountain path, his black eyes cold and devoid of emotion. There is also a congenital, he stated solemnly, as the howling wind approached, its presence palpable. Jiang Zhui gripped her sword tightly, a mix of trepidation, vigilance, and an unmistakable thrill coursing through her. Just as Duochacha turned a step forward, a figure plummeted from the heavens, a gaunt hand clutching a string of prayer beads, striking towards Duochacha. The hand, small yet glimmering with a golden hue, filled Meng Qi's vision with an overwhelming presence. Upon the prayer beads, layers of golden light shimmered, resonating with a harmonious sound that echoed within. The dark clouds parted and the wind calmed. The 10 or so Iron Wolf soldiers before Duochacha suddenly emitted agonized cries, collapsing to the ground. Stripped of pain, they somehow still managed to scream in torment. Duochacha snorted coldly, his right hand wielding the one-legged bronze figure, sweeping forth like a tempest. Crack! A bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, illuminating a corner where Meng Qi beheld the gaunt hand making contact with the bronze figure. Following a thunderous sound, the clouds gathered once more, the winds howling, and the raindrops cascading down. Is this the clash at the pinnacle of orifice opening? Meng Qi mused inwardly. Your great strength, Diamond Palm, is indeed remarkable. Duochacha's voice resounded amidst the tempest. But alas, you have grown old. Umitba, why not lay down your sword and become a Buddha right here? Right now, the voice of Xinjing resonated, low and ancient, in the midst of their fierce confrontation. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, causing the surrounding armored soldiers to sway precariously, too intimidated to approach. The nearest armored soldiers had already collapsed, their armor filled with mangled flesh and congealed blood. Jiang Zhui bit her delicate teeth, and suddenly declared, "I shall assist Master Shinji. If we can eliminate Duo Cha-Cha, the main quest is certain to be fulfilled. This is an opportunity that must not be squandered. If we allow Duo Cha-Cha to slay Shinji, we may very well become his targets, leaving us with no chance of survival." This reasoning resonated with everyone, and thus no one dared to hinder Jiang Zhiwei. Instead, they followed her, aiding her in intercepting the armored soldiers blocking their path. Meng Qi, becoming adept through experience, continuously utilized the tremor technique against the armored soldiers. Even when the accumulated force was insufficient, it would still leave them dazed and unable to fight back. That Qi Jingyan unleashed the 13 transformations of mist and cloud, weaving his way through the crowd. Elusive and unpredictable, upon witnessing Jiang Zhiwei join the fray, teaming up with Shinji against Duo Cha-Cha, Zhang Yuanshan hesitated for a moment before moving closer. Although he was skirmishing, he awaited the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, Meng Qi spotted Wang Jin in the heat of battle. He was engaged with the armored soldiers, attempting to find an opening to slip into the temple. Clang, clang, clang. Jiang Zhiwei's sword transformed into a dazzling white arc, her techniques exquisite and sharp. However, Duo Cha-Cha, employing brute force over finesse, completely sealed off her sword path with a massive copper golem. Each time her long sword struck the copper figure, Jiang Zhiwei's form would falter slightly, clearly indicating a disparity in their powers. Had it not been for Shinji blocking the majority of Duo Cha-Cha's relentless assaults, she would have already been overwhelmed by the golem's merciless barrage. Most crucially, with every offensive from Duo Cha-Cha, a tempestuous wind arose, severely obstructing Jiang Zhiwei and Shinji's sight and hearing. Even in a 2-to-1 scenario, they remained at a distinct disadvantage, that Shinji's face suddenly flushed, seemingly unable to suppress his internal injuries. He sighed softly, and the beads in his palm suddenly shattered, transforming into ethereal images of Buddhas. All phenomena are but illusions. All beings are not beings. The myriad of illusory Buddhas chanted in unison, overpowering the thunderous roars and the howling winds, seemingly manifesting a realm of tranquility. That Shinji's right palm transformed into a brilliant gold, as if cast from the finest gold. With a gentle strike, he pierced through the copper golem. For the first time, Duo Cha-Cha's expression became serious. He abandoned the golem and unleashed a powerful punch. Crack! A flash of lightning descended from the heavens, entwining around his fist. The external scene had indeed transcended the realm of ordinary martial prowess, bordering on the celestial. Meng Qi was momentarily taken aback by the sight, then felt a surge of fiery ambition within himself, envisioning a day when he too would possess such power. The dark clouds dispersed. The fierce winds calmed, and the rain ceased. The two powers collided like the cessation of time, with only the flickering of lightning illuminating the scene. Then, a torrent of fierce winds surged forth, causing Shinji to spit blood. His palm charred as he was sent flying, while Duo Cha-Cha's face turned pale, retreating 2 steps to AT that moment. A beam of sword light erupted, akin to an ethereal radiance from the heavens, appearing and vanishing without a trace. Its beauty beyond description. The sword transcended the self. Meng Qi felt a momentary daze, and everyone present, including the armored soldiers, froze in astonishment. This was a sword technique of the level of the Dharma body, intertwined with the laws of the universe. Even if Jiang Zhiwei had only grasped a mere fraction of it, the overwhelming sense of transformation and the sublime essence of the world was palpable. At this level of technique, footwork and agility became irrelevant. It was about understanding the Tao and severing the principles. For this reason, only those with exceptional insight could glean even a hint of it while still at a lower realm. Ah! Duo Cha-Cha's anguished scream echoed, akin to a muffled thunder. With that cry, a tempest arose, swirling around Duo Cha-Cha, while his left hand firmly grasped Jiang Zhiwei's white rainbow sword, blood gushing forth. Yet like a rock, he remained immovable. For the sword's tip had already pierced his eye, leaving him unable to withdraw. Damn it. He swung his right palm, striking the side of the white rainbow sword, causing it to bend and crack. Dislodging it from his eye socket, Jiang Zhiwei's grip on the sword caused her palm to split, yet she held on tightly, refusing to relinquish it. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her complexion turned as pale as snow, clearly indicating her severe injuries. The Duo Cha-Cha's eye socket bled a dark crimson mixed with a strange fluid, and he seemed to lose his sanity, did I in a single step. He aimed to crush Jiang Jiwei beneath his palm. Although the sword technique was of an exceedingly high level, Jiang Jiwei had only grasped a fragment and was far from capable of defeating the far stronger Duochacha. Suddenly, another beam of sword light flickered to life, resembling the faint stars in the night sky. Ethereal, yet imbued with a chilling, killing intent. It was Zhang Yuanshan, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Duochacha let out another monstrous howl as the strike pierced into his side. Gathering his strength, he swung his sleeve, sending Zhang Yuanshan flying. Zhang Yuanshan coughed blood, his chest caving in, struggling to rise, appearing utterly exhausted. Duochacha harbored a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Jiwei, vowing to dismember her, but just as he was about to attack, he noticed Shinji returning, his palms glowing golden like a Buddha. Humph! He assessed his injuries and, without hesitation, turned to flee, the armored soldiers retreating like a tide. His injuries were not too severe, and once stabilized, he would undoubtedly return. You all might as well disperse now, Shinji said solemnly. Chapter 37. Righteousness as boundless as the sky belongs to little Meng. Disperse. What a joke. Meng Qi silently scoffed, stepping forward with righteous indignation. Master Abbot, do you take us for cowardly souls? Ba, I did not mean it that way. Each of you is injured. Shinji continued to urge the others to leave, but he could not openly declare that Shaolin had decided to abandon this territory, as further defense would be futile. Such a statement could easily reach Duochacha's ears, forcing them to fight while injured, leaving the monks with no chance to retreat. Master Abbot, do you disdain us for being wounded and ineffective? Meng Qi's face was filled with righteous indignation, skillfully distorting Shinji's meaning. This moment, the senior elders of Shaolin had arrived behind Shinji, preventing Meng Qi and the others from launching a surprise attack. Upon hearing Meng Qi's words, the monks, who prided themselves as the righteous path of the martial world, could not openly admit their ineffectiveness and stammered in response, none daring to answer, I am gravely injured. And both Zhang and Zhang are similarly afflicted, while Duochacha remains unscathed. The hope for victory in this battle is truly bleak. You are not disciples of Shaolin. Why risk your lives in this futile endeavor, remaining in Shaolin to perish alongside us? Even within Shaolin, there were few monks with such determination, as it held little meaning. It was likely only those of us nearing the end of our lives who would be willing to sacrifice our flesh. Why not preserve your useful lives for a better time? Shinji nearly stated outright that only he intended to defend Shaolin while everyone else could escape, questioning why these unrelated strangers would seek to play the hero. Meng Qi took a step forward, palms together, exuding an air of solemnity as he declared, Ba, there are deaths lighter than a feather and heavier than a mountain. We shall sacrifice ourselves for righteousness this day. Including Shinji, all the monks were left dumbfounded. They had never encountered someone so fervently willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of others. Moreover, what was most significant was that they did not wish for his sacrifice at all. After speaking, Meng Qi suddenly felt a disconnect between the noble phrase, Ba, and the passionate words that followed. Yet he quickly reassured himself that this was simply the trend of the times. Seeing the monks in a daze, Meng Qi raised his chin, embodying the spirit of chivalry. What transpired today is not a matter of whether Shaolin will save us, but rather that we must demonstrate to the world that there are still those willing to bravely embrace death. Jiang Jiwei raised her hand to cover her mouth, stifling her laughter, a flush of color appearing on her pale face, while Qi Jinyan's lips twitched, silently relieved that he had spoken little to Meng Qi. Shinji remained silent for a moment, glancing at Zhang Yuanshan, who hurriedly consumed medicinal pills to stabilize his injuries, and at Jiang Jiwei, her garments billowing as she stood alone, that he sighed and said, Zhang and Jiang are gravely injured. Descending the mountain now would likely make it difficult to breach the armored soldiers' blockade. It would be better to enter the temple and wait for an opportunity. Kong quickly fetched the small rejuvenation pill for these benefactors. Benefactors, upon entering the temple, please guard the back mountain to prevent the barbarian masters from climbing in. He arranged for Meng Qi and the others to occupy the tranquil back mountain, a place where few would dare to attack. Also avoiding the secret passage for retreat within the temple. Thank you, Master Abbot. Meng Qi exhaled quietly, feeling this was the most ideal outcome. Master, is that little novice monk a bit simple-minded? Upon returning to the great hero hall, Xian Chan expressed some irritation, Why did you choose to leave them? Just as Shinji was about to respond, his face turned as pale as parchment, then snow white, fluctuating several times before he managed to stabilize. Appearing as though he had aged 20 years. Master, are you all right? His disciple inquired with concern. That I won't die yet. Shinji replied blandly, relieved that he had managed to scare off Duochacha, granting him a moment to catch his breath. His injuries seemed to be worsening, that he turned to Ekanchan. Jiang, Zhang, and Duochacha indeed fought desperately. They are not spies that I sense their steadfast intentions. If we do not allow them into the temple, they might stubbornly hold the mountain path. Hence I let them guard the back mountain to repay this kindness and resolve the karma. The back mountain had little of importance aside from the relic pagoda, so there was no need to worry about a surprise attack from Duochacha. Once the disciples had retreated through the secret passage, he would inform them of the truth, allowing them to depart through the same route. If Duochacha were to strike early, given the state of the back mountain, they would likely be able to hold out until the end. Then, events would be irreversible, and they should not stubbornly defend any longer. Right, Shinji spoke with uncertainty, as Meng Qi's passionate fervor had left a deep impression on him. Ekanchan maintained a serious expression. You stubborn fool, this is likely unsolvable. Master, the secret manuals and medicinal pills have been gathered and packed. Shall we arrange for the disciples to evacuate now? Eddie nodded slightly, turning back to gaze at the golden Buddha statue, his expression transforming into one of serene tranquility. That at last, he had entered the temple. As he traversed the path leading to the back mountain, Meng Qi sighed deeply, relieved that his acting skills were commendable. Jiang Zhui walked slowly, yet her face bore no trace of confusion or sorrow. She chuckled lightly. I wonder how Master Xuan and the other esteemed monks will perceive you. This little monk, such naive joy in a child. Meng Qi silently criticized himself, thinking, if it weren't for the pressure of the task, would I be enjoying this? Then he replied earnestly, surely they are moved by my chivalrous spirit, so much so that they would kneel in reverence. After all, seeing you, little monk, speaking with such grave seriousness about those twisted matters, made me want to laugh. Haha. Jiang Zhui could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, but as she laughed, her voice abruptly ceased, a hint of pain crossing her face. Miss Jiang, how is your injury? Meng Qi asked with concern. Jiang Zhui took a few breaths and replied, even with 4 openings opened, at my level, employing sword out of self remains arduous. After one strike, although I have not exhausted my strength, I am left with merely 30% of my power. Following that, I was further injured by Duo's probing force, leaving me with barely enough to withstand a single encounter within 10 stops. Within half a day, I can only rely on my swordplay to contend with the armored soldiers. She elaborated in detail, for should her companions misjudge her strength, it could lead to strategic errors in the face of an enemy assault. What of Brother Zhang? Qi Jian looked at Zhang Yuanshan, whose chest appeared somewhat concave. Zhang Yuanshan smiled wryly. Fortunately, I brought some medicinal ointment, and with the aid of the Shaolin small returning pill, else I would find it hard to even walk. Haha, now even dealing with the armored soldiers is becoming a struggle. Wang Jin followed the group, but remained silent, his gaze wandering, assessing the temple's halls and the path they traversed. Suddenly, Meng Qi froze in astonishment. For the rear mountain before him was an exact replica of the one at his own Shaolin. Even the stupa was identical. Could it be that the resemblance is this profound? Meng Qi felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Identical? Jiang Zhui noticed Meng Qi's peculiar state. Meng Qi nodded, his tone grave. Though I have only visited the back mountain once, it is indeed a mirror image of this place. Surely there are no demons or monsters suppressed here. Right? Well, it should not be, given the power levels in this world. If there were, they would have long since dominated the realm. The two spoke in hushed tones to avoid alerting the little novice leading the way. After a while, the little novice halted, solemnly joining his hands together. Honored patrons, please guard this place. Beyond the path ahead lies the back mountain-esque stupa, and it is inappropriate for outsiders to enter. At that moment, Meng Qi felt as if he were caught in a dream, for they had stopped precisely where he had kept watch a few days prior. 2 cliff faces stood in opposition, framing a narrow path, with dense forests on either side. Was this mere coincidence? Or was there some hidden connection to this juncture? Meng Qi knew without looking that the seemingly endless trees on either side merely concealed a precipice just a few steps away. He felt a mix of fear and doubt swirling in his thoughts, while the others listened to the little novice detailing the nearby terrain for their eventual retreat. The little novice appeared to have received directives from above, imparting an unusually thorough description of the landscape. He didn't mention the secret passage by the cliff. No, that's overthinking it. This world has no demons or monsters. Who would have opened that passage? The Shaolin of these two worlds must still differ in some aspects. After all, this is Mount Shaohua, not Lian Tai Mountain. Meng Qi listened. A sudden thought of the secret passage that emerged from Zhen Guan's teachings flashed in his mind. Brother Qi, little monk, I entrust this period to you. Once the little novice departed, Zhang Zhui produced a thumb-sized white jade bottle, pouring out a crimson pill, which she consumed alongside the small returning pill. Commencing her meditation to recuperate from her injuries, Zhang Yuan, more gravely wounded, paid no heed to Wang Jin's presence and similarly sat down to regulate his qi and blood. Wang Jin observed them in silence for a while, then glanced at Meng Qi, who wore a vigilant expression, before stepping aside to close his eyes and meditate, seemingly seeking to restore his spirit. Meng Qi and Qi Jinyan took turns standing guard. After about half an hour, faint sounds of commotion wafted from the distance, the is duo cha coming again. Meng Qi lifted his gaze towards the temple direction, only to see dark clouds gathering, silver flashes darting about, flames rising in places, and thick smoke billowing. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on his blade, awaiting the commencement of the final battle. At that moment, Wang Jin abruptly stood up, offering no greeting to Meng Qi and the others, and directly sprinted towards the Shaolin direction. What does he intend to do? Meng Qi exclaimed in astonishment. That Qi Jinyan, with an indifferent expression, replied, Pay him no mind. Staying behind would only feel like a thorn in our sides. Wang Jin dashed forth like a galloping steed, a flicker of excitement stirring within him. Having risen from the grasslands, his martial skills were rather ordinary. He had only just reached the opening of his qi, marking him as a competent practitioner. However, to advance further, he lacked the secret manuals for this realm. Thus, the reincarnation world represented a rare opportunity for him, and now was a moment of chance. Although this Shaolin was far inferior to the true Shaolin, one could glean from Master Xuan that their martial arts aimed at the external realm, not lacking in the techniques of refining acupoints or the steps to open the innate 9 orifices. Now, amidst the chaos of Shaolin, capturing a head monk or elder for interrogation about the manuals would likely go unnoticed, as others would assume they perished at the hands of Duo or Cha. After all, the task merely required the defense of Shaolin, without stipulations against harming the monks. Perhaps he sought to gain an advantage amidst the turmoil. Meng Qi speculated idly, watching Wang Jin's retreating figure. Suddenly, from the nearby forest, beams of silver light shot forth, impossibly swift, striking Wang Jin directly. The sound of rain beating against banana leaves echoed, and Wang Jin erupted with small jets of blood, akin to a ruptured water pouch, then fell backward, his face bearing a fleeting expression of joy. Wasted my rainfall pear blossom needle. However, who commanded the general to allow no escape? Hey, you dare to blind one of the general's eyes. From the forest emerged a young man with striking features, a smile gracing his face that he tossed a black tube to the ground and politely clasped his hands, saying, I am Tang Shun, known as the one who holds the universe, here to escort you to meet the Buddha of the West. Namo Amitabha. Chapter 38. The one who holds the universe. As soon as his words fell, Tang Shun's pace quickened abruptly, charging towards the still-standing Qian and Meng Qi like a frenzied bull. Though he was the weakest among the 4 great masters, he was still a formidable figure at the opening stage of Qi. Qi Jinyan did not dare to underestimate him. He brandished his sword in a graceful arc, forming a defensive barrier as impenetrable as the setting sun, intending to stabilize their position and buy time for Zhang Zhui and Zhang Yuanshan to complete their healing, that he was not inexperienced in battling those at the opening stage. Whether through practice within the sect or missions at Yinhuang Fortress, he had encountered several opponents who had only opened their eye orifices. Thus, he held considerable confidence in his meticulous and composed Longhe swordplay, believing that even if victory was unattainable, he could delay for a moment. Moreover, with the recent acquisition of portions of the ever-changing Cloud Mist 13 forms, hidden within his swordplay, he might even wound Tang Shun, thereby weakening his strength at that point. Even if Zhang Zhui and Zhang Yuanshan could only muster 2 or 3/10 of their capabilities, relying on the intricacy of their swordplay and their numerical advantage. They still held a chance to repel Tang Shun or endure until the main task's completion. Meng Qi could roughly guess Qi Jinyan's thoughts, activating his 8 steps of divine movement to dart to the side, executing a decisive strike. Their actions synchronized remarkably. Just as Qi Jinyan and Meng Qi were nearing the conclusion of their strikes, Tang Shun suddenly lunged forward, deliberately colliding with the sword's tip, as if attempting to take his own life. This is bad. This unexpected development heightened Qi Jinyan's vigilance. Yet Tang Shun's precision was uncanny. He seized the moment with exceptional timing, leaving Qi Yin no opportunity to withdraw his sword in defense or alter his technique, forcing him to shift his body aside to evade the blow. Thud. The long sword struck like a failed leather drum, producing a dull thud. Meng Qi, aiming a downward strike, could only slash at Tang Shun's back due to his sudden advance, tearing through his garments to reveal dark skin beneath, leaving a white mark. The force of the palm was fierce, causing Qi Jinyan to be flung away, blood spilling from his mouth as he landed heavily on the ground. Is he practicing horizontal training? A perfected iron cloth shirt. Meng Qi dodged backward, then bizarrely lunged to the left, avoiding Tang Shun's casual strike following his attack on Qi Jinyan, his heart racing with shock. For days, he had relied on his iron cloth shirt to seize the initiative, defeating enemies with speed while trading minor injuries for major ones, finding the path smooth sailing. Yet now, he faced a terrifying opponent whose iron cloth shirt surpassed his own, whose martial prowess towered above his. Both Jiang Zhuwei and Zhang Yuanshan flushed with color, forcibly halting their healing to grasp their respective swords, preparing to join the fray. After landing, Qi Jinyan struggled momentarily before managing to stand, though the earlier strike had left him with considerable injuries despite avoiding critical damage. Back and forth, left and right, confronted by the fearsome Tang Shun, Meng Qi could only maneuver around, relying on the 8 steps of divine movement to barely hold on. The disparity between the two was overwhelming. Otherwise, Meng Qi would have certainly opted for the strategy he had previously employed against himself. However, now, despite his erratic movements, his space for evasion was gradually being constricted by Tang Shun, and it wouldn't be long before he found himself with no escape. Miss Jiang, Brother Zhang will be here shortly. Meng Qi gritted his teeth, fully focused on evasion, under the pressure and danger. He seemed to grasp the essence of the 8 steps of divine movement even further. Just then, Tang Shun suddenly exhaled, his voice resonating like the clash of bells and drums. Buzz. Meng Qi felt a ringing in his ears, his heart racing, dizziness overwhelming him, his limbs growing weak, and his steps faltering. Slap. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Shun lunged at him, his right palm crashing squarely into Meng Qi's back. Meng Qi's vision darkened and a numbness enveloped his back. He was abruptly propelled into the air, his body producing a cacophony reminiscent of popping beans, while blood poured uncontrollably from his mouth. The excruciating pain jolted him back to consciousness, just in time to witness Jiang Zhuwei and Zhang Yuanshan executing a synchronized offensive and defensive maneuver to intercept Tang Shun. Struggling against the urge to succumb to unconsciousness, Meng Qi took a few labored breaths, allowing the rich internal energy of Shaolin to flow gently within him, akin to a clear spring that alleviated numerous discomforts and stabilized his injuries. The wounds were not severe. Meng Qi assessed his condition, yet the iron cloth skill had entirely faltered, due to the fact that Tang Shun's strike was compromised by the side attacks from Jiang Zhuwei and Zhang Yuanshan. He had been unable to unleash his full power. Coupled with Meng Qi's modest mastery of the iron cloth, he had sustained only light injuries and a failure of his technique, still retaining a semblance of strength. However, devoid of the iron cloth, his power had diminished by at least 70%. Within the Great Hero Hall, the rhythmic sound of the wooden fish resonated uninterrupted, creating an ambience of wondrous solemnity. Seated cross-legged before the golden Buddha statue, the monk Exegi maintained a serene and tranquil demeanor as he struck the aged wooden fish, seemingly oblivious to the impending threat, as if merely engaged in his daily practice. Exegi, you have indeed attained a modicum of Zen. Outside, the sky was overcast, leaden clouds hung low, silver serpents of lightning flickered, and torrential rain poured down. A figure gradually stepped through the cascading curtain of raindrops into the Great Hero Hall. It was the General Duoercha. Clad in a black robe of the barbarian tribe, his left eye, blinded by Jiang Zhui, remained wide open, radiating a chilling darkness and emptiness. Regrettably, I could not persuade the benefactor to lay down the slaughtering knife. Xing remarked, pausing his rhythmic strikes that Duorcha let out a derisive snort. To slay all living beings is to become Buddha. With his proclamation, a tempest erupted within the hall, snuffing out the flickering candles one by one. Unperturbed, Xing resumed his strikes upon the wooden fish, intoning solemnly. The relics are the empty manifestations of all dharmas, neither born nor extinguished. Suddenly, a luminous aura of glass-like Buddha light emanated from his left palm, accompanied by a resonant chant, neither pure nor impure, neither increase nor decrease. The radiant light coalesced around Xing, rendering him akin to a majestic Buddha, harmonizing with the grand statue behind him. One small, one large, one illusory, one tangible, one dynamic, one still, creating an indescribable scene of grandeur. Duorcha's expression grew grave. You dare to part with so many relics that he thrust his right fist forward, conjuring a whirlwind that coalesced into a colossal dragon. While lightning struck the temple's roof, there is no suffering, only the path to cessation, neither wisdom nor gain. Xing's left palm surged forth, amplifying the Buddha light, his countenance fierce as a diamond. Meng Qi sprang back to his feet. Searching for his lost dagger, his full attention riveted on the confrontation between Jiang Zhui and Zhang Yuanshan. To eye in his peripheral vision, he caught sight of Qi Jingyan hesitantly reclaiming his long sword. Standing there with uncertainty, Zhang Yuanshan adopted a defensive stance, while Jiang Zhui's swordplay was unmatched in its ferocity. Their combined efforts momentarily staved off Tang Shun's advances. Given their current circumstances, Tang Shun could easily have overwhelmed Zhang Yuanshan with a few aggressive strikes. Yet at crucial moments, Jiang Zhui's white rainbow, piercing the sun sword technique, struck like a venomous serpent, agile and fearsome, targeting his vulnerabilities and forcing Tang Shun to shift from offense to defense, granting Zhang Yuanshan a much-needed respite. However, if Tang Shun aimed to vanquish Jiang Zhui first, he would find it impossible to penetrate Zhang Yuanshan's sword defense. Observing the situation, Meng Qi felt a flicker of joy. Surely, Qi Jingyan would no longer hesitate. With their assistance, Jiang Zhui and Zhang Yuanshan could hold Tang Shun at bay until the task was completed. Just as Meng Qi located his dagger and prepared to join the fray, Zhang Yuanshan suddenly trembled, his swordplay faltering dramatically. This is bad. His injuries are beyond his control. The thought barely crossed Meng Qi's mind when he witnessed Tang Shun seizing the opportunity, effortlessly swatting Zhang Yuanshan's sword aside and delivering a punishing kick to his side, sending him hurtling through the air. The sound of Zhang Yuanshan's ribs fracturing was distinctly audible, and upon hitting the ground, blood gushed forth. He struggled to rise, but found himself teetering on the brink of death. With his defense shattered, Jiang Zhui was left to confront Tang Shun directly, and within a few exchanges, her unsteady injuries impeded her agility and strength. Tang Shun seized the moment, enduring a strike with his left palm and closing in, driving her away with a powerful thrust of his right shoulder. Jiang Zhui's garments billowed around her, her jaw clenched tightly, yet blood flowed freely from the corner of her mouth. Despite this, she maintained a grip on her long sword, using its blade to prop herself up as she fell to the ground, that a remarkably deft maneuver to dissipate force. Tang Shun paused, momentarily taken aback, then expressed a reluctant admiration that he had initially believed that his strike would slay Jiang Zhui, only to find it had merely inflicted grievous harm. Alas, alas, now you cannot even contend with a child. He surveyed the surroundings, noting the injured and weak, a sense of smug satisfaction washing over him as he boomed. Your martial skills are extraordinarily exquisite, clearly a legacy of remarkable lineage. Why not teach them to me? I shall grant you a more merciful demise. That he turned his gaze to Jiang Zhui. You, young lady, are exceptionally beautiful, a rare sight indeed. Were it not for the general's orders, I might have taken pity on you. I have a particular fondness for strong, seemingly fierce heroines like yourself. If you were to end up in my bed, I wonder if you would beg for mercy. Jiang Zhui's expression was one of intense fury, yet her injuries made even speaking a challenge. She could only gasp for breath. As Tang Shun approached, he aimed to intimidate Jiang Zhui and Zhang Yuanshan into submission, positioning himself side-on to Meng Qi and Qi Jingyan, preparing to extract the secrets of their martial prowess through pressure and threats. In truth, he possessed a uniquely cruel method of interrogation, but given Jiang Jiwei and Zhang Yuanshan's dire states, any use of this technique might lead to their demise before any information could be pried from them. What are you staring at, little monk? Your martial skills are mediocre and your strength lacking. Perhaps I should eliminate you first. Tang Shun resolved to make an example of Meng Qi, selecting the one he deemed least valuable for interrogation. Meng Qi cursed vehemently, yet within, he felt an odd sense of calm as he contemplated his course of action. Though he recognized the slim chances of survival given the disparity in their strengths and conditions, he refused to succumb to despair, striving to seize that fleeting opportunity. Utilize the 8 steps of divine movement to evade to strike at his vitals. Meng Qi observed as Tang Shun inched closer, preparing for a desperate gamble. If he did not fight back, death was assured. Thus, he would rather take the plunge. With a smile, Tang Shun approached Meng Qi, his gaze fixated on Jiang Jiwei and Zhang Yuanshan, awaiting their capitulation. Little monk, would you prefer I sever your left hand first, or your right leg? Or perhaps you would like to become a eunuch? Tang Shun chuckled ominously, and no sooner had he spoken than his expression froze. A brilliant white light erupted from Qi Jingyan's hand, radiating brighter and more intensely, illuminating all present and striking Tang Shun unawares. Amidst Tang Shun's furious roars, the sound of thick fabric tearing echoed. And in that instant, another burst of white light shot forth from Qi Jingyan's hand, dazzling and fierce, striking Tang Shun's feebly raised right palm, piercing through and striking true at his chest that the soul-severing dart. Meng Qi recognized it vaguely, recalling it as a notorious hidden weapon from the Tang sect that had left a lasting impression on him from novels of old. Yet he had no time to ponder further. The offensive he had meticulously planned transformed into instinct. With a swift dodge and roll, he positioned himself before Tang Shun, thrusting his long knife upward, penetrating his lower abdomen with a decisive strike. Meng Qi twisted forcefully, blood cascading down upon him, a searing heat enveloping him. He could not afford to linger, abandoning the knife and rolling away to evade Tang Shun's dying counterattack. Tang Shun's agonized cries reverberated through the mountains, akin to a solitary wolf lamenting the moon, like a malevolent spirit weeping over a grave. The wails gradually diminished, and Tang Shun, with eyes wide open, collapsed, a bizarre dart protruding from his chest, his lower body a gruesome sight. After unleashing the soul-severing dart, Qi Jingyan appeared unsteady, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. When had he exchanged for the soul-severing dart? Where had he acquired such merit? Meng Qi wiped the blood from his face, wondering if Qi Jingyan had redeemed all the martial arts of the Huanhua sword sect. Chapter 39. A windfall. The blood-stained ground writhed, forming large characters. Side Quest 1. Eliminate the master of the universe among the 4 innate masters of the opposing faction. Qi Jingyan rewarded with 80 merit points, Zhen Ding with 50 merit points, and Jiang Jiwei and Zhang Yuanshan each receiving 20 merit points. With the task completion notification, Meng Qi finally felt at ease. Yet instinctively approached Tang Shun's lifeless body, prodding it with his knife to guard against any possibility of resurrection. That it seems the rewards for this side quest are primarily based on the comparative strengths of both sides. He remarked casually to Qi Jingyan, before hastening to Jiang Jiwei's side, inquiring with concern, "Miss Jiang, do you have any healing elixirs?" The last time they had besieged the ever-changing scholar in the Great Hero Hall, Jiang Jiwei and Zhang Yuanshan had emerged unscathed, their strength significantly surpassing those of their adversaries, resulting in relatively modest rewards. However, this time, both Jiang Jiwei and Zhang Yuanshan were below 30% of their capabilities and had forcibly interrupted their recovery, rendering their injuries precarious. The disparity in strength between themselves and Tang Shun had resulted in such generous merit points. Jiang Jiwei struggled to speak, nodding slightly, her left hand gesturing toward her waist. Meng Qi reached out, feeling a small vial. This was a thumb-sized white jade bottle. Upon opening it, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, revealing a dark red elixir resting within. Meng Qi poured the elixir into Jiang Jiwei's mouth, watching as she labored to swallow before sitting cross-legged, closing her eyes in meditation. Without delay, Meng Qi dashed to Zhang Yuanshan's side, inquiring whether he possessed any healing elixirs. Zhang Yuanshan's injuries were more severe than Jiang Jiwei's. His eyes were vacant, breaths faint, and he could barely muster the strength to rasp out 2 words, chest up pain. Meng Qi extended his hand, rummaging through his robes, and indeed found a white jade porcelain bottle containing 5 or 6 azure pills. Their fragrance reminiscent of fresh bamboo after rain. At that moment, Qi Jingyan, having ingested the elixir he brought along, regained a modicum of vitality and staggered over, observing Meng Qi administering the medicine to Zhang Yuanshan. Had we not employed the mother and son soul-separating dart to eliminate Tang Shun, our reward would have been substantially greater. While responding to Meng Qi's earlier queries, Qi Jingyan crouched down, skillfully tending to the severed ribs of Zhang Yuanshan, and then cautiously assisted him into a meditative posture, aligning his 5 hearts towards the heavens. Meng Qi watched with a tinge of envy, as he had only recently embarked on his martial journey and had yet to learn the art of treating various injuries. Qi Jingyan took a breath and spoke to himself. You must be quite astonished as to why I possess the mother and son soul-separating dart. You may not even know what that entails. The actions of Miss Qi in exchanging for various tomes provided me with a hint, as she discreetly traded techniques, such as the Chang'e sword technique and the setting sun-heart method with the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation, accumulating a total of 150 merits. Initially, I contemplated redeeming the Tiansong pill, but during this past month, my final acupoint remained unrefined. Even with the Tiansong pill, I could not achieve a breakthrough. Thus, during my second entry, I recalled your previous suggestion about exchanging hidden weapons and poisons for self-preservation, and resolved to conceal a trump card that the Tonghua exchange by Miss Qi suited my needs perfectly, yet the price for the finished product was exorbitant, and I lacked the time to delve into it. Eventually, I set my sights on the bitter dew and clear wind, but its application was overly restricted by both environment and technique, and its cost was steep, with a mere vial of antidote demanding 200 merits. After much deliberation, I chose the mother and son soul-separating dart, valued at 130 merits, capable of slaying those at the acupoint opening stage. Little did I expect it would indeed prove useful. Truly, Brother Jin, are you not astonished? Meng Qi observed the loquacious Qi Jingyan, his lips twitching slightly as he remarked, Brother Qi, my astonishment does not stem from that. Ah, what surprises you then? The deployment of the mother and son soul-separating dart is not as straightforward as it appears. It was originally intended for acupoint masters alone, but under the right techniques, one who has mastered the art of energy accumulation can still unleash it at the cost of their own severe injury. Qi Jingyan faltered for a moment, then elaborated on the intricacies of the mother and son soul-separating dart. He did not conceal the matter of his backlash injury, for anyone with eyes could discern his current state. Meng Qi suddenly chuckled. Brother Qi, what astounds me is how you seem to have transformed into a different person following your severe injury, no longer the taciturn individual you once were, but rather chatty like an old woman. I had already deduced the matter of the mother and son soul-separating dart long ago. Qi Jingyan silently turned his gaze back to Zhang Yuanshan, who was recuperating, and then seated himself cross-legged, attempting to restore some of his power. After a brief moment, Zhang Yuanshan's breathing shifted from faint to steady, prompting Meng Qi to breathe a sigh of relief. He had finally managed to preserve his life, while over at the other side, Zhang Zhuwei's pale visage regained a hint of color. Once Zhang Yuanshan stabilized his injuries, he slowly opened his eyes and gestured towards a white jade porcelain vial. Chao Mu Sheng Sheng pill. You should take one as well, that he spoke succinctly, trying to avoid aggravating his injuries. Meng Qi, having only sustained light wounds, initially paid little heed to the pill, as it would not aid in recovering his iron cloth shirt. However, since Zhang Yuanshan mentioned it, he accepted it without hesitation, pouring out a pill and swallowing it. A cooling sensation enveloped his chest and abdomen, causing Meng Qi's internal energy to circulate. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him, and he recalled something important. He dashed 3 steps in 2, rushing to the vicinity of Wang Jin's corpse to retrieve the round, stout black tube. This was indeed the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, an even more precious hidden weapon than the Tonghua. Meng Qi felt a surge of joy, inspecting the needle tube from various angles and caressing the mechanism upon it, even though the silver needles had already been discharged, rendering it temporarily useless. This item was worth its weight in gold. At worst, upon returning, he could exchange for the corresponding silver needles from the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation. According to the exchange list, a single use of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, once discharged, was valued at 400 merits, while the one he possessed should still be usable 2 to 3 times. As for the cost of exchanging for silver needles, though Meng Qi had not scrutinized it in detail, he estimated it would not exceed 100 merits. Having endured a prolonged period of hardship, Meng Qi suddenly felt as though fortune was finally smiling upon him. The great hero hall lay in ruins, with collapsed beams ablaze, fierce rain pouring down upon it, occasionally emitting wisps of white smoke. The sky was pitch black, flashes of lightning ceased, rendering the area eerily ghostly. 2 figures chased and fled, darting towards the rear mountain with the swiftness of birds in flight. The former hunched over, the light of the Buddha dissipating around him, while the latter was engulfed in a whirlwind, exuding a demonic aura. Atop the highest cliff of the rear mountain stood a small tower entirely enveloped in glass, radiating an aura of tranquility and solemnity under the starlight. Dark clouds gathered, obscuring the starlight, causing the glass to dim. Upon reaching this place, Ekiji suddenly halted, sitting cross-legged before the tower, a serene smile gracing his face. Has he come to the realization that escape is futile? Duo Urcha's left chest bore a gaping wound, marked by a distinct handprint, seemingly forged from gold, that in contrast. Exing bore a corresponding injury that penetrated his body. Meng Qi tucked the small rainstorm pear blossom needle tube into his bosom and approached Wang Jin's corpse, intending to extract the shimmering blue needles in hopes of conserving some merits. Just then, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision as ominous clouds obscured the starry sky above. The wind intensified, and the clouds began to swirl. Has Duo Urcha arrived at the rear mountain? Meng Qi was taken aback. Disregarding the extraction of the poisonous needles, he hurried back to where Jiang Zhuwei and the others were meditating. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the distant glass Buddha tower glowing softly, prompting him to conclude, Duo Urcha must be pursuing Master Xuan here. We should seek refuge momentarily to avoid being killed after he dispatches Master Xuan. After all, his left eye was lost due to Jiang Zhuwei's doing, and he harbored a deep-seated hatred for this. At that moment, he would undoubtedly have no qualms about eliminating us, his accomplices as well. Jiang Zhuwei and Zhang Yuanshan were at a critical juncture in their recovery, and they reluctantly nodded in agreement with Meng Qi's suggestion, allowing him to take the lead that if they interrupted their healing now, they would be rendered utterly incapacitated. Making the decision moot, Qi Jingyan had primarily suffered from the backlash and retained some basic strength. His face flushed as he broke off his meditation and bluntly inquired, Where shall we hide? Meng Qi surveyed the surrounding forest, instinctively pointing towards the familiar right. Let us first conceal ourselves within the woods. Given Duo Urcha's prowess, such a degree of foliage would not significantly hinder his senses. Qi Jingyan hesitated slightly. Meng Qi resolutely stated, If Master Xuan falls, Shaolin will soon be in ruins. Our main quest will be accomplished, that we merely need to evade Duo Urcha for a short while before we can return to the reincarnation space. He now felt a twinge of regret for his limited knowledge of hidden weapons. Otherwise, he could have extracted the poison needles and reloaded them into the rainstorm pear blossom needle tube, providing himself with additional means of counterattack. However, the toxins from the used needles had diminished significantly, rendering them unlikely to pose a threat to Duo Urcha. Faced with urgency, Qi Jingyan dared not linger on the matter and opted to trust the Shaolin monk Zhen Ding. Turning around to carry Zhang Yuanshan on his back, racing alongside Meng Qi, who was bearing Jiang Zhuwei, into the woods. After running a short distance, Meng Qi abruptly halted, his expression one of astonishment, as he beheld the familiar sight of a massive red stone towering in its usual place. Is this stone truly here? Could there be a secret passage? Meng Qi was simultaneously astonished and bewildered, his emotions in turmoil. Thunder rumbled. Lightning struck down, and rain poured heavily. Duo Urcha. Meng Qi paused for a moment, suddenly realizing that if they sought refuge in the secret passage, they could indeed evade Duo Urcha's search, and given that this world lacked demons and monsters, the dangers within the passage would not be high. Shall we hide here? Qi Yin looked at Meng Qi. Alas, had he known to prepare more hidden weapons and poisons beforehand, their effectiveness would have been significant when one was weak. Meng Qi disregarded the now garrulous Qi Jingyan, taking a few steps forward while still carrying Jiang Zhuwei, and reached behind the red stone, mimicking the actions of Zhen Guan as he began to explore. Could there truly be a mechanism? Suddenly, Meng Qi's fingers brushed against a movable protrusion. Taking a deep breath, he gently pulled, and a faint sound of clicking echoed as an entrance appeared on the cliff face. It truly exists. Meng Qi's heart surged with excitement. Qi Jingyan, bewildered, glanced at him and then at the dark, unilluminated entrance, unable to fathom when he had discovered this secret passage of Shaolin. Chapter 40. Stone chamber beneath the glass tower. Exege's smile radiated tranquility as he gazed upon the seemingly demonic duo Urcha. Speaking calmly, Amitba, your injuries are not insignificant. And what of it? I can easily kill you, duo Urcha retorted coldly, then lunged forward, his fists swirling with tempestuous winds, illuminating the sky with electric flashes, exuding an air of ferocity. Exege's smile remained serene, his voice ethereal and harmonious. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. They are as fleeting as dew and lightning. Thus, one should view them as such. His voice, though soft, reverberated throughout the surroundings. Exege lifted his right hand, forming a gesture of flower picking. Behind him, the glass Buddha tower shone with increasing brilliance, rays of Buddha light pouring forth, accompanied by echoes of serene chants. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. They are as fleeting as dew and lightning. Thus, one should view them as such. The scattered Buddha light resembled a congregation of arhats, bodhisattvas, and Buddhas, collectively emanating a solemn, yet ethereal chant. Duo Urcha's gaze sharpened. And for the first time, astonishment graced his countenance. You can actually sacrifice yourself? The old monk merely experienced a slight understanding in recent years. Exege's figure began to fade gradually, merging with the Buddha light. Dissipating into the cosmos, cursed, duo Urcha's black robe billowed as gusts of wind swirled around him, rendering him akin to a human tempest, with tendrils of lightning encircling him. Exege's corporeal form completely disintegrated, leaving only a faint silhouette behind. His right hand, poised in the flower-picking gesture, gently waved, his smile pure and unblemished, untouched by the slightest dust. The celestial presence of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas has vanished, their divine light merging into a single point, surrounding the area with an atmosphere of tranquility and peace. Only the echoes of Zen reverberate. All conditioned phenomena are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble like dew and lightning. Thus, one should contemplate them. With a series of swift movements, Meng Qi and Qi Yin entered the secret passage, feeling along the inner walls until they finally located the mechanism that would seal their escape. Now, it seemed unlikely that Duo Urcha would discover our whereabouts. Meng Qi masked the tumultuous storm within him with trivial chatter. Qi Jingyan retrieved a flint and a torch from his robe, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the surroundings. This was a passage wide enough for two, with uneven stone blocks overhead and rough, undulating stone walls on either side, covered in moss that appeared not to be entirely man-made, but rather a natural passage that had been modified. Qi Jingyan examined the surroundings carefully, took a few quick steps, and gently set Zhang Yuanshan down in a spacious, flat area ahead. Meng Qi restrained his emotions, imitating Qi Yin's actions, selecting a gentle patch of ground to lay Jiang Jiwei down. Then solemnly stated, "Senior Brother Qi, I shall proceed ahead to scout the path, lest any enemies lie in wait." Even a mere novice monk could traverse the back mountain, and Meng Qi was confident that only the stupa resided here, devoid of any demons or monsters. Thus, he steeled himself to explore this secret passage, pondering that if the terrains of the two Shaolin temples were so similar, the end of this passage might reveal the secrets of his own temple's hidden paths, potentially leading to significant advantages for himself. Moreover, given Meng Qi's familiarity with infinite flows, he had speculated about the importance of exploration in relation to task evaluations ever since the last cycle concluded. Qi Jingyan, expressionless, cast a glance at Meng Qi and produced another torch from his robe, igniting it before handing it to Meng Qi. "True Ding, I appreciate your efforts that I must remain here to guard Zhang and the others, to prevent any venomous insects or snakes from disturbing them." Meng Qi had prepared a plethora of arguments to persuade Qi Jingyan not to accompany him, as the true nature of what lay ahead was still uncertain. Should greed take hold of him, complications could arise. However, unexpectedly, Qi Jingyan, displaying remarkable understanding, volunteered to stay behind without Meng Qi uttering a single word. "I am grateful for your vigilance, Senior Brother Qi." Without dwelling on the matter further, Meng Qi ignited the torch and ventured deeper into the secret passage, remaining alert for any potential threats lurking in the darkness ahead, while also wary of possible ambushes from behind, as Meng Qi's figure vanished around a corner. The sound of his footsteps fading, Zhang Yuanshan suddenly opened his eyes, weak yet steady, and remarked, "Junior brother Qi, I did not expect you to choose to remain, but I have been severely injured and my strength has diminished. I am not a match for True Ding." Qi Jingyan replied, leaning against the wall, sitting cross-legged, his tone calm, that if I were to rashly follow and encounter secrets or treasures meant for only one to know. "Would you have True Ding slay me or spare me? Everyone possesses greed. I shall not risk testing his Buddhist heart, so I have chosen to stay." Zhang Yuanshan nodded gently, then suddenly chuckled. "Indeed, you have become more loquacious since your injury." Qi Jingyan's face darkened instantly, turning away. Zhang Yuanshan smiled faintly, closed his eyes once more, and resumed his healing, while Jiang Zhui remained fully absorbed, seemingly oblivious to the happenings around her. As Meng Qi journeyed further along the secret passage, he felt he had delved deeply into the back mountain. The flickering light of the torch cast a dim, yellow hue over the path, enveloping Meng Qi in an indescribable sense of pressure. As if the flame could extinguish at any moment, plunging him back into darkness, where demons and monsters would emerge to devour him whole. After advancing a bit further, Meng Qi paused in confusion. As it appeared he had reached the end of the passage, the mountain wall curved into a semicircle, revealing what seemed to be an open stone chamber. There lay a decayed meditation cushion, along with a stone bed and table. Could this be a hermitage of some esteemed figure? Meng Qi speculated, cautiously surveying the surroundings once more, before stepping forward. As he approached, the torchlight illuminated the wall, where he faintly discerned several rows of text, but it is Sanskrit. Meng Qi, being a top student in the Sutra Hall, was not unfamiliar with the language. He squinted and strained to decipher the script. If one does not enter the mundane world, does not experience the sea of suffering, and does not uphold the precepts, how can one comprehend the true essence of the rules, discern the illusory nature of worldly matters, witness one's own Buddha nature, and attain the realization of emptiness and existence? Meng Qi's understanding of Sanskrit was not profound. He struggled to connect the phrases, uncertain if he had made any mistakes or omissions. Yet he grasped the general meaning. The words possessed a certain depth. Meng Qi murmured to himself, lowering the torch to illuminate the signature. Nan. Meng Qi was taken aback, his mouth agape. Was this not the revered disciple before the Buddha? Wait, wasn't there a story about him breaking precepts in the scriptures? The strokes of the name, Nan, flowed like a dragon and snake, sharp like a knife or axe, yet imbued with the subtle tranquility of Zen. Meng Qi's gaze was captivated, and he reached out his right hand, attempting to touch it. The moment his palm made contact, a chilling sensation pierced through him, and before his eyes erupted a flash of blinding light. Akin to a true dragon plunging into the sea or a fierce tiger returning to the mountain, severing any obstacles in its path. The brilliance was overwhelming. Meng Qi could not react, merely watching as the light approached, morphing into myriad transformations, materializing the profound suffering of the mortal realm. The sorrows of the living, the aged, the ill, and the deceased unfolded before him, the light of the blade manifesting boundless mysteries, ultimately converging into a single strike that shattered all restraints. Amidst the radiance, Meng Qi vaguely discerned the figure of a monk, indeterminate in age or appearance, but he could sense the deep sorrow and resolute heaviness etched upon the monk's face. The torchlight dimmed. The Sanskrit on the wall faded into dust, drifting softly away. Meng Qi snapped back to reality, gazing blankly at the scene before him. What had just transpired? The transformations of the blade and the profound sorrow of the mortal realm seemed deeply imprinted in his mind. As the dust settled, words formed, acquired the true essence of Anand's breaking the precepts blade technique, and comprehended the first move, severing purity. Meng Qi's mouth struggled to close, finally realizing what he had encountered. According to Jiang Zhiwei's earlier remarks, the ultimate techniques and moves of the Dharma body and certain external scenes do not rely on written texts. The true essence is merely entrusted to objects of significance, some capable of bearing the essence for only a single instance, while others can transmit it for years. From the true essence, the depth of understanding varies. Whether one comprehends or not is a matter of personal ability. Moreover, once one fully masters these techniques, they themselves can leave behind a legacy of true essence. Thus, Zhang Zhiwei was able to grasp the superficial aspects of the sword that transcends self, yet the content she obtained, if transformed into a manual, would be valued at no more than 8 or 900 merits, less than a tenth of the original worth. That I recall that the Nan's breaking the precepts blade technique in the temple is not a transmission of true essence. Meng Qi pondered, recalling that due to the expertise of the Vajra temple and blade techniques, Shinkin had specifically mentioned that Shaolin possessed a comparable technique, the Nan's breaking the precepts blade technique, which belonged to the pinnacle level of external scenes. When perfected, it could touch upon the laws of heaven and earth. Furthermore, he had mentioned that a previous eminent monk had borrowed the manual and mastered this technique, becoming a master of the blade. Therefore, Meng Qi understood that this technique was considered a manual transmission within Shaolin. Lacking knowledge of the temple's lore, Meng Qi found himself without direction, and he could not afford to speculate, but he promptly closed his eyes. Focusing intently on recalling what he had just acquired, repeatedly contemplating the variations of the severing purity move. It is worth noting that the exchange price for the Nan's breaking the precepts blade technique was a staggering 9,000 merits. With the core being 3,000, and each move costing 1,200 to forget it would be a monumental loss. Having received the transmission of true essence was akin to acquiring the core, albeit one that required gradual contemplation and understanding, and unlike the core, the true essence transmission could directly lead to the comprehension of 5 moves of the blade technique. Of course, this demanded a tremendously high level of comprehension. For instance, Meng Qi, having directly received the transmission, had only grasped the residual form of the first move. Why is it a residual form? Meng Qi opened his eyes with a hint of disappointment. A residual form indicated that he was still unable to practice it. Though truly unleashing the power of the Nan's breaking the precepts blade technique required stepping into the external scene and invoking the changes of heaven and earth. Mastering even the superficial aspects would grant him a formidable advantage. Even if he lacked Zhang Zhiwei's overwhelming prowess of the sword that transcends self, he would undoubtedly still possess a terrifyingly exquisite reputation. Taking a deep breath, Meng Qi temporarily set aside this matter and continued to search the stone chamber for any other objects of interest. As he circled the chamber, the torchlight illuminated what appeared to be a stone door. Faint traces remained on the mountain wall, surrounded by familiar inscriptions. Benevolence and kindness. Do not enter this door. Meng Qi recited the phrase, instinctively placing his right hand gently upon the stone door, intending to feel its surface without any intention of pushing it open. The moment his hand made contact, an indescribable chill and terror surged into Meng Qi's soul, presenting visions of decaying corpses, malevolent spirits, and celestial demons. Then, a flame ignited amidst the encroaching darkness, incinerating everything in its path. Aimed directly at Meng Qi, his face turned pale, and he hastily retreated, breaking away from the stone door, as the sights before him slowly faded. After catching his breath for a moment, Meng Qi realized he was drenched in a cold sweat, his body weak and feeble, as if gravely injured. Truly bizarre. Meng Qi regulated his breathing to recover, no longer daring to approach the stone door. At that moment, he noticed a small, unfathomable hole beneath the stone door, within which an indescribable flame seemed to burn, accompanied by a few scrawled words nearby. Heartless and ungrateful. Death. What on earth is this? Meng Qi thought helplessly. At the edge of the forest, Duorcha stood silently, gazing at the remnants of the traces. His left shoulder and hand had completely vanished, yet he stood resolutely upright, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 41. The yellow sparrow awaits. After meticulously searching the stone chamber with a flickering torch, Meng Qi found no further discoveries. However, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Obtaining the true essence of an external manifestation level sword technique and comprehending the remnants of the first strike was indeed a remarkable fortune. As he made his way back, Meng Qi grappled with the dilemma of whether to share his findings with Zhang Zhiwei, Zhang Yuanshan, and others. Logically, in similar circumstances, anyone would choose to keep such secrets close, preserving the sword technique as a last resort for survival. This was entirely understandable, and Zhang Zhiwei and the others would surely comprehend. Yet they would need to collaborate in future reincarnation tasks, and such a course of action would do little to deepen their camaraderie. Moreover, He had acquired the true essence of the inheritance, which they could not seize even if they wished, considering he could merely recite the remnants of the first strike. However, if he chose to withhold this information, any betrayal in the future would leave his martial prowess laid bare before the enemy, devoid of any hidden trump cards. Junior brother Zhen Ding, have you discovered the enemy? Upon Meng Qi's return, Qi Jingyan, who had remained silent for quite some time, finally spoke. Zhang Yuanshan and Zhang Zhuwei continued to meditate, seemingly indifferent to the matter. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Qi made a resolute decision. There are no enemies. But there are remnants of the first strike of the ancient breaking precepts sword technique on the mountain wall. He decided to conceal the true essence of the inheritance while being forthright about the sword technique. Hoping to earn the trust of Zhang Zhiwei, Zhang Yuanshan, and Qi Jingyan, thereby laying a solid foundation for their future collaboration. The ancient breaking precepts sword technique. Zhang Zhiwei's eyes widened in astonishment as she spoke, clearly feigning indifference earlier. Following the norms of the martial world, she had refrained from inquiring about the outcomes of other solitary endeavors to avoid conflict. Meng Qi's honesty, however, left her utterly astonished. Similarly, Zhang Yuanshan and Qi Jingyan could not maintain their composure, looking at Meng Qi with surprise. Yes, though it is merely the remnants of the first strike. Observing their astonished expressions, Meng Qi quietly nodded, pleased with the effect he had achieved. The remnants are of little consequence. I recall that the exchange list includes an entry for completing remnants. The fewer the deficiencies, the less merit required, perhaps as low as 1/10 of the original. Zhang Zhiwei remarked with a light chuckle. Little monk, there is no need to share such fortunate encounters with us. Everyone possesses their own secrets. I have mine, and Zhang and Qi surely have theirs as well. Can the remnants be completed? Meng Qi was instantly filled with excitement, realizing that the few flaws he had discerned would likely require minimal merit. This uplifted his spirits significantly, and he cheerfully stated, "We have all shared life and death experiences together. We will inevitably need to join forces in the future. If I were to conceal the sword technique, it would be easy to miscalculate our strengths during future planning. After all, it is merely a remnant of a single strike." He explained from both the perspective of camaraderie and practical necessity, emphasizing the importance of mutual recognition of their bond. Little monk, there truly is no need that I end planning. You merely need to convey what level of adversary you can manage. There is no requirement to reveal the specifics of your hidden techniques. Zhang Zhuwei replied with a radiant smile. Though she believed it unnecessary, Meng Qi's candor still pleased her, affirming that he genuinely regarded them as friends through trials and tribulations. Meng Qi paused, taken aback that I hadn't considered it that way. Haha, Zhang Zhuwei laughed merrily, her laughter enchanting. Zhang Yuanshan could not help but chuckle and shake his head. Junior brother Zhen Ding, we are fortunate it is us. If a nefarious character were present, your ancient breaking precepts sword technique would lose its element of surprise. You are still too young and inexperienced in the martial world. His gaze softened, and his smile was sincere, evidently holding more respect for Meng Qi. Qi Jingyan, having previously narrated his own journey, nodded in acknowledgement of Meng Qi's openness. Sometimes, if companions are aware of your trump card, they will remain calm rather than panicking, thereby alerting the enemy and diminishing the element of surprise that as long as the intention is good, we do not mind your prudent concealment. This served as an explanation for his earlier withholding of the mother-son soul-drawing dart. Following this candid exchange, it seemed the bonds among them truly strengthened. The Qi brother, you have become quite chatty since your injury, Meng Qi teased, quickly shifting the topic before Qi Jingyan could darken his expression. He continued, additionally, there is a stone door embedded in the mountain wall, inscribed with bonds of affection and kindness. Do not enter this door. He recounted his other discoveries, observing whether Zhang Yuanshan, Zhang Zhuwei, and the others had any clues. Duo Urcha, with her keen gaze, shifted her attention to the forest, noting the hurried traces left behind, and let out a soft snort. Indeed, just a fledgling, following the remnants left by Meng Qi and the others. Duo Urcha strode forward, soon reaching the vicinity of the crimson boulder. She discovered the traces vanished at this point and cautiously glanced around. The tremors throughout her body had yet to cease, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, indicating her unease. After confirming no one was present, Duo Urcha furrowed her brow in confusion. They could not possess the ability to vanish in a thin air. How could they disappear without a trace? Could it be that they intentionally erased their tracks upon realizing they had left remnants? Duo Cha paced back and forth, once again examining the nearby traces. She found one trace disappearing behind the crimson boulder and another halting before the cliff face. After a moment of silent contemplation, her expression remained inscrutable as she approached the boulder, extending her right hand to search for a mechanism. In such a scenario, while one might fool others, how could one deceive someone who had traversed the martial world for years? Wasn't this merely a secret passage? The remnants they left were far too conspicuous, hardly resembling disciples permitted to descend from reputable sects, but rather like novices in the martial realm. Yet, the strength of these novices was rather formidable. Bonds of affection and kindness. Do not enter this door. Zhang Yuanshan frowned in thought for a while before shaking his head. As soon as he finished speaking, a rustling sound abruptly echoed, and the four stared in astonishment as they beheld Duo Cha. Her face marred with scars, standing quietly outside, awaiting the complete opening of the secret passage. How could he have discovered this? Meng Qi gasped in shock. The Qi Jingyan, filled with astonishment and self-reproach, spoke up. We forgot to erase the traces. At that time, amidst the thunder and lightning, he and Meng Qi had been frantically evading danger, and in their haste, they overlooked the need to eliminate the evidence. Hearing Qi Jingyan's words, Meng Qi's heart sank slowly. Was this his own undoing? No, he could not give up. Seizing the moment before the entrance fully opened, Meng Qi dashed forward, attempting to manipulate the mechanism within to close the entrance once more and fortify his defenses. All the while carefully observing Duo Cha, contemplating how to respond if he could not stop her. Having lost his left arm and shoulder, exposing white bone, Duo Cha trembled, her injuries evidently severe, and her remaining strength dwindling. As Meng Qi's right hand touched the mechanism, he formed a preliminary judgment about Duo Cha. With a gentle flick of her right hand, a gust of wind surged forth, unexpectedly knocking Meng Qi, who had been unsteady on his feet, back several steps, preventing him from sealing the entrance. Pain surged through Meng Qi's chest and abdomen, constricting his breath, and his thoughts raced. Even if her strength was waning, she was still beyond my and Qi brothers' capabilities. What should I do? My strongest technique is the Ainin breaking precepts sword technique, but it is merely a remnant. The remnant only lacks in the latter part. The beginning is complete and can form a coherent sword intent before the strike. Should I feign prowess to intimidate her? Yes, she is gravely injured. When faced with an opponent in technique she cannot gauge, she will certainly choose to retreat, allowing the main task to be completed. In an instant, a flurry of ideas raced through Meng Qi's mind, and he quickly reached a decision. He steadied his stance, gripping the sword tightly. The entrance swung wide open. Duo Cha did not immediately attack, but silently approached the mountain wall. Her unspoken demeanor and lack of motion instilled great pressure on Meng Qi and the others, prompting Zhang Zhui and Zhang Yuanshan to cease their healing efforts and painfully rise, preparing to fight to the death. Prepare to meet your end, Duo Cha declared with authority, raising her right fist. Meng Qi recalled the remnants and slowly extended his sword, ready to unleash the sword intent. Just then, Duo Cha was unexpectedly sent flying backward, her right fist colliding with a massive tree. In the midst of the gale, a melodious laughter rang out, and a white figure darted forth from behind the tree, ethereal and graceful, evading the punch. With a resounding crack, the giant tree split in two, toppling backward with a heavy thud. The white figure came to a halt nearby, revealing a stunning girl clad in a simple white dress. With a hint of surprise at the sight of the secret passage, she smiled and remarked, I had planned to wait until you had dispatched them before making my move. Upon seeing this girl, Meng Qi exclaimed in astonishment, Xiaozi. The girl's appearance was unmistakably that of Xiaozi. Indeed, the previous Xiaozi could only be described as delicate, but now she seemed to have blossomed, her features imbued with a lively and ethereal charm that rendered her breathtaking, rivaling even Zhang Zhui. Xiaozi, do not mention that fool, the girl said, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mirth. That I am Gu Xiaozong to Ji Yu Xiaosing. The name struck Meng Qi as familiar, having heard Xiaozi mention it before. Now, gazing upon the nearly identical visage, he found it particularly uncanny that as the conversation unfolded, Duo Cha's assault continued, yet it lacked the previous tempestuousness. Only a howling wind remained to Ji Yu Xiaosing. However, remained unperturbed, her garments billowing as if dancing in the breeze. Effortlessly conversing with Meng Qi Gu Shaosang. It truly is her, Zhang Yuanshan murmured gravely, while Jiang Zhui pressed her lips together, and Qi Jian instinctively took a step back. Clearly, Gu Xiaosang's reputation was formidable. After evading for a moment, Gu Xiaosang smiled gently and said, "General, should you launch another attack against me, I shall not hold back. Perhaps it would be best for you to eliminate them first, and then I shall deal with you. Is that agreeable?" "You," Duorcha scoffed coldly, intensifying his assault, "that I in your prime. Even two of me might not suffice to challenge you. And now, with one eye blinded, your mind besieged by sword energy, and having endured the formidable strikes of both the heart-silence monk's mighty Vajra palm and the flower-picking finger. How much strength do you possess? 30%, 20%, or merely 10? Gu Xiaosang let out a light laugh, skillfully dodging Duo Urcha's lethal strike. "Even so, killing you would be akin to slaying a chicken." Duo Urcha maintained his imposing demeanor. Yet his form abruptly changed direction, fleeing into the forest. The To flees so suddenly. Truly a barbarian warlord. Gu Xiaosang's figure appeared like a specter, akin to a celestial being, inexplicably blocking Duo Urcha's path, with a delicate hand extended. Her index and middle fingers formed a short sword, leisurely pointing towards Duo Urcha's brow. Simultaneously, her lips parted slightly, reciting an incantation as an ethereal voice enveloped the surroundings. The mortal realm is a prison. All beings suffer. The cycle of reincarnation knows no end. Troubles perpetually arise. Pity the world. A divine being descends, the mother of no birth, the homeland of true void. The mother of no birth, the homeland of true void. Chapter 42. The finger of no birth. The mother of no birth, the homeland of true void. The haunting melody reverberated in his ears, as his eyes beheld the gentle touch of her exquisite hand. Duo Urcha instantly felt as if his soul had detached from his body, lost in a trance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly altered his form, attempting to evade her finger, but the air around him suddenly grew heavy, collapsing in layers towards her, as if a vast vortex lay hidden within, drawing him inexorably closer, almost welcoming the impending touch. After Gu Xiaosang's finger was thrust forth, Meng Qi and the others witnessed Duo Urcha appearing as though he had lost his spirit, abandoning all resistance and avoidance, willingly approaching her like a wayward child eager to return home. This sorcery. Meng Qi gazed in astonishment at this bizarre scene. Her fingers grazed Duo Urcha's brow. Gu Xiaosang spoke with a voice as melodious as silver bells, crisp and ethereal. The mother of no birth, the homeland of true void. A chilling occurrence unfolded. Duo Urcha surprisingly displayed a serene and joyful smile. Softly echoing, the mother of no birth, the homeland of true void. His body beneath his head suddenly expanded, then rapidly contracted, skin withering, muscles deflating, as streams of blood light coalesced at his brow, flowing into Gu Xiaosang's index and middle fingers. Gu Xiaosang's alabaster visage shone even more brilliantly, as if it could drip with dew. The mother of no birth, the homeland of true void. The Duo Urcha collapsed softly to the ground, reciting the incantation with a tranquil joy. His voice gradually fading, the Gu Xiaosang withdrew her right hand, gazing at Meng Qi and the others, her spirit even more invigorated than before, radiant and enchanting, evoking feelings of inadequacy. Had it not been for the previous mishap that squandered my virtuous deeds, I would not have needed to concern myself with taking action. However, the merit for slaying a single person remains ample. The Gu Xiaosang casually snapped a branch and approached the entrance with a cheerful demeanor. The general afflicted by the finger of no birth would take some time to return to the homeland of true void. Though brief, it would suffice for the task of killing. She regarded the wary expressions of Meng Qi and the others, playfully shaking the branch. Ah, how fortuitous! Were it not for the previous incident, I would not have been compelled to employ that item, presented as a newcomer to you all. Whom shall I slay? I find myself in quite the predicament. Why not have one of you volunteer, after which we shall part ways, for we shall not encounter each other again. With her left index finger resting on her chin, her delicate brows furrowed, as if the matter weighed heavily upon her. In such a picturesque scene, should a lecherous individual be present, they might readily step forth to alleviate the maiden's distress. Meng Qi and the others, having just opened their hearts to one another, now remained clear-headed, thus evading her divisive ploy. Each guarded the entrance with utmost vigilance, their minds racing as they contemplated strategies. Jiyu Xiaosong's gaze sparkled mischievously. You find yourselves in a dilemma too? Let me ponder. An ordinary disciple of the Huanhua sword sect holds no value in killing. It would merely tarnish my hands and squander my virtuous deeds. That Qi Jingyin's expression darkened, though aware of Gu Xiaosong's attempts to sow discord. He could not shake the feeling of insult and resentment. Why should he be inferior to others? His gaze shifted to Zhang Yuanshan, nodding slightly, among the secular disciples of the Zhenwu sect. The Zhang family represents one of the three pillars. Should you be slain here, and we fabricate the Zhenwu sect's methods, it would not be difficult to incite internal strife. Zhang Yuanshan's eyes narrowed. He spoke steadily. Demonis, how could the elders of my sect be reckless and ignorant? Indeed, the Gu Xiaoseng cheerfully nodded in agreement. I lacked the skills of divination, unable to foresee this situation arising, hence I did not exchange for the Zhenwu sect's secrets. Framing the matter would be somewhat challenging, and if it fails to incite internal strife, merely killing you would make me reluctant to waste my virtuous deeds. Within the Zhenwu sect, this generation, whether it be Yang Tai, Yang He, or the Yao brothers, all possess far greater martial talent and strength than you. Unlike you, who, whether studying the 7 cuts of Zhenwu or the Taiji divine art, have yet to grasp the essence of their nurturing chapters. They simply cannot compare to your composure and skill, which endear you to the elders. Her smile blossomed like a flower, her words laced with veiled mockery. Zhang Yuanshan suddenly chuckled. My martial talent may not surpass my peers. But that is a matter of nature. Why should I be disheartened? The way of heaven seeks balance. Diligence can compensate for shortcomings. What is there to despair, since Gu Xiaoseng sought to sow discord through her words? Zhang Yuanshan was more than willing to engage in her banter. As long as it delayed until Duo or Cha's demise, all would be well. The Jiyu Xiaoseng paused for a moment, biting her lower lip, a smile that danced between mirth and malice gracing her lips. Hearing your words makes me somewhat inclined to eliminate you. She forced herself to turn, smiling at Jiang Zhui. Previously, I heard rumors that Miss Jiang is the most promising figure among the younger generation, destined to become a sword god like Senior Su, suppressing the 9 sects of the left path. This stirred my eagerness to meet you, wishing to rid the world of you sooner, and now it seems I have that opportunity. Jiang Zhui displayed neither anger nor fear, speaking with calmness. Whether such an opportunity exists, one must first consult the sword in my hand. The Jiyu Xiaoseng regarded Jiang Zhui's demeanor as tranquil as Su Wuming's, and lightly furrowed her brow. Could it be you still possess the strength to fight back? Can you still invoke the sword emerges without me? Your injuries are so severe, it defies reason. Have you perhaps exchanged for life-risking techniques like the heavenly demon disintegration method? She boldly articulated the doubts that lingered in her heart. We shall see, Jiang Zhui replied with a serene smile, her radiant beauty enhanced by her fair complexion, lending her an air of delicate allure. Jiyu Xiaoseng contemplated for a moment, cheerfully addressing Meng Qi, Master. In truth, you are the one I most wish to slay. Meng Qi felt utterly perplexed, believing he and Qi Jingyin to be of equivalent rank, if not inferior, at least in the present context. Gu Xiaoseng lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Because Xiaozi seems to harbor a bit of fondness for you. What sort of reasoning is this? Meng Qi was amused by her whimsy. Eager to prolong the conversation, the Jiyu Xiaoseng lifted her head, a sly smile gracing her lips. That is the best reason. Anything she cherishes or desires, I shall obliterate. Perverse was Meng Qi's only thought. Thus, Master, may you rest in peace. Ba Jiyu Xiaoseng discarded the branch, playfully pressing her hands together. Meng Qi took a deep breath, the surrounding clamor gradually fading away, his focus narrowing solely on Gu Xiaoseng, his mind becoming utterly clear before raising his blade. Pointing it towards the unseen, that Jiyu Xiaoseng smiled sweetly, her steps light as she approached Meng Qi, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Zhui and the others. Suddenly, she sensed that all sound had been drawn away. No longer could she hear the whispers of the wind or the patter of rain, nor the rustle of serpents and insects. Only peace and tranquility remained. Her smile froze as she saw Meng Qi raise his blade. The flash of the blade accompanied a sudden, illusory shattering sound. Serenity was disrupted, clamor returned, and Gu Xiaosong's ears were filled with the soft, childish voice calling "Mother, Mother," as memories of past events, both sorrowful and joyful, flooded her mind, leaving her in turmoil. Her expression shifted abruptly, and she stumbled back several paces, breaking free from the onslaught of the blade's intent. When did this monk acquire such remarkable swordsmanship? Seeing Gu Shaoxiang retreat in haste, Meng Qi, disregarding his waning strength, lunged towards the mechanism, pulling it with all his might. Zazaza! Just before Gu Shaoxiang regained her composure, Meng Qi hurled his blade, sealing the entrance. Clang! The blade struck a hidden protrusion behind the nearby scarlet boulder. While within the passage, Meng Qi gritted his teeth, swinging his right fist to dismantle the internal mechanism. "What are you doing?" Qi Jingyan asked in astonishment. "Destroying the mechanism. We cannot escape, and she shall not enter." Meng Qi leaned against the stone wall, slumping down, feeling his limbs tremble. Jiang Zhui nodded. "As long as Du Orcha perishes, we shall be able to return directly. Being trapped here poses no significant threat." "That is indeed a good plan." A faint smile graced Zhang Yuanshan's lips. The Qi Jingyan, sword in hand, positioned himself near the entrance, ever wary that the external mechanism had not been entirely dismantled. Jiang Zhui gazed at Meng Qi with a gentle smile. "I did not expect you to have comprehended the cutting-through serenity intent of the blade." She discerned that Meng Qi's display was merely a fade, and he had only managed to deter Gu Shaoxiang with a fraction of the blade's intent, buying precious time to seal the entrance. This technique was not incomplete. As long as one harbored understanding and prepared accordingly, the blade's intent would naturally flourish. Meng Qi likely regained some strength that Qi Jingyan, lacking familiarity with such advanced techniques, did not inquire further. While Zhang Yuanshan, having merely skimmed the introductory essence of the 7 cuts of Zhenwenteji divine art, could only practice according to the teachings of the sect's elders, remaining oblivious to the intricacies of blade intent. Only Jiang Zhui offered a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown as she cast a sidelong glance at Meng Qi, seizing the moment while the other two were distracted. She subtly parted her lips, forming a silent gesture. Having collaborated closely with her, Meng Qi instantly grasped her meaning. Spar before the mountain wall, Gu Shaoxiang stood in a daze, staring at the closed entrance. When suddenly, a clever smile danced upon her lips. She then turned and walked into the woods, and as she passed by Doerka, with a flick of her sleeve, she ensured he would never open his eyes again. Who was Gu Shaoxiang? Meng Qi hastily shifted the topic, for he too was intriguingly curious about her identity. Zhang Yuanshan solemnly inquired, "Are you familiar with the 9 paths of evil?" "I am aware." Meng Qi replied, having heard Xuanqi mention it. Zhang Yuanshan nodded. Gu Shaoxiang is the saintess of the Luo sect among the 9 paths of evil. This sect, led by the formidable Wuxing Lamu from the era of divine mythology, entices the world to return to the true void homestead. According to rumors from the Luo sect, Gu Shaoxiang is the reincarnation of the Wuxing Lamu of this generation that we know of her, because she has intervened 3 times, defeating enemies beyond her level, and has opened 8 meridians, ranking her 4th on the human list, her reputation resounding widely. Jiang Zhui added, "What is the human list? I seem to recall there is also a earth list and a heaven list." Meng Qi had long desired to understand this, but had never found the opportunity. Zhang Yuanshan chuckled lightly. "This is a ranking established by the royal family of the Great Jin, designed to assign standings to the world's masters, attempting to provoke a spirit of competition and mutual destruction among them. The original list is housed within the 6 Gates headquarters in the divine capital. Although everyone is aware of the Zhao family's intentions, among those who traverse the rivers and lakes, some may not be inclined towards lust, wealth, power, drink, or gambling. Yet aside from the enlightened masters who are humble and self-effacing, who does not crave fame? Thus, the list is tacitly accepted, leading to an increase in clandestine conflicts." Jiang Zhui nodded, saying, "The heaven list ranks the enlightened masters. Since its inception, the highest number has been around 14 or 15. And at its lowest, merely 7 or 8. Currently, there are 10, and your master resides in 3rd place. The earth list consists of renowned masters beyond the terrestrial immortals, listing only the top 200. Generally comprising individuals who have reached the 7th heaven or higher. That MY master is currently ranked 1st on the earth list." Speaking of this, she exhibited a hint of pride. "The human list is for young masters. Due to the opening of meridians, many victories against stronger foes occur. Therefore, even if one has opened 9 meridians, they may not rank highly. This list currently features only 50 positions," Zhang Yuanshan supplemented. Meng Qi was about to inquire whether Jiang Zhui had made it onto the human list when a line of gray text suddenly appeared on the wall. General Duoerka has perished. Side mission 2 completed. Rewards. Gu Shaoxing, 200 merit points. Jiang Zhiwei, 100 merit points. Zhang Yuanshan, 50 merit points. Duoerka's demise. Shaolin's fall. Main mission 2 completed ahead of schedule. Each rewarded 100 merit points. Immediate return. Chapter 43. The Sign Cylinder. Immediate return. This line of gray text appeared. The flickering firelight in the secret passage extinguished without wind, and a thick darkness once again enveloped the space. With Meng Qi's current senses, he could neither hear a sound nor see his own hands that a radiant light emerged, revealing a jade square resembling a celestial paradise before the group. Main mission completed. Free healing commencing. The solemn and indifferent voice of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation resonated, enveloping Meng Qi and the others in soft, milky light. Wounds writhed, and a cooling sensation filled their lungs. Meng Qi's injuries, accumulated through trading pain for pain, healed at a visibly rapid pace, while the iron cloth shirt, damaged by Tang Shun's strike, swiftly restored, his skin and muscles regaining their robust and firm texture. As the healing light faded, Meng Qi moved his limbs, feeling invigorated with boundless energy, silently praising. Had it not been for the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation's healing, the accumulation of injuries from trading one for another would have ultimately left me with irreparable hidden dangers. During this time, Meng Qi had perused tales concerning the iron cloth shirt and similar external martial arts in the lower 2 levels of the Sutra repository. He discovered that most practitioners of such arts passed away in their later years racked with pain, with only a few managing to break through to the opening of meridians. The reason for this lay in the absence of profound mental cultivation for external martial arts. They invariably adopted a strategy of trading minor injuries for major ones during battle. While the minor injuries were not life-threatening and healed quickly and did not significantly diminish strength, the human body is precious and, at times, extraordinarily fragile. Without waiting for complete recovery before engaging in battle again, the repeated accumulation of minor injuries could eventually leave hidden wounds within, becoming irreversible hazards and aftereffects over the years. Thus, Meng Qi harbored considerable concern regarding his current approach, fortunate to have the terrifying healing ability of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation as a safeguard. Among the 4, Meng Qi was the least injured. After exercising his fists and feet, he noticed Jiang Zhui, Zhang Yuanshan, and the others were still enveloped in the milky light, prompting his thoughts to drift to the peculiar stone door at the end of the secret passage. Benevolence and kindness. Do not enter this door. It sounded like an uninviting place. The secret passage in the main world should lead to a place that suppresses demons and monsters. But what about here? There shouldn't be demons and monsters in this world, right? Meng Qi knew that with his current strength, he absolutely should not attempt to push open that stone door. Merely touching it with his right hand had left him with a sense of being deeply trapped in a demonic abyss, unable to extricate himself. Only in the future, when he stepped into the external scenery, could he dare to take a look beyond the stone door. After formulating this thought, Meng Qi opened the jade book before him and, unsurprisingly, discovered that by expending 100 merit points and a certain item called the reincarnation talisman, he could choose to return to a previously experienced reincarnation world for a duration of 1 month. The more merit points spent, the longer one could stay. However, the reincarnation talisman was not listed on the exchange chart. It could only be obtained within reincarnation missions or directly rewarded for achieving an excellent mission evaluation. As for mission evaluations, Zhang Yuanshan, Jiang Zhiwei, and Qi Jingyan received average ratings, each earning 20 merit points, while Meng Qi received good, earning 30 merit points along with an opportunity to draw a lot. The range for drawing lots encompassed all things below external scenery. At this moment, Jiang Zhiwei and the others also completed their healing, and the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation provided the mission evaluations. Meng Qi raised an eyebrow, confirming his suspicion that exploring the hidden was indeed a significant criterion for mission evaluations. Drawing lots. Upon hearing that Meng Qi could partake in this novel activity, Jiang Zhiwei approached with great enthusiasm. Meng Qi felt a small thrill and deliberately rubbed his hands together. All things below external scenery? That range is vast that if I draw something like the Arhut fist or an ordinary iron sword, it would be a disappointment. Jiang Zhui, observing the swirling white smoke before Meng Qi, presented a dusty sign cylinder with a light laugh. What is there to fear? After all, it's unexpected wealth. The interior of the sign cylinder was dark and profound, obscuring any view. Zhang Yuanshan and Qi Jingyan also gathered around, keenly watching Meng Qi draw lots, with Zhang Yuanshan even encouraging him with a grin. Zhengdi, you are a monk. The sign cylinder is your forte. You should be able to draw something splendid. Meng Qi's skin twitched slightly. He felt overestimated. Throughout his life, he had never won a single prize. Not even a consolation, apart from occasionally scratching off a few 5 yuan winnings on lottery tickets, that he took hold of the sign cylinder and shook it vigorously, as a veil of light enveloped the opening, with various images of items continuously shifting and appearing. With Meng Qi's current vision, it was difficult to discern what lay within. After shaking for a while, he noticed Jiang Jiwei shaking her head, indicating she too could not see clearly. So he gave it a vigorous shake and placed the sign cylinder atop the white mist before him. The light and shadow transformed, gradually slowing down. Initially, Meng Qi caught sight of a long sword shimmering with cold light, and his heart leaped with joy, thinking it might be a formidable weapon. Yet it ultimately turned away, slowly revealing a dusty manual inscribed with the title 13 Deathly Swords. This was indeed a treasure. Meng Qi rejoiced, but the 13 Deathly Swords manual still vanished at a snail's pace from the opening, replaced by 3 blue and white porcelain vials. Lingji Qi pills that Qi Jingyan immediately recognized these as the elixirs he had previously exchanged for. Meng Qi exhaled, feeling neither disappointed nor overly pleased. This outcome was rather standard. While it could not compare to the 13 Deathly Swords or a formidable long sword, if it weren't for the lot drawing, he would have chosen to exchange for this type of elixir, as he did not wish to rely on the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation to enhance his power any longer. After all, he had already entrusted the opening of his dantian to it, leaving his foundation unstable. Another attempt could entail severe risks. Thus, before he could solidify his dantian anew, Meng Qi opted for the elixir to assist him in swiftly achieving great success in energy accumulation. The Lingji Qi pill was one of the best elixirs for the energy accumulation stage, capable of transforming the essence of meat, grains, and vegetables into true qi, while possessing less acquired contamination, making it highly absorbable and conducive to nurturing, thereby rapidly increasing internal strength. As the sign cylinder vanished and the white mist dissipated, 3 blue and white porcelain vials remained on the ground. Meng Qi bent down to pick them up, opening one vial to discover 12 pill-like objects resembling pure lotuses, exuding a refreshing fragrance that invigorated his spirit and lightened his body. These are truly excellent pills, Meng Qi marveled, sealing the vial and tucking it into his robe, deciding to consume one every 5 days for an early breakthrough. Observing this, Jiang Jiwei smiled and remarked, "Little monk, you've saved 30 merit points and become even more affluent." She inferred that Meng Qi had originally intended to exchange for the Lingji Qi pills. Of course, if you borrow merit points again, you won't need to return 9 out of 13. Perhaps 10 out of 12. Meng Qi jested in response that I end his recent reincarnation task. He completed the first main quest, earning 50 merits, participated in the elimination of the metamorphosing scholar for an additional 20 merits, and assisted in the defeat of the Master of the Universe, garnering another 50 merits. Following the completion of the second main quest, he received 100 merits with an evaluation reward of 30 merits, totaling 250 merits. Jiang Jiwei chuckled softly. "I have acquired more merits than you. If anyone is to borrow, it shall be you borrowing from me." She secured 50 merits from her first main quest, 30 merits for participating in the defeat of the metamorphosing scholar, 20 merits from the Master of the Universe, and 100 merits from the second main quest, along with 20 merits from the evaluation, culminating in a total of 320 merits. Meng Qi mused inwardly that the true essence of the inheritance was invaluable, although he could not articulate it at present. He planned to exchange it with the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, that he glanced at Zhang Yuanshan and Qi Jingyan, smilingly inquiring, "Brother Zhang, Brother Qi, I presume your merits exceed mine as well?" After recovering from his injuries, Qi Jingyan had returned to his usual serious demeanor and nodded slightly, stating, "I have obtained 260 merits, plus what I had left over, totaling 280. After exchanging for the mother-son soul dart, he had 20 merits remaining. For this task, he earned 50 merits from the first main quest, 10 from the metamorphosing scholar, 80 from the Master of the Universe, 100 from the second main quest, and 20 for the evaluation that I fear I might have the most merits, especially since Jiang Shimi still owes me 20 merits. Zhang Yuanshan humorously remarked, I currently hold 310 merits. He acquired 150 merits from the main quests, 50 from slaying the River Guardian, another 50 from participating in the defeat of General Do Chacha, 20 from the Metamorphosing Scholar, and 20 from the Master of the Universe. With the evaluation reward also being 20 dead after openly sharing their merits. Zhang Yuanshan's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he said, we must deliberate on what to exchange for. The next task may not present us with a helper like Master Xinji, nor will there likely be someone like Gu Xiaosang who entered inexplicably. So we must rely on ourselves as much as possible that I must first repair the white rainbow piercing the sun sword. Otherwise, I cannot account for it, Jiang Zhui remarked, caressing her beloved sword that it had sustained numerous fine cracks from a strike by General Do Chacha. Meng Qi and the others nodded in agreement, showing no inclination to interfere with Jiang Zhui's decision. Their discussion was merely an exchange of opinions, devoid of any coercive undertones. Moreover, as a naturally gifted swordsman, prioritizing the restoration of her sword was entirely reasonable that M.Y. Long's sword was rendered unusable by Tang Shun's assault. But it is merely an ordinary steel sword. I shall replace it upon returning to the mountain. Zhang Yuanshan smiled at Jiang Zhui, asking, aside from that, is there anything else that has caught your eye? Jiang Zhui's fair face seemed to radiate with brilliance as she replied, last time, I briefly perused the sword techniques on the exchange list. Excluding those that are unattainable for quite some time, there is one technique that piqued my interest. The first 22 moves belong to the enlightenment level, and the emotional sword technique part is valued at merely 200 merits, while the unemotional sword technique part is priced at 600. However, upon reaching the 23rd move, it suddenly escalates to a commendable level within the external scene sword techniques, demanding several thousand merits for exchange. According to the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation's description, I believe my master would be thoroughly impressed upon witnessing this sword move. It is hard to fathom such a qualitative leap between the preceding and succeeding techniques of a single sword style. When discussing sword techniques, she became breathtakingly beautiful. Miss Jiang, which sword technique are you referring to? Upon hearing about the 23rd move, Meng Qi was struck with astonishment. Jiang Zhui, noticing his expression, understood he had encountered the introduction to this sword technique and gently nodded. Her smile radiant, as you surmised. It is the Holy Spirit sword technique. Chapter 44. Individual choices, but the 23rd move is far too perilous. Meng Qi struggled to articulate his thoughts on the 23rd move. After all, he had seen this sword technique in a comic during his previous life, while the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation's description was relatively brief, leaving him unable to reveal his profound understanding of it. The 23rd move, originating from the comic Feng Yuan, embodied the Holy Spirit sword technique, which could only be executed by sacrificing one's life. That it is the sword of the heart, the sword of the soul, and the sword of spirit. Beneath this strike, the senses stagnate, and all things become solidified, rendering escape impossible. This was an exceedingly formidable sword move, but the sole issue lay in the fact that one must die to unleash it. A notion that Meng Qi found rather unsettling. Of course, Meng Qi had not revisited the comic in many years, and his recollection was likely hazy. Perhaps he had misremembered the details. Furthermore, as this was acquired from the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, who could discern whether it was the original sword technique? Given the vast array of items on the exchange list, neither Zhang Yuanshan nor Qi Jingyan had noticed the Holy Spirit sword technique, leaving them puzzled as they looked at Meng Qi and Jiang Zhui. Jiang Zhui, with a smile, remarked, who would have thought we would both be drawn to the same sword technique? Little monk, rest assured, when I exchange for the sword technique, I will explore its variations and the essence of sword intent, drawing inspiration from other stones to refine my own jade, that I will not allow the Holy Spirit sword technique to dictate my path. Should I ever master the 23rd move, it will be through understanding its principles and philosophies, grasping the origins of the heart sword, the soul sword, the stagnation of the senses, and the anomalies of time. Rather than mere practice and imitation, that it appeared the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation had intentionally highlighted the dangers of the 23rd move during his introduction. Jiang Zhui comprehended Meng Qi's concerns. Yet she acknowledged that without such dangers, it would not be so modestly priced at 4,000 merits. Nevertheless, whether she could successfully practice it post-exchange remained to be seen. Miss Jiang, since your mind is made up. Then go ahead and exchange, she stated with sound reasoning, prompting Meng Qi to nod thoughtfully. After all, acquiring the 23rd move was still a long way off that a decision made by a born swordsman was naturally beyond reproach. Zhang Yuanshan retrieved the jade booklet and perused the introduction to the Holy Spirit sword technique, his brow slightly furrowing before relaxing. This is indeed a fine sword technique. Few can match the effectiveness of the 23rd move. Zhang Jiwei caressed the white rainbow, piercing the sun sword, lightly laughing, but those powerful techniques do not impose such stringent requirements. I wish to first exchange for the first 18 forms of the Holy Spirit sword technique to grasp the essence of the emotional sword technique, and later continue to delve deeper. Rising to her feet, she took the jade booklet, returned 20 merits to Zhang Yuanshan, and approached the central light column, placing the white rainbow piercing the sun sword within. Strangely enough, the sword did not fall but instead floated in mid-air, enveloped by a misty aura. The light faded, the cracks vanished, and the white rainbow, piercing the sun sword, regained its former brilliance. It only required 30 merits, quite a bargain. With a beaming smile, Zhang Jiwei reclaimed her beloved sword and turned to the others, declaring, exchanging for the emotional part of the Holy Spirit sword technique requires 200 merits. I still have 70 merits remaining, so I intend to exchange for a technique called Heaven and Earth Share Hatred for further contemplation. The Holy Spirit sword technique could only be exchanged in the forms of the emotional part. The unemotional part, the 23rd move, and the 6 destruction sword's 23rd move, and could not be completely dismantled into the 1st, 2nd, 3rd sword techniques, etc. The Heaven and Earth Share Hatred was the most representative technique among the 108 swords of the Cangjin Pavilion. Valued at 60 merits. Zhang Jiwei had long been intrigued by the sword techniques of parallel sections. Meng Qi inquired with curiosity, Miss Zhang, are you only exchanging for sword techniques? Do you not require divine pills or elixirs? The cultivation method of our Sect Daishang sword classic differs from others. It necessitates observing the sword techniques of various schools, learning and then forgetting, to bolster one's inner sword intent. The stronger the sword intent, the faster the inner strength grows, and refining acupoints is more like a swift surge. Therefore, exchanging for sword techniques serves as a form of cultivation, which is much quicker and carries fewer risks than consuming elixirs. Zhang Jiwei replied candidly, a fact well known to anyone familiar with the sword-washing pavilion. Upon finishing her statement, she reached into the light column, retrieving a gray tome and several thin pages. Who will discuss their exchanges next? Her eyes sparkled as she perused the sword technique manual, casually inquiring. With 10 merits remaining, she intended to save them for unforeseen circumstances, such as needing treatment if the main quest remained incomplete. Brother Zhang, what do you plan to exchange for? Meng Qi had already formed a clear idea of the items he wished to acquire, so he was not in a hurry. Zhang Yuanshan pondered. To be honest, I have always adhered to the path of concentration. If the martial arts I exchange for are too diverse, it would be rather unsightly. After all, my current sword techniques are sufficient. So apart from the Tiansong pill, I truly do not know what else to exchange for. He had already refined the relevant acupoints for the year, preparing to open the double ear acupoints. The path of concentration. Meng Qi's mind sparked with inspiration, recalling Gu Xiaosong's words. Brother Zhang, why not strengthen your foundational skills? What do you mean? Zhang Yuanshan asked, perplexed that Gu Xiaosong had mentioned that Zhang Yuanshan failed to grasp the true essence of the introductory chapters of the 2 major divine skills of the Jinwu sect. Inspired by this, Meng Qi suggested, Brother Zhang, I remember that most divine skill manuals can be divided into sections for energy accumulation and opening acupoints. Why not directly exchange for the energy accumulation section of your currently primary cultivation method? As imparted by the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation, you can then discern the differences between his teachings and your usual understanding, allowing you to make targeted adjustments and reinforce your foundation. Techniques such as the Rulai Divine Palm and the 7 Swords of Heaven's Cut do not have separate sections for energy accumulation and opening acupoints, as these concepts are inherently included in each strike and move, and they can be directly transitioned from any martial art without obstruction, simultaneously enhancing the original foundation. Zhang Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback. Then he clapped his hands together, producing a crisp sound, and began to pace back and forth with excitement. How could I not have thought of this? How could I not have thought of this? His fervor drew Zhang Jiwei's attention from the sacred sword techniques she was studying. After a while, he composed himself and solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude. I am indebted to you, Brother Zhen Ding. Your suggestion has illuminated the path to resolving my pressing concerns. Having already completed this stage, he found that further exchanges in cultivation would not destabilize his foundation. Rather, it would allow him to draw comparisons, validate his understanding, and uncover existing issues, thus compensating for the shortcomings in his comprehension of the true essence passed down through the teachings that I merely shared my thoughts in passing. It is undeserved of such honors from Brother Zhang. Meng Qi replied with a smile. Indeed, indeed. Although I excel in the Tai Chi defensive stance, my primary practice has been the Zhenwu 7-cut scripture at its introductory level. Due to various circumstances, it has become increasingly arduous to practice. But thankfully, there is the cycle of reincarnation. Zhang Yuanshan, unable to contain his eagerness, swiftly stepped into the beam of light to commence his exchange, and it seemed that his anticipation and enthusiasm for the cycle of reincarnation had only intensified. Meng Qi flipped through the small jade booklet and discovered that the Zhenwu 7 cuts scripture was divided into sections. The Qi Cultivation chapter, the Enlightenment chapter, the External Appearance chapter, and the Dharma Body chapter, each requiring 100 days of foundational work with little variation, lacking any special chapters. Among them, the Qi Cultivation chapter required 100 merits, the Enlightenment chapter demanded 1,000 merits, the External Appearance chapter necessitated 20,000 merits, and the Dharma Body chapter called for 200,000 merits. In other words, to directly exchange for cultivation, Zhang Yuanshan would need to expend at least 200 merits. Drenched in radiant light, he appeared as if ascending to an immortal realm, surrounded by glimmering motes resembling dancing fireflies. After a moment, the glow dissipated, and Zhang Yuanshan emerged from the beam, his face alight with joy and vigor. It turns out that over these past years, I have strayed further and further down the wrong path. An insidious one at that. 200 merits were truly worth it. In his hand, he still held a Tian Tsung pill, reserving the remaining 20 merits for unforeseen circumstances. Brother Zhang practices the Zhenwu 7-cut scripture and excels in the Tai Chi defensive stance, while Miss Zhang wields a sword style that is both compelling and fierce. Our strengths complement one another. Thus, we must strive not to overlap in our exchanges, Meng Qi conveyed to Qi Jingyan. In the short term, his role was clear. He was akin to an MT from his previous online games, using his martial arts to draw attacks and create opportunities for others. Conversely, Qi Jingyan's role seemed somewhat ambiguous. This was not necessarily a problem. The current team lacked ranged attackers, talent in concealed weapons and mechanisms, and many other essential skills. However, there was little to be done, as the team comprised only 4 members, rendering it too thin to afford distractions. After all, the path of martial arts required singular focus. Qi Jingyan nodded. Brother Zhen Ding, are you looking to strengthen your horizontal techniques? Meng Qi furrowed his brow. I have much to exchange for. And prior to entering the cycle of reincarnation, he proceeded to share details about the secret paths and rewards from the True View and Bodhi Courtyard, now revealing everything without concealment. It is astonishing that both worlds share the same secret path. Zhang Yuanshan remarked in disbelief. And no wonder you were able to locate that secret path, that Qi Jingyan echoed, equally astonished. Jiang Zhui furrowed her delicate brows in contemplation. Perhaps there is indeed a connection. But we currently know too little to uncover the truth. They all racked their brains for an explanation, but could not arrive at a conclusion. So they shifted the topic, with Zhang Yuanshan laughing. According to the customs of Shaolin, the rewards from the Bodhi Courtyard must allow you to choose from the 72 ultimate techniques that are not combat techniques. You may directly select the Golden Bell Shield or the Indestructible Vajra technique, thus eliminating the need to exchange for other horizontal techniques. Indeed, I must complete the first move of the Nunda breaking the precepts blade technique and fully acquire the poisonous needles of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles. Meng Qi stated his intentions. Moreover, I feel that the Divine Movement 8 steps is no longer adequate. I will see if I can use merits to elevate it to Divine Movement 100 changes. If I still have merits remaining, I shall select a commendable blade technique. Qi Jingyan glanced at the needle tube he had picked up. This was not a matter to conceal. Your considerations are thorough and precisely what should be exchanged. Should you fall short of merits for the blade technique, I can lend you 10 merits. It will be a fair deal, Jiang Zhui teased. Zhang Yuanshan nodded in agreement. I can lend you as well. After all, the remaining merits were reserved for unforeseen circumstances. At worst, he could gather some inconsequential manuals and items to carry with him. Qi Jingyan pondered for a moment, his expression neutral. 10 for 12 back. How long do you intend to jest about this? Meng Qi feigned indignation as he walked toward the central beam of light and stepped inside. Completing the first form-breaking purity of the Ananda breaking the precepts blade technique required 110 merits. And upon completion, it equated to an exchangeable item, thus no further merits could be reclaimed. Completing the poisonous needles of the rainstorm pear blossom needles required 50 merits, that elevating divine movement 8 steps to divine movement 100 changes necessitated only 40 merits due to his insights. Would you like to exchange? The emotionless voice of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation echoed in Meng Qi's ears. Naturally, he did not hesitate. Rather, he was elated that the costs were lower than anticipated. Especially the elevation of divine movement 8 steps requiring only 40 merits due to his insights. Therefore, he straightforwardly chose to exchange. Chapter 45. The selection of blade techniques as shadows danced and mist wafted. A beam of light, akin to a finger, touched Meng Qi's forehead. The visage of the sorrowful monk reappeared in Meng Qi's mind, his steps heavy, his back slightly bent, as if bound by heavy chains. Yet around him lay only a tranquil and serene environment. The glimmer of the blade flashed, and various transformations vividly unfolded. Greed, anger, ignorance, love, hatred, and the inability to obtain, each manifesting and transforming, turning that tranquil space into a realm of tumultuous red dust. With a crack, the invisible chains shattered, the numerous obstructions fell apart, and an endless sea of suffering surged forth, submerging him in trials, enduring both anguish and ecstasy. His heart, once burdened, became lively and agile once more. Understanding the joys of familial bonds, the happiness of love, the righteousness of friendship, and the delight of renown, even as suffering persisted. Nevertheless, it became increasingly difficult to extricate himself, that as the illusion faded, the form of breaking purity was imprinted perfectly in Meng Qi's memory. Yet, while he retained the knowledge of the blade technique's transformations, truly mastering its execution, harmoniously integrating body and mind to employ it at any time and place, would require arduous training. One must understand that within the grand schools of martial arts, the techniques in the manuals are meticulously detailed, and disciples not only study them diligently, but also receive demonstrations from their instructors, making them only slightly inferior to the true essence passed down. Nevertheless, even so, few disciples can genuinely grasp the quintessence of the techniques. Knowing and acting often remain disjointed. Meng Qi felt that although he had gleaned a superficial understanding of breaking purity through the insights gained from the true essence, it would still take at least a year and a half before he could initially wield this blade technique, and even then, that would be a reward for diligent effort. After replaying the blade technique in his mind and committing it to memory, Meng Qi opened his eyes and indeed found the rainstorm pear blossom needles before him fully loaded, along with a page detailing how to activate the mechanism after firing and the usage instructions for the poisonous needles, as well as a significantly thickened manual for divine movement 8 steps, now transformed into divine movement 100 changes. The completion of the first form-breaking purity of the Ananda breaking the precepts blade technique consumed 110 merits. The completion of the poisonous needles for the rainstorm pear blossom needles required 50 merits, with a special reminder that this rainstorm pear blossom needle had been used once and could be used twice more. To repair it would require 400 merits, while current exchanges would yield 300 merits, and upon completion of repairs, 500 merits could be obtained. Divine Movement 8 steps was elevated to Divine Movement 100 changes, consuming 40 merits. The emotionless voice of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation resounded, and Meng Qi could not help but curse inwardly, finding the repair of the rainstorm pear blossom needles exorbitantly priced. I might as well exchange for a new one. The Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation was truly a merchant of dubious integrity. A rainstorm pear blossom needle that could be used once required 400 merits, while one that could be used 3 times was valued at 800 merits. Even one that could be used multiple times exceeded 2,000 merits. However, since the rainstorm pear blossom needle's effectiveness was limited against external-level powerhouses, even if it could be reused, it would hold little value. Therefore, the most cost-effective option was to exchange for the blueprint and materials to construct it himself. For instance, a 2000-level Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle blueprint would only require 500 merits. Despite his grievances, Meng Qi swiftly organized the items before him. Although the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle could be exchanged for a handsome sum of merits to acquire other divine techniques, it currently served as his most vital means of survival. After completing the exchange, Meng Qi had 50 merits remaining, and he reluctantly stepped out to peruse the Jade booklet, seeking suitable blade techniques. Regrettably, even the 5 tigers breaking the door blade technique was valued at 30 merits. And blade techniques at the 50 merit level were predictably lacking in substantial improvement. That it would be more beneficial to calm his mind and thoughtfully refine the 5 tigers breaking the door blade technique. In truth, the 5 tigers breaking the door blade technique was not inferior. Its moves were simple yet effective, embodying a majestic spirit in its grand openings and closings. Mastering it would not fall short compared to some exquisite techniques. Zhang Yuanshan jested at this point. If Brother Zhen Ding possesses talent in blade techniques and can discern the essence of blade techniques from the foundational moves, it is entirely possible to dominate the world with a mere 5 tigers breaking the door blade, much like Mr. Liu of the Huamei Villa, who practiced only a single set of 6 harmony sword techniques yet earned the title of the world's #1 sword. While talent may exist, grasping the essence of blade techniques requires years of refinement. And I must prioritize addressing the tasks of the cycle of reincarnation. Alas, time is of the essence. Fate is capricious, and even heroes can feel disheartened. Meng Qi responded in kind, adopting a playful tone as he gazed longingly into the distance, portraying the image of a fallen master. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality. The world's #1 sword? That is not a title to be taken lightly. Though Xuanxin speaks of tales from the rivers and lakes, he remains in the phase of introducing his sect and boasting of his own experiences. Thus, Meng Qi has limited knowledge of the various renowned figures in the Jianghu, only vaguely recalling having heard the terms Huamei Mountain Villa and Master Liu. When it comes to the first sword under heaven, Jiang Zhui naturally becomes animated. Master Liu is a descendant of an obscure bodyguard from the northern Zhou, inheriting the rather ordinary 6 harmonies sword-playing Jin heart technique. Yet, for decades, he has remained singularly focused on these arts, enduring countless trials and tribulations, ultimately grasping the profound truths of the sword path, thereby transforming these 2 techniques into unparalleled skills, achieving the indestructible Gengjin body, and founding the lineage of Huamei Mountain Villa. Due to this experience, he has earned a widely acknowledged nickname. The one-minded sword of my master, who has never bowed to anyone, often speaks highly of Master Liu, praising his unwavering dedication and deep understanding of the essence of swordsmanship, wishing only to attain enlightenment soon and engage in a fair contest of swords with him. Monstrous, abnormal, as Meng Qi listened to Jiang Zhui's account. Those 2 words flashed through his mind, unable to express the shock he felt within. His journey is one that few could emulate. He certainly lacks the resolve to tread such a path. This is not merely about the pressure of the reincarnation task. Meng Qi is acutely aware that he cannot achieve this, at least not in his current state, as his temperament has yet to reach that level. Perhaps, after enduring trials in the future, he might touch upon it. What rank does Master Liu hold on the heavenly list? Having just acquired knowledge of the lists of heaven, earth, and humanity, Meng Qi instinctively posed this question. Jiang Zhui's eyes sparkled with a hint of yearning as she replied. 4th. This is not due to his inferiority compared to Master Kongwen, but rather because he has not stepped into the Jianghu for 13 years. With scarce achievements. 13 years without entering the Jianghu, Meng Qi inquired, puzzled. Zhang Yuanshan nodded gently, his face filled with admiration. Master Liu and his wife shared a deep bond. After Madame Ye's untimely passing, he built a humble abode by her grave, immersing himself in painting and calligraphy, indifferent to worldly affairs. Thus, it is rumored that Master Liu's strength has significantly diminished, and his rank is likely to drop as well. Alas, that Xijingyan, also hailing from a sword sect, harbored a degree of admiration for such a swordsmanship leader. Meng Qi grinned. But how can I compare to Master Liu? I should stick to a decent knife technique. Zhang Yuanshan nodded in agreement. The 5 tigers breaking the door knife is bold and grand, fitting for a straightforward approach that if you wish to exchange, then perhaps opt for a knife technique with more peculiar moves, to win through uniqueness. Brother Zhang's reasoning is sound. Jiang Zhui concurred with this sentiment. Upon hearing of the peculiar knife technique, Meng Qi's heart stirred, and he rummaged through the jade book, finding a knife technique he vaguely remembered. Blood knife technique. This is the knife technique from Lianqingju, belonging to the blood knife sect, known for its bizarre reputation, where each strike emerges from seemingly impossible angles. 80. Meng Qi recited the required, beginning to ponder what he could exchange for. Zhang Jue leaned in to glance at the description in Meng Qi's jade book, smiling as she said, "This knife technique is indeed suitable. Little monk, deal you wish to borrow. We are good people, not seeking undue returns. Just remember to spar with me, using the Ananda breaking precepts knife technique next time." Of course, Meng Qi readily agreed, realizing that unless he exchanged for the rainstorm pear flower needle, he truly had no means to gather enough. Moreover, borrowing and returning could also enhance the cohesion of their team, as long as there were no defaults. Zhen Ding, your suggestion was truly invaluable to me. I shall not seek undue returns either. I will lend you 20, just right, to be returned after the next task, Zhang Yuanshan said with a smile. Qi Jingyan, with a stoic expression, remarked, 10 out of 12 returns, I can directly lend you 30, since the combined of Zhang Jue and Zhang Yuanshan was sufficient. He felt comfortable making such an offer. Meng Qi was deeply touched by the goodwill of the three, though he exaggeratedly remarked, Qi brother, when did you become so generous? In the next task, if you were to perish due to a lack of knife mastery, the rainstorm pear flower needle might just end up in the hands of the enemy. Quite dangerous, that Qi Jingyan stated earnestly. You should be able to break through the opening the senses barrier this time. Right? Zhang Yuanshan suddenly inquired. Qi Jingyan nodded. If I exchange for a bottle of spirit mushroom energy pills, I should be able to attempt a breakthrough with the Tiansong pills in half a month. At that time, I will seek an opportunity to accompany the elders of the sect on a mission, then use the excuse of encountering a fortuitous event along the way that he had thought this through thoroughly. For as an exceedingly ordinary disciple of the Huanhua sword sect, he had never exhibited any outstanding qualities. Thus, if he were to suddenly break through to the opening senses stage without external aid, it would easily arouse suspicion, such as being secretly bribed by enemies with breakthrough pills. Therefore, he planned to concoct a fortuitous encounter as an excuse. After all, in such a vast sect, an encounter involving a Tiansong pill would hardly be noteworthy. If you succeed in opening your senses, you should be taught the falling sunset autumn water sword, right? In that case, there would be no need to exchange for other sword techniques. Zhang Yuanshan slightly nodded. Indeed, but after mastering the falling sunset decision and autumn water sword, I will exchange them with the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Qi Jingyan did not hold back this time. The Huanhua sword sect, as a major sword sect, has most of its sword techniques intertwined with cultivation methods. For instance, the falling sunset autumn water sword encompasses both the falling sunset decision and autumn water sword techniques, while the long river sword technique includes the setting sun heart method. Jiang Jiwei and Zhang Yuanshan have their own convictions, but did not intend to meddle in others' affairs, and since the Huanhua sword sect was not their sect, as long as Qi Jingyan did not betray his companions, that sufficed at this moment. Meng Qi had already taken the borrowed from Zhang Yuanshan and Zhang Jue to exchange for the blood knife technique. And upon hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, Qi brother, are you going to exchange for any divine skill secrets? The fact that even the falling sunset autumn water sword was to be exchanged with the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation indicates that Qi Jingyan had grand ambitions. Chapter 46. The way to leave Shaolin. Upon hearing Meng Qi's question, Qi Jingyan replied candidly, I wish to change my fundamental cultivation method as soon as possible. Brother Qi, are you dissatisfied with the long river sword technique and the falling sunset autumn water sword? Zhang Juwei's question struck at the heart of the matter like her swordsmanship, but Qi Jingyan pondered for a moment, then did not directly respond. Given my aptitude and the impressions held by the elders in the sect, unless I can break through to the external scene in one go and become a formidable force capable of standing on my own, the possibility of ever observing the true essence of the immortal bestowal longevity sword is utterly non-existent. And if that day truly comes, it would be too late to switch to the immortal bestowal longevity sword. My foundation would have already formed, thus lacking the depth and stability of others. Therefore, I must change to a divine skill that directly points to thee as soon as possible. The implication was clear. The long river sword technique and falling sunset autumn water sword for the opening senses stage were too rudimentary. The long river sword technique is designed for ordinary disciples of the Huanhua sword sect. Transitioning from the accumulation stage to the opening senses stage, while the falling sunset autumn water sword, though decent within the opening senses stage, merely paves the way to the external scene. Among the major sects, perhaps only those prodigious disciples who have long been in the spotlight and are much anticipated would have the chance to observe the true meaning of the fundamental great method before the opening senses stage. The other disciples would have to wait until they demonstrate corresponding value in the future to earn the qualification to switch to the fundamental great method. However, by that time, their foundations would have already solidified, making the transition often unstable and difficult to progress, with only a select few capable of overcoming such hurdles to achieve breakthroughs. Considering the long term, changing now is undoubtedly a wise strategy. Zhang Yuanshan reflected carefully and surprisingly concurred with Qi Jingyin's decision. What do you wish to exchange for? Qi Jingyin pursed his lips, his features sharp and clear, seemingly a mix of nervousness and excitement. I have my eye on a divine skill that consists of 10 layers. 2 layers for accumulation, 3 for opening senses, 3 for external scene, and 2 for. Each can be exchanged separately, and it differs from other divine skills by emphasizing the connection between the self and the external world even during the accumulation stage, making breakthroughs to the external scene much easier. Since you wish to exchange for a fundamental cultivation method, it must indeed be grand in vision and boundless in power. I have seen this divine skill on the exchange list, as it can evolve into a very powerful sword technique. Jiang Zhuwei exclaimed with delight, contemplating. It's called hunting the universe's treasure. Meng Qi nearly spewed out his drink, and after a couple of coughs, he said, Brother Qi, is it truly hunting the universe's treasure? If it weren't for straying from the path, I would have wished to exchange for it as well, for relative to other level ultimate skills. Its structure is relatively detailed, making it easier to exchange layer by layer. Hunting the universe's treasure is the unparalleled martial art from Tianzi legend, created by the goddess Yuan, and when practiced to its utmost, can devour all things and annihilate heaven and earth. You also have an interest in hunting the universe's treasure? Qi Jingyin casually inquired. Its first layer white cloud smoke and second layer rose mist waves are both considered accumulation stage, requiring 40 and 80 respectively, which is not overly expensive. The third layer, Earth Kunlun, within the opening senses stage, merely requires 200 that I first need to exchange for Tiansong pills and a bottle of spirit mushroom energy pills. So for now, I can only exchange for white cloud smoke and rose mist waves. Once I have mastered the falling sunset autumn water sword, I can exchange it with the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation next time. And with the remaining, it will be enough to exchange for Earth Kunlun. Since the falling sunset autumn water sword includes both the heart method and sword technique, it is valued at 380. And when exchanged with the Lord of the 6 paths, it will be halved, yielding only 190 that if Qi Jingyin teaches it to Meng Qi, then they would each acquire a mere 95. This way, you will still have 30 left for unforeseen circumstances. Zhang Yuanshan refrained from saying much more. Qi Jingyin nodded gently. Indeed, when my strength was weak, I should have exchanged for some poison or concealed weapons for self-defense. However, since Zhen Ding has the rainstorm pear flower needle, I can rest assured to exchange for the third layer of hunting the universe's treasure. Ji Shi Xiang, are you not afraid of being discovered for practicing the martial arts of another sect? Meng Qi observed that Qi Jingyin had made up his mind, and thus he turned to voice his own concerns. That Qi Jingyin replied somewhat dimly, if I had other options, would I willingly choose this risk? However, as an ordinary disciple, I find it easier to blend in. Once I attain enlightenment, I can apply for outings or guard the sect's external properties. At that point, the vast seas will allow fish to leap, and the high skies will permit birds to soar. I shall have no fear in cultivating the Hunshan Baojian. If I encounter fellow disciples, as long as we do not spar frequently, they will not discern my internal power and foundation. He needed to master the autumn water sword technique and the sword techniques in the falling sunset formula, and with the foundation of the setting sun heart method, he would not reveal anything while wielding the sword. You can venture down the mountain, but I do not know when that will be for me. Alas, I truly wish to withdraw from Shaolin now, to avoid this constant anxiety. After Meng Qi finished speaking, he secretly added a thought, preferably after mastering either the Golden Bell Shield or the indestructible Vajra technique. Yet, by doing so, Meng Qi felt that leaving Shaolin would become even more challenging. Jiang Zhiwei chuckled softly at Meng Qi. Leave Shaolin. Have you not studied the Shaolin precepts? The precepts do not mention how to leave Shaolin. They only outlined the various penalties for violating different rules. The heaviest being the forfeiture of martial arts and expulsion from Shaolin. This method was one Meng Qi dared not consider. Jiang Zhiwei continued with a light laugh. The absence of instructions on how to leave Shaolin simply indicates that it is fundamentally impossible to do so. What? Meng Qi exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Zhiwei composed herself. To join a sect is a serious matter, with heaven and earth as witnesses that if one wishes to leave, there is only one way: to severely violate the precepts, resulting in the loss of one's martial arts and expulsion from the sect. That I doubt you would be willing to pay such a price. Would you? Before Meng Qi could ask, she continued, Of course. I speak of formally leaving Shaolin. If it is merely to descend the mountain and seek excuses to distance oneself, there are other methods. Point 1 is to accompany a high monk from the temple on an outing, where one might find opportunities to escape. However, generally speaking, only disciples with profound inner strength are chosen for such tasks, and with a high monk overseeing, escape would be exceedingly difficult. The second option is that after you attain enlightenment and pass through the Copper Man Alley, you will earn the qualification to venture down the mountain for exploration or tasks. At that time, you could conveniently disappear or fake your death, thus severing ties with Shaolin. However, the reputation of the Copper Man Alley is formidable, and I currently have less than 60% confidence in this approach. You may have to wait several years, as under the watchful eyes of many, it is impossible to rely solely on the reincarnation Lord's body enhancement to leap directly from a novice to a level capable of traversing the Copper Man Alley. The third option is to contribute significantly and seek a chance to become a secular disciple. Upon completion of training, you would be able to return home. Listening to the three methods Jiang Zhiwei listed, Meng Qi frowned at in the short term. He feared he could accomplish none of them. Transitioning to a secular disciple seemed the most feasible, but the sole issue lay in the fact that he was forcibly sent to Shaolin. And with Xiansong watching, would he agree to his becoming a secular disciple and returning home? Zhang Yuanshan quietly listened for a moment before sighing. If only Ding Shidi were still a servant monk. He could leave the temple directly upon completion of his term. Yet we have erred in this regard that it matters not. Others may leave, but I cannot. Meng Qi understood this well. Xiansong would not allow him to leave the temple upon completion of his term. Thus, he could only focus on concealment, taking each step as it came, and seizing every opportunity to learn the 72 ultimate skills. The group fell silent for a moment, and Qi Jingyan approached the light column. Exchanging for a Tianzong pill, a bottle of Lingji Qi replenishing pills, and 2 Tianjing crystals containing the first 2 layers of the Huntian Baojian, one with white clouds like mist, and the other glowing like blood-red clouds. Captivating the gaze, Meng Qi could not help but suspect whether these Tianjing crystals were originally unique, as those containing the Huntian Baojian were one of a kind. The Lord of Reincarnation could not possibly be so generous as to bestow these upon Qi Jingyan. Crystals embodying the true essence of the inheritance. Indeed, they point directly to the unparalleled divine arts of the Dharma body. Zhang Yuanshan marveled. Hearing this, Meng Qi suddenly entertained a humorous thought. Perhaps these 2 crystals were mere pirated replicas crafted by the Lord of Reincarnation. Holding the Tianjing crystal in his hand, Qi Jingyan took a few deep breaths, his body trembling slightly. From this day forth, he would embrace a new future. After everyone completed their exchanges, Meng Qi recalled previous matters and asked, Miss Jiang, have you entered the Renbang yet? Jiang Zhui smiled brightly. I have not yet formally descended the mountain to traverse the Jianghu, but due to the previous martial discussions and my subsequent progress in opening for orifices, I have managed to accompany the lower ranks. Speaking of the Renbang, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. If I am not mistaken, Xiaozi and Gu Xiaosang should be the same person, yet why did she initially possess no martial prowess? I cannot be mistaken about this, a split personality? No, perhaps a dual soul within one body. Meng Qi exclaimed in bewilderment. Jiang Zhui pressed her lips together. I do not know. Even if it were a dual soul in one body, the physical foundation would not vanish. That I cannot fathom how I could overlook her martial skills. She felt quite vexed at her earlier oversight. The Wuxing Lamu Jiangshi Jing from the Luo sect is known for its mysteries. Perhaps it is a result of some technique within. Zhang Yuanshan speculated. Jiang Zhui puffed out her cheeks. Perhaps, or it could be related to the earlier incident she mentioned. Regardless, Gu Xiaosang is deeply scheming. With ruthless methods and possesses martial skills of such a high caliber, she will inevitably rise to infamy in the future, Zhang Yuanshan lamented. Infamy? Meng Qi felt like a country bumpkin. Jiang Zhui smiled. This is a list jointly established by the major sects to monitor evil and heretical paths. Listing only the top 100. It essentially serves to inform disciples that if they lack the strength to contend, they should immediately steer clear upon encountering anyone on the list. Suddenly, the grand and chilling voice of the Lord of Reincarnation echoed. Exchange complete. Store your items well, and return to your own world. Meng Qi pondered for a moment and left the storm pear blossom needle in his designated room. After a moment of darkness and light, Meng Qi opened his eyes to see Zhen Hui engrossed in meditation, wisps of white vapor emanating from above his head. He smiled and began to contemplate the first form of the Ananda-breaking precept, sword technique. At that moment, someone knocked on the door and called loudly, "Zhen Ding Shitty, Zhen Hui Shitty, Wu Si shows will request your presence at the Bodhi courtyard." Chapter 47. An unexpected delight in an unremarkable courtyard. Robust and majestic Bodhi trees grew, their canopies providing ample shade. This was the Bodhi courtyard within Shaolin Temple, dedicated to the study of Buddhist teachings and the cultivation of Zen heart, traditionally paired with the martial-focused Demo courtyard. The elders within the courtyard possessed formidable martial skills, transcending the mundane, and were not inferior to the monks of Demo courtyard, nearly akin to living arhats. The reason behind this lies in the fact that Shaolin is a branch of Buddhism, where most divine arts require a clear Zen heart. The deeper one comprehends the Buddhist teachings and transcends the worldly, the more one can attain truth and make rapid progress. Within a meditation room containing merely 10 or so cushions, an old monk, resembling a withered tree with his eyebrows and beard completely gone, tapped the wooden fish before him and spoke in a hollow voice. "Xuan Bei Shiji, why must you insist on accepting Zhen Ding as your disciple?" The handsome yet melancholic Xuan Bei had yet to speak when a kind-faced old monk beside him said leisurely, "Xuan Bei Shiji, I do not oppose your taking Zhen Hui as a disciple." The steward monks of the servant and martial monk courtyards have all remarked on his unwavering focus, resonating with the true essence of Buddhism, clearly indicating a deep-seated wisdom. However, Zhen Ding, during his time in the servant courtyard, displayed a capricious nature and was overly cunning. Upon arriving at the martial monk courtyard, he bullied the weak. Such a disposition is not in accordance with the spirit of compassion. How can he be worthy of our Shaolin's orthodox teachings? The first speaker, the withered old monk without eyebrows, continued, "Zhen Ding has made significant contributions, but the matter of orthodox succession must prioritize the nature of one's character, without the qualities of simplicity and purity. And devoid of cunning, at the very least, one should not be arrogant or domineering, in my humble opinion. It would be better for him to select a foundational technique from the repertoire of absolute skills as a reward." The elders of the Bodhi and Demo courtyards would observe the monks of the servant and martial monk courtyards in secret, combining their evaluations with the steward monks' reports to ensure that the orthodox teachings were not entrusted to unworthy individuals. Of course, this could only minimize the chances of a disciple betraying the temple and turning to evil. Throughout history, there have always been monks who fell into the demonic path after worldly wanderings, as well as those who appeared skilled on the surface yet possessed poor character, much like several high monks in the Demo courtyard who exhibited extreme personalities. Nevertheless, for those who had already received orthodox teachings, Shaolin would strive to use Buddhist principles to enlighten and correct them, aiming to guide the lost back to the right path. Due to his frequent frowning, Xuan Bei bore subtle wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and forehead. He gazed into the void before him, saying, "Esteemed elders, Zhen Ding does not bully the weak within the martial monk courtyard, but he has often acted against injustice in the training hall, albeit with flawed methods. Nonetheless, his heart is not in the wrong, that he was a latecomer to the monastic life, and his habitual speech remained close to that of martial heroes. The monks present were all of the Wu generation. Thus he referred to them as Shirbua and Shirshu. The remaining monks of the Kong generation in the temple were fewer than a handful. To use violence to counter violence is contrary to the true intent of Buddhism." The kind-faced old monk shook his head. The withered old monk, however, spoke without showing anger or joy. "Xuan Bei Shiji, why not take a moment to allow Zhen Ding to temper himself further within the martial monk courtyard, to smooth out his disposition as much as possible?" Xuan Bei turned to look at the old monk, respectfully pressing his palms together. "Zhen Ding is still young and easily influenced, and with his capricious nature, He cannot be solely honed through discipline. Amitabha, may the Buddha's compassion allow Sherwood to grant the disciple's request. The withered old monk without eyebrows was none other than Wuxi, the head of the Bodhi courtyard and the first disciple of the abbot Kongwen. Xuan Bei was the legitimate disciple of his master. His master was Wukong, who passed away before Xuan Bei entered the temple due to severe injuries inflicted by a demon. The kind-faced old monk furrowed his brow and said sternly, "If he cannot withstand tempering, how can he discuss the study of Buddhism? Xuan Bei's disciple, why do you insist on taking him as your apprentice?" This is the same old question. Xuan Bei gazes at his nose, then at his heart, yet remains silent, offering no reply. Wuxi gently taps the wooden fish and states, "Wu Xiang, taking on disciples is a personal matter. We need not say much to Xuan Bei's disciple. You must bear this responsibility in the future." The implication is clear. Should your disciple err gravely, the master who forcibly accepted him must also face repercussions. Xuan Bei nods slowly, acknowledging the disciple understands. Gazing at the lush and serene Bodhi tree, Meng Qi feels a mix of excitement and trepidation. Relying on the rewards from Bodhi courtyard, he has not exchanged for the primary cultivation technique in the cycle of reincarnation. Should his hopes be dashed, his developmental prospects would stagnate significantly, hindering any remarkable progress, rendering the next reincarnation task exceedingly perilous. Ordinarily, whether it is the completion of the Storm Pear Blossom Needle, the Blood Blade Technique, the Spirit Mushroom Qi Recovery Pill, or the first form of Ananda's Breaking Precepts Blade Technique, they should all take precedence over the primary cultivation technique. Without the foundational reward from Bodhi Courtyard, Meng Qi would likely have chosen to prioritize the primary cultivation technique along with the first form of Ananda's Breaking Precepts Blade Technique. Perhaps persuading friends like Zhang Jiwei to gather ordinary poison needles, and figuring out the filling process on his own. Casting another glance at the Bodhi tree and then at the focused Jinhui walking beside him, Meng Qi is struck by a perplexing thought. If they are here to receive a reward, why bring the junior disciple along? This very doubt fuels his anxiety. Junior disciple, have you been engaged in anything of note recently? Meng Qi cannot help but inquire. Jinhui earnestly lists morning lessons, fetching water, breakfast, literacy, lunch, martial arts practice, dinner, meditation, listening to stories, sleeping, and, oh yes, scolding the Discipline Institute. That is not what I meant. Meng Qi gazes skyward in exasperation. Do you know why you were brought to Bodhi Courtyard? Jinhui looks at Meng Qi with wide, earnest eyes. Brother, do you know? He seems equally eager for the answer. Well, I do not know either, Meng Qi admits, covering his face in frustration, upon opening the courtyard door. The two, led by a guiding novice, enter a meditation room where two monks clad in yellow robes and red kasayas await. 1. A dignified gentleman nearing middle age exudes an aura of melancholy. This is none other than Xuan Bei, whom Meng Qi has met before. The other resembles a withered tree, his face lined with deep wrinkles and his eyebrows and beard sparse. Master Ancestor, Uncle Master, Zhen Ding and Zhen Hui have arrived, the novice announces before bowing and stepping back. The elder monk is Wuxi, the head of Bodhi Courtyard. Upon hearing the haggard monk speak, Meng Qi quickly bows solemnly with Jinhui. Wuxi, with an expression devoid of emotion, inquires, "Jinhui, Xuan Bei wishes to take you as his disciple. Do you consent?" "Ah." Meng Qi is taken aback but soon reassured, realizing that Jinhui's presence is due to Xuan Bei's interest in him, unrelated to his own reward. Alas, this fellow appears simple-minded, yet is constantly favored by the esteemed monks. Meng Qi feels a twinge of envy and admiration, though this sentiment quickly dissipates. Firstly, he shares a close bond with Jinhui and genuinely rejoices for his good fortune. Secondly, he harbors a significant secret and is not suited for apprenticeship, needing instead to master a unique skill, blending in among the monks and planning to leave Shaolin when the opportunity arises. That Jinhui's initially perplexed expression transforms into one of joy mixed with hesitation as he kneels and states, "Disciple is willing, but I have a request." Unlike others who express gratitude profusely, Jinhui's innocent nature does not irk Wuxi, who merely chuckles lightly. Xuan Bei, too, remains unfazed, nodding gently. "You are indeed honest and straightforward. What is your request?" "I ask that the master also accept senior brother Zhen Ding as a disciple." Jinhui does not lift his head, his voice somewhat muffled. Meng Qi is once more astonished, followed by a wave of emotion. Although he has cared for Jinhui, often guiding him, primarily to alleviate his own inexplicable feelings of traversing to a foreign land and the pressures of the reincarnation world, he cannot deny that he himself does not fully believe in his sincerity. Yet, he never anticipated Jinhui would value him so highly, returning such genuine sentiment. Xuan Bei's lips curl into a semblance of a smile, his melancholic aura lightening slightly. You truly embody brotherly love, hearing this. Meng Qi regains his composure and casts a forlorn glance at Jinhui. Junior disciple, I acknowledge your good intentions, but I do not wish to take on a master. Please do not inadvertently create complications. He glances at Jinhui, whose pleading eyes are fixed on Xuan Bei, silently urging, do not agree. Please do not agree. Zhen Ding, your yearning is palpable. Since Jinhui has earnestly requested it, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. Xuan Bei concedes, his smile faint yet devoid of any shadow. Wuxi remains silent, merely observing Xuan Bei smile with a gentle sigh. Since entering Shaolin, Xuan Bei has seldom displayed such emotion and no need to be reluctant. Meng Qi wishes to poke out his own eyes in frustration. Yet under these circumstances, he cannot refuse. After all, something unusual must be amiss. Among 100 monks, at most one could resist the allure of an elder's acceptance, and only if a better option exists. What does it matter? I will find an opportunity to leave the mountain regardless. With a master to guide me, perhaps my time here will be shortened. Meng Qi thinks to himself, resigned to his fate. Thus he kneels and proclaims. Disciple pays respects to the master. After a period of preparation, within Bodhi courtyard, Meng Qi and Jinhui formally take on their roles as disciples, witnessed by numerous elders and monks from both Bodhi and Dharma courtyards, as well as officials from the discipline and miscellaneous courtyards, marking the change in their identities. When Xian Kong, representing the discipline courtyard, enters and sees Meng Qi and Jinhui kneeling before Xuan Bei, his expression darkens, almost as if he could drip water from his face, and he trembles slightly as he asks another monk, are they here to take on a master? Upon receiving confirmation, he is left in a daze, filled with regret. Had he known that Xuan Bei had already set his sights on Zhen Ding and Jinhui, he would have refrained from employing petty tactics to mislead Zhen Ding into postponing his selection of disciples. Now, he has incurred unwarranted enmity. Observing Xian Kong's demeanor, Meng Qi suddenly feels elated, his resistance towards taking on a master diminishing. I am indeed a petty person. After a ceremony befitting the occasion, Meng Qi and Jinhui officially become direct disciples of Shaolin, specifically of the abbot's lineage. Now that you are my disciples, you may select a unique skill as your primary cultivation technique. In the future, should your Zen mind become clear and you grasp the true essence of the Buddha's teachings. It is not impossible to transition to Moko, Fumo, Fist and Great Dream scripture, while also having the opportunity to cultivate the Jing Jing and comprehend the true meaning of the third form of realized divine palm. Following their apprenticeship, as is customary, Xuan Bei first outlines a promising future for Meng Qi and Jinhui that, of course, among the direct disciples, the chances of actually being able to cultivate the realized divine palm and I Jing Jing are exceedingly slim. Perhaps 1 in 100, Meng Qi feels a surge of excitement. Yet as someone who has faced life and death situations multiple times, he understands that what lies ahead is merely a tantalizing prospect. The truly vital aspect is selecting the primary cultivation technique from the 72 ultimate skills. Someone with my unique aptitude, my master will surely recognize that I am suited for the elegant and ethereal arts like Wuxian Jiejian and Yinhua Finger. Alas, I must disappoint him, for my focus is steadfastly on the Golden Bell Shield or the indestructible Vajra skill. Meng Qi muses, finding solace in his own thoughts. Zhen Ding, you shall choose the Golden Bell Shield. Xuan Bei softly instructs. Meng Qi's expression twitches. This is an inescapable fate. Naturally, fantasies are one thing, and self-comfort is another, but he is acutely aware that he can only race down this treacherous path for now, growing ever further, for upon entering the cycle of reincarnation, he had little means of self-preservation and, for survival's sake, had no choice but to embark on this route. Having chosen this path, he must cast aside complaints and laziness, and earnestly walk it well. Besides, pursuing this path may not necessarily lead him astray from his ideals. Recently, Meng Qi, relying on his familiarity with most non-native skills listed on the exchange chart, has meticulously planned his primary cultivation technique's advancement. Embracing the Buddhist path is not his desire. Hence he aims for a unique skill that can seamlessly integrate with techniques like iron cloth shirt and golden bell shield. It matters not that senior brother Qi has already exchanged for the Hunyuan Baojing. My true goal is the 8-9 mysteries. Noticing Meng Qi's fluctuating expressions, Xuan Bei shakes his head with a smile. You are not like Zhen. He possesses unwavering intent, calmness, and focus, aligning with the true essence of Buddhist teachings. Hence, I shall allow him to learn the Nianhua finger, this exceptional skill. Beside them, Zhen remains oblivious to the mention of his name. Still gazing blankly at Meng Qi, he recalls his brother's previous words about yearning for skills like Moko finger, Nianhua finger, Wuxian Jijian, and Iwei Duhang, and cannot help but feel a tinge of discontent that as for you, your nature is more spirited. While journeying through the martial world, you will undoubtedly encounter dangers, coupled with your foundation and iron cloth shirt. Cultivating Golden Bell Shield and Indestructible Vajra skill is the optimal choice. Xuan Bei explains with a gentle demeanor, devoid of any sternness. Among these two exceptional skills, naturally, the Indestructible Vajra skill, which can lead to attaining the immovable King's Dharma body, is the superior option. However, your temperament remains unsettled and restless, and you have yet to gain any understanding of Buddhist teachings. Should you recklessly cultivate the Indestructible Vajra skill and pursue the path of the king, it would be all too easy to succumb to fury and fall into the depths of suffering. Thus, you must first cultivate the Golden Bell Shield to temper the restlessness in your heart. Should you succeed, transitioning to the Indestructible Vajra skill will not be too late. Meng Qi realizes that Xuan Bei's considerations are entirely for his benefit. Easing his guard somewhat, curiously, he asks, Master, why won't it be too late? Senior brother Qi worries that the opportunity to transition to a different skill will arise only when he reaches the external realm. And with an unstable foundation, progress becomes arduous. Hence, he has opted to change his primary cultivation technique now. Xuan Bei shook his head with a smile once more, saying, It appears that you have not devoted yourself to the teachings of Buddhism. The immovable king, also known as the immovable Vajra, is the sublimation of the Golden Bell Shield, a manifestation of the Vajra Dharma body that has been passed down through generations, and thus will not be delayed. Meng Qi suddenly understood, a hint of excitement in his voice. He asked, Master, when may I begin to cultivate the Golden Bell Shield? Who knows when the next reincarnation task will come? The sooner I cultivate, the better. My Lingji Qi boosting pills are already yearning for relief. I have already prepared the 2 secret arts for you. You may begin your training tomorrow, Xuan Bei indicated towards the 2 thick stacks of paper on the table. However, prior to opening the mind, you may only view the content of the first 4 levels of the Golden Bell Shield. In most sects, the transmission of divine arts is approached with great caution. Only when one reaches the appropriate level can they receive the teachings for the next level. To prevent disciples from betraying or falling into depravity, Meng Qi nodded earnestly. Disciple obeys. Once he clarified his own matters, Meng Qi turned his attention to his junior disciple. Master, what kind of Dharma body can be attained through Nianhua finger? When it came to tales from the martial world and martial arts lore, Zhen had always been keenly interested. With his brother's issues resolved, he gazed eagerly at Master Xuan Bei, awaiting his response. Xuan Bei, typically steeped in melancholy, unexpectedly chuckled, as if looking at a beloved child, and said, Nianhua finger is the pinnacle of our Shaolin's 72 ultimate techniques, directly derived from the 3rd form of Tathagata's divine palm. It was through this that the patriarch Bodhidharma attained the Kasapa Dharma body within the realm of great arhat. It demands rigor. The practitioner must maintain singular focus, without being distracted by other techniques. Even then, it is challenging to master, which is why throughout history, few monks have chosen it. However, I believe Zhen temperament is quite suitable. Learning other techniques would be inappropriate. Zhen, what do you think? If you oppose, I will not insist. Before Meng Qi could respond, Zhen eyes sparkled as he declared, Disciple is willing. Xuanxin, the master uncle, mentioned that great Bodhisattva, both Dharma bodies, just beneath that of the Buddha. Meng Qi sighed in resignation. Glancing at the rafters, Xuan Bei shook his head with a smile. Then you must prepare yourself for decades of unwavering commitment. That on this point, he felt more at ease with Zhen. Once both had confirmed their primary cultivation methods, Meng Qi felt relieved and curiously inquired, Master, since many of the 72 ultimate techniques were created by Patriarch Bodhidharma, how was he able to master the Nianhua finger, which requires singular focus? Part of it was Bodhidharma's realization when observing Tathagata's divine palm, which he did not practice at that time. Only after attaining the Kasayapa Dharma body did he return to refine and perfect it. Additionally, some of it was created after he attained his Dharma body, while another part was mastered before he learned Tathagata's divine palm. Xuan Bei spoke with the demeanor of a master explaining complexities to a disciple. I see. Meng Qi realized he shared the same passion for martial world tales and various secrets as Jin Hui. But wasn't Bodhidharma also a practitioner of eternal muscle transformation? Xuan Bei showed no signs of impatience. Responding, eternal muscle transformation is an extraordinary skill that can transform decay into the miraculous. When combined with most cultivation methods, it can enhance their quality, allowing for achievements that surpass the original limitations. Moreover, it can exponentially increase the speed of cultivation. However, practicing eternal muscle transformation alone does not lead to the attainment of any Dharma body, nor does it cultivate palm techniques or lightness skills. Its characteristics allow it to be practiced alongside Yinhua finger. No wonder. Meng Qi's realization pertained to the absence of a corresponding martial art in the exchange list for eternal muscle transformation that could elevate to the respective realm of one's own world, revealing that they were fundamentally different. At that moment, the still innocent Jinhui asked, Master, can Yinhua finger eventually transform into the Tathagata's divine palm? Meng Qi looked down, feeling embarrassed standing next to this fellow. Xuan Bei, unfazed, smiled and said, any Buddhist ultimate art, as long as one perceives the true essence of Bodhi, can be sublimated into the Tathagata's divine palm. Master, earlier, when Master Uncle Xuanxin spoke of martial world lore, he mentioned the great compassionate Bodhisattva golden body of the Water Moon Monastery, stating it belongs to the great Bodhisattva Dharma body, just below the Tathagata golden body and Bodhi golden body. I've been pondering what our Shaolin has that could rival it. Today, I finally dispel my doubts that by the way, I wonder what other ultimate arts directly point to the Dharma body realm exist in the temple. Meng Qi shifted the topic, eager to glean information to prepare for future exchanges. Xuan Bei's explanations were undoubtedly more detailed than those of the ruler of the 6 realms of reincarnation. Xuan Bei pondered for a moment before replying. If we speak of Dharma bodies, the first to recommend is Tathagata's divine palm, third form Yuan Shao. Unfortunately, the 9 forms of divine palms are incomplete, and the grand outline is scattered, making it impossible to attain the Tathagata golden body through it. The Moko Fumo fist that I cultivate exhaustively explores the cycle of life and death, directly pointing to the Dizang golden body, which also belongs to the great Bodhisattva realm. Regrettably, lacking the support of the Dizang Guiding Soul Sutra, it can only reach half a step into the Dharma body realm. Dizang Guiding Soul Sutra? Meng Qi vaguely recalled seeing it on the exchange list, the kind that was not lacking. Xuan Bei continued. Great Dream Sutra is likewise incomplete, lacking the latter part, allowing only the attainment of the sleeping Arhat golden body. If completed, I suspect it would be one of the highest techniques of our Buddhist sect, the dream enlightenment method capable of attaining the Amitabha golden body. Among the 72 ultimate techniques, only 18 directly point to the Dharma body realm, referred to as the inner 18. The remaining 54 are either techniques or skills of lower tiers, and the latter can all be sublimated into the corresponding technique within the inner 18. The inner 18 include Yinhua finger, indestructible Vajra divine skill, golden bell shield, formless calamity finger, withered wood divine skill. Listening intently as his master introduced the inner 18 ultimate techniques, Meng Qi thought of his own situation and casually asked, Master, isn't Unda's broken precept sword technique purely a sword technique? Indeed, Xuan Bei looked at Meng Qi, puzzled as to why he was inquiring about this. Meng Qi had already concocted a reason, grinning widely. Master, I have always had a fondness for sword techniques, and have learned a few sets in the past. Later, hearing Master Uncle Xuanxin mention this ultimate art, I became quite curious and thus asked that in the future he would undoubtedly practice sword techniques, and it would be impossible to hide it from a master so close to the peak of the external scene. It was better to take this opportunity to clarify. However, when mentioning his long-standing affection for sword techniques, it truly pained him. He had already strayed far down the wrong path. Xuan Bei nodded gently, saying, Anunda's broken precept sword technique conflicts with the Buddhist teachings. For the monks of this temple, practicing it is exceedingly difficult. The higher one's cultivation, the more challenging it becomes. Thus, throughout history, only a handful have truly mastered this sword technique. Most of the time, it serves merely as a temporary aid during the opening of the mind. If you are interested, after you open your mind and can freely access the third or fourth floors of the Sutra repository, you may borrow it at your discretion, on ordinary days of practicing sword techniques. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to consult me. While I may not be adept in this area, the principles of martial arts are interconnected. According to Shaolin rules, prior to opening the mind, only one ultimate art is allowed for cultivation. And after opening the mind, most monks, needing to focus on their primary cultivation method, do not choose many ultimate arts. Historically, aside from those high-level beings nearing the realm of interconnected understanding, the one who practiced the most ultimate techniques was the 100 Meetings divine monk, who mastered 37 techniques. However, due to the complexity of his studies, he ultimately failed to attain the golden body. After sincerely thanking his master, Meng Qi feigned curiosity. Master, were they able to capture Yuan later? Where does that secret passage lead? What similarities and differences exist between the secret passages of the two worlds? He had fallen behind. He had already descended from the cliff and was taken away by hidden accomplices. Should you encounter them in the future, exercise caution, as he may possess traits of a half-demon. Xuan Bei did not conceal the truth, explaining that the secret passage leads beneath the reliquary tower that suppresses demons and monsters. Several have already escaped, but fortunately, they were discovered early. Meng Qi feigned guiding the conversation. Xuan Bei shook his head. Not at all. They merely utilized a relic's secret passage that a relic's secret passage. Meng Qi's heart raced suddenly. With Xuan Bei's strength, how could he not sense the shift in Meng Qi's heartbeat? He gravely cautioned. This is not a place for your fortuitous encounters. If you do not possess the strength of the external scene, do not approach it. Now, it concerns confidentiality. Do not inquire further. You may discuss it when you are qualified. Meng Qi suppressed his impulse to probe further, asking Master, do you have any other instructions? Xuan Bei nodded. You shall return to the Warrior Monk Academy to tidy up and move here. Zhen Ding, tomorrow I will take you to a special place for cultivation. With your foundation and iron cloth shirt, you should be able to utilize this place to swiftly master the first 3 levels of the Golden Bell Shield. What is this special place? Meng Qi was exceedingly curious, but Xuan Bei merely smiled without speaking, leaving him no choice but to return to the Warrior Monk Academy with Jin Hui, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Chapter 49. A special place for cultivation under the moonlight. With the chill of the north wind biting, Meng Qi and Jin Hui walked the path back to the Warrior Monk Academy. Junior brother, thank you for persuading Master to take me as a disciple. After a moment of silence, Meng Qi spoke. Although this was not his true desire, he felt it necessary to express gratitude for the junior brother's kindness. Jin Hui walked with a light step, appearing quite pleased, and casually remarked, It has nothing to do with me. Master has long wished to take you as a disciple. How do you know? Meng Qi asked in astonishment. Jin Hui turned his head, looking at him with curiosity. The 2 sets of scriptures have long been copied. Indeed. How did I not think of that? Meng Qi suddenly realized, scrutinizing Jin Hui from top to bottom, wondering if this fellow was truly wise yet acted foolishly. Jin Hui, feeling uneasy under the gaze, shrank his neck and said, Brother, I didn't steal your food. Meng Qi narrowed his eyes and remarked, I've been wondering why I haven't felt full during these days of wall sitting. I thought being punished by facing the wall would be like this. While in solitude, meals were delivered to his room 3 times a day. It wasn't until Zhen Hui stepped back a few paces that Meng Qi gritted his teeth and said, Never mind. You are at a crucial moment for cultivating your dantian and require ample sustenance. Indeed. Zhen Hui nodded earnestly without hesitation. As they spoke, the 2 returned to the monastery, and upon entering the meditation room, they were approached by Zhen Yong, who had heard the sound of the door opening. Junior brother Zhen Ding, junior brother Zhen Hui, you are truly blessed by the Buddha to be chosen as disciples by Uncle Master Xuan Bei. He exclaimed, immediately offering his congratulations, albeit with a hint of jealousy. Meng Qi chuckled, I also didn't expect this. I thought the reward would be one of the 72 supreme skills. Sighing, he continued, at that moment. I was quite startled, otherwise that alas. Zhen Yong sighed deeply, regretting his choice to avoid trouble. After the incident on the back mountain, Meng Qi and he were no longer as close as before, yet upon hearing this, he still offered a few comforting words. I was chosen for the reward, while junior brother Zhen Hui excelled in both the monastic and servant halls. Brother Zhen Yong, you also have your chance. Let us hope so, Amit Ba. May the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas open their eyes to this. Zhen Yong sighed, suppressing his envy, and brightened up. Once I join Uncle Master Xuan Bei, I will certainly learn the 72 supreme skills. I wonder what skills each of you have chosen. I chose the Golden Bell Shield, while junior brother Zhen Hui opted for the flower-picking finger. There was no need for secrecy in such matters. Meng Qi replied casually while organizing his belongings. Zhen Yong paused, taken aback. The flower-picking finger? Junior brother Zhen Hui, you actually chose the flower-picking finger. His tone was somewhat peculiar. Meng Qi raised his head and inquired. Brother Zhen Yong, is there an issue? Zhen Yong shook his head, forcing a smile. No, noted I was merely reminded that the cultivation of the flower-picking finger is exceedingly difficult, requiring undivided focus on it alone. I was a bit concerned for junior brother Zhen Hui. However, he is usually quite dedicated, so I suppose he will be fine. As he spoke, he turned to Zhen Hui, his face reflecting envy. Junior brother Zhen Hui. The flower-picking finger is derived directly from the Tathagata divine palm, and is the foremost of our Shaolin 72 supreme skills. You must train diligently and provide guidance to me on martial matters in the future. Zhen Hui was focused on organizing his clothes. Zhen Yong, understanding his temperament, did not take offense and turned to Meng Qi, saying, Junior brother Zhen Ding, with your foundation in iron cloth, the Golden Bell Shield is an excellent choice. But why not select the indestructible Vajra technique? It surpasses it and has no conflict. Meng Qi certainly would not echo Xuan Bei's words to undermine himself. He chuckled and replied, My master advised me to choose this. And I am unsure why. Indeed, Uncle Master Xuan Bei is a remarkable figure. There must be profound reasoning behind his choice. Zhen Yong nodded, his smile returning. Junior brothers, please take care of me in the future. Certainly. Meng Qi was reluctant to dwell on this topic. Glancing out at the dark night, he asked, Brother Zhen Yong, has anything significant occurred while we have been in solitude? Zhen Yong contemplated for a moment and replied, The major event concerning us is that our masters have come to select disciples, but you need not concern yourselves with that. Additionally, there is another important matter. Brother Zhen Chong has ventured through the Copperman Alley and set off on a journey. Brother Zhen Chong, the Copperman Alley. An image of a tall, slender young monk surfaced in Meng Qi's mind. He was indeed one of the strongest among the Zhen generation, a teaching monk in the martial monastery, instructing those practicing the Arhat formation. Upon first encountering him, Meng Qi thought, this fellow should play the role of Tang Sung, with his red lips and white teeth, tall and slender, exuding a scholarly aura that would appeal to female demons. However, after hearing Zhen Yong's introduction, he learned that he was the foremost martial artist of the Zhen generation. Zhen Yong nodded seriously. Yes, after a period of seclusion, Brother Zhen Chong has opened his ear orifices, and both Arhat, subduing demons technique and Prajnapalm have reached minor completion. He then directly ventured through the Copperman Alley, becoming the youngest wandering disciple. Is it truly possible to traverse the Copperman Alley merely after opening the ear orifices? Meng Qi recalled Jiang Zhuwei mentioning that. Although she had also opened her eye and ear orifices, she had less than a 60% certainty of passing through the Copperman Alley. How could Zhen Chong succeed so easily? Was he perhaps even more formidable than Jiang Zhuwei? But that couldn't be right. During their last martial match, Jiang Zhuwei had claimed victory without even using her sword, and later benefited from the enhancement of the reincarnation space. Zhen Yong glanced outside, lowering his voice. I heard from others that Brother Zhen Chang's passage through the Copperman Alley was fraught with peril. He nearly failed and only succeeded by a stroke of luck. I see, Meng Qi replied thoughtfully. Zhen Yong continued. Moreover, Brother Zhen Chong is the first monk of our generation to enter the opening orifice stage, and he has the potential to open more orifices. His strength vastly surpasses that of Brothers Zhen Ben and Zhen Miao. In order to engage in martial discussions, he postponed his seclusion, yet unexpectedly fell to Jiang Zhuwei's sword at the sword-washing pavilion. It is only natural for him to break through and traverse the Copperman Alley now. According to Shaolin rules, the first to enter the opening orifice stage among the Zhen generation is regarded as the elder brother. Meng Qi feigned curiosity and inquired meticulously about the Copperman Alley. Then, satisfied, he took his belongings and left the meditation room. After Zhen Yong bid him farewell multiple times, Meng Qi and Zhen Hui strolled to the courtyard entrance. Glancing back, they noticed many meditation rooms still lit by candles, and could vaguely see numerous martial monks watching them. Icicles hung from the eaves, glistening in the moonlight, translucent and cold. Master, where are you taking me? After the morning class the next day, Meng Qi was led by Xuan Bei towards the back mountain. Could it be that the special training location lies within some cave on the back mountain? Xuan Bei's robe fluttered in the wind as he spoke. I have already requested leave from Brother Xian. For the time being, you need not attend the Sutra Chanting Hall, but rather focus on cultivating the Golden Bell Shield to establish a solid foundation as quickly as possible. As for literacy, I shall assist you with that in due course. Yes, Master. Meng Qi looked at the increasingly familiar scenery around him and mused. Is it to practice the Golden Bell Shield on the back mountain? Not long ago, he had braved dangers here, maneuvering against the Master of the Universe, and had also received the true essence of the Ananda breaking precepts blade technique in the secret passage. Xuan Bei nodded gently. Yes, you will understand once we arrive. Have you thoroughly read the Golden Bell Shield manual? I have read it 3 times and begun my attempts. Meng Qi replied honestly that he wasted no time, diligently practicing the first stage of the Golden Bell Shield and refining his dantian anew. Xuan Bei, silent, continued forward, and Meng Qi closely followed, traversing the narrow path between 2 cliffs, truly stepping into the back mountain for the first time. The mountains were layered, with peculiar peaks rising intermittently, yet as far as the eye could see. Not a blade of grass grew, and the soil was a deep crimson, as if irrigated with fresh blood. It was said that years before the patriarch Bodhidharma's nirvana, he had battled a great demon here, and his cultivated pure land was destroyed, with various barriers shattered, resulting in the current desolate state. Sensing Meng Qi's puzzled gaze, Xuan Bei slowly spoke. Afterward, successive generations of divine monks concealed their relics in the relic pagoda here, transforming this cursed land through Buddhist teachings, thus allowing disciples to walk beneath the surface. As Meng Qi stepped onto the blood-soaked earth, he felt a chill rising from below, as if amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. With dismembered limbs and decaying bodies, and malevolent spirits and demons seemingly manifesting before his eyes. Ba. The solemn chant of the Buddha echoed, causing the phantoms to vanish, yet the sunlight remained bright, devoid of greenery. Disciples visiting the back mountain for the first time often experience similar hallucinatory sensations. Once they calmed their minds, all would be well, Xuan Bei kindly assured him. Meng Qi nodded, his heart filled with both fear and doubt. This sensation was reminiscent of the feeling he had when touching the stone door that warned against entering this realm of kindness and righteousness, though it was less vivid and frightening, not causing him to break into a cold sweat. Was there some connection? After navigating several peaks and passing through a few checkpoints guarded by monks in yellow robes and elders, Xuan Bei led Meng Qi to the highest peak of the back mountain. As they walked, Meng Qi gradually noticed patches of green appearing before his eyes, with streams cascading down from above, forming pools filled with peculiar golden lotuses, blooming even in winter, wandering amidst these mountains. Meng Qi felt his body and mind purged of troubles, achieving a serene state of bliss. After passing through several more checkpoints, Meng Qi beheld a resplendent glass pagoda, divided into 7 tiers, though it was not particularly tall. Ba. Guarding the entrance was an elder clad in robes, who chanted a Buddhist invocation, inspected Xuan Bei's token, and without further inquiry, permitted both him and Meng Qi to enter. The place for cultivation is within the relic pagoda. Meng Qi mused silently, not daring to speak, and quietly followed Xuan Bei into the pagoda. The upper 7 tiers housed the precious relics, while the 7 tiers below served to suppress demons and monsters. Xuan Bei spoke in an even tone, pushing open the stone door etched with myriad characters. As the door swung open, a dense and peculiar aura rushed forth, overwhelming Meng Qi, making it difficult for him to breathe, causing his entire being to tremble uncomfortably. This is demonic energy, Xuan Bei explained, fulfilling his duty as a master. Meng Qi stifled his discomfort, suppressing his tremors, and stepped steadily forward behind Xuan Bei. Xuan Bei nodded slightly, and after navigating a few corners, stopped beside a cell, within which lay a gigantic bird with fiery red plumage. Just standing beside the cell made Meng Qi feel as though he were engulfed in flames. Looking inside, he perceived the air wavering, as if the entire space were in motion, while the cell ahead emitted a chilling aura, with a layer of light blue ice crystals coating the ground. This is the fire who, possessing the bloodline of an ancient true phoenix. You shall practice the first stage of the Golden Bell Shield here, drawing upon the aura it exudes. Xuan Bei instructed Meng Qi to cultivate outside this cell. Meng Qi gritted his teeth, shedding the monk's robe from his waist, and sat cross-legged in front of the pale, golden iron bars adorned with symbols, his upper body bare, feeling the oppressive heat as he initiated the first stage of the Golden Bell Shield's meditation technique. Chapter 50. The grueling practice beyond the confines of his cell. The air shimmered with a dissipating energy. Though it was not true flames consuming him, the heat was unbearable. Meng Qi felt his skin burning, as if scorched by fire, and sweat poured down unchecked from his forehead, tracing a path across his face and lips, mingling with the moisture cascading from his torso. Dizziness enveloped him, his head swelling with pressure, yet he forced himself to concentrate, maintaining the flow of energy through the first stage of the Golden Bell Shield. He was particularly grateful for the iron cloth shirt beneath, for without it, his skin would have surely suffered burns, and he would have lost too much moisture to endure. This was far more terrifying than a mere sauna. As his internal energy circulated, Meng Qi sensed his muscles dissolving and reforming, metamorphosing from the inside out in conjunction with the transformation the Golden Bell Shield imposed upon him. His dantian began to condense anew, with sweat evaporating around him, his vision blurred, and the scene before him swayed. This was a trial specifically targeting the eyes during the practice of the Golden Bell Shield. And for the first stage, one merely needed to keep their eyes open for 10 breaths in such an environment. The torment and agony he had never experienced before instinctively drew Meng Qi's gaze towards the inside of the cage, as if he craved the firebird to shift away from him, alleviating the oppressive heat. The firebird, cloaked in crimson feathers, seemed to sense Meng Qi's gaze and blinked, inching closer, intensifying the heat. Curse this wretched creature. Meng Qi silently scolded, daring not to look at the firebird again for fear it would draw nearer. As 10 breaths elapsed, Meng Qi shut his eyes, striving to forget the torment of the heat, the discomfort of his skin and muscles, and the myriad distractions surrounding him, immersing himself wholly in the practice of the Golden Bell Shield. Time became an abstraction, and when the soothing sound of Amitabha echoed in his ears, it marked the conclusion of a full cycle of meditation. Master. Upon opening his eyes, Meng Qi beheld Xuan Bei standing before him. Xuan Bei nodded gently. That will suffice for today. Your ability to endure an entire day has exceeded my expectations. A day, Meng Qi's voice came out hoarse, astonished within. He had managed to last a whole day. As he concluded his breathing exercises and slowly rose, he felt his entire body ache, his legs weak. Longing for a cool place to lie down and sleep, that a hint of a smile graced Xuan Bei's typically melancholic visage. I had thought you could withstand at most 2 hours. Yet you persevered for a full 5. That your determination is commendable. You do not appear as impulsive as you once did. Sometimes, I merely jest amidst hardship to ease my mind. I am fully aware. Meng Qi silently defended himself, but as he took a step, he nearly collapsed from the overwhelming heat and dizziness. With a flick of his sleeve, Xuan Bei summoned a breeze from an unseen source, steadying Meng Qi and preventing his fall. Guiding him out of the firebird's cell, a refreshing coolness enveloped him, clearing his mind and reviving his spirit. However, do not overexert yourself. It could harm your body. 5 hours is sufficient. Xuan Bei remarked as he walked ahead. At this rate, you should be able to master the first stage of the Golden Bell Shield in half a month, and the first 3 stages should not exceed 3 months. 3 months. Meng Qi furrowed his brow, uncertain of when the next reincarnation task would arrive. If it were a year and a half away, he would have no worries. Yet, if it were like the last time, with only a month to prepare, he could at most achieve the second stage of the Golden Bell Shield, which would not yield significant improvement. Thankfully, he had the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle for protection. Meng Qi could only think this, for the Golden Bell Shield was a profound technique that progressed slowly. Under normal circumstances, mastering the first 3 stages would take at least a year, even with his foundational skills. 6 to 7 months would be necessary. Now, to achieve it within 3 months, what more could he complain about? Silently, he returned to Xuan Bei's courtyard, weary and weak, heading straight for the water barrel. After gulping down 2 ladles of water, he felt somewhat revitalized. Upon entering the meditation room, he saw Zhenhui seated in meditation, a serene smile adorning his face, deeply engrossed in tranquility, exuding a hint of zen. Could it be that this fellow is truly suited for the flower-pointing finger? Meng Qi pondered momentarily, before retrieving a qi-enhancing pill and swallowing it. then sitting down cross-legged to regulate his body and replenish his internal energy. At dinner, Meng Qi unleashed his strongest appetite ever, consuming an astonishing amount of food, to his own surprise. After satisfying his hunger, fatigue from the day's arduous training washed over him, and he yearned to collapse on the communal bedding. Shaolin revered rigorous training. Even Xuan Bei's secluded courtyard bore no substantial difference from the servant quarters or the martial monks' dormitories, that if not for the need for secrecy and convenience in his own training. Even a solitary courtyard would be an unlikely luxury. Senior brother, I shall return to meditation, Zhenhui cheerfully informed Meng Qi before bounding back to the meditation room, displaying no resistance toward practice. Observing this, Meng Qi sighed and turned to step into the courtyard, locating a dagger, and under the cool moonlight, began practicing the blood blade technique. One must not be idle. The reincarnation task could commence at any moment. The blood blade technique emphasized footwork and angles of attack, advocating for a perception of the blade, both ahead and behind, thus allowing for an extraordinarily peculiar swordplay where each strike emerged from an inconceivable position, harmonizing seamlessly with Meng Qi's shifting steps, mutually enhancing each other during practice. After several rounds of training, fatigue finally overcame Meng Qi, and he paused to catch his breath, only to notice out of the corner of his eye that Xuan Bei stood at the door of the meditation room. Having been there for an unknown duration, Master, Meng Qi quickly pressed his palms together in greeting. Xuan Bei nodded, an unusual look of satisfaction crossing his face. Well done. With that, he turned and entered his meditation room. Meng Qi felt a surge of pride, and after a brief moment of rest, resumed his practice of the blade. Day after day, Meng Qi repeated his routine between the Firebird's cell and Xuan Bei's courtyard. Feeling the operation of the Golden Bell shield growing increasingly smooth and his body undergoing subtle yet peculiar transformations, until on the 13th day, he successfully mastered the first stage. That on this day, Meng Qi sat cross-legged before the Firebird's cell, his body glistening with only a few beads of sweat, reflecting a hint of golden light. Though the high temperature persisted, his discomfort had significantly lessened. He no longer felt dizzy, nor did his skin burn, and his internal state had calmed considerably. Suddenly, a layer of golden light emanated from his dantian, accompanied by a faint sound. After the sound faded, the golden hue dissipated, and Meng Qi opened his eyes, contentedly stretching his neck. That on the 29th day, he had completed the second stage of the Golden Bell shield. The condensation of his dantian was finalized. Xuan Bei, as if he had been watching over him the entire time, nodded slightly. Not bad. Tomorrow, we shall commence the training for the third stage. Master, will the third stage still be here? Meng Qi inquired with concern as he stood at By now. He had improved significantly in recovering from the fatigue that followed his training sessions. No longer feeling so weak that he could barely walk without collapsing. Outside the previous cell, Xuan Bei gestured with his eyes. Following his gaze, Meng Qi saw the very cell he had noted before, suffused with an icy chill and a layer of crystalline frost coating the ground. From heat to cold, Xuan Bei began to speak. Inside is the cold tortoise. You will harness the frigid energy it exudes to practice the third stage. Understood, Master. Meng Qi scrutinized the cell, spotting a massive tortoise adorned with a pale blue shell, within which snowflakes danced and frost blanketed the floor, sharply contrasting with the fiery confines of the Firebird's cell. Upon returning to the courtyard, Xuan Bei handed Meng Qi a token. You should be familiar with the daily commute by now. In the future, proceed to train on your own. Once you have mastered the third stage, inform me. Meng Qi nodded in agreement, recognizing that during the past month, his master had been present during his training, consuming considerable time. Now that he had mastered the second stage of the Golden Bell shield and grown accustomed to the environment, it was time he stood on his own. The next day, Meng Qi held the token and smoothly entered the stupa, arriving at the first level that housed the cold tortoise. The moment he stepped inside, he was met with a bone-chilling cold, far more frigid than any winter he had ever experienced. As if his very marrow were to freeze as usual, he sat cross-legged, his upper body bare, shivering as he initiated the third stage of the Golden Bell shield's meditation to counter the cold. This time, Meng Qi refrained from appealing to the cold tortoise to move away, fearing it might lead to adverse consequences. Yet as he practiced, he felt an intensifying chill, as if his efforts in the third stage were in vain. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that unbeknownst to him, the cold tortoise had silently shifted closer to the iron bars. Cursed creature! Meng Qi seethed silently. Ha ha! Foolish human! Do you not know that this wretched tortoise harbors a vengeful spirit? It was imprisoned here for decades after it drowned an entire city. How could it possibly regard your kind favorably? A cacophonous voice echoed from across the way. That moment, Meng Qi was honing his vision. Through the frigid haze, he spotted a small bird perched on the cage. It was remarkably unattractive, round and plump, with tiny wings cloaked in black feathers, its head devoid of a beak, resembling a fish's mouth instead. What are you staring at? I am known as Chiyitsi, a descendant of the Kunping clan. The small bird bounced about. You must be quite curious as to why I did not speak to you earlier. A proud Kunping such as I does not converse with humans so casually. Meng Qi ignored it, closing his eyes to focus intently on his training. Say, little monk, what benefit is there in using the cold tortoise's frigid energy for cultivation? How could one not seek the aha? By then, you would be frozen into ice shards, dead beyond resurrection. The little bird, with its wings drooping, exhibited no awareness of Meng Qi's cultivation. It continued to prattle on. Your posture is utterly unsightly. You humans possess no sense of taste whatsoever. It critiqued Meng Qi from head to toe, incessantly for a full hour. Little monk, what use is the golden bell shield? Such a tortoiseshell technique. It would be better to release me. I have my own benefits to offer you. Meng Qi felt the noise grating on his ears, making his heart restless. He wanted to leap up and find something to stuff in this creature's mouth. For it was far too noisy, far too talkative. Does one not require tranquility during cultivation? Speaking of benefits, our Kunping lineage has been inherited for countless millennia. My grandfather's grandfather's grandfather once, the little bird, full of itself, began with tales of its grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. And at this rate, it would take 3 months to finish. After completing one full cycle, Meng Qi suddenly rose, preparing to silence the incessant chatter. But the little bird, exceptionally alert, darted back into the depths of its cell the moment Meng Qi stood, smugly declaring, Did you think we couldn't tell when you completed a full cycle? Ha ha. Be honest and listen to us speak. Chapter 51. The triple torment. Meng Qi gritted his teeth, glaring at the little bird, enduring its unpleasant voice for a while before slowly turning and walking back to the front of the once again sitting cross-legged to cultivate. However, this time, Meng Qi tore off 2 strips of his robe and stuffed them into his ears. Did you think that would prevent me from hearing you? Where was I? My grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. Speaking of my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather, that would require starting from my grandfather's 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 grandfather. Meng Qi took a deep breath, silently urging himself to treat it as mute. Treat it as mute. Under the dual assault of cold and noise, Meng Qi nearly could not endure 5 hours, and after much effort, he managed to persevere, his complexion pale and his body trembling. Ditto, the chill has entered my body. If I do not warm myself soon, I shall surely be plagued by lingering illness in the future. The little bird had not ceased its chatter since the beginning. Meng Qi struggled to move outward, his voice hoarse as he said, Your choice of words does not seem befitting of a monster, and he intended to lure the creature to the side of the cell, bind it, and silence its mouth once and for all. Meng Qi recognized that this little bird was not particularly powerful. Not even able to stir the dot. Of course, as a Kunping, one must be well-versed in a plethora of knowledge to traverse the heavens and earth. The little bird shamelessly proclaimed, How could such a foolish human comprehend our great ambitions? How could a sparrow understand the aspirations of a swan? I am the swan. The fire swan interjected, disdainfully shifting further inside. Is that so? What great ambitions do you possess? Meng Qi asked softly. The little bird suddenly burst into laughter. You merely wish to befriend me. Then silence my mouth. Do you not? We are Kunping, and we are not so easily deceived. You bald donkeys captured me for consuming a few people. The tigers on the mountain have devoured countless lives. Yet you do not seek to subdue them. Is it normal for wild beasts to eat humans, but not for monsters? Once it began to speak, it could not stop. Meng Qi felt deep regret. He should not have engaged in conversation with this blabbermouth. Thus, under the dual torment, Meng Qi's situation grew increasingly dire, yet the progress of the Golden Bell Shield was remarkably swift. After a month and a half, the 3rd stage was successfully completed, with the Golden Bell Shield reaching a minor stage of energy accumulation. comparable in effect to the iron cloth shirt, with vast prospects ahead. This was half a month ahead of his expectations. Outside the cell, Meng Qi glanced at his bare upper body, faintly sensing a certain quality. A mix of surprise and joy, while secretly praying that the next reincarnation task would ideally commence only after he had achieved the fourth stage of the Golden Bell Shield. Alias, he donned his monk's robe. Meng Qi frowned at the incessantly chattering little bird, muttering to himself. Could it be that this ugly creature's noise is also a form of tempering? Can it refine one's character? Alas, I still cannot resist the urge to stuff a rag in its mouth. My grandfather's grandfather once discovered a relic beneath the sea, but alas, it had long been plundered, leaving only bird droppings on the ground. Curious, isn't it? A relic at the bottom of the sea with bird droppings. Hey, little monk, do not leave just yet. Very well. We shall talk again tomorrow. Meng Qi paused, grinding his teeth. Due to the early breakthrough, he returned to Xuan Bei's small courtyard an hour earlier than usual today. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw Xuan Bei practicing his sword techniques with wielding it with ease that he exhibited no surprise at his disciple's entrance, for he had sensed Meng Qi from a great distance away. Meng Qi cast a casual glance, intending to return to the meditation room first and later report that he had successfully broken through the third stage of the Golden Bell Shield. It was not that he was not curious or did not wish to secretly imitate his master's sword techniques, but he clearly understood that the techniques practiced by his master at this level were extraordinarily profound, and without a reference manual, merely observing would yield no results. Hence, his master could practice freely in the courtyard, unconcerned about being watched by others. Yet, just that single glance caused Meng Qi's feet to become rooted to the ground, unable to move, for it was none other than the first stance of the Ananda breaking precepts sword technique. Fearing his master would notice, Meng Qi had never had the opportunity to practice this move, only endlessly replaying it in his mind, preparing to seize the moment to practice it during the reincarnation space and tasks. Who would have thought that today he would witness a master of outer appearances demonstrating this move, albeit with great unsteadiness and slow transitions at its inception? So that is how it is. Seeing his master perform, Meng Qi felt that many of the doubts he had while pondering the sword technique in his mind were resolved, bringing about a sense of enlightenment. You have reached the third stage. Have you not? Xuan Bei inquired. Noticing Meng Qi had not left and retracting his sword technique, he asked gently. Meng Qi steadied his mind and replied, Master, your disciple has fortuitously broken through early, though you seem frivolous in appearance and conduct. Your perseverance is deeply embedded, and your composure well concealed. It is only natural that you have achieved today's results. Xuan Bei nodded in approval, saying, starting tomorrow, you will cultivate the fourth stage in the space between the fire swan and the... Yes, I shall accompany you to the... After all, the balance of cold, heat, yin, and yang is a difficult position for you to grasp. Yes, Master. Meng Qi asked eagerly, Master, what sword technique were you practicing just now? It appeared remarkably profound, far surpassing the few sets I have learned. Xuan Bei patted the saying, the Ananda breaking precepts sword technique that I became interested upon hearing you mention it. In the future, when you reach the enlightenment stage, should you wish to learn this sword technique, I shall teach you directly. Thank you, Master. After bowing, Meng Qi returned to the meditation room, filled with confusion, only to see Zhen happily munching on snacks. Junior brother, did you not cultivate today? Meng Qi found this puzzling. Zhen replied joyfully, Senior brother, I opened my dantian at noon. It was a reward from Master. He presented the snacks to Meng Qi, which were covered in saliva. You have already opened your dantian? Meng Qi thought to himself. Although normally, opening the dantian takes 2 to 6 months, Zhen achievement in 3.5 months was not particularly remarkable. Some could complete it in just over a month. However, one must consider that Zhen had switched to practicing the Nianhua finger, which is one of Shaolin's most challenging skills. It was only to be expected that it would take 3 years to open the dantian. Who would have thought Zhen would be so fast? Zhen nodded earnestly and then asked, Senior brother, you seem to have something to ask me earlier. Meng Qi decided to disregard whether this fellow had any affinity with the Nianhua finger and nodded. I ask you, when did Master begin practicing the Ananda breaking precepts sword technique? Why does he wish to practice sword techniques? About a month and a half ago. Zhen had a good memory and looked at Meng Qi with curiosity. Senior brother, isn't Master practicing sword techniques to teach you? What? Meng Qi was quite taken aback. Zhen did not understand why his senior brother would ask such a question and said earnestly, Because you, senior brother, wish to practice sword techniques. That perhaps, Meng Qi conceded. Zhen Hui's reasoning made sense, yet he felt a certain unease. Why would Master treat them so well, being neither kin nor acquaintance? Zhen Hui appeared to take it for granted. What do you mean neither kin nor acquaintance? He is our master. But Master wouldn't treat us so well for no reason. Meng Qi furrowed his brow. Zhen Hui looked at Meng Qi in bewilderment. Senior brother, you treat me well too? What's wrong with that? Meng Qi pouted, finding it hard to articulate with this fellow, so he took out a Lingji Qi supplement pill and continued with his own tasks. Here, entering the Xuan Bei stood at the edge of the intersection between the fire swan and the cells. Pointing to the open space before them, Meng Qi responded with an affirmative sound, walked over, and sat cross-legged. Immediately, he felt his left side ablaze as if on fire, while his right side felt as though blood vessels had stiffened. The heat and cold clashed against each other, subjecting him to an unprecedented torment and agony. Clenching his teeth, Meng Qi uttered no sound of pain, beginning to circulate the heart method of the fourth stage of the Golden Bell Shield. As for the matter of the little bird, he chose not to mention it to his master, for his master had allowed him to cultivate here, intending to hone his resilience that if he could not even bear the interference of trivial chatter, it would be better to give up altogether. The fire swan slowly approached the iron bars, seeking to administer the utmost torment to Meng Qi. With both heat and cold unleashed, it felt as if countless steel needles were stabbing into Meng Qi's dantian. An extraordinary agony that he circulated his internal energy, leveraging the interplay of cold and heat to slowly temper his body. His physique transformed inch by inch, his dantian expanded step by step, and his meridians gradually widened. While Meng Qi endured immense suffering, he could also clearly feel his own progress. Standing nearby, Xuan Bei gently nodded and smiled. Zhen Hui's practice of the Nianhua finger surpasses even my expectations, having already opened the dantian yesterday. The accumulation of qi will soon yield small successes. Perhaps it won't be long before you catch up with him. After opening the dantian, the accumulation of qi is merely a matter of gathering true energy. And thus Xuan Bei believes that Zhen Hui will achieve this swiftly, at which point he will be on par with Meng Qi, who is also nearing the same level of mastery, that he expressed this to instill a sense of urgency in Meng Qi. Although such urgency may impede Meng Qi's current cultivation, merely adding a mental barrier, thus honing Meng Qi's character further. However, Zhen Ding, you too have exceeded my expectations. The tenacity hidden within you is truly astonishing, that if you continue to progress step by step, even if your initial pace is slow, a time will come when you soar to great heights. While others may take a year to master the fourth level, you might only need half a year. And at that time, you will undoubtedly surpass Zhen Hui once again. Having instilled this urgency, he began to encourage Meng Qi, preventing him from being overwhelmed by mental barriers. Once the fourth level of the Golden Bell Shield is perfected, it will signify the great accomplishment of qi accumulation, allowing the refinement of the acupoints in preparation for enlightenment, which could take a year, 2 years, or even 8 to 10 years for the Nianhua finger. After speaking, Xuan Bei turned and left, leaving Meng Qi to endure the extremes of ice and fire alone. How do you think we fear, just because a formidable monk has arrived? As soon as Xuan Bei departed, Chuizi began to chatter incessantly. What is Shaolin martial arts compared to? We know where the Yao Huang Dian is hidden. That is the unparalleled treasure left behind by the Yao Huang, unmatched in heaven and earth. How about it? Let us go free, and we shall take you to the Yao Huang Palace. For some unknown reason, Chuizi's voice always resonated within Meng Qi's heart, a sound that could be deemed the most dreadful noise in the world. A form of mental torment that intertwined with the physical extremes of heat and cold, amplifying its impact that Meng Qi's spirit began to wane, unintentionally distracted as he recalled the Ainan breaking precepts sword technique his master had practiced yesterday. Affirming his understanding of the sword intent, amidst the suffering of the mortal world, severing the purity of the mind, amidst the torment of ice, heat, and noise, Meng Qi suddenly attained a moment of clarity. The sword intent became strikingly clear, as if he envisioned the monk, with a face full of suffering, steadfastly progressing despite the difficulties. Breaking precepts, the mortal world is a furnace, tempering my Buddha heart. Breaking precepts, the mortal world is a furnace, tempering my Buddha heart, that at this moment, the various torments endured by my body and spirit were akin to a furnace, refining both my inner and outer selves. Boom. Meng Qi's sword intent surged forth, his consciousness elevated. Clearly sensing the subtle tortures of body and spirit, realizing they were honing him, compressing and transforming him inch by inch. The external demons were like a furnace, the internal demons akin to carbon. Meng Qi remained steadfast, allowing the pure sword intent to fill his body. Amidst the dual pressures, Meng Qi, fueled by the sword intent, failed to notice a layer of dark yellow gradually manifesting on his skin. The sword intent swept forth under the combined pressures of cold and heat, slicing through numerous barriers like autumn winds scattering leaves, rapidly transforming himself to resist the external demons. Crackle, crackle. The sound of popping echoed throughout Meng Qi's body. The dark yellow growing ever brighter, rendering him akin to a bronze arhat. This was the manifestation of the fourth level of the Golden Bell Shield. Chapter 52. A Visitor in the Cell. Crackle. Crackle. Upon hearing this sound, Chuizi, clutching the iron bars, muttered in astonishment. How could he suddenly break through? Is the human spirit truly so fragile, unable to even engage in pleasant conversation? Such sounds are heard during the breaking of the Golden Bell Shield and the failure of one's cultivation. The only difference being that the former's dark golden hue becomes increasingly radiant, while the latter gradually fades until it disappears. Chuizi, acutely aware that Meng Qi had only mastered the third level yesterday, did not even consider the possibility of a breakthrough. Instead, he subconsciously believed Meng Qi was unable to withstand the torment, stubbornly unwilling to stop, thus leading to his failure. Just as he finished speaking, he was taken aback to see a dark golden figure darting toward him. Catching him off guard, he struggled desperately. But under the cell suppression, he could exert only a fraction of his strength, his demon power completely sealed. Ultimately, he could not escape Meng Qi's grasp, who swiftly removed his belt and securely bound him to the iron bars. "Let me go! Do you not understand the respect for the elderly and the wise?" Chuizi shouted loudly. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon a peculiar white cloth in Meng Qi's hand. What is this? To his surprise, Meng Qi had unexpectedly mastered the fourth level of the Golden Bell Shield in one day, and, catching Chuizi off guard, he felt a slight sense of pride as he declared, "My sock. To stuff in your mouth." "No, no." Chuizi shook his head in agony, yet was nonetheless silenced by Meng Qi's stuffing. Finally, the world fell into a serene quietude. Meng Qi closed his eyes, relishing the hard-won tranquility, a truly delightful experience. He resumed his seated meditation, the alternating cold and heat no longer tormenting him as before. The slight discomfort merely served as a reminder of the myriad sufferings of the mortal world, the universe akin to a furnace. It was unexpected that the sword intent of the Anan breaking precepts sword technique could not only sever others, but could also be curiously applied to oneself, harmonizing beautifully with the cultivation of the Golden Bell Shield. Contemplating the breakthrough he achieved in a single day, Meng Qi's understanding of the Anan breaking precepts sword technique deepened. It is the precepts that are broken, and the heart that is tempered. Indeed, it seems that the divine arts of Buddhism emphasize a Zen heart and sudden enlightenment, that if one can achieve a clear Zen heart and comprehend the true meaning, the results of cultivation could be astonishing, potentially advancing by leaps and bounds. However, if one fails to attain sudden enlightenment and allows the Zen heart to be clouded, one must tread carefully, step by step, in refining oneself, gradually pursuing the goal. Through this experience, Meng Qi gained a new understanding of sudden enlightenment within the Buddhist teachings, that it is not merely a matter of verbal expression, but requires a harmonious union of body and mind. Truly grasping the principle and being able to practice it groundedly in the future. Only then can one claim to have attained sudden enlightenment. Next, he planned to promptly rely on the Lingji Qi supplement pills to achieve great success in Qi accumulation, and then attempt to refine the related acupoints of the eye. Meng Qi pondered his next steps. Achieving a successful breakthrough to the fourth level of the Golden Bell Shield before the reincarnation task began was indeed a delightful surprise. But this did not imply he could relax. The perfection of the fourth level signified great success in Qi accumulation, and he still needed to gather true energy, urgently needing to absorb it. However, given the harsh environment here, Meng Qi worried that the Lingji Qi supplement pills might lose their efficacy and thus did not carry them with him. Hu glanced at Meng Qi, slowly turning away, presenting his back to him. While the cold air emitted by Han Gui intensified that at this moment, Meng Qi paid no heed to their actions. He continued to operate the heart method of the fourth level, solidifying his foundation while contemplating the recently deepened comprehension of the sword intent and the variations demonstrated by his master yesterday. That I in this tranquil environment, he found the assurance needed for focused reflection and contemplation, free from distractions and restlessness. Indeed, stuffing that ugly bird's mouth was a wise choice. Tranquility is truly wonderful. Meng Qi silently marveled, his mind once again replaying the severing purity sword move, gradually becoming engrossed, lost in thought. Just as he was beginning to grasp the variations of the sword moves, a sudden cacophony of unpleasant sounds erupted. "Ha! Do you think stuffing our mouths will make us unable to speak? Naive! Foolish! We are Kuinpun. What can we not swallow? Stuffing things into our mouths is merely seeking death." The hard-won tranquility was instantly shattered, his quiet contemplation interrupted, and the state of merging with the world vanished. However, facing this renewed onslaught of clamor and noise, Meng Qi felt no agitation. Instead, he suddenly lifted his head and gazed at Cui, experiencing a moment of enlightenment akin to a sudden epiphany. The tranquility had been disrupted. Severing purity, so this is how it feels. That he narrowed his eyes, remaining still, his body unmoving, his right hand forming a blade with 4 fingers, following the insights within his heart and the variations he had just pondered. He executed a strike that was both profound and mysterious. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through the corridor, as if the clamor of the mortal world were rushing in. Cui, having bitten through the belt, was speaking joyfully when, without warning, a deep sorrow engulfed him, reminiscent of the feeling of an initial failed attempt at flight, mocked by nearby sparrows. Filled with anger, unable to contain his hatred, he was momentarily stunned. Then noticed his palm halted at a distance. He shivered, retreating rapidly to the corner, covering his head with his wings, seemingly frightened by the sword intent that severed purity. Behind Meng Qi, within the cell, Huahu flapped a few times, directly flying to the corner, while Han Gui silently moved several steps away from Meng Qi. Meng Qi was entirely oblivious to their movements, immersed in the state of agitation that followed the sword strike. Longing for his family, feeling like a stranger in a foreign land, with the pressures of life and death surging within him, achieving an unprecedented clarity, severing purity, severing the purity of others, and severing one's own purity. After a while, Meng Qi finally overcame these emotions, calming his heart, feeling drenched as if he had endured a fierce battle, half scorched and half frozen into ice shards. Each strike was refining his character. This is the essence of the Anand breaking precept sword technique. Meng Qi exhaled. Had he not directly received the transmission of true meaning, he would have had to endure countless trials and temptations to comprehend the sword intent and grasp the true principles of the sword technique. It is no wonder that very few monks in Shaolin, with its scarce transmission of scriptures, have truly mastered the Anand breaking precept sword technique. That, of course, Meng Qi was fully aware that he had merely gleaned a fraction of the true essence of the Anand breaking precept sword technique. With an immense distance yet to traverse before truly mastering it, he wondered how the subsequent 4 forms would be so wondrous and mysterious. Lost in thought, Meng Qi contemplated the 4 sword moves he had yet to comprehend, falling into the mortal world, accumulating karmic power, attracting external demons, and entangling cause and effect. After some time, he withdrew his thoughts and continued practicing the Golden Bell Shield, showing no signs of laxity. However, having mastered the 4th level, he could now freely open his eyes and interrupt at any moment. In his focused state, Meng Qi suddenly heard faint footsteps, prompting him to cautiously halt his practice and look toward the source. Before long, the austere monk Xianku, accompanied by a familiar monk, approached with 2 elegantly clad gentlemen in flowing robes. The monk was tall and slender, possessing an air of delicate refinement, reminiscent of the Tang Sung, and undeniably reminiscent of his senior brother Zhen Chong, who had descended from the mountain over 2 months ago after traversing the Copperman Alley. Such a swift return from his travels, Meng Qi found it somewhat curious, yet understandable. After all, it was his first descent, marked by a plethora of unfamiliar experiences, likely leading him to meander nearby before retreating to the mountains to digest his newfound insights. With a second venture into the world to follow in earnest, Xin Ku and Jin Chong led the 2 gentlemen, one a middle-aged man with a long beard, exuding scholarly elegance, and the other a youthful lad with sharp brows and bright eyes. still bearing traces of boyish innocence, as if he had only just come of age and was strikingly similar in profile to the middle-aged gentleman. They appeared to be of noble lineage. Meng Qi assessed their attire, adornments, and demeanor, recognizing that while there existed numerous debauched signs of wealthy families, they typically placed great emphasis on their presentation, rarely lacking in outward grace. The quartet's destination was the entrance to the second level of the underground, and they paid little heed to Meng Qi as they passed. However, the cultured middle-aged man cast an intrigued glance at him, remarking to Xian Ku and Jin Chong, "Is this young master utilizing the surroundings here to cultivate the golden bell shield? Or perhaps the indestructible Vajra technique?" Yet, both Xian Ku and Jin Chong, still in their nascent stages of enlightenment, were distracted by the lingering demonic aura and various dissipating energies, only then noticing Meng Qi in the shadows. They gasped softly. It was rare for disciples to harness this environment for cultivation, especially since not everyone possessed the foundation of the iron cloth shirt. That it is essential to note that as an external disciple, the iron cloth shirt primarily relies on external strikes for cultivation, requiring a full 3 years to achieve minor success. Of course, there are expedited methods, but they come at the cost of any future progression in the iron cloth shirt. They assumed Meng Qi was of this sort, for he would not be focusing primarily on the iron cloth shirt as his main cultivation method. Upon observing Meng Qi, half dry and half encrusted with frost, Xian Ku was momentarily taken aback, then slowly nodded in what seemed to be approval, clearly surprised by Meng Qi's ability to endure the hardships of this place. Jin Chong, not taken aback, smiled at the guests and said, "Master Chui, that must be the case that at such a tender age, enduring such trials is commendable. May I inquire as to which esteemed monk's disciple he is?" The middle-aged man chuckled, and the young man behind him, who had likely just recently tied his hair up, eagerly scrutinized Meng Qi, curious about how a mere novice monk compared to the formidable demonic entities like the fire harrier and the cold turtle. "This is not a zoo." Meng Qi chose to shut his eyes, ignoring them. Zhen Chong frowned, maintaining his smile. "He must be a newly initiated disciple, that I have been traveling for some time and am unaware of which elder's disciple he might be." "He is a disciple of Master Xuan Bei," Xian Ku interjected, retracting his gaze. Although Xuan Bei was a formidable warrior and held the esteemed title of elder, he had ultimately ordained midway through his journey, allowing Xian Ku to refer to him as his junior brother the revered monk Xuan Bei. The middle-aged man nodded thoughtfully, refraining from inquiring about Meng Qi's Dharma name as he strolled past. The young man, however, remained captivated, continuing to gaze at the fire harrier and cold turtle with keen curiosity, seemingly wishing to touch them. "Father, I had no idea that Shaolin had subdued so many demons, especially those that have revealed their true forms. Though his family possessed demonic servants, they had all been tamed, and aside from their combat prowess, one could hardly discern their true natures." Once they turned the corner, Meng Qi finally opened his eyes, muttering an expletive under his breath. "Who enjoys being observed during their cultivation? Such a lack of decorum." At that moment, voices echoed through the serene confines of the cell. "By the abbot's decree, the Chui family of Pingjin may take away their rebellious demonic beings." This refined tone belonged to Jin Chong. "Ba, the token is in order. Please enter," an elderly voice replied, presumably from the elder guarding the entrance to the second level. "The Chui family of Pingjin," Meng Qi silently repeated, realizing that these were indeed the esteemed members of the Pingjin Chui clan. The Pingjin Chui family, the mightiest lineage of the Great Jin, especially after their patriarch Chui Qing'e attained the purple Yang Dharma body, had overshadowed even the imperial family. Shaking his head, Meng Qi decided to disregard them and continue cultivating the golden bell shield, as it was of no concern to him. Time passed, and soon he heard footsteps approaching. Realizing it was Jin Chong and the others returning, out of curiosity about the appearance of the demonic beings that had fled the Chui family, he opened his eyes to look. Following the four was a burly man with unkempt long hair obscuring his face. Displaying no signs of demonic traits whatsoever, it was alarming how undetectable the flaws were after a demon transformed. How would one discern them in the future? Meng Qi pondered anxiously, but quickly set aside his worries. The history of the demon race was long, and their strength formidable, yet humanity had managed to dominate. Surely, their ancestors left behind ample experience to deal with them. They passed Meng Qi again. Xianku, Jinchong, and the middle-aged man from the Chui family did not pay him any further mind, considering his cultivation was hardly remarkable. However, the youthful gentleman, still somewhat naive, deliberately slowed his pace, leaning towards the cold turtle's cell. Eager to observe the untransformed demon closely, his curiosity had been piqued, and he had been searching for a chance along the way, yet he understood that most of the demons imprisoned here possessed terrifying power. Approaching recklessly could easily lead to injury from their aura. Hence he ultimately selected the fire harrier and cold turtle. The young man, whose skin shimmered with a purplish hue, dispelled the cold as he approached the cold turtle. Roar! In response to the human's proximity and an inexplicable disturbance, the cold turtle suddenly surged forward, crashing against the iron bars, its mouth agape as it let out a thunderous roar, exhaling a frigid breath. All around the cage, the myriad symbols illuminated one after another, and the resonant sound of Buddhist chants filled the air, blocking the cold and demonic aura, with only a fraction escaping as a result of this disturbance. The fire harrier on the other side flapped its wings and soared from its corner, flames swirling around it, demonic energy soaring. Although the cage provided a barrier, the dissipating demonic energy and the icy and fiery intent intensified, causing Meng Qi to once again feel the torment as the fourth level of the Golden Bell shield activated, manifesting in a dark golden hue. Unaccustomed to the demonic aura, the young man was immediately shaken, his legs weakening as the purplish tint of his skin gradually froze. Xianku and Jinchong, unaccustomed to such a situation, were momentarily affected by the demonic energy and the frigid, fiery intent. Appearing slightly dazed, the long-haired demon remained bowed, as if nothing had transpired, while the middle-aged man from the Chui family observed with a bemused expression, his right hand enveloped in purple energy, reaching towards his son. Enduring the anguish, Meng Qi raised his head and slowly surveyed the cold turtle and fire harrier, the two culprits. Upon receiving Meng Qi's cold gaze, the cold turtle abruptly froze, seemingly recalling something, and retreated to the corner, its limbs and head withdrawing into its shell. The flapping fire harrier also quieted down, silently returning to its corner, turning its back on Meng Qi. I am as surprised by this reaction as you are. Meng Qi mused. However, let us depart, the middle-aged man from the Chui family said gravely, as the danger had subsided, his right hand returning to its previous position. The young man, still recovering from the shock, said nothing further and closely followed his father. Xianku and Jinchong, bewildered and perplexed, opened their mouths but found no words to express, so they moved on in silence upon exiting the cell. While Xianku and Jinchong registered the retrieval token with the guarding monk, the young man finally regained his composure and angrily declared, "Father, that little monk commanded the demons to scare me. Look how obedient they became towards him afterward. He must have domesticated them. It was not he who commanded the demons." The middle-aged man sighed. However, do you not see that the demon's retreat was not obedience, but fear? Fear! The young man incredulously retorted. How could such powerful demons fear a frail novice monk? The middle-aged man scrutinized him closely and replied, "However, were you not planning to seize this opportunity to travel?" "Yes," the young man replied, confused by his father's sudden shift in topic. The middle-aged man, hands clasped behind his back, regarded Jinchong and Xianku as they approached and said solemnly, "With your current level of discernment, traveling would be akin to courting death. Better to return home and remain for another 2 years. Father." The young man was struck by this disheartening news, as if struck by lightning. "I will discuss this with your uncle Qingyu," the middle-aged man declared, leaving no room for rebuttal. Could they truly fear me? Meng Qi reflected on the earlier details, arriving at this bewildering conclusion. The two formidable demons, whose strength surpassed his own by unfathomable margins, had indeed exhibited fear towards him. Could it be that while he was immersed in that esoteric state of understanding, the Nunda breaking the precept blade method he had unleashed had inadvertently instilled a sense of dread within them, from which they had yet to recover? Meng Qi pondered the reasoning. If other experts of comparable caliber had been subjected to his blade intent, it would likely have been a fleeting moment, leaving no lasting impression or fear. However, these demons, sealed and suppressed here, could not unleash their full power, and their minds, constantly tormented, were susceptible to the influence of the relics and the resonant Buddhist chants emanating from above the relic tower. Their mental vulnerabilities were anything but trivial. Alias, the fire harrier, cold turtle, and other entities distanced themselves from him. The effectiveness of his cultivation diminished significantly. Moreover, without any Lingji Qi boosting pills on hand, Meng Qi decided to rise, stretch his limbs, don his monk's robe, and exit the relic tower. The sun shone brightly, and the essence of spring wafted through the air. After nearly 3 months without truly seeing the sun, he was astonished by how pleasing it appeared. Meng Qi chuckled softly, squinting against the light, taking several deep breaths, and suddenly felt that life was indeed beautiful. In recent days, Meng Qi has been leaving early and returning late, often entering the stupa before the sun has fully risen after his morning meal, and only departing when the sun sets. This, of course, is also due to the brevity of daylight at the end of winter and the beginning of spring. With a light step, Meng Qi walked towards the back mountain, encountering patrolling monks along the way, who regarded him with astonished eyes, wondering how he could be out so early today. Had he finally become complacent? Though they rotated shifts, Meng Qi had been here for nearly 3 months, and thus they were familiar with him, knowing that a young monk practicing within the stupa would typically not emerge until nightfall. Paying no heed to their gazes, Meng Qi reveled in the bright spring day, the red earth beneath his feet no longer affecting him in the slightest. As he traversed the narrow path between 2 peaks, Meng Qi returned to the place he knew best, momentarily entranced by the sight of the forest. Although he did not yet grasp the underlying connection, it was here, while guarding this place and discovering the true observatory, that his strength had experienced a remarkable enhancement. Therefore, he strolled into the woods, intending to see how the secret paths fared and whether they were being watched. Sure enough, by the large red stone, 2 monks clad in yellow were vigilantly scanning the area. Fearing discovery, Meng Qi opted to retreat, heading back toward the forest's edge. While he could freely enter and exit the back mountain for the time being, he had no right to spy on the guard stationed there. As he walked, Meng Qi suddenly spotted a familiar figure approaching. "Zhenyong Xixiao," he exclaimed in mild surprise. Zhenyong was taken aback, stepping back several paces, and upon recognizing Meng Qi, he placed a hand on his chest and said, "Zhen Ding shitty. You startled me. What brings you here?" "I passed by and was curious about the secret paths, so I quietly came to take a look." Meng Qi, disinterested in fabricating further excuses, thought it was no big deal. And since he had not been caught by the patrolling monks, he inquired, "What about you, Zhenyong Xixiao?" Zhenyong, chuckling while holding his belly, replied, "One has urgent matters. You know that I was assigned to guard the area in front today." Oh, Meng Qi reflected on how he had once used a similar excuse to enter and practice his swordplay, feeling slightly odd but choosing not to say more before taking his leave. Upon returning to the courtyard, Meng Qi was unsurprised to find his master, Xuan Bei, practicing his sword techniques. "Why so early today?" he wondered. "Could it be that you cannot bear the dual assault of cold and heat?" Xuan Bei sheathed his sword and, with no trace of reproach, inquired. Back in the temple, Meng Qi wrestled with whether or not to inform his master, contemplating how to broach the subject. When he recalled Xuan Ku and Jin Chong had already seen him manifesting the dark golden hue, which allowed him to endure both cold and heat, he finally made up his mind. This was indeed the external manifestation following the completion of the 4th stage of the Golden Bell Shield. Noticing Meng Qi's hesitation, Xuan Bei offered a reassuring smile. "Haste makes waste. It is I who have placed too much urgency upon you to do not lose heart." Meng Qi lowered his head and earnestly replied, "Master, I have completed the 4th stage of the Golden Bell Shield." Chapter 54. Jinhui's Troubles. What? Even Xuan Bei, with his cultivated demeanor, was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Clang! He had initially intended to toss the sword back onto the weapon rack to comfort Meng Qi, but his hand trembled, causing the sword to clatter against the rack and fall to the ground instead, a most uncharacteristic blunder for a master of the external realm. Meng Qi focused all his energy into operating the 4th stage of the Golden Bell Shield, his skin revealing a faint, dark golden hue, as he reiterated, "Master, I have completed the 4th stage of the Golden Bell Shield. What have you encountered?" Xuan Bei collected himself, though he could not conceal his astonishment. Just yesterday, his disciple had only broken through to the 3rd stage, and now he had completed the 4th. This rate of progress felt almost mythical. Having prepared his explanation before entering, Meng Qi kept his gaze downward and muttered, "Yesterday, as I observed Master practicing the sword, I vaguely sensed a kind of worldly furnace, disrupting my peace of mind. Today, while cultivating the fourth stage, the dual forces of heat and cold assailed me. And the incessant chatter of nearby birds added to the torment that it was an excruciating experience, almost unbearable in that moment. I somehow recalled that sensation, and suddenly I understood. The worldly furnace, the universe as a furnace. And the current tribulations were indeed the flames of the furnace, tempering my body, polluting my spirit, and shattering my tranquility. Then, in a moment of confusion, I inadvertently completed the fourth stage. Every sentiment and realization Meng Qi articulated was genuine, save for the source of the sword intent, which left room for doubt. Yet he understood that his master, a master of the external realm, would not be easily deceived by physical or emotional changes. So he controlled his heartbeat, keeping his head down to prevent his master from discerning his true feelings. Upon hearing Meng Qi's explanation, Xuan Bei's expression of astonishment diminished significantly, for such insights, if not genuinely experienced, would be difficult to articulate fully and would certainly contain flaws. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled with a sense of reassurance. You seem to have a special affinity with this sword technique. To grasp its essence merely by observation is quite remarkable. Grasping the essence is not difficult. After observing a technique for a period, as long as one is not dull-witted, there will inevitably be some sense of it. The challenge lies in discerning its true meaning and capturing the essence of the technique. Thanks to Master Xuan demonstration of the sword technique, Meng Qi seized the opportunity to shift the focus of the conversation back to Xuan Bei's practice of the Ananda-breaking precept sword technique. Xuan Bei furrowed his brow slightly and spoke earnestly. This matter must not be disclosed. You are still in the enlightenment stage. According to the precepts, you are not permitted to observe my practice of another ultimate technique, even with my permission. While you have merely grasped the essence without comprehending the technique's variations and true meaning, this insight is significant. The precept hall will likely not believe that you merely observed once by chance. Ordinarily, one would need to have intentionally observed many times before having a foundation for such enlightenment. That I understand, Master. Meng Qi, being cautious and seeking an opportunity to escape, naturally wished to avoid any dealings with the strict precept monks. However, he added, today, while I completed the fourth stage, I was seen by Uncle Xuan Ku and Brother Zhenchang. Xuan Bei nodded kindly. No matter, there have been precedents of individuals completing the first 4 stages of the Golden Bell Shield within 3 months. All were monks with robust foundations, as long as Xuan Ku and Zhenchang do not know that you only broke through to the 3rd stage yesterday. They will merely commend your suitability for cultivating the Golden Bell Shield. Then I shall rest easy. Meng Qi exhaled deeply, a genuine reflection of his relief. You may go and consolidate your cultivation, Xuan Bei said with a warm smile. Upon entering the meditation room, Zhen Hui, who happened to be in the midst of a rest period, curiously asked Shi Xiang, "Why are you so early today?" I've completed the 4th stage of the Golden Bell Shield. In front of his familiar junior, Meng Qi felt no need for pretense and declared with pride. Prepare to be astonished, prepare for disbelief. Zhen Hui responded with a casual "oh," as if he found this entirely normal, smiling as he remarked, "Shi Xiang, you've always wanted to practice techniques like the Nianhua finger and the Wuxiangji as easy. It seems the Golden Bell Shield suits you best. What an ignorant fellow. Is he implying that I claim to reject it verbally while my body betrays me?" Meng Qi silently cursed Zhen Hui. Perhaps I could progress even faster with other ultimate techniques. I don't know. Zhen Hui replied honestly, showing no awareness of the need to flatter. Meng Qi cleared his throat and said, of course, having completed the 4th stage of the Golden Bell Shield in a single day. I am truly unprecedented, and the future generations will be scarce indeed. Shi Xiang, you're amazing. Such descriptions echoed the legends of the martial world, instantly igniting Zhen Hui's excitement. Meng Qi sighed, covering his face. This fellow truly needed to be overly explicit to comprehend. And it was futile to expect him to grasp any implied meanings more than half a year later. It was deep autumn once again, with leaves fluttering and the sky high and clear. On a night when the cold moon gently caressed the earth, Meng Qi and Zhen Hui, lanterns in hand, strolled through the temple, assigned to patrol a relatively obscure route that evening. This life is truly wonderful. Meng Qi inhaled the crisp air, expressing his satisfaction. 10 months without a reincarnation task is truly delightful. Since completing the fourth stage of the Golden Bell Shield, Meng Qi had resumed his morning and evening lessons, returning to his studies at the scripture hall. However, every afternoon, he still ventured to the stupa to meditate and gather energy in the harsh environment, given that accumulating true energy and refining acupoints is a gradual process. His progress had slowed. Nevertheless, through careful arrangements of the Lingji Qi replenishing pills and the elixirs provided by Xuan Bei, he succeeded in cultivating his energy to its peak within 7 months and refined 6 acupoints related to his vision. Eagerly hoping that the next reincarnation task would be delayed by 2 months, allowing him to complete the refinement of all 9 acupoints, awaiting only the Tiansong pill or arduous training to open them. Of course, should the reincarnation task commence now, Meng Qi would not feel disheartened or fearful. Compared to 10 months prior, his strength had soared, as if he were a completely different person. Beside him, Zhen Hui had long since grown accustomed to his brother's occasional eccentric behavior and expressed no surprise at his admiration. Instead, chiming in, "Indeed, this life is wonderful. We can eat, sleep, and practice." His slightly youthful face beamed with genuine joy. "Oh, why did I end these 10 months?" Although Zhen Hui had yet to break through to the stage of fully cultivating the Nianhua finger. His progress had been significant enough to astonish Xuan Bei, who believed that in another 6 months, he might truly break through. Moreover, in the midst of a growth spurt, Zhen Hui had grown taller, his features becoming more defined, and his countenance handsome, thanks to ample food, sleep, and exercise. With eating and sleeping at the forefront, "Are you a pig?" Meng Qi glanced sideways at Zhen Hui. After 10 months, he had grown significantly taller, no longer resembling a child, but instead presenting a youthful demeanor. Faint tufts of hair had begun to appear above his lips, and his appearance had not deteriorated. When seated quietly, he exuded an air of refined elegance. The only point of discontent for Meng Qi was that his eyes were slightly elongated, giving him a more handsome allure but lacking a certain masculine vigor. Yes, they walked. Zhen Hui suddenly spoke up. "Senior brother, I find Jin Yong a bit peculiar." "What do you mean?" Meng Qi inquired. Puzzled, the surrounding trees loomed in the darkness, resembling lurking specters. Zhen Hui lamented. "Jin Yong frequently invites me out to share stories, yet his tales are far from captivating. He always asks me about my progress with the Nianhua finger, expressing great interest in this most challenging technique." Initially, Meng Qi thought Zhen Hui might be overthinking it, but upon hearing the remainder, his expression grew serious. He inquired about the Nianhua finger. Was he detailed in his questioning? "Very detailed," Zhen Hui replied eagerly. "He consistently asks about the obstacles I encounter during practice, the paths I take, and why my cultivation seems to advance so swiftly." Zhen Hui chattered on, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, merely confiding in a trusted senior brother. Master said not to discuss it with outsiders. Yet Jin Yong persists in asking, which is quite bothersome, especially with his frequent invitations that hinder my training. Meng Qi began to suspect that Jin Yong might be attempting to secretly learn the Nianhua finger, that is an unremarkable monk in the martial monastery. Such thoughts were not entirely unexpected. Yet why would he target the most difficult technique? Reflecting on prior interactions with Jin Yong, Meng Qi recalled certain peculiarities that did you disclose the method of the Nianhua finger to him? Meng Qi needed to confirm this first. Zhen Hui shook his head. "Master instructed me not to speak of it." "Very well. Tomorrow morning, we shall report this matter to Master." Meng Qi was reluctant to investigate on his own. If he were to inadvertently uncover an adversary he could not handle, it would lead to considerable trouble. Furthermore, he might be unjustly accused of slander. Thus, directly reporting to Master, allowing the elder to investigate, was indeed the wisest course of action. Zhen Hui showed no doubt regarding his senior brother's suggestion, nodding in agreement. When he suddenly pointed to a cluster of nearby trees. "Jin Yong once slipped behind those trees, How do you know?" Meng Qi asked, both surprised and curious. Zhen Hui explained innocently. "After we parted, I suddenly remembered there was a part of the story he hadn't clarified, so I turned to catch up with him and happened to see him disappearing behind the trees." "And then?" Meng Qi's lips twitched slightly. Zhen Hui replied without a hint of self-awareness. "I was worried Jin Yong might be preoccupied, so I waited for a while. When he didn't come out and it was time to practice, I went back." Meng Qi nodded slightly. Intrigued, he took up a lantern and approached the trees to peer inside. There were numerous trees, layered upon one another, obscuring his view. After listening intently and hearing no sounds, he cautiously maneuvered between the trees, making no noise as he went. Zhen Hui, filled with enthusiasm, mimicked his senior brother's movements and followed closely behind. After a few steps, Meng Qi's eyes brightened. The trees no longer blocked his view. Before him loomed a protruding cliff, shrouded in swirling mist, its depths hidden from sight. Shaolin Temple was built against the mountain, with many areas resembling cliffs rather than external walls. The cliff. Meng Qi mused, glancing around in confusion, uncertain of Zhen Yang's purpose here. Just as his mind wandered, he suddenly froze, a realization striking him that he listened intently and then pulled Zhen Hui close, extinguishing the lantern and hiding behind a large tree. Soft footsteps approached, and a figure clad in gray monk robes stealthily made his way in. Chapter 55. A collision beneath the sparse stars and the solitary moonlight illuminating the cliff. Meng Qi instantly recognized the figure, Jin Yong. Despite having focused primarily on his training in the golden bell shield and knife techniques, and being distanced from the martial monastery, he still encountered Jin Yong daily upon returning to the lecture hall, exchanging pleasantries and learning about the temple's trivial matters. Thus, even with Zhen Yong's profile turned away, he remained convinced of his identity. What could Jin Yong be doing here at such an hour? Could it be that he harbors a grand secret? Meng Qi felt a twinge of irritation. He possessed his own significant secret and preferred to avoid entanglements that might expose him to Shaolin Temple. He merely wished to be a quiet novice. Holding on to this mindset, and aware of his own limitations, he had refrained from probing into the secret passage during the previous incident with Jin Guan, opting instead to return and signal for assistance. The gray figure turned, scanning the surroundings warily. The ethereal moonlight illuminated his face, affirming Meng Qi's assessment. It was indeed Jin Yong. Meng Qi held his breath, controlling his heartbeat, hoping to evade Jin Yong's notice, wishing for him to depart swiftly, allowing Meng Qi to resume his patrol unnoticed. When Zhen Hui reported the earlier events to Master the next day, Jin Yong's secret would inevitably come to light. This secluded spot was virtually unknown, and after a habitual inspection, Jin Yong produced a book from his robes, flipping through its pages with a smile gracing his profile. The cool moonlight fell upon him, and Meng Qi, whose understanding had already coalesced into 6 points, noted that the book appeared to be made of cheap paper, not the fine materials usually used for writing secrets, resembling instead the inferior paper provided to novices for practice in the recitation hall. Could it be a compilation transcribed on ordinary paper? Meng Qi speculated instinctively. Jin Yong appeared engrossed, murmuring to himself, momentarily losing the instinctual urge of a wrongdoer to leave the scene, which made Meng Qi anxious. He was not concerned about his own patience, but rather about his younger brother, who had never encountered such a situation and might become increasingly restless over time, potentially causing a commotion. Meng Qi slightly turned his head to observe Jin Yong, in the shadows. Jin Yong's face appeared obscured yet curious, completely absorbed in his reading. Focus and intent are commendable, Meng Qi silently praised. After a brief interval, Jin Yong adjusted his stiff posture, inadvertently nudging a small stone, which tumbled noisily down the cliff, echoing in the stillness of the night. The sound startled Jin Yong, making him reluctantly close the book in his hands. He could not linger for long. Extending his hand over the cliff, he began to feel around. After a moment, he withdrew his right hand, now holding an oiled paper package that seemed there was a concealed crevice on the cliff's side. Meng Qi nodded thoughtfully. Jin Yong opened the oiled paper package, revealing several books of varying thickness, placing the one he held inside before wrapping it securely again. Just then, a reckless mouse darted out from a hole, startling Zhen Hui, who recoiled instinctively. Crack! The sound of a branch snapping resonated sharply in the quiet night. With a start, Jin Yong dropped the oiled paper package, glancing back in shock and alarm. Simultaneously, his left hand instinctively moved towards the cliff's edge. "Who goes there?" Jin Yong demanded in a hushed tone, seemingly unaware of Meng Qi and Zhen Hui's presence. Before Meng Qi could formulate a response, Jin Yong lunged forward, his left hand gripping a sharp blade. His inquiry had been a feint. With his energy coiled, he had indeed concealed his true strength. Observing Zhen Yong's movement, Meng Qi sighed, allowing his left shoulder to sink, resolutely charging towards the blade's edge. Clang! The blade struck as if against a solid object, causing Zhen Yong to inwardly curse his misfortune and hastily retreat. That moment, A flash of steel sliced in from an unexpected angle. Its trajectory peculiar and difficult to evade. Zhen Ding clenched his teeth, relinquishing his blade, moving in tandem with its arc, narrowly dodging Meng Qi's strike. Interesting. Meng Qi thought, puzzled that Zhen Ding had managed to evade his blood knife attack. His technique was exquisite, his footwork cryptic, far from mediocre. Zhen Hui stepped forward, a tranquil smile upon his face, his right hand forming the gesture of the Nianhua finger, exuding an otherworldly aura. Zhen Ding, anticipating another adversary, was not caught off guard by Zhen Hui's approach. His expression hardened as he swiftly redirected his blade to intercept Zhen Hui's technique. Then, with a flick of his right leg, he kicked at Zhen Hui while his blade slashed horizontally, targeting Meng Qi. This strike was astoundingly refined, leaving Meng Qi with a sense of overwhelming anxiety. Meng Qi dared not hesitate. He unleashed his agility, moving like a specter, each strike emerging from the most unexpected angles. Zhen Ding had practiced his swordsmanship in secrecy, rarely having the chance to demonstrate his skills. Thus, confronted by Meng Qi, who was now fully displaying his prowess, Zhen Ding found himself in disarray. With each blow, he felt the looming threat of Meng Qi's next attack could come from any direction, gradually exhausting his mind and body. That on the other side, Zhen Hui, lacking practical experience, faltered while evading Zhen Ding's kick. Losing his balance and nearly tumbling off the cliff, he gasped, realizing he had inadvertently knocked the oiled paper package over the edge, watching it vanish into the mist below. Meng Qi noticed the cliff was narrow, his movements restricted, and not wishing to linger too long and attract unwanted attention. He swung his knife, and as Zhen Ding stumbled, he lunged forward, pressing his chest against Zhen Ding's blade. Clang! In the midst of the clash of blades, the tore through the monk's robe, producing a crisp sound akin to the clash of metal, leaving a stark white scar. The full moon illuminated the scene, allowing to recognize that his opponent was aware of the terrifying prowess of he had aimed each strike at vital points and openings. However, he had not anticipated the peculiarity of swordplay, nor the sheer ferocity and brutality of his technique, which had allowed him to withstand with his chest before it could shift tactics. Caught off guard, he found himself with no opportunity to change direction. With a successful forceful breakthrough, extended the positioning it against neck. At that moment, relinquished adopting a posture of surrendered, stepped forward once more, deftly employing his flower-picking fingers to seal several of his vital points that remaining vigilant, kept the poised at his neck, signaling for to extract his belt and bind his hands behind his back. "Are you now at ease?" Managed a pale smile that replied non-committally, "Brother, why resort to such furtive actions?" After being struck at the vital points, struggled to maintain his standing and settled into a cross-legged position. His eyes darted about as he lamented, "I lack the innate talent of, nor can I achieve the great merits of to master the ultimate techniques. I am left with no choice but to tread this path. I do not wish to squander my life in Shaolin, forever under the dim light of ancient lanterns, unable to experience the wonders of the martial world for the sake of our camaraderie. Please spare me. From this day forth, I will turn over a new leaf and cease such endeavors, and I will allow you both to peruse the secrets I possess." His eyes reddened as he pleaded earnestly. "Indeed, secrets," replied with a half-smile. "I am curious how a mere monk could acquire the ultimate scriptures, so do not use your lamentations of a wasted life to dismiss me." S expression shifted, followed by a heavy sigh. "The who guards this suffers from hidden injuries that flare up at specific times each day. Upon learning this, I took the opportunity to ascend and record the scriptures, but I could only reach the 3rd or 4th floor, unable to glimpse the ultimate techniques. Now I understand," chuckled